The moment the steel stamp of the Civil Affairs Bureau landed, a faint tremor passed through Shen Jun's heart. Next, the mechanical voice of the staff made him feel as if he couldn't breathe. He and Zhao Wani had finally reached this point. 6 years of marriage gone in an instant. Shen Jun turned his head to look at Zhao Wani, but she had already calmly tucked away her divorce certificate, not even sparing him a glance before putting on her sunglasses and walking out. Shen Jun took a deep breath and stood up. Zhao Wani glanced back at him as he followed. The custody of Shun Ain'll be applying for a change next week, she said coldly. The rhythmic clack of her high heels against the floor echoed like a countdown. Don't think the court will grant it to someone like you. Someone like what? Shen Jun cut in sharply. A useless waste? It was the first time in 6 years that he truly looked at the woman who once vowed to love him forever. Do you remember when Ain'an had a fever of 39 degrees 2 nights ago? Which banquet were you attending, President Zhao? Zhao Wani didn't flinch. She pushed her sunglasses slightly higher. At least I can give her a VIP room in a private hospital, she replied cuttingly. And you, what else can you offer besides your cheap company? Her words pierced like knives. You can play the role of a loser all you want, but I won't let you drag my daughter down. With those final words, Zhao Wani turned and left without looking back, like issuing a last ultimatum. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Shen Jun felt momentarily dazed. He had been in this world for 6 years now. When he first arrived, he became a senior student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Because of a school competition, he met Zhao Wani, another music student. She was radiant and elegant, with an exceptional aura. Even though Shen Jun had seen countless beauties in his past life, he still found himself drawn to her. At the time, Shen Jun was considered the campus heartthrob. With his worldly knowledge and high emotional intelligence from his previous life, he naturally captured Zhao Wani's attention. So, naturally, they became a couple. One day, precautions failed. Zhao Wani got pregnant. At that time, their relationship was solid, so after graduation, they married immediately. After giving birth, Zhao Wani joined her father's record company. Shen Jun, however, had spent half his life in the entertainment industry in his previous life. He was tired, disillusioned, and in fact, he had died of exhaustion. Besides, his father-in-law had always been wary of him. Plus, the baby needed care. So, after discussion, Shen Jun stayed home to take care of the child, while Zhao Wani focused on her career. Her father's record company was small, at first barely more than a startup. But under Shen Jun's subtle guidance and suggestions, Zhao Wani signed several artists and acquired key music copyrights. In the following years, those artists skyrocketed in popularity, and the copyrights sold phenomenally well. The company flourished. Within a few years, the father retired, and Zhao Wani took over as CEO. Meanwhile, Shen Jun became increasingly adept at managing household affairs. Their daughter, Ain'an, grew up sweet and adorable. For a while, Shen Jun thought this happy life would continue forever. But soon, cracks began to appear in their marriage. As Zhao Wani's career soared, the number of times they saw each other dwindled. More and more, her focus was only on work. Even at home, she was either working on her laptop or on the phone. They gradually lost common topics. Actually, Shen Jun could keep up with her conversations. But he didn't want their home to become her second office. He hated how she treated him like a subordinate, barking orders like a boss. He tried to talk to Zhao Wani, suggesting that now that the company was big enough, she could ease off a bit. But she snapped at him coldly, calling him lazy, unambitious, and destined to live an ordinary, mediocre life. That was her biggest fight since they met. Eventually, Shen Jun apologized. But broken glass never mends completely. Once a crack appears, it never disappears. From then on, arguments became more frequent and more intense. Once, she even lashed out at him, calling him a useless piece of trash. In her words, "If I hadn't been blind enough to marry you, you'd probably be begging on the streets by now." That was when Shen Jun truly gave up. By the end, they had grown to despise each other. Zhao Wani started spending days and nights away from home, either at the office or the villa she had bought herself. They lived separately for a year until today, when they officially divorced. Of course, Shen Jun wasn't unaffected. After all, he had invested deeply in this relationship. On their wedding day, he had earnestly said, "We'll walk through life together." 6 years of sincere love now reduced to hatred and harsh words. It took a moment for Shen Jun to snap out of his thoughts. He sighed heavily and walked to the curb, hailing a taxi. Though the marriage was over, life had to go on. Despite losing his love, he still had his precious daughter, an anthy little girl who could melt his heart in an instant. King's International Kindergarten. By now, a crowd of parents had gathered at the school gates. As soon as Shen Jun stepped out of the taxi, he drew many curious glances. At just 28, Shen Jun looked young and handsome. He worked out regularly and maintained an excellent physique. This kindergarten was one of the most prestigious private institutions in Jing'an district. Every family here was wealthy or influential. The parents picking up their children were all dressed fashionably. Yet Shen Jun still stood out. Young, handsome, drawing the eyes of many mothers. Luckily, it was already dismissal time. The attention quickly shifted as a group of little kids came running out. Shen Jun hadn't waited long when a sweet, cheerful voice rang out. "Daddy!" Then a tiny figure in a little dress and a yellow hat came running toward him, almost tripping over her own feet. Shen Jun's face lit up with genuine joy. He scooped her up in one swift motion and spun her around in the air. The little girl giggled like wind chimes. Giggle, giggle were flying. After one full rotation, Shen Jun held her close, gently adjusting her yellow hat that had slipped over her face. Underneath the hat appeared a delicate little face. His beloved daughter, Shun Anan. Anan inherited the best of both parents' looks. Her large eyes sparkled like polished black pearls. Her skin was fair and rosy, with a small, delicate nose and a cherry-like mouth adorable beyond measure. Her bone structure was stunning to a small, doll-like face. Once the baby fat faded, her beauty would be breathtaking. Seeing Anan, all the gloom and confusion of the day vanished from Shen Jun's heart. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. "Let Daddy kiss you." Anan squealed and laughed, squirming. "No, Daddy, your beard tickles." They played for a bit, about to leave when someone called out. Anan's dad, "Wait a minute." Chapter 2. A call for help as Shen Jun turned to glance back. He noticed Anan's homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, approaching briskly, with a hint of confusion. Shen Jun inquired, "Hello, Ms. Li, what brings you here?" Ms. Li took a couple of steps forward, standing directly opposite Shen Jun. Upon raising her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance to Anan's father. Quickly pinching her palm to regain composure, she earnestly began, "Mr. Anan's father. As this semester nears its conclusion, I wanted to discuss Anan's transition to primary school next term. The academic pressure in primary school is considerably more intense, and many subjects are not covered in kindergarten. Therefore, we have established a preparatory class specifically designed to ease this transition and familiarize the children with the primary school curriculum, ensuring they can adapt smoothly to their new environment. Do you think Anan should enroll?" Shen Jun, already well informed about the preparatory program, nodded in agreement. "Yes, please register her." Ms. Li nodded, subsequently elaborating, "I will send the course details to your phone shortly for your perusal. As for the preparatory class, the monthly fee is 29,800 yuan, but there is a discount for a 2-month enrollment. I recommend the 2-month option as it provides a more solid foundation." After discussing the preparatory program further, Shen Jun finally took Anan and left the school, engrossed in divorce proceedings throughout the day. Shen Jun had neglected to prepare a meal, so they opted for a casual dining experience outside. While watching Anan delightfully devour her food, Shen Jun exhaled softly and said, "Anan, your father and mother have separated." Pausing from her battle with the tart, Anan looked up, her large eyes blinking in surprise. "Haven't you two already separated?" During the custody dispute, Anan had already been aware of her parents' marital strife, feeling a pang of guilt. Shen Jun gently patted her head. "This time it's for real. We will no longer be together. Wouldn't Anan be saddened by this?" She set down her tart, her small face displaying a serious expression as she contemplated the situation, making her appear all the more endearing. Then, scrunching her tiny nose, she declared, "As long as Daddy is here, Anan won't be sad. Mommy never liked coming home or spending time with me. She only buys me gifts. But I don't like any of those." With that, Anan wrapped her greasy little hands around Shen Jun, her expression earnest as she proclaimed, "Having Daddy is enough." Shen Jun felt a wave of warmth wash over him, nearly overwhelmed by the affection of his little girl. He scooped her up and gave her a playful kiss, prompting Anan to push him away playfully, exclaiming, "Stop it." The father and daughter engaged in playful antics for a while before Anan resumed her meal, while Shen Jun gazed at her with a heart full of happiness. Having such a daughter in his life felt immensely rewarding. After a moment's thought, Shen Jun took out his phone to capture a photo of the two enjoying their meal together and shared it on social media with the caption, "Once upon a time. We wish for us, now we wish for our future." A somewhat awkward phrase that encapsulated Shen Jun's current thoughts and sentiments. Once, his social media posts were filled with pictures of him and Zhao Wani, and after the arrival of Anan, they transformed into family portraits of the three of them. That was a glimpse of our past. Yet, this time, his photos no longer feature Zhao Wani, and they will never again. Now, it is only him and Anan. This is our present. After dining, Shen Jun took Anya to play at the indoor playground in the mall for a while before hailing a cab back home. Meanwhile, at Xiang Province Television, within a program team, someone was lamenting about a young man who was already showing signs of a receding hairline. Director Lin, we have already selected our 5 guests, actors, singers, directors, and athletes. We've begun reaching out to them. However, we still lack a suitable ordinary guest. Referred to as Director Lin, the slightly balding Lin Jia looked up from his phone, surprised. Is it really so difficult to find an ordinary person? Aren't they everywhere? The speaker wore a pained expression and sighed. The problem is, Director Lin, your requirements are exceedingly high. The guest must be handsome, preferably with a girl child. And the child needs to be attractive as well. Moreover, the guest cannot be an absolute nobody. They must possess talent and substance. Lin Jia raised an eyebrow. What if they are unattractive? Would you still want to see them? The guests we have reached out to so far include 3 little boys. And currently, we only have 1 girl. If we bring in another boy, it would disrupt the balance. We must find a little girl to harmonize the mix. The main appeal of our show is the children. If they aren't charming, what is there to watch? The program team member, looking helpless, responded, but that doesn't count as an ordinary person. It's difficult to find. Lin Jia frowned and replied coldly, difficult or not, we must find one. This is crucial for our show. Just then, Lin Jia casually opened his social media, and a photo appeared on the screen, causing him to pause mid-sentence. No need to search anymore. I will reach out to someone. The division of assets between Shen Jun and Zhao Wani, mandated by her father, was governed by a prenuptial agreement signed before their marriage. Zhao's family business had no connection to Shen Jun whatsoever. In the end, Shen Jun received only one property. The very home where he and Anya currently reside, a spacious flat of nearly 200 square meters, purchased for several million. Upon returning home, Shen Jun first instructed Anya to record her daily practice videos, as she was currently learning classical dance and needed to film her basic exercises each day. He then retrieved his phone and opened a message from Teacher Li. Earlier, Teacher Li had sent him information regarding the curriculum and faculty for the preschool transition class. After a brief glance, Shen Jun inquired, Teacher Li, the fee for 2 months is 59,000, correct? The tuition for the prestigious Yinghuang International Kindergarten is notoriously high. Only affluent children can afford to attend, and this price for the preschool program is considered standard. Not long after, Teacher Li replied, yes, Anyan's father, for 2 months. There's a discount of 600 yuan. Without hesitation, Shen Jun swiftly transferred the 59,000 yuan. After the payment was received, the other party responded, I will prepare the receipt tomorrow. You can pick it up when you come to collect it. Shen Jun typed swiftly, I apologize for troubling you, Teacher Li. I will have to bother you more with an in the future. Smiley face. After resolving An's transition to primary school, Shen Jun let out a soft sigh and opened the recent text message from the bank. After paying An's tuition, his bank balance dwindled to just over 20,000 yuan. While there was some money left in his WeChat and Alipay accounts, the total fell short of 20,000. In essence, he had little over 40,000 yuan remaining. This amount was hardly sufficient, especially with summer vacation approaching, and Anya would soon begin her dance summer training, which would incur additional costs. Furthermore, expenses would arise when she started primary school in September. During this period, there were also living expenses for both of them and various miscellaneous costs for Anya additionally. Shen Jun had promised Anya a trip to Disneyland during the break. A sharp memory of Zhao Wani's piercing words flashed through his mind. You are utterly useless. How will you support your daughter? Shen Jun sighed. Given the current circumstances, he truly found it challenging to care for Anya properly. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, which read Buddy Lin Jia, he answered the call with a hint of surprise. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end exclaimed, Brother Jun, I need your help urgently. Chapter 3. Participation. Lin Jia was a friend Shen Jun had met shortly after his arrival in this world, studying broadcasting and television directing at Shanghai Normal University. At that time, Lin Jia needed a handsome male actor for his graduation project, and through various recommendations, he ended up seeking out Shen Jun. Since it was a friend's introduction, Shen Jun, not wanting to let his friend down, agreed to assist Lin Jia. During the filming, Shen Jun casually suggested a few ideas for the show's format, which greatly inspired Lin Jia, leading to an outstanding graduation project. From that point on, Lin Jia was immensely grateful to Shen Jun, and their relationship gradually deepened. Later, Lin Jia successfully secured a position at Xiangnan television station. thanks to his excellent graduation project and prior university works, and frequently chatted with Shen Jun during this time. Lin Jia regarded Shen Jun as a genius in programming, always bursting with brilliant ideas. When Shen Jun married young, Lin Jia expressed deep regret, believing that marriage had confined him and stifled his extraordinary talent. Upon learning that Shen Jun was at home caring for children, Lin Jia was so shocked that he almost went to confront Zhao Wani. Had Shen Jun not intervened, Lin Jia would have flown back to Shanghai that very year. Due to their heartfelt friendship, Shen Jun occasionally lent a helping hand to Lin Jia over the years. Knowing that Lin Jia had joined the arts channel, Shen Jun would casually share some mature variety show concepts and ideas from his past life. Lin Jia benefited immensely and rose steadily within Xiangnan television station. Now, at just under 30, he had already become quite independent. And it was rumored that the station was preparing to launch a new program. Memories swiftly raced through Shen Jun's mind as he smiled and replied, "Aren't you busy with your program? What kind of emergency can I assist with?" On the other end, Lin Jia sighed and said, "Brother Jun, this isn't just about your inspiration. I've recently been working on a parent-child reality show." Shen Jun recalled their earlier conversation at the beginning of the year regarding the feasibility of such a program, reminiscent of the previous life fests. "Where are we going, Dad? This world has yet to witness such a variety show." At that time, Lin Jia expressed his desire to explore this opportunity, and to his surprise, the program has already come to fruition. Lin Jia continued, stating that the show's premise involves selecting 5 guests, each embodying a distinct role: an actor, a singer, a director, an athlete, and an ordinary person. Currently, 4 of the 5 guests have been secured, leaving only 1 ordinary guest to be found. As Lin Jia spoke, Shen Jun had already deduced his intentions, prompting a light-hearted interruption from him. "So, you have your sights set on me, huh?" Lin Jia responded with a somewhat mischievous chuckle. "Hee, I've been thinking of Brother Jun. If it weren't for sister-in-law getting to it first," Shen Jun replied with a shiver. "Get lost." Lin Jia sighed and earnestly implored, "Brother Jun, you truly must help me this time. In my heart, you are the perfect fit for the ordinary guest. And look at Anya, my lovely niece, so adorable, so beautiful, so intelligent. Don't you think? She's like a little angel. She would shine on television." Lin Jia was well aware of Shen Jun's soft spot and began showering praise on Anya. Although Shen Jun understood the flattery, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Lin Jia continued, "I know you're not fond of work, but you understand our show. It's essentially just a fun outing, right? This summer, you could take Anya on a journey. She hasn't traveled far in her life, has she? The farthest she has been is Suzhou and Hangzhou. Seizing this opportunity to record the show and explore the magnificent landscapes of our great nation would be a splendid choice." Shen Jun felt a stirring in his heart. Lin Jia's words resonated deeply with him. Anya had indeed never ventured far. The opportunity to see the world and experience diverse cultures was enticing. Moreover, Shen Jun's mind was already easing. He was no longer the same as before. He could once afford to live a humble life without concern for money. However, circumstances had changed. He needed financial resources to provide for Anya. Zhao Wani had not relinquished her claim to Anya's custody and was preparing for a legal battle. Without funds, Shen Jun feared he might lose the upcoming lawsuit. Anya was now his sole focus. He must protect her and ensure she grows up joyfully. Lin Jia, now valued by the Xiong province television station, had secured significant investment for the show, and the remuneration offered would undoubtedly be considerable, especially with Lin Jia looking out for him. Furthermore, this variety show represented a comforting return to Shen Jun's previous sphere of ease. There were minimal challenges involved. Thus, when Lin Jia approached him, Shen Jun had already softened, merely intending to tease Lin Jia. At that moment, Lin Jia persisted, "Brother Jun, I know sister-in-law's company is thriving, and you're not worried about finances. I also understand your desire to prioritize family, but are you truly willing to let your immense talent go to waste?" Lin Jia spoke sincerely, straight from the heart. Having known Shen Jun for many years, he was acutely aware of the latter's exceptional abilities, which fueled his admiration for him. Lin Jia continued earnestly, "Brother Jun, really, give yourself a chance to try something new." Before he could finish, Shen Jun interrupted Lin Jia. "I'll participate." "And give what?" Lin Jia suddenly stammered in astonishment and exclaimed. He had endeavored to persuade Shen Jun for many years without success, so Shen Jun's unexpected agreement left him momentarily flabbergasted. Shen Jun chuckled softly, saying, "I will participate in this program. Please send the specific details to my phone for me to review." "Sounds good." Lin Jia, somewhat stuttering and exhilarated, replied, "Brother Jun, you must promise me you cannot go back on your word." He felt as if he were dreaming and worried that Shen Jun might be jesting, anxiously inquired. Rest assured, it's certain. Instantly, Lin Jia burst into joyous laughter. Aha. Then it's settled. If you participate, this program will undoubtedly become a sensation. I will have my assistant draft a contract for you, and I shall personally ensure it meets your satisfaction. Lin Jia was overwhelmed with excitement. In his heart, Shen Jun was no ordinary individual, which was precisely why he had repeatedly sought to persuade him. He yearned for more people to witness Shen Jun's immense talent, and at last, the opportunity had arrived. They chatted for a while about mundane matters, and towards the end of the call, Shen Jun casually remarked, "By the way, I have divorced Zhao Wani, so there is no need to call her sister-in-law anymore." All right. After a brief silence, Lin Jia, far away in Xiang province, hung up the phone. Gazing at the night outside his office, murmuring in realization, "No wonder. I was wondering why Brother Jun suddenly relented. It turns out he is divorced. Good for him. I never thought highly of Zhao Wani. During my visits to Brother Jun's home, she always wore a haughty expression. Moreover, he had long believed that the principal culprit in restraining Brother Jun was Zhao Wani. Now that she was no longer in the picture, Brother Jun could finally spread his wings. At that moment, in Shanghai, after Shen Jun ended the call, another call came in, displaying the contact as Wanru, younger sister. This was Zhao Wani's younger sister, Zhao Wanru, who was 5 years younger and still in university. Shen Jun did not answer, hanging up the call. But the phone rang again almost immediately. With a sigh, he answered. As soon as he picked up, a soft yet urgent voice, reminiscent of a gentle dialect, came through. Brother-in-law, have you really divorced my sister? Chapter 4. Parasite Shen Jun's social media post was rather cryptic, yet those who understood would grasp its meaning instantly. While outsiders might not be privy to the details of his relationship with Zhao Wani, her sister, Zhao Wanru, was undoubtedly well aware. Shen Jun nodded. Yes, we have divorced. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I have already asked your sister to move her belongings. If you need anything, you can reach out to her. Zhao Wanru was quite different from her sister. Since Zhao Wani took over the company, her relationship with Shen Jun had grown increasingly distant and cold. In contrast, Zhao Wanru had become more attached to Shen Jun, often using the pretext of visiting him to come to his home to play or stay for a few days. A room in his house was specifically reserved for Zhao Wanru. Shen Jun felt indifferent towards this sister-in-law, but now that he was divorced, the previous arrangements were no longer suitable. A couple of days ago, he had instructed Zhao Wani to remove all of Zhao Wanru's belongings. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Zhao Wanru's tone grew increasingly urgent, tinged with an unmistakable hint of tears. My sister has gone too far. You have sacrificed so much for this family. Without you, could she have achieved what she has today? She has no idea how wonderful you are. By the end of her statement, the young girl's voice had begun to crack, her sobs punctuating her words. Before Shen Jun could offer any comfort, she abruptly ended the call. Shen Jun, with a sense of resignation, stared at the disconnected phone in his hand and sighed. When he first met Zhao Wani, Zhao Wanru was merely a high school student, deeply enamored with the poignant themes of youthful anguish in literature. In his quest to ingratiate himself, Shen Jun had put on quite a show, captivating the young girl and earning her admiration. The initial stages of his relationship with Zhao Wani flourished largely due to the support of her younger sister, who tirelessly helped him win favor with their parents. After he married Zhao Wani, Shen Jun treated Zhao Wanru as his own sister, caring for her deeply. Zhao's father was often preoccupied with his business, neglecting family matters, while her mother, hailing from a rural background, had a rather traditional and simplistic approach to education. This led to Zhao Wanru's rebellious nature, often resulting in conflicts at home. With Shen Jun's guidance, she gradually found her way back on track, relying on him for assistance with her studies, college applications, and other significant milestones. Consequently, she held a deep trust and gratitude towards him. However, following the divorce, their families became separate entities, and the bond they once shared began to fade with time. Zhao Wanru eventually accustomed herself to this new reality. Shen Jun shook his head, choosing to set aside such trivial matters, and rose to check on his beloved daughter. Anin had completed her practice and was engrossed in a cartoon on her tablet. Upon entering the room, Shen Jun joined her for a while before preparing for bed. The dim light of the night lamp cast a warm glow, as little Anin curled up in his embrace. Her weary eyes struggled to remain open, yet she persisted, saying, Daddy, I want to hear a story. Gently patting her, Shen Jun inquired, well, would you like to hear? Shall I tell you a fairy tale? No, I want to continue hearing the story of ha ha ha. Anin replied, Lacking a vast vocabulary and struggling to recall more complex narratives, she only remembered the sound ha. Shen Jun paused momentarily before chuckling. Ah. It seems you mean Harry Potter. Inen, with her unclear enunciation, echoed, Harry Potter. Shen Jun smiled. Inen, you were so clever. Then let me continue the tale of Harry Potter. For Nun, the story of Harry Potter was somewhat intricate and challenging to grasp. And Shen Jun harbored serious doubts about her understanding. There were far simpler and more enchanting fairy tales available, yet ever since Inen had heard him narrate Harry Potter, the story had captured her imagination. Perhaps it was simply more soothing? With a soft chuckle, Shen Jun's deep, resonant voice began to weave the tale, once upon a time. After Harry won the Quidditch match. In this new life, Shen Jun discovered that his memory had become remarkably sharp, particularly concerning certain aspects of his previous existence, such as the beloved narrative of Harry Potter. In his previous life, when he perused this book, he was merely a teenager, and decades have since passed. Yet, at this very moment, Shen Jun can vividly recall every single word in detail within the pages, as if he possesses an extraordinary memory. Not only does he remember Harry Potter, but everything he read and heard in his past life is now crystal clear in his mind, truly remarkable. Shen Jun speculates that perhaps the overlapping memories from 2 lifetimes have endowed him with such astonishing recall. This exceptional memory significantly aids Shen Jun in nurturing and educating Inen, particularly as she has grown accustomed to falling asleep to bedtime stories. Occasionally, she requests him to serenade her. Had it not been for Shen Jun's abundant reservoir of knowledge from his previous life, he would have long been exhausted by her demands. As Shen Jun's storytelling gently flowed through the bedroom, Inen's large eyes finally succumbed to slumber, her breathing steady. After tucking her in, Shen Jun turned off the light and settled in beside her. Meanwhile, in a standalone villa in the bustling city of Shanghai, the vivacious Zhao Wanru, filled with indignation, forcefully pushed open the door. The villa was ablaze with light, adorned with gilded decorations that exuded opulence. In the living room sat 3 figures, Shen Jun's former father-in-law, Zhao Junhan, peering at his phone through reading glasses, his former mother-in-law, Sun Lanfang, perched on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while engrossed in a television drama, and his ex-wife, Zhao Wani, sitting upright at the bar, frowning at her computer screen. Upon the unexpected return of Zhao Wanru, Sun Lanfang exclaimed in surprise, Wanru, why are you back? ISNT today only Wednesday? Zhao Wanru, attending university in Jinling, typically returned to Shanghai only on weekends or holidays. So her sudden arrival bewildered the family. Ignoring Sun Lanfang's words, Zhao Wanru's gaze fixated on Zhao Wani, and she angrily declared, Sister, how could you divorce someone who treats you so well? How can you be so heartless? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glared at Zhao Wani. Before Zhao Wani could respond, Sun Lanfang, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, interjected with a sharp, mocking tone, Shen Jun? He is nothing but a parasite. A leech feeding off our Zhao family. A worthless good-for-nothing. A mere pretty face. Any random man would surpass him. It's for the best that you parted ways. Sun Lanfang's disdain was palpable. She had long held a low opinion of Shen Jun, who contributed nothing and merely consumed what the Zhao family provided. I want to allow you to speak of my brother-in-law that way, Zhao Wanru retorted urgently. To her, Shen Jun was the epitome of a good man, gentle, considerate, diligent, talented, and handsome. Were it not for him, she might have dropped out of high school and drifted into a life of aimlessness, never reaching her current position. In Zhao Wanru's heart, her trust in Shen Jun surpassed even that of her parents. Chapter 5. Brother-in-law Sun Lanfang's face turned ashen as she pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Wanru, gritting her teeth in rage. You. What kind of enchantment has he cast upon you to make you so bewitched? That pretty boy? As the two engaged in a heated argument, Zhao Wani, seated at the bar, finally lifted her gaze, furrowing her brow as she remarked, You came back so late just to discuss this? Her tone was remarkably flat, even tinged with impatience, as though the matter of divorce was trivial to her. Zhao Wanru felt a pang in her heart, and, with a quivering voice, implored. Brother-in-law clearly loves you so much, treating you with such kindness. You have journeyed together since university, and now have the lovely Inen. Why must you divorce? Zhao Wani casually replied to a message on her computer before stating coolly, Because we are incompatible. Zhao Wanru countered, but brother-in-law Zhao Wani abruptly interrupted. I need a man who stands beside me, not a good-for-nothing who lacks ambition. The last 2 words escaped Zhao Wani's lips like ice, their harshness causing Zhao Wanru's eyes to well with tears. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, her voice trembling and choked with emotion, Brother-in-law is not a good-for-nothing. You will regret this. At Zhao Wanru's words, Zhao Wani scoffed. Ha! Indeed, I regret it. Regret being blind to it all from the start. Her voice dripped with disdain and contempt, piercing Zhao Wanru's heart. Zhao Wanru felt her breath grow increasingly labored, the pain in her chest intensifying as she glared at Zhao Wani, her voice hoarse yet defiant. You will regret this. With that final exclamation, Zhao Wani turned on her heel and stormed out of the villa. In the room, Zhao's father, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Should we? But before he could finish, Sun Lanfang coldly interrupted. No need. She has money in her account. She will manage to stay at a hotel. With that, Sun Lanfang, her expression sour, sharply scolded. Isn't it Shen Jun who sent her here? How amusing. I thought he had a bit of backbone, but he left so easily. Ugh, a mere gigolo. After venting her frustrations, Sun Lanfang felt considerably better and turned to Zhao Wani at the bar, saying, Wani, now that you have divorced, make haste to find another. Don't let this good-for-nothing drag you down any longer. Wasn't he President Sun from Shanghai pursuing you recently? He is quite impressive, only 30 and already has built such a substantial enterprise. Zhao Wani had already returned her attention to the documents on her computer, responding to Sun Lanfang's incessant chatter with a nonchalant, I am aware. The city of Shanghai had entered the rainy season, with fine, persistent rain falling as night enveloped it, adding an air of mystique to the bustling metropolis. Due to her routine of caring for Anya, Shen Jun slept lightly at night. Suddenly, a faint knock echoed through the stillness. Shen Jun, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes, initially thinking he had imagined it. But moments later, the knock came again. Furrowing his brow, he rose. His apartment complex, while not particularly upscale, had decent security. Without a key, no one could enter the building, let alone access the elevator. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Perplexed, Shen Jun approached the door, slipping on his slippers, and peered through the peephole, only to behold a disheveled figure standing outside. He quickly opened the door to find Zhao Wanru, drenched and shivering on the threshold. Shen Jun was taken aback and whispered in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhao Wanru would seek him out so late, and in such a disheveled state. Upon seeing her brother-in-law, the grievances and heartache that Zhao Wanru had bottled up all night surged forth in an instant. Her eyes reddened, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Brother-in-law, Zhao Wanru's voice trembled as she rushed into Shen Jun's embrace. Before he could react, she had already thrown herself into his arms, clinging to him tightly as if fearing he might vanish. Shen Jun was momentarily stunned, but then he gently patted Zhao Wanru's shoulder, comforting her as one would a child. It's all right, Wanru. I'm here. After a while, Zhao Wanru's emotions began to stabilize, prompting Shen Jun to usher her inside. You should take a hot shower, he suggested, noting her soaked attire with concern. Zhao Wanru, now somewhat calmed, recalled the warmth of Shen Jun's embrace and bashfully replied, all right. Having frequently stayed at Shen Jun's home, Zhao Wanru navigated the space with ease and quickly made her way to the bathroom. However, once she finished showering, they both realized a pressing issue. Shen Jun had already moved all of Zhao Wanru's belongings and clothes to Zhao Wanru's place, leaving her without anything to wear. The clothes she had on were utterly drenched and far too small. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jun retrieved one of his shirts and a pair of shorts. You can wear my clothes for now. I'll wash yours and have them dried in no time. I'll hang them on the doorknob. Once he set her clothes aside, Shen Jun retreated to the living room. A rustling sound emanated from the bathroom, and before long, Zhao Wanru emerged. She bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Wanru, both being stunningly beautiful. However, while Zhao Wanru possessed sharp and striking features, which had become more pronounced after taking over the company, Zhao Wanru exuded a youthful vitality, embodying sweetness and innocence. Having just stepped out of the shower, droplets of water still clung to her skin, accentuating her fair complexion, which now glowed with a rosy hue. The oversized collar of the shirt revealed a generous expanse of her delicate collarbone, while her calves, peeking out from beneath the shorts, were equally fair and slender. When Shen Jun turned to glance at her, his eyelids fluttered, and he swiftly averted his gaze. Zhao Wanru, feeling somewhat flustered and shy, took a seat on the sofa. Now fully composed, she felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Why had she returned to Shanghai on a Wednesday? And what had compelled her to come here? Shen Jun, puzzled, inquired, having previously told Zhao Wanru that everything had been moved and that she could reach out to her sister if needed, indicating it was time to gradually sever ties. Yet he had not expected this young lady to come running in the middle of the night. I had a quarrel with my sister, Zhao Wanru admitted, biting her lip, which only made her already rosy lips appear even more vibrant. In a fit of anger, "I just ran out. I really had nowhere else to go, so I thought of coming to find you." After leaving her home, she had wandered aimlessly outside the community until the rain began to fall. Initially, she intended to take a taxi to a hotel, but when the opportunity arose, the address that slipped from her lips was none other than Shen Jun's home. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to see her brother-in-law. She was uncertain about the reasons behind her yearning. Deep down, she understood that after her sister's divorce, they were no longer family. Moreover, her brother-in-law had subtly indicated during a phone call that they should maintain less contact going forward. Yet, inexplicably, she longed to see him. The thought that she might never see him again filled her with dread, causing her eyes to well up with tears once more. Chapter 6. The kindness of my brother-in-law. Observing the young girl on the verge of tears, Shen Jun sighed inwardly and rose to fetch the ginger tea he had just prepared. "Drink some ginger tea," he urged, as the sharp scent of ginger reached her. Zhao Wanru scrunched her nose, her expression momentarily stiffening. Shen Jun placed the bowl down, ensuring it was not too hot, and handed it to her. "I added brown sugar, so it's not too pungent. Drink it, or you'll catch a cold tomorrow." Hesitantly, Zhao Wanru accepted the bowl, took a deep breath, and steeled herself before gulping it down in one go, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner afterward. Shen Jun chuckled, "An inn can handle it better than you. Have a piece of candy." He offered her a piece of candy he had prepared earlier, and she quickly popped it into her mouth. Throughout her life, the food she detested most were ginger and cilantro. These two ingredients could drive her to despair. She had always avoided them, refusing to touch any dish containing either. No one in her family had ever noticed this peculiarity. Perhaps her mother, Sun Lanfang, had noticed and scolded her for being picky, insisting she should eat what she didn't like or go hungry. However, her brother-in-law, having known her for only a short time, had quickly discerned her aversions. From then on, he made it a point to cook without ginger and cilantro, even specifically instructing waitstaff when dining out. Zhao Wanru inhaled deeply, stifling the tears brought forth by the ginger's spiciness, and mumbled, "My brother-in-law is truly wonderful." Shen Jun, having gone to the kitchen to put away the bowl, did not hear her words. Upon returning, he said, "Send your mother a message, let her know you've settled in, so she won't worry." Zhao Wanru pouted. "She wouldn't worry about me." Nonetheless, she took out her phone and sent a message to Sun Lanfang, omitting the detail of staying at Shen Jun's home, merely stating that she had found accommodation at a hotel. There was no response from her mother. Shen Jun sighed softly. "In the future, don't run away after arguments, especially at such late hours. It's too dangerous. Do you understand?" Zhao Wanru sat obediently on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Jun, nodding earnestly. Yet, Shen Jun seriously doubted that Zhao Wanru had truly absorbed his words, as he had repeated such advice numerous times before. With a resigned sigh, he said, "You'll stay here tonight, and tomorrow you should return to school promptly." "All right." Zhao Wanru's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Shen Jun quickly prepared her room, having washed and dried her clothes, which he neatly placed at her bedside. It was already past 11 o'clock, and Shen Jun finally said, "Get to bed early." Zhao Wanru nodded obediently while sitting on her bed. As Shen Jun exited the room, he prepared to close the door behind her. In the room, Zhao Wanru suddenly called out, "Shen Jun." Shen Jun paused, glancing at Zhao Wanru with a puzzled expression. With a calm demeanor, Zhao Wanru bid him good night. "Good night." Shen Jun nodded and closed the door. Instantly, the room fell into silence. The sound of lights being turned off echoed from the living room, and Shen Jun's footsteps gradually faded away, eventually disappearing altogether. At that moment, Zhao Wanru could no longer maintain her composure. She exhaled a long sigh and slumped weakly against the headboard of the bed. Her hands, concealed beneath the covers, had already begun to perspire. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she covered her face with her hands, reflecting on the impulsive words she had just spoken. "Shen Jun, good night." This was the first time she had uttered his name. Her face grew increasingly warm, prompting her to bury her visage deep within the clothes Shen Jun had washed for her. The following day, Anya awoke to find Zhao Wanru already up. A look of surprise lit up her small face as she donned her princess robe, her short legs carrying her swiftly toward Zhao Wanru. "Auntie, Anya." Their mutual affection was palpable. Anya, who was not particularly close to her mother, Zhao Wani, shared a deep bond with her aunt Zhao Wanru. Shen Jun shook his head as he observed the two bouncing with joy. "Hurry and wash your faces. It's time for breakfast." With her aunt present, Anya no longer needed Shen Jun to accompany her in washing up. She promptly climbed onto a small stool, squeezing in beside Zhao Wanru at the sink. That morning, Shen Jun prepared ham and egg pancakes, accompanied by refreshing kelp and diced ham. Over the years of caring for Anin, Shen Jun had honed his culinary skills to perfection. The pancakes were golden and enticing. After taking a bite, Zhao Wanru exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, this is absolutely delicious. Having you around is such a blessing." Anin wholeheartedly agreed, her little face serious as she declared. "Anin is happy. Higi, Annie is happy too." After breakfast, Shen Jun and Zhao Wanru first took Anin to kindergarten. And then Shen Jun accompanied Zhao Wanru to the high-speed train station. With graduation approaching, it was time to contemplate future endeavors, whether to pursue further studies or enter the workforce. If the latter, he would need to start looking out for autumn recruitment opportunities. Shen Jun rambled on a bit. Zhao Wanru nodded earnestly, and just before entering the station, she turned to Shen Jun, her eyes brimming with reluctance and longing. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Shen Jun gently inquired. Zhao Wanru took a deep breath and, with a pitiful expression, asked, "Can you hug me?" Shen Jun chuckled. "Aren't you a bit too old for that? You're just like Anin." Anin always needed a hug from Shen Jun before entering school, and Shen Jun assumed Zhao Wanru was imitating her. Without further thought, he opened his arms for a brief embrace. Zhao Wanru nestled her head into Shen Jun's chest, inhaling deeply. Before Shen Jun could fully register the moment, she released her grip, turned, and dashed into the station, waving with a smile as she called out, "Brother-in-law, goodbye." Shen Jun waved back with a smile. After Zhao Wanru entered the station and turned the corner, disappearing from sight, Shen Jun finally turned and left the station. As soon as Shen Jun turned to leave, Zhao Wanru, who had just disappeared around the corner, emerged, pursing her lips as she watched Shen Jun fade into the distance. She had intended to ask, "Brother-in-law, may I still visit you as freely as before?" However, she refrained from uttering the latter part of her inquiry, fearing that voicing it would deprive her of future opportunities to seek out Shen Jun. Meanwhile, Lin Jia exhibited remarkable efficiency, managing to finalize the contract by the very next day. Upon reviewing the document, Shen Jun noted the terms were exceptionally generous. The fee for a single appearance was set at 150,000, potentially reaching 2 million for an entire season. This sum did not even account for advertising revenues. Such a figure already rivaled the appearance fees of third-tier artists. Even through the lens of Shen Jun's past life, this contract was undeniably advantageous. For someone like him, a complete novice without any foundational experience, obtaining such a premium contract would have been impossible without Lin Jia's assistance. Shen Jun sent Lin Jia a message. "Thanks, brother." Lin Jia quickly replied, "Looking forward to seeing you in Xiang." Shen Jun chuckled. "Once Anin returns from school, I'll consult her opinion. If all is well, we can finalize it tonight. No rush." That evening, after picking Anin up from school and having dinner, Shen Jun handed her the printed contract. Anin took it. Puzzled, "Daddy, what is this?" "It's a contract," Shen Jun replied with a smile, then explained, "Do you remember Uncle Lin Jia?" "I do." Anin nodded enthusiastically. Uncle Lin Jia was very kind to her, sending birthday gifts each year and having a remarkable tolerance for spicy food, which made quite an impression on Anin. Chapter 7. Soft advertisement for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Uncle Lin Jia is producing a show that will be aired on television, featuring plenty of other children participating alongside them. Now, Uncle Lin Jia has invited both Daddy and Anin to join. Would you like to participate? Shen Jun endeavored to describe the variety show in terms that Anin could comprehend, while she remained somewhat confused. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of being on television and meeting other children. Anin wants to be on TV. Daddy needs to explain everything to me in advance. He elaborated that, aside from the fun, the living conditions might be rather challenging, involving small thatched cottages with less than ideal food. Additionally, Anin would need to be obedient. Listening to both her father and Uncle Lin Jia, Shen Jun preemptively discussed potential challenges she might encounter during the program, aligning with his educational philosophy. Although Anin was still young, Shen Jun always sought her input on matters. After listening to her father's description, Anin's big eyes fell into a moment of contemplation. Seemingly pondering his words carefully, "I will listen. Anin wants to participate." Ultimately, Anin nodded earnestly. Shen Jun smiled and tousled her hair. "In that case, let us sign the contract together." With her small hand grasping the pen, Shen Jun gently held her tiny hand. And together they inscribed the name Shen Anin and Shen Jun on the contract. With the contract signed, Shen Jun was officially set to join Where Are We Going? Dad? Lin Jia added Shen Jun to the notification group of the program team, where the other guests had already been finalized over the past few days. Upon joining the group, Shen Jun glanced at the announcement. The program was set to commence on July 3rd, coinciding with the third day of an summer vacation, likely to accommodate the schedules of other children as well. The show would adopt a premiere format, with each episode spanning 3 days, during which they would reside at designated filming locations akin to the previous season of Where Are We Going, Dad? Notably, there were 5 groups of guests in total, and upon inspection, Shen Jun realized that everyone else was quite renowned, leaving him as the sole, ordinary individual. Shen Jun couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing Lin Jia's considerable faith in him. Shortly after joining the group, someone added him via the chat, identified as the program assistant. Upon confirming the friend request, Shen Jun was greeted with a brief introduction. "Hello, Teacher Shen. I am your program assistant, Fong Li, and I will be coordinating with you throughout the filming process." Shen Jun replied, "Thank you for your assistance." Fong Li responded with a smile and further elaborated, "The program will be broadcast in a premiere format. I would like to discuss the filming content with you to facilitate your and the child's preparations. On the first day, we will begin filming from home, starting early in the morning." A week later, on the official premiere date of Where Are We Going, Dad? The program team arrived at Shen Jun's residence before dawn, fully equipped and ready for the broadcast. The other guest groups were in similar situations. The program would simultaneously premiere all 5 groups, culminating in a gathering at the shooting location. Assistant Fong Li remarked, "Teacher Shen, we have 10 minutes until the official broadcast. Are you prepared?" Shen Jun nodded. Since filming commenced at home, he had tidied away his personal belongings days in advance, ensuring everything was in order. He couldn't help but wonder if Anya would wake up like a little piglet. To maintain the show's authenticity, filming would begin with waking the child, and Anya was still peacefully asleep in bed. The countdown passed swiftly. 3, 2, 1. Recording officially began, with cameras rolling in the room. Assistant Fong Li appeared on screen, softly announcing, "Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the large-scale parent-child reality show, Where Are We Going, Dad? I am Assistant Fong Li. We have just arrived at one of our guests' homes, ready to wake up our little star." As she spoke, the premiere channel began to fill rapidly. Despite the early hour, many viewers, having eagerly anticipated the program due to extensive online promotion in the preceding days, were already waiting with excitement. "I'm so sleepy. I can't wait to see the cute little ones." Many viewers commented. "I thought this was a hoax," exclaimed another, surprising the guests at home early in the morning. "This show is intriguing, quite genuine." The premiere channel buzzed with comments, while viewers inquired about the identities of the guest groups. Each of the 5 guests had their own premiere channel, but for the sake of entertainment, the program team chose not to disclose which channel corresponded to which guest. Currently, the online audience is in a state of frenzy. For instance, during the live broadcast, a viewer exclaimed, "Song Xiao, I'm here." Song Xiao is one of the guests, a popular idol star who, despite being over 30, still retains a devoted fan base of admirers. Fong Li chose to ignore the comments in the live room and, instead, followed closely behind Shen Jun with the camera. For added intrigue, the show deliberately concealed the father's true identity, allowing the audience to guess which father corresponds to the baby. Thus, Shen Jun's face remained hidden from the viewers, revealing only a tall and imposing figure. Given his height, one might hastily guess it to be Song Xiao. Upon entering, his muscular physique suggested he must be the athlete Su Hang. Please excuse my attention to detail. However, is Su Hang really that tall? Amidst the speculation, Shen Jun had already entered the bedroom, and without him as a barrier, Shen Nin had sprawled across the bed. At this moment, he lay in a comical position, resembling a little piglet, prompting Shen Jun to rub his temples in exasperation. The scene on the bed was instantly broadcast to countless viewers, many of whom burst into laughter, commenting, "I can't stop laughing. Why is this child sleeping sideways? Just like me, I prefer sleeping sideways too. This is a social death moment. I now believe the production team has no script. It's too authentic." While the audience was commenting, Shen Jun had crouched by the bed and gently called out, "Anya, it's time to get up." Although the viewers could not see Shen Jun's face, they could hear his deep, magnetic voice, which momentarily silenced the comments in the live room. "Ah, that voice is incredible. I'm dying. If I could just hear that, I wouldn't feel sleepy at all. Such a sexy voice. My mind is blown. I'm wide awake now. Suddenly, I wish to be that little girl. I want someone to call me too. Whose voice is that? It must be Song Xiao. His lines are so pleasant, but it doesn't sound quite right." Shen Jun was utterly oblivious to the fact that his simple words had ignited a frenzy in the live room. At that moment, he was earnestly trying to rouse Anya. This morning, they had risen earlier than usual, and although Shen Jun had ensured Anya went to bed early the night before, the little one was still reluctant to get up, clinging to Shen Jun's neck and sleepily murmuring, "Daddy, I'm sleepy." Anyan's words sent the already buzzing live room into another uproar. My heart can't take the sweetness. Oh my gosh, a college student is showing a paternal smile. So adorable. You've tricked me into wanting a daughter. Is this show a subtle advertisement for the Civil Affairs Bureau? Chapter 8. A resounding slap in the face. Anyan's voice, naturally sweet, became even more endearing as he playfully called out, a tone too irresistible for the audience who had likely never encountered such sweetness before, even after hearing it for years. Shen Jun's heart softened at the sound. However, as the filming was ongoing and they had a flight to catch, Shen Jun had to summon the firmness to waken it. Gently coaxing, "Anyan, we must get up to film the show. Daddy told you about it yesterday. We'll be on television." Only then did Anyan, still in a daze, slowly open his eyes. As Anyan faced the camera, her large, grape-like eyes opened wide, instantly captivating the audience. A chorus of excitement erupted in the premiere room. Where did this little angel come from? How adorable! Whose daughter is this? Absolutely precious. At that moment, Anyan also noticed the unfamiliar faces in the room, but with her father by her side, she felt no fear. Yawning, she declared, "Anyan wants to be on television." Shen Jun smiled and embraced her, asking, "Shall we get up, Anyan?" She reached out for a kiss, saying, "Daddy, kiss." Shen Jun planted a kiss on her cheek, eliciting a wave of envy from the viewers, who clamored for their own kisses. After the production team exited, Shen Jun dressed Anyan, and when she reappeared on camera, she had transformed into a charming little princess. Such an adorable little darling. She looks so soft and sweet. Whose precious child is this? I adore her. For this little cutie, I must get a membership. The premiere audience buzzed with excitement, some admitting they had resisted for 3 years but felt compelled to subscribe for her sake. While the premiere audience chattered, Shen Jun and Anyan had already begun their morning routine. Shen Jun had always encouraged Anyan to brush her teeth and wash her face independently, fostering her self-reliance. Thus, viewers were treated to the sight of Anyan, both obedient and delightful, standing side by side with her father as they brushed their teeth, a scene that stirred a longing in many viewers to have daughters of their own. The morning premiere for Shen Jun and Anyan proceeded smoothly, in stark contrast to the chaos unfolding in other premiere rooms. Director Lin Jia was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Director, Song Xiu's son is crying incessantly, and she can't calm him down. What should we do? Director, Zhang Xuei's son refuses to get out of bed. What now? Director, Wang Hai's daughter is too shy and keeps hiding from the camera. What are we to do? Lin Jia had anticipated various challenges during the premiere of this parent-child reality show, the first of its kind in the country. However, he never imagined that the broadcast would face such a barrage of difficulties right from the start, with the children of all 3 guest families unable to film normally. The viewer count in the premiere room was plummeting. These viewers had been drawn in by previous promotions and the production team's efforts, and losing them would result in significant losses. Fortunately, among the 5 groups of guests, 2 were performing steadily, particularly Shen Jun and Anyan's group, who did not disappoint Lin Jia. As he watched the audience numbers in their premiere room rise, Lin Jia immediately notified the technical department, redirect all traffic to premiere room 5. Assistants in the other rooms, shift the focus and capture other content for now. With the technical department's strategic guidance, an increasing number of viewers flocked to Shen Jun and Anyan's premiere room, showering Anyan with adoration. In contrast to the other children's resistance, tantrums, and disheveled appearances, the well-behaved and charming Anyan radiated like a little angel. Notably, she showed no fear of the camera, often rushing to the front, her curious, grape-like eyes wide as she peered into the lens. The viewers behind the camera were utterly enchanted. As the traffic was directed towards Shen Jun and Anyan's premiere room, the viewer count, which had been steadily declining, finally stabilized. As the morning rush hour commenced, the program's viewership began to surge rapidly. Lin Jia heaved a sigh of relief. Although the show had been categorized under the Hunan Provincial Television, many within the network were skeptical about its potential. After all, there had never been a parent-child reality show of this kind in the country. It was a pioneering endeavor, boldly presented in a premiere format. Many at the network believed the show would ultimately fail, eagerly awaiting its downfall. Thankfully, the initial ratings were stable, and viewership metrics continued to rise. If this trend persisted, the program would likely secure its footing. However, just as Lin Jia was reveling in this momentary success, a staff member monitoring the data exclaimed, "This is bad. We've suddenly received a surge of negative comments online." Others echoed similar concerns, indicating that the platform's ratings might plummet below a score of 7 if this continued. Lin Jia was taken aback. What happened? He and the production team quickly accessed the negative feedback collected by the technical staff and soon discovered the source of the issue. It turned out that all 5 groups of guests had already risen and were preparing breakfast. The adverse reviews stemmed from this very meal. In the premiere footage, it was the mothers who prepared breakfast for the children, while the fathers stood idly by or busied themselves with other tasks. While this could be considered normal, a popular online influencer criticized the show, stating, "The program is called Where Are the Dads? I expected to see fathers engaging with their children. Yet all I see are mothers cooking breakfast. It's misleading. Perhaps the show should be renamed Where Are the Moms? Moreover, why is cooking exclusively the domain of women? What are these fathers doing?" Such remarks ignited a significant public discourse, initially sparking debates among viewers about who should prepare breakfast at home, which later escalated into a broader feminist discussion, culminating in a wave of negative reviews. Lin Jia took a deep breath. Had so much turmoil already arisen within just half an hour of the show's debut? Rubbing his head in frustration, he instructed, "Have the company immediately manage the public discourse. We must not be swept away by the tide of opinions. Notify all group assistants to remind the guests to expedite their segments or skip this content altogether." Just as the staff began to mobilize, one member suddenly reported, "The online sentiment has improved. It seems we may not need to intervene." Lin Jia's expression shifted from annoyance to curiosity as he heard another staff member say, "It's the 5th live studio." With that, the production team switched the screen to the footage from the 5th studio, capturing everyone's attention. This particular studio featured Shen Jun and Anya. In the live footage, a delightful little girl, resembling a princess, sat obediently at the dining table. The unseen father emerged from the kitchen, calling out, "Anya, put away your tablet. It's time to eat." The adorable girl sweetly responded, "Time for food." The camera then panned upward, capturing both the charming girl and the breakfast spread laid out on the table. Upon the dining table lay a generous platter of plump, sumptuous xiaomai, accompanied by a dish of fragrant, tender, and delicately golden pumpkin pancakes, each item exuding an enticing aroma. 2 bowls of pumpkin millet porridge complemented the scene, alongside a selection of simple yet refreshing pickled vegetables. The visual feast was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Even the production team found themselves momentarily distracted by hunger, with many stomachs audibly rumbling. Viewers in the premiere room could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming how delectable everything appeared, with one declaring, "I could devour an entire plate of that xiaomai." The egg-filled pancake in hand suddenly lost its appeal. How could someone like me, an early riser, withstand such temptation? The culinary skills displayed were astounding. This father was truly remarkable. The little one is so fortunate. Some remarked, just the other day, people online claimed there was no father who could cook. Now their assumptions have been swiftly disproven. Indeed, I too had come across the trending discussions online, and it was evident that he was quite the chef. Chapter 9. Song Xiu Yet. Some remained skeptical about the breakfast being prepared by the father. Are you certain this was made by him? It looks like frozen convenience food. They argued that it was inappropriate to serve instant meals to children. However, a rebuttal quickly followed. "I apologize, but I witnessed it all. I saw An's father make it with my own eyes." In the program, Shen Jun called out for An, and thus, longtime viewers had already learned the little girl's name. Those present raised their hands in affirmation, having seen An's father cooking pancakes. An's father is incredible. It seems he is capable of any household chore. I wonder who he is among the guests. I am enamored. An was adorable, her father exceptionally talented. And my fondness for the show continued to grow. Observing the stream of positive comments in the premiere room, Lin Jia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Without a moment's hesitation, let's continue to direct traffic to Studio 5. She arranged for clips from Studio 5's premiere to be shared online to address public sentiment. Having completed her tasks, Lin Jia glanced at an Shen Jun in the premiere room and quietly murmured, "Jun Gu is impressive." Before long, the public discourse quieted. And with all 5 groups of guests departing for the airport, the program's debut concluded satisfactorily. Assistant Fong Li waved at the camera. "Dear viewers, our premiere is coming to a temporary close. Please give us a like and follow along. We will be back at 10:30 sharp in 3 hours. Don't miss it." As the equipment powered down, Fong Li gave Shen Jun a thumbs up. "Teacher Shen, the data from our premiere was exceptional. We ranked first in viewership among the 5 groups." As a rising star host from the Hunan provincial television station, Fong Li had initially felt disheartened about being assigned to work with ordinary individuals, given their lack of fanfare and topics of discussion, which inevitably meant fewer camera shots. A dearth of screen time equated to a lack of visibility, a disaster for any host. She had even prepared herself mentally for a lack of camera exposure and had devised numerous guiding content in advance. To her surprise, the program launched with remarkable success, and the premiere room's viewership surged to first place among the 5 guest groups. This unexpected outcome led to Fong Li gaining recognition among numerous viewers. Fong Li gazed at Shen Jun with captivating eyes. "That's good," Shen Jun responded with a smile. Although familiar with the program from his previous life, he felt a tinge of uncertainty after several years away from the spotlight. As long as the data was favorable, there would be no pitfalls for Lin Jia. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the production team swiftly arrived at the airport. The filming location for the first episode was an ancient town in southern Hunan province. 5 groups of guests from across the country would gather in this picturesque village. At 10:30 a.m., the program Where Are We Going, Dad? Continued its broadcast, with all 5 guest groups launching their debut streams. Following a morning of anticipation, particularly due to Hunan Television's captivating clips circulating online, coupled with enthusiastic support from numerous netizens, Where Are We Going, Dad? Began to gain traction, even trending with 2 hot search terms. The most popular segment featured Shen Jun calling Anya to wake up, in his adorable sleeping posture, combined with Shen Jun's magnetic, deep voice, and in An's final sleepy, endearing coo, captivated viewers. This brief video, lasting less than 10 seconds, amassed over 300,000 likes within the morning alone. Countless netizens flooded the comments with pleas for daughters. The program gained widespread recognition, leading to increased attention on Shen Jun and An's debut stream. Initially, the account had only 50,000 followers, bolstered by the production team as purchases. However, following the morning's broadcast and its subsequent momentum, the follower count skyrocketed to 200,000. Consequently, upon launch, the stream was inundated with thousands of viewers eagerly awaiting the show. "Finally, it's time. We've been waiting all morning," shouted fans, clamoring for kisses and hugs for the adorable Anya. "One vote for you, one vote for me," they exclaimed, causing Anya to blush, feeling as though she had wandered into the wrong scene. All 5 groups of guests agreed. Anya was the most adorable. They wanted Anya. They also desired Anya's father. "Seems like upstairs wants a lot," someone remarked, but Anya's father is already taken. The competition narrowed to just 1. Watching the viewer count climb, Lin Jia beamed, nodding at Shen Jun from a distance before speaking into her earpiece. "We can begin." As her words settled, Fong Li stepped into the streaming frame, smiling warmly at the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Assistant Fong Li." The comments erupted. "The assistant is quite charming. I want the assistant." Ignoring the comment section, Fong Li continued to introduce, "We have now arrived at the filming location for this episode. The ancient village of Shabu in Ling'an City, Hunan Province. This village dates back to the Qing dynasty, over a century ago. The 5 groups of guests will live here for 3 days, during which they will encounter various challenges and trials. We wonder if the fathers and their little ones will successfully navigate these challenges. Let us wait and see." Earlier this morning, viewers had already met the 5 adorable children, and I believe many are quite curious about their fathers. The comments surged. "Curious? Who exactly is Anya's father?" The morning dawned with a sense of eager anticipation. "Can we announce it now?" Fong Li smiled gently at the camera, without any unnecessary suspense, and stated, "Next, we will reveal the arrival times of the 5 fathers." As her words echoed, the lively theme music for the guests filled the premiere studio, and the 5 guests approached the camera in order of their introduction. The first to appear was a somewhat charming yet roguish young man, whose presence instantly electrified the studio. Song Xiao, brother, the charming young master, a peerless gentleman. Indeed. It was the idol star Song Xiao, the most prominent figure of this episode, a top-tier celebrity in the country. Even after the revelation of his marriage and fatherhood a few years back, his fan base remained largely intact. He is now attempting a transformation in his career. Song Xiao confidently entered the studio, holding the hand of a little boy. He greeted the audience with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Song Xiao. This is my son, Song Lei, whose nickname is Shirtu." Instantly, the studio was flooded with comments. I had already guessed it. Shirtu resembles his brother quite a bit, especially that lovely nose. I thought this little boy was Su Heng's son. Song Xiao is so handsome. I adore him. Ladies, let us propel our brother onto the trending list. As a top idol, Song Xiao's charisma was undeniably remarkable. His entrance triggered a surge of fervent fans, causing a flurry of comments to flood the screen. The premiere studio quickly climbed to the top of the trending charts, with even more fans streaming in, as the previously modest viewer count skyrocketed. Following Song Xiu, a slightly portly middle-aged man entered, holding the hand of a little girl. The man first greeted Song Xiu before addressing the camera. "Hello everyone, I am director Wang Hai. This is my daughter, Wang Sherwin." Wang Hai's introduction was somewhat stiff compared to Song Xiu's relaxed demeanor, prompting many in the studio to exclaim, "So it's Director Wang. I thought he was an ordinary person. Goodness, Director Wang may not be the most handsome, but his daughter is absolutely adorable." Wang Hai is a well-known filmmaker in the country, having directed numerous blockbuster films with a cumulative box office exceeding 5 billion, making him recognizable to many viewers. Next was the third guest, a short but robust man with a buzz cut, accompanied by a cheerful little boy. "Hello everyone, I am athlete Su Hong. This is my son, Su Yang, also known as Yang Ong." Su Hong, the Olympic champion from last year, is widely known for his record-breaking prowess, earning him considerable fame. Only two groups of guests remained. One was the singer Zhang Xue, and the other was an ordinary person. Zhang Xue is quite handsome. Couldn't it be his daughter? I recall Zhang Xue has a son. Zhang Xue has a lovely singing voice. It aligns perfectly with that morning voice. Amidst the speculations in the premiere studio, the renowned singer Zhang Xue made his entrance, stylishly dressed. Although he is said to be in his 40s, he appeared to be barely in his 30s. Zhang Xue holds a young child, a boy. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhang Xue. This is my precious one, Zhang Xu Guang, whom you may affectionately call Guangzai." As a prominent singer, Zhang Xue boasts a considerable fan base, second only to actor Song Xiu. However, following his introduction, the live chat was devoid of significant discussion, as all attention was diverted to the final group of guests. Inen is currently the most popular among the 5 children, attracting many viewers who tuned in primarily for her. Initially, speculation arose that Inen might be the daughter of either Song Xiu or Zhang Xue. But the guest lineup has now been fully revealed. It turns out, none of those assumptions were correct. Furthermore, the truth is now apparent. Inen and her father stand as the sole pair of ordinary guests among the 5 groups. Is it truly so? Inen, so adorable, is an ordinary guest? I had envisioned her father as a striking figure, only to discover he is an everyday person. I had even imagined the face of Song Xiu in my mind. Who could blame me? When I called for my brother to wake up this morning, I had already envisioned him, intending to record his voice as my alarm. Alas, it would have been better had this remained undisclosed. My heart is shattered. With Inen being so charming and beautiful, how can her father be an ordinary man? Oh, the perfect idol of my dreams. My imagined husband. My dreams have been shattered. As for Shen Jun, he is skilled in cooking, possesses a pleasant demeanor, and is gentle and considerate, coupled with the speculation that he might be Song Xiu or Zhang Xue. His good looks have led many viewers to dub him the ideal man of their dreams. Consequently, numerous individuals now express their disillusionment, with many declaring they no longer wish to continue watching. The audience was aware that one group consisted of ordinary guests. Had circumstances unfolded normally, their disappointment would not have been so profound. However, their expectations for Inen's father had soared too high. Many had tuned in specifically for Inen and her father, only to discover that he is an ordinary person. It is not that they look down upon ordinary individuals, but rather, when compared to top-tier celebrities, the disparity is undeniable in terms of appearance, talent, and various other aspects. Especially in daily life, they have encountered countless ordinary middle-aged men in their 30s, often unremarkable, with a common demeanor, and some even sporting thinning hair. What they yearn for is a perfect idol, not a Mediterranean uncle who can cook and do household chores. What if that uncle turns out to be rather greasy? The thought alone sends shivers down their spines. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory of Xiang University, a girl with a plain face and disheveled hair suddenly let out a wail. No. The other roommates, just waking up and still in a daze, were startled by her outburst. "Xiao Qian, what on earth are you screaming about?" one girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with annoyance as she hurled a pillow at her. The other roommates chimed in, glaring in disapproval. "What a way to start the day. You nearly scared me to death." Yet, in the face of their angry glares and critiques, the wailing girl remained unmoved, her expression one of utter desolation. The other roommates furrowed their brows, growing concerned. "Xiao Qian, what's wrong?" The girl, referred to as Xiao Qian, sighed sadly, her voice low as she murmured, "Hasn't Shanghai just launched a new variety show?" The other roommates nodded in agreement. The variety show from Shanghai had gained immense popularity, and the new programs had been heavily promoted recently, making everyone well aware of it. It was a rather unconventional reality show focused on parent-child relationships. However, Since several roommates were not particularly interested, they did not pay much attention. Xiao Qian sighed and said, "Because one of the guests is Song Xiao, I watched a bit this morning and was captivated by a little girl in the show. She is incredibly adorable. Like a little angel. It made me want to have a child." The other roommates stared at Xiao Qian with wide eyes. She sighed again. But that's not the main point. The focus is on the girl's father. This reality show invited Song Xiao, so I assumed this little girl was his precious daughter. Given how handsome he is, his daughter should be equally charming. Moreover, in the program, the girl's father is caring, gentle, can cook, and has a lovely voice. Perfectly aligning with my fantasies about Song Xiao. I was nearly going crazy with infatuation. The roommates exchanged glances. All aware that Xiao Qian was a diehard fan of Song Xiao, having followed him since high school, and some of them also liked him. After all, he was indeed strikingly handsome, maintaining a charmingly rebellious aura even in his 30s. And then? The roommates asked, puzzled. According to Xiao Qian's description, she should be ecstatic. Filled with youthful excitement, yet she appeared despondent. With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Qian pointed to the tablet in her hand, which was still playing the premiere of the show. The result. The girl's father is not Song Xiao. He is just an ordinary dad. Xiao Qian was on the verge of tears. Ever since she watched the show in the morning, she had been filled with romantic fantasies and even posted frantically online, expressing her desire to be An's mother. She replayed the video from that morning over 10 times, her mind weaving countless scenarios involving Song Xiao. And now, to learn that An's father was just an ordinary man. The other roommates struggled to comprehend Xiao Qian's feelings. What is the big deal about an ordinary person? Xiao Qian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, to be a father. He must be in his 30s. Just think of the 30-something uncles you encounter in daily life, shorts and flip-flops, unremarkable looks, perhaps a beer belly, or a tired appearance. In her despair, Xiao Qian cried out, "Ah, my perfect male idol." Online, many shared Xiao Qian's sentiments, though some attempted to console themselves, suggesting, look on the bright side. What if this ordinary man is actually quite handsome? Someone immediately retorted, no matter how handsome, can he compare to Song Xiao? When Song Xiao debuted, he was hailed as the pinnacle of beauty in Huaxia, maintaining popularity from his 20s into his 30s, even as he married and had children. That speaks volumes about his looks. Not to mention, there are very few in the entertainment industry who can rival Song Xiao. There is simply no comparison. The once lively comment section fell into silence, as it seemed everyone struggled to accept this reality and began to prepare to leave. The backstage data confirmed this. Following the appearance of the previous guest, while Song Xiao's premiere viewership continued to rise, the viewership for other premieres began to dwindle rapidly. Director, the viewership is dropping. A staff member reported. Lin Jia furrowed her brow, deeply engrossed in thought. Opting for an amateur was indeed a bold venture, one that had faced skepticism from the outset of the program's development. Yet, Lin Jia remained steadfast in her belief that an amateur could potentially yield a unique program effect. Not to mention, this particular amateur was none other than Shen Jun. Lin Jia inhaled deeply, her voice steady and unwavering in her earpiece as she commanded, continue. Chapter 11. Aspiring to be An's mother upon receiving instructions. Fang Li immediately leaned in to whisper to Shen Jun, "Teacher Shen, it's your turn to take the stage with An." At this moment, all eyes from the production team were fixed upon Shen Jun and An. The inexperienced An appeared somewhat anxious, while Shen Jun maintained a calm demeanor. With a gentle smile, Shen Jun reassured An, it's our turn now. Just hold Daddy's hand, and you won't feel nervous." Taking hold of An's small hand, she visibly relaxed, prompting Shen Jun to exclaim, "Here comes our little princess." With a natural ease, she led An toward the camera. The staff member stationed beside Shen Jun and An exchanged astonished glances with Fang Li, murmuring, "Is Teacher Shen truly an amateur? She seems even more relaxed than Director Wang, showing no signs of tension whatsoever." Fang Li, observing Shen Jun as she approached the camera with a smile, was slightly taken aback, but reassured by her background check confirming her status as an amateur. It was evident that some individuals were inherently suited for the camera. At that moment, many in the premiere room were expressing their disappointment with the show, when suddenly, a figure stepped into the frame. All eyes in the premiere room widened in astonishment. The sunlight streamed in from the side, illuminating the face that captured everyone's attention. Strands of loose hair fell gracefully over the figure's chiseled brow, their features sharp and striking sword-like brows, a straight nose, and thin lips, all contributing to a distinctly sculpted visage. Their deep, mesmerizing peach blossom eyes were utterly captivating. The photographer seemed to sense the extraordinary beauty of this face. Swiftly zooming in for a close-up, as countless netizens viewing the premiere caught sight of this face, they were instantly struck with shock, some even swallowing audibly. The camera soon transitioned back to a mid-shot, revealing the figure's physique and attire. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a poised and expansive presence, they wore the most ordinary basic colored t-shirt and shorts, yet exuded an unparalleled aura of charm. Many thought they resembled a model, perhaps even surpassing one in attractiveness. This was the immediate impression of numerous viewers. Furthermore, the figure displayed a well-defined physique. As their arms moved, the muscular lines were evident, hinting at a robust build beneath the shirt. Many viewers found themselves wide-eyed and slack-jawed. The audience was momentarily spellbound until Shen Jun finally spoke, drawing everyone's attention. "Hello everyone, I am Shen Jun. This is my daughter, Shen. Her voice, deep and magnetic like the morning sun, captivated the gaze of all present. After a brief pause, the premiere room erupted in exclamations. Wow, 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 how handsome. Is this really an amateur? Do amateurs look this impressive now? I wonder if little Anin still needs a mother. Indeed, Anin is so adorable. I had a premonition that her father would not be unattractive. Thankfully, my naturally suspicious nature led me to wait a while. I am utterly enamored. Suddenly, I find that Song Xiao is not quite as handsome as I once thought. The perfect idol has been resurrected. Forgive my earlier verbosity. This ordinary man possesses an astounding appearance. Not just Song Xiao, but few in the entertainment industry can rival him. I am relieved I did not leave. I long to be among the first to be called Anin's mother. I wonder if Anin's father is married." The once quiet premiere room erupted into a frenzy. The rapidly dwindling viewership abruptly halted. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Changsha University, Xiao Qian had just finished her lamenting wail and was now cradling her face in sorrow. Seemingly unwilling to face reality, the other roommates exchanged glances, perplexed. Just as they contemplated how to console Xiao Qian, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly emanated from the tablet resting on the table. "Hello everyone, I am Shen Jun." This voice was so captivating that it could not be ignored. And all the roommates curiously glanced at the tablet. Their expressions froze, eyes widening in astonishment. Transfixed for a moment before one of them swallowed hard. Could this possibly be the Mediterranean uncle in his 30s that Xiao Qian mentioned? The roommates exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief and an uncontainable thrill. "It's him," Xiao Qian shouted angrily, without lifting her head. She had listened to the morning wake-up video more than 10 times, and Anin's father's voice was etched in her mind, allowing her to recognize it without even looking. This was indeed Anin's father. The ordinary man. A fraud. A voice trickster. The more Xiao Qian thought about it, the angrier she became. Until she heard her roommates suddenly say, "How dare he upset our Xiao Qian? I'll help you comment and scold him. Yes, from now on. I will diligently watch every episode and scold him whenever he appears." Xiao Qian felt considerably reassured. Right, let's give him bad reviews and make him disappear. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qian suddenly sensed something amiss with her roommates' earlier statements. What did they mean by diligently watching him? Their voices were filled with indignation. Yet they sounded so delighted. Frowning, Xiao Qian looked at her roommates, only to find them all fixated on the tablet on her desk. Following their gaze, her eyes widened in shock. This, Xiao Qian stuttered, momentarily dazed and astonished at the sight of the ordinary father appearing on the premiere screen. With Shen Jun's appearance, the declining viewership numbers abruptly halted, and soon, the ratings began to surge dramatically. The entire production team was taken aback. They had prepared for a drop in viewership, and the PR team had even crafted statements to quell any potential backlash. To their astonishment, nothing of the sort occurred. In fact, the ratings were soaring, and all the staff stared in amazement at Shen Jun and Shen Nun, who were now facing the camera. Lin Jia, though tense, allowed a smile to break through, feeling a sense of relief. He knew that once Junge took action, everything would stabilize. Moreover, beauty is merely one of the most commonplace and ordinary virtues possessed by Junge. This time, he is determined to ensure that the entire world recognizes just how remarkable Junge truly is, particularly allowing that arrogant woman, Zhao Wani, to take a closer look. She must see what she has missed. In the days leading up to the filming, he took the opportunity to invite Junge and into dinner under the guise of recording the program. The two had not met for many years and shared a few drinks. In a tipsy state, Lin Jia managed to extract some information, discovering that it was Zhao Wani who initiated the divorce, and he could surmise the reasons behind their separation. Contemplating this, Lin Jia couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He truly could not fathom how Zhao Wani could overlook Junge. Immediately, he instructed the promotional team of the program. Intensify the publicity. Push the recent premiere clips to trending topics and continue to draw attention. At this moment, the program was still in its premiere phase. After all 5 guests made their appearances, they gathered with their respective treasures. The production team had prepared several chairs under a large tree at the village entrance, resembling a tea party format, allowing the 5 guests and their companions to take their seats. When Shen Jun settled down, the other guests nodded in acknowledgement. As they were all unfamiliar with one another, Shen Jun's striking appearance inadvertently instilled a sense of unease among the other guests. However, Zhang Xue, sitting next to Shen Jun, cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhang Xue." Shen Jun, a graduate of the Music Academy, was aware that Zhao Wanni's company was a record label. Even though his focus was entirely on it, he was acquainted with Zhang Xue, a prominent first-line singer renowned for his exceptional vocal prowess, having risen to fame by winning national competitions. In the early days of Zhang Xue's career, when Shen Jun's relationship with Zhao Wanni had not yet deteriorated, he had suggested that Zhao Wanni sign Zhang Xue. However, she hesitated. Later, it came to light that Zhang Xue had already signed with another leading record company. With these fleeting thoughts, Shen Jun politely smiled and replied, "Hello, I am Shen Jun Zhang Xue," possessing a warm personality and a natural ease. After greeting Shen Jun, turned to the adorable Anya and waved, saying, "Hello, little angel, I am Uncle Zhang." Coincidentally, Anya was also quite sociable and unafraid. Blinked her big eyes and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Xue clasped his chest dramatically. "Oh my, how adorable." Then he introduced his son. "This is my son, Zhang Shuguang, who also calls you uncle." Zhang Shuguang shared a similar outgoing demeanor with Zhang Xue, and compared to the other children, he was quite extroverted. Turning to Shen Jun and calling out, "Hello, uncle." While they exchanged greetings, the production team had already prepared for the next segment. At this moment, a crew member with a microphone addressed the 5 groups of guests. "Greetings, everyone. This will be the place we reside in for the next 3 days, Xiaobu Ancient Village. Over the next 3 days, the 5 teachers will live and survive alongside our treasures, so before we begin, let us take a moment to get to know each other. This will also allow the audience to become acquainted with everyone." In the gathering of 5 groups, the athlete Su Hang scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "Wasn't that just introduced?" The staff chuckled and replied, "What was mentioned earlier doesn't count. For the next 3 days, everyone will be living and surviving together. So a deeper understanding of one another is essential. Therefore, each group of guests will present a self-introduction lasting no less than 1 minute." Moreover, the staff paused for emphasis before adding with a playful tone, "Dear teachers, do not think of merely fulfilling the requirement. This self-introduction will determine your accommodation choices for the night. The group with the longest and most outstanding introduction will gain the privilege of selecting their lodging first. The standards for our evening accommodations vary greatly. There will be both surprises and shocks." The final statement, delivered in a rather ominous manner, raised the eyebrows of all 5 groups. Shen Jun immediately recalled the previous incarnation of the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? He remembered that in that version, one of the accommodations resembled a spider web. He had previously suggested to Lin Jia that they could create drama around the housing situation, and it seemed this idea was indeed being realized. This made Shen Jun take the matter more seriously, while he personally did not mind. He certainly did not want his beloved Anya to stay in a spider web room. The other groups also became earnest in their preparations. As the 5 groups readied themselves, the premiere clip featuring Shen Jun was fervently circulating online, drawing an increasing number of viewers to the premiere room. Initially, the premiere room for Song Show boasted the highest attendance, far surpassing the others. Song Show's fans dominated the engagement charts. Although Where Are We Going, Dad? Is a family-oriented reality show without competitive elements, for Song Show's fans, it was imperative that their brother's participation commanded significant attention. They were determined to secure a top position for the program. Thus, Song Show's fans propelled her premiere room to first place, even trending on social media. However, with Shen Jun's subsequent appearance and the dissemination of morning wake-up videos, more and more onlookers were captivated by Shen Jun's striking appearance and voice, alongside the charming Anon. The influx of viewers into Shen Jun and An's premiere room surged. Additionally, due to Lin Jia's strategic promotion of Shen Jun's debut segment, the traffic skyrocketed. The viewer count in Shen Jun and An's premiere room swiftly soared to the top position, even displacing Song Show's group. At that moment, the participating guests were unaware of these statistics, yet the vigilant fans of Song Show erupted in outrage. The number 1 position must belong to their brother. Witnessing their brother being overshadowed, particularly by an obscure newcomer, ignited a fervor among countless Song Shio fans. They immediately began rallying support in online forums and fan groups. In no time, even those who had not watched the show joined in the effort, flooding the charts to boost their brother's premiere room. Meanwhile, a number of zealous fans, denouncing Shen Jun, flooded his and Anya's premiere room with negative comments, exclaiming, "It seems anyone can be on a show these days. The production team exhibits a complete lack of integrity. How can such individuals be deemed worthy of recording a show alongside our esteemed brother? Undoubtedly, he's the most handsome. Has this face undergone alterations? I refuse to believe that a person could naturally possess such features. Sisters, let us inundate the screen." The premiere broadcast of Shen Jun and Anya is predominantly filled with passers-by, lacking the organized and strategic fandom that characterizes Song Shio supporters, leading to an instantaneous onslaught of negative comments. Some fans of Song Shio have shamelessly attacked Anya, accusing her of embodying a green tea persona at such a young age. Adorable? What a pretense. Both father and daughter feign charm, even in the morning, which is utterly nauseating. Our brother remains authentic. As the 5 groups of guests engage in self-introductions, they remain oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the premiere broadcast. However, the production team is acutely aware. Observing the torrent of disparaging remarks, the staff promptly informed Jia, director Lin, all of Song Shio's fans have stormed into the 5th premiere broadcast. A feud has erupted. Jia frowned upon hearing this. It is common for fans of guests to clash during shows, and often such controversies serve to ignite the program's popularity. Therefore, unless the situation escalates severely, the production team typically refrains from intervening. Yet, the 5th premiere broadcast features Jun Ge and Anya. Jia, familiar with the fervor of Song Shio's fans from his years in the industry, knew precisely the state of affairs. Frowning, he promptly instructed, "Moderate the 5th premiere broadcast. Then block those accounts as necessary." The staff hesitated, questioning the appropriateness of their intervention. Given the fervor of these fans, the production team's actions could easily provoke Song Shio supporters to redirect their ire toward the entire production team, potentially causing significant repercussions. Thus, the staff harbored concerns. Jia, unwavering, asserted, "No worries, proceed." The staff nodded and began moderating Shen Jun's premiere broadcast, blacklisting or banning all accounts responsible for the negative comments. In an instant, the atmosphere in Shen Jun and Anya's premiere broadcast quieted considerably, with few disparaging remarks remaining. At this moment, it was Shen Jun and Anya's turn to introduce themselves. Chapter 13. The task begins. The preceding guests from the Western group had already completed their introductions, with Song Shio's team performing the best, captivating the audience for over 2 minutes with their humorous and engaging presentation. Zhang Xue followed closely behind. Athletes Su Heng and director Wang Hai, however, fared the worst, as they seldom faced the camera. Shen Jun contemplated the situation. The variety show had just begun, and public sentiment remained unclear, especially since the Western group consisted of individuals of notable stature and repute. As an ordinary person, he should refrain from drawing too much attention, lest he encounter complications later on. This wisdom stemmed from his past experiences, leading Shen Jun to a swift resolution. He decided to adopt a moderate position, ensuring he neither overshadowed nor diminished his chances of gaining some influence in room allocation. Unbeknownst to him, while he focused on evading the spotlight, the online discourse had already reached a fever pitch, rife with fervent discussions. Shen Jun stood up and introduced himself along with Anya. Following the templates used by the previous groups of guests, his age, occupation, interests, and areas of expertise. When Shen Jun revealed that he was merely 28 years old, astonishment swept across the faces of the attendees. Among the 5 fathers present, with the exception of Shen Jun, all were over 30, and director Wang Hai had already crossed the threshold of 40. By age alone, it would have been entirely appropriate for Shen Jun to address Wang Hai as uncle. Zhang Xue chuckled from below, remarking, considering Anya's age, "I thought you were in your 30s. You are surprisingly young." Shen Jun smiled and deflected, saying, "I married early." He subsequently introduced his work. Having been unemployed for several years, Shen Jun humorously referred to himself as a stay-at-home parent, which elicited both shock and envy from Zhang Xue, who initially presumed Shen Jun to be a model. Even the usually reserved director Wang Hai remarked, it would be a pity not to utilize that face in acting. Zhang Xue, ever sociable, playfully added, "Well, when director Wang has a project in the future, you should consider little Shen. That face is certainly a boon for the public." To everyone's surprise, Wang Hai nodded earnestly in agreement, prompting laughter from the group. Shen Jun then shared his interest and details about it, estimating that the time was right to conclude his introduction. Ultimately, he was pleased to find himself ranked third. After the introductions, the staff announced, "Now that everyone is acquainted, our survival challenge in the ancient village officially begins." The premise of the show, Where Are We Going, Dad?, revolves around the trials and tribulations of a father raising his child, along with the bittersweet moments encountered along the way. Consequently, the program would not allow the guests to remain in comfort for long. The staff then declared, "It is now noon, and the fathers along with their children must collaborate to prepare lunch." Upon hearing this, the fathers exchanged instinctive glances, given their breakfast performance. It was evident that most of them were not accustomed to cooking. Shen Jun, however, was the exception. This task appeared simple, yet it posed a considerable challenge for those present, eliciting wry smiles. Having observed the others during the morning's filming, Zhang Shuai dramatically embraced Shen Jun, exclaiming, "Little Shen, I saw you make breakfast. I'll be relying on you." Sitting beside Zhang Shuai, his son Guangzai mimicked him, clinging to Shen Jun's leg. The exaggerated antics of the father and son duo, along with their comedic sounds, sent everyone into fits of laughter, with even the live audience chuckling heartily. "You've cracked me up." It was rare to see Zhang Shuai so unabashedly bold. Nevertheless, it must be said, it seemed that none of the guests were particularly skilled in the kitchen, except for Shen Jun. "If it were me, I would also cling to the leg." Amidst the laughter, the staff proceeded to outline the task. The ingredients and tools required for lunch had already been prepared, but before cooking, everyone needed to complete a task to obtain the necessary items. The staff began to assign tasks, which were not particularly challenging, as they merely required the children to search for clues within the ancient village. However, the difficulty lay in the program's requirement for the children to be separated from their parents. The aim was to assess the little one's independence and see if they could complete tasks without parental supervision. 5 children were divided into 2 groups, one consisting of 2 children and the other of 3. Initially, the children were cheerful, but upon hearing they would have to part from their fathers and search for items in this unfamiliar village, their expressions changed dramatically. Before any of the fathers could speak, a piercing cry shattered the air. "I don't want to be separated from Daddy. Daddy, no. Boo-hoo, I'm scared." Among the 5 children participating, the eldest was Su Hang's son, Yang Gong, aged 6, while the youngest was Wang Hai's daughter, Wang Sherwin, aged 4. All were of kindergarten age and had been raised in a pampered environment, rarely experiencing prolonged separations from their parents, let alone venturing alone into an unknown place. A cacophony of wails ensued, prompting the fathers to comfort and promise, utterly flustered. Even the usually obedient and exhibited signs of distress, primarily due to her fear of the strange village. Shen Jun reassured her, saying, "Inen, do not be afraid, there will be cameramen accompanying you." He pointed to the staff members carrying cameras and continued, "Moreover, there are numerous uncles and aunties watching you through the television. Inen must be brave. Otherwise, the uncles and aunties watching will tease you." Shen Jun knew well how to coax Inen, who he had raised with great care. With gentle persuasion, he succeeded in eliciting a determined response from her. "Inen is the bravest. Inen is the prettiest." Shen Jun smiled and gently rubbed her cheek. "Do you remember the Harry Potter stories I told you? Now, Inen must go and catch her golden snitch, and Daddy will await your triumphant return." Inen's spirits lifted, and she eagerly nodded, saying, "Daddy, wait for me." Within mere minutes, Shen Jun had calmed her, leaving the other fathers astonished and envious. After about 10 minutes, all the children were settled, and the task commenced. Inen and Zhang Shui's son, Guangzai, were assigned to the same group, as both were relatively well-behaved. In the other group, the youngest was Wang Sherwin, the eldest was Su Yang, and they were joined by the tearful Song Lei. The 2 groups set off into the unfamiliar ancient village. As Shen Jun watched An's small figure gradually disappear into the village, a twinge of worry crept into his heart. Despite his usual efforts to foster An's independence, seeing his little darling alone made him uneasy. Chapter 14. The trap. An and Guangzai's task was to find a cooking pot, which the production team had hidden beneath a century-old tree in the village. The ancient tree stands tall and lush, visible from the entrance of the village, guiding one effortlessly toward it. While this appears deceptively simple, many viewers in the live broadcast expressed skepticism, believing the production team would not allow the 2 young ones to find their treasure so easily. "The prize is so small, it surely cannot be that simple, can it?" they mused. "Based on my understanding of the show's dynamics, the production team is likely up to something. There must be challenges ahead, otherwise, where would the entertainment value lie?" It remains uncertain whether the two children will navigate through successfully. Little Anin, with her undeniable charm, surely has nothing to worry about. Her mother believes in her. The comments section began to wander off topic. Although Anin and Shen Jun's first broadcast faced a barrage of negative reviews from fans of Song Xiao, the situation has stabilized with the production team's intervention, maintaining the top viewership and attracting a multitude of motherly fans. At this moment, Anin and Guangzai have ventured into the ancient village, energetically heading toward the ancient tree. Being young and innocent, they are oblivious to the complexities around them. They only know that their father instructed them to walk towards the ancient tree. However, as anticipated by the viewers, the production team has orchestrated some obstacles. Shortly after entering the village, the two children found themselves at a standstill, bewildered by several diverging paths before them. They paused at the crossroads, utterly perplexed. The paths varied in size, some wide, some narrow, all seemingly leading toward the ancient tree, yet each twisted and turned, hinting at other destinations beyond. This left the children feeling somewhat lost. Anin furrowed her little brows, prompting an outpour of adoration from the audience. Anin is so adorable. That little expression is simply too cute. Anin, take the main road. Among the diverging paths, one was notably wider, capable of accommodating vehicles, while the others were mere narrow trails. From an adult's perspective, the wider path seemed the most reliable, especially since the production team had previously mentioned that the ancient tree is a popular tourist attraction, given its status as a hotspot. It is reasonable to assume that the path leading there would be well maintained. However, the two children remained unaware of this logic, feeling confused and distressed. Just as they pondered their predicament, Guangzai suddenly exclaimed, "There's an old man over there." On the opposite side of the crossroads sat an elderly gentleman, seemingly basking in the sunlight. "Let us go ask the old man," Guangzai declared. "My dad told me that when you're out and about and encounter problems, you can seek help from uncles and aunts." Guangzai immediately had an idea. Viewers in the live broadcast remarked, "Guangzai is quite clever." Yet, it was likely that this old man was yet another trap set by the production team. Why else would he be seated specifically at the crossroads, seemingly waiting for the two children? The audience quickly caught on. This is a setup. The production team has truly devised numerous traps. How amusing. They are indeed up to something. Zhang Shuai taught Guangzai to seek help from uncles and aunts. But it remains to be seen if he also cautioned him that strangers may not always be trustworthy. The comments in the premiere room have significantly increased, clearly reflecting the audience's concern for the two little ones who seem to be heading into the program's trap. The two children have already approached the elderly gentleman, with Guangzi resembling his father, Zhang Shuai, exhibiting a remarkable social charm. He called out, "Grandpa." The old man appeared to be dozing off, startled by Guangzi's voice. "Oh." Observing this scene, the viewers in the premiere room exclaimed, "Now that's an actor. Incredible performance. I was skeptical at first, but now I am completely convinced." This is indeed the program's trap. This has become quite entertaining, as the two little ones, in their cleverness, have ironically fallen into their own misjudgment. The program's traps are artfully crafted, one after another. Many viewers commented on the show's amusement, while others shouted for the children to flee and not to listen. At this moment, the elderly gentleman stretched his old limbs and, with a slow voice, inquired, "What brings you here, little ones?" Guangzi politely asked, "Grandpa, could you please tell me which path leads to the big tree?" The old man, suddenly enlightened, responded, "Ah, you wish to go to the big tree?" He nodded and pointed to the nearest small path. "You can take this path. It is closer and will lead you there quickly." Guangzi's expression brightened at this information. Before he could express his gratitude, the old man pointed to the farthest path. "You could also take that path. It will lead you to the big tree as well. And the scenery is more beautiful, with fields of flowers and butterflies to catch." This revelation further ignited Guangzi's excitement. At 6 years old, his resolve was easily swayed by the prospect of fun, and his eyes widened in delight. He exclaimed, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man smiled kindly. "No need to thank me." Guangzi thought to himself how benevolent the old man was. Had he been a bit older, he might have discerned that the old man's smile was not just on his lips but nearly reached his eyes as well. At this point, Guangzi was too exhilarated to continue observing the old man. He excitedly turned to his companion Anin, with a hint of pride, and said, "Anin, which path shall we choose? This one is closer, and this one looks more fun." He pointed to the two paths the old man had just indicated. Meanwhile, the viewers in the premiere room were in fits of laughter. Haha, Guangzi's air of self-satisfaction. Did he not consider that both paths might be traps? If you say Guangzi is not clever, he knows to ask for directions. Yet if you call him clever, he so easily falls into a scheme. This is quite amusing. Just as Guangzi's pride soared, it would soon lead to his unfortunate plight. The show is rather interesting. I see that other groups have also encountered the program's traps and are now at a loss. Many viewers found the unfolding events quite entertaining. This parent-child reality show is truly a pioneering endeavor of its kind in the country, presenting a refreshing novelty. Moreover, they had previously only seen adults participate in variety shows, making this their first encounter with children in such a setting. What a delightful experience. After Guangzi's proud declaration, Anya furrowed her tiny brow, scanning the several paths before her. Amidst the collective concern of countless viewers in the premiere room, Anya slowly extended her small hand and pointed to one of the paths. Anya chose the main road. Anya must certainly take the main road. Guangzi, you can fall into the pit by yourself, but do not lead Anya along with you. My heart aches for Anya. She stands there so charmingly, resembling a delicate doll, captivatingly lovely and beautiful. Many viewers in the premiere room have begun to adopt the role of Anya's mother. Thus, upon witnessing the potential peril awaiting Anya, they hurriedly commented. Unfortunately, Anya cannot see the viewers' remarks and must choose a path on her own. Just when countless netizens believed Anya was about to be led astray by Guangzi, she confidently pointed her little hand towards the main road ahead, the very road that the old man had not mentioned. With a serious expression, Shen Jun declared, "We shall take this route." Seeing Anya's choice, Guangzi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at her. He had already prepared himself for catching butterflies. Moreover, given Anya's adorable appearance, he yearned to capture one for her, as all the little girls in kindergarten adored beautiful butterflies. Yet, to his surprise, Anya did not choose either of the smaller paths, but instead opted for the main road. Chapter 15, The Tale of Little Red Riding Hood. At that moment, the premiere room erupted in excitement, with the comments section exploding with fervent reactions. Countless netizens commented in a frenzy, "Wow, Anya is incredible. I thought she would be led astray by Guangzi, but she chose correctly. How did Anya know that this main road was the right one? Amazing. Anya is so brilliant. Her mother must be so proud. Anya is the most intelligent. She is simply the apple of her mother's eye. But aren't you curious how this child made her choice? How did she know this path was correct? The production team has set up so many traps. I can see that the production team is bewildered. They probably never anticipated that Anya would make the right choice. I'm in stitches. The camera just captured the production team looking utterly perplexed. Who am I? Where am I? Where are my traps? I'm curious about how Anya selected her path. All the viewers in the premiere room believed Anya was about to be misled, considering the series of traps set by the production team. Even a slightly older child would likely fall victim, let alone two little ones who are merely 6 years old. Anya's choice left them all speechless. Consequently, every netizen in the premiere room flooded the comments section with curiosity, eager to understand why Anya made such a choice. Guangzi, the one directly involved, was equally perplexed and urgently inquired, "Why?" Anya tilted her head, her grape-like eyes blinking, her long eyelashes fluttering, and finally, in a crisp voice, she said, "Haven't you heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" Her voice held a hint of confusion and surprise. Guangzi appeared utterly baffled. What Little Red Riding Hood? Countless netizens in the premiere room shared the same bewilderment. Little Red Riding Hood? What tale is this? Goodness, I have never heard of it. I now share the same expression as Guangzi. This is hilarious. Guangzi is my doppelganger. I'm curious about the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Could it be that Anya's choice was influenced by this tale? In the premiere room, countless netizens were captivated by Anya's words, and her assistant Fong Li, who followed closely behind the two little ones, seized the moment as the room's excitement surged, saying, "Anya, my dear, what is the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" Anya scrunched her little nose and replied, "It's a fairy tale to listen to before bedtime." Immediately, someone in the premiere room commented, "Shouldn't bedtime fairy tales be about the scarecrow, the little carp, or the lotus fairy? What is this Little Red Riding Hood nonsense? Am I getting old, or has the era changed? I've never heard of it. Such a strange name. Just a couple of days ago, I bought a fairy tale book for my son, and I didn't see this story." As the excitement in the premiere room continued to rise, Assistant Fong Li promptly guided the conversation further, asking, "Anya, many big brothers and sisters would love to hear this story. Could you share it with everyone?" Anya blinked her eyes and nodded, saying, "Sure. But sisterly, is the path I chose the right one?" This left Fong Li momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Anya would suddenly pose a question to her. The netizens in the premiere room were also taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Anya is so clever. She even knows how to negotiate. So smart. Wow. I wish I had a little treasure like Anya. So quick-witted. Fong Li smiled too, glancing back at the production team, who nodded in approval. They had set a trap for the sake of the program's effect. And the results were already excellent. There was no need to persist in the trap, especially since the little one had guessed correctly. Thus, Fong Li smiled and nodded. Anya, my dear, you are truly clever. This is indeed the right path. Anya smiled. Her eyes crescent-shaped and as radiant as the moon, leaving everyone in the premiere room momentarily entranced. However, their daze quickly dissipated when the camera shifted to Guangzai's face beside Anya, revealing his wide-eyed, incredulous, and shocked expression. His eyeballs seemed ready to pop out. He had thought Anya had chosen the wrong path, but unexpectedly, it was indeed the right one. Guangzai's astonished expression instantly made countless viewers burst into laughter, many quickly screenshotting. A new meme has emerged. I'm dying of laughter. Guangzai's expression is too funny. Standing next to Anya, he looks like a silly boy. Haha. The contrasting expressions of Anya and Guangzai heightened the program's effect, sending the premiere room's excitement soaring even higher. The two little ones soon continued on their journey. Walking along the path, Guangzai remained silent, while Anya, in her tender voice, began to narrate. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little girl who was called Little Red Riding Hood because she always wore the red hat her grandmother had given her. Someone in the premiere room exclaimed, "Oh my. So that's why she's called Little Red Riding Hood. I thought this was a fairy tale about a hat." Anya continued. One day, her grandmother, who lived on the other side of the forest, fell ill, and her mother asked Little Red Riding Hood. Shen Jun had recounted the story of Little Red Riding Hood to Anya during her childhood, and over the years, she had shared it many times. So Anya remembered it clearly. Moreover, Anya was initially startled by the big bad wolf within the tale. As she walked, she narrated, on the way to her grandmother's house, Little Red Riding Hood encountered a fork in the road, a broad path and a narrow one. At this juncture, some in the broadcast room began to realize that this plot closely resembled the trap set by the production team earlier. Hence, was this the reason for Anya's choice of the broad path? The comments in the broadcast room fell silent, as everyone seemed to be attentively listening to Anya's storytelling. Even the previously quiet Guangzai looked up at Anya, his eyes brimming with curiosity, evidently captivated by the narrative. Anya continued. Little Red Riding Hood's mother had warned her that the forest paths were perilous, advising her to take the broad path. However, the narrow path promised a quicker route to her grandmother's house and appeared quite enchanting. Along the narrow path, Little Red Riding Hood was mesmerized by the beautiful flowers and butterflies. Yet, she remained oblivious to the pair of eyes that had been following her for quite some time, a big bad wolf. The wolf had set its sights on Little Red Riding Hood. However, deeming her too small to satisfy its hunger, it devised a wicked plan. The wolf pretended to be a friendly figure and coaxed the location of the grandmother's house from Little Red Riding Hood. At this point, Anya playfully howled at Guangzai beside her. Guangzai, who had been intently listening to Anya's tale, was startled by her sudden exclamation, causing him to retreat in alarm. The audience in the broadcast room erupted in laughter. Anya is so mischievous. Haha, her adorable howls are delightful. Guangzai is truly engrossed. It must be said. This story is quite amusing. My son is also completely captivated. Even I, as an adult, found it engaging. Quite intriguing. So, what is the conclusion of the story? Chapter 16. It is said that Snow White fled. By the time Little Red Riding Hood reached her grandmother's house, the big bad wolf had already devoured her grandmother. Guangzai gasped in astonishment. Anya continued in her innocent voice. Furthermore, the wolf, disguised as the grandmother, also consumed Little Red Riding Hood. Fortunately, a passerby discovered the situation of Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. To punish the wolf, when it went to the well to quench its thirst, it fell in and drowned. Having concluded the tale, Anya sweetly remarked, and that is the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Everyone in the broadcast room listened intently to this story, and afterward, they began to express their thoughts in the comments section. What a delightful little story. Although the logic seems a bit flawed, cutting open a belly with scissors? Doesn't that feel odd? Don't argue, it's a fairy tale. Do you understand what an animated story entails? Kindergartners may find it childish, while university students might find it just right. I think this story is quite engaging, though simple. It conveys profound lessons. Indeed, it teaches and entertains. Heed your mother's advice, remain vigilant, and do not easily trust strangers. Knowledge has entered my mind in a rather peculiar manner. Many believe that Anne's storytelling is exceedingly captivating, with numerous individuals asserting that they glean valuable lessons from it. One user commented, "My son is the same age as Anne, and he typically ignores what I say, allowing information to pass through one ear and out the other. However, after listening to Anne's story, he advised me not to trust strangers easily. This resonates with many parents, as they observe their usually rambunctious children suddenly captivated by Anne's tales. During the midday broadcast, a surprising tranquility enveloped the previously boisterous children, who listened intently to Anne's narration. This unprecedented behavior astonished the parents, who had never witnessed their offspring so obedient and attentive. As discussions among the parents flourished, one individual interjected, "I am a preschool teacher and am familiar with various children's stories, both domestic and international. Yet, I have never encountered this fairy tale." Others echoed the sentiment, expressing their surprise and concern about being out of touch. "I thought I was just behind the times. I have been purchasing fairy tale books for my daughter and have not come across this story." A search online yielded nothing. The conversation faltered momentarily, and someone exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be that Anne's father created this story himself? Is he truly that talented? I believe this tale rivals the classics." Amidst the fervent discussions in the broadcast room, Guangzai expressed his admiration, stating, "Anne, your story is so entertaining." The surrounding staff joined in, praising Anne with smiles. The adoration from Guangzai and the others greatly pleased Anne, who, if she had a tale, would surely have it raised high with joy. With a slight smirk, she remarked, "Humph. My father has told me many such stories." As she spoke, her excitement bubbled over, and she began to skip joyfully, humming a simple melody. "I heard that Snow White is on the run, Little Red Riding Hood is. The ugly duckling will turn into a white swan." The audience, including Guangzai, listened with wide eyes, and after a moment of silence, someone finally questioned, "What is Anne singing? Little Red Riding Hood was just the story we heard. What about Snow White? And Alice and the ugly duckling? Why are Anne's fairy tales so different from what I have heard?" A voice from above responded, "It's not that they are different. Anne's stories are likely unique to her. They may be exclusive." In a state of urgency, another parent pleaded, "Does anyone know other stories? My son insists that I share more tales." "My daughter, too," another chimed in. "This is exhausting. My son is also demanding more." Thankfully, I recorded the session and plan to have him listen to Little Red Riding Hood several more times. I seek resources. I implore you for resources. The entire comment section was inundated with parents clamoring for resources, leaving only a few comments struggling to survive in the crevices. For instance, one person mused, "Am I the only one who thinks Anne sings beautifully?" The tumult in the premiere room had no connection to Anne. She was the quintessential example of someone who digs a pit and leaves it unattended after cheerfully humming a portion of the song her father taught her. She dashed off with Guangzai towards the ancient tree, successfully locating the pot. Upon their return, Anne and Guangzai discovered that another group of children had yet to return, reportedly ensnared by traps. The father of the three-song children had already set off to rescue them. Only Shen Jun and Zhang Shuai remained at the gathering point. Upon seeing Anne return safely, Shen Jun's anxious heart finally found solace. Anne rushed toward him, and he lifted her into his arms. "Anne, you are amazing." Shen Jun, already somewhat aware of the situation, praised her earnestly. Anne's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she beamed. "Anne is amazing." Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai, resembling a brother to Guangzai, nudged him with his fist, intending to inquire about Guangzai's experience. However, he was taken aback when Guangzai exclaimed in admiration, "Anne knows so many stories. Dad, why haven't you ever told me stories?" Zhang Shui's smile immediately faltered, and many in the premiere room burst into laughter. "The soul of the sun speaks." Zhang Shui awkwardly replied, "Once we get home, I'll tell you. I want to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood, the tale of snowflakes, and the story of the ugly duckling." Guangzai recounted the stories he had heard from Anne, and although Zhang Shui was completely unaware of these tales, he readily agreed, "No problem. Tonight I'll tell you." The audience chuckled. Brother Shui is just like Guangzai. They both love digging their own pits. It's a family trait. Before long, the other group also returned successfully. However, in stark contrast to the joy and leisure of Anne and Guangzai, the three little ones from the other group appeared somewhat despondent. The girl in the group, Wang Shi, had red eyes, as if she had been crying. Fortunately, they returned safely, and all the cooking tools and ingredients were gathered, thus officially inaugurating the first meal of the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program. Cooking became Shen Jun's personal showcase. The other fathers and little treasures wished to assist, but their efforts only led to chaos, making matters worse. Ultimately, even the production team could no longer bear to watch and assign the other groups tasks of washing dishes and chopping wood. Soon enough, a simple yet swift feast was prepared. Although the ingredients were modest, Shen Jun's culinary skills rendered the dish visually appealing and aromatic, whetting everyone's appetite. Not to mention that the attendees, having labored throughout the morning, were positively famished. During this time, the manner in which the little treasures ate sparked much laughter among the audience. Chapter 17. To bring him down while the premiere room was filled with harmony, outside, a storm was brewing. In the morning, due to the overwhelming viewership of Shen Jun's premiere room overshadowing Song Xiu's, it incited a furious backlash from Song Xiu's fans. Although the production team managed to control the situation within the premiere room, the online community remained rife with criticism directed at Shen Jun and even the production team. Especially at noon, the traffic in Shen Jun's debut studio remains extraordinarily high, causing the fans of Song Xiu to seethe with resentment, their eyes aflame with indignation. To many of Song Xiu's admirers, Shen Jun has become a thorn in their side, a splinter in their flesh. Song Xiu, being the most prominent figure in the show, should undoubtedly be the focal point of attention. However, this ordinary individual has inadvertently suppressed their idol's popularity. Moreover, it is baffling that this newcomer enjoys the backing of the production team. Accounts that attempted to attack in the debut studio were swiftly banned, inciting a chorus of curses from numerous Song Xiu fans who lamented the production team's ignorance of who truly commands the spotlight and the source of their traffic. Consequently, a faction of fervent fans began to unite, even preparing slogans to boycott Shen Jun and the show itself. As for Shen Jun, he has become the target of relentless scrutiny from countless Song Xiu fans, with malicious rumors proliferating. Some allege that Shen Jun entered the show with financial backing, claiming he is a second-generation affluent individual. There are also whispers that he has undergone cosmetic surgery, with disparaging material about his appearance circulating online, and claims that he is being supported by a wealthy woman. The allegations seem plausible, as during his self-introduction, he mentioned his age relative to Anan's, prompting some to speculate that he had become a parent immediately after graduation. Additionally, Shen Jun humorously referred to himself as an unemployed drifter, dedicating his time to childcare, which led to further claims that he had been financially supported by a wealthy woman during his university years, living off his looks and thus not needing to work. Even his skills in household chores and cooking were distorted into being talents honed to serve a rich woman. As these rumors spread like wildfire, both Shen Jun and the production team faced a severe backlash. Fortunately, the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Received significant support from the Hunan broadcasting system, which invested ample resources to maintain its standing amid the controversy. However, this also resulted in a halt in its upward momentum, with online ratings steadily declining. While Shen Jun and the others were preparing and enjoying their lunch, Lin Jia was visibly troubled, grappling with the situation. He could not comprehend the motives of these fans. How could undermining the show benefit their idol? Public relations, traffic generation. Voices from all corners, Lin Jia mobilized every relationship and resource at his disposal in an attempt to quell the online discontent. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, an administrator in a spontaneously formed group of thousands of Song Xiu fans excitedly announced, "Major news! Major news! Look what I've discovered! See the pictures!" Soon, multiple images were uploaded to the group, and once they loaded, the male figure in the photographs was unmistakably Shen Jun. The fans in the group were momentarily taken aback. Is this the so-called ordinary person? The fans, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shen Jun and were well acquainted with his appearance, quickly recognized him. The other female figure in the photograph, obscured by sunglasses, remained indistinct in her features, yet exuded an impressive aura, adorned in lavish attire. Particularly striking was the final image, where the female figure was seated in a Maserati. Once these photographs were released, they incited an explosive reaction among all the fans in the group. Numerous supporters of Song Xiu expressed their outrage or disdain, exclaiming, "Indeed, this man is nothing but a pretty boy. The evidence is undeniable. How revolting. Someone like him doesn't deserve to record a show with our brother." The administrator who posted the images affirmed, "This is indeed that pretty boy. Moreover, do you know where these photos were taken?" The Civil Affairs Bureau. An astonished individual immediately inquired, "Are they getting married? How can someone like him even think of marriage? Disgusting." The administrator quickly clarified, "No. I inquired with the person who took the photos. It turns out these two were there to get a divorce. Upon hearing this, the group erupted once more. The pretty boy got dumped by a wealthy woman? How delightful. Evil begets evil. This is so satisfying. He deserves it for trying to suppress our brother. I must publish this information online to let everyone know who this pretty boy really is. Yes, post it online. So this pretty boy has nowhere to hide. He dared to overshadow our brother. I will make him regret it. Destroy him. Destroy him. The fervent fans saved the photos and began to disseminate information about Shen Jun across the internet. As a star emerging from the idol scene, Song Show's fanbase was immense and fervent, leading to a surge of interest from numerous netizens who quickly discovered the identity of the guest from Where Are We Going, Dad? The revelations about the unemployed man, who relied on his looks, being kept by a wealthy woman only to be discarded, sent shockwaves through the audience. Initially, Shen Jun's charm and the premiere's success had attracted a large number of casual fans. Otherwise, the viewership wouldn't have remained so high. However, this turn of events led many casual fans to turn against him. The term Shen Jun rapidly ascended the trending searches, garnering increased visibility from the public. Lin Jia relished the trending topics, as they indicated the show had gained traction and even gone viral. Yet, at this moment, gazing at Shen Jun's trending entry, Lin Jia's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Shen Jun's details were being relentlessly scrutinized online, with even his divorce from Zhao Wani being unearthed. Now, he was also being maliciously slandered by Song Show's fans, leading to a total obliteration of his reputation. Lin Jia had initially aimed to swiftly mitigate the impact of the public sentiment stirred by Song Show's fans. However, he found that the situation had spiraled out of control. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia realized that even if the trending topic were to be removed, it would be futile. The discourse had already spread, igniting discussions across multiple platforms. Furthermore, with the encouragement from Song Show's fans and other television stations, the momentum was only gaining strength, seemingly intent on completely dismantling Shen Jun. If this continued, Shen Jun would be doomed, and so would their program. At that moment, the staff of the production team appeared anxious. Director Lin, what shall we do? The viewership is starting to decline. The premiere was still ongoing, and the guests had already finished their meals and were now distributing the accommodations for the night. Due to the requirements of the program's recording, Shen Jun and his companions had already surrendered their mobile phones to the production team, rendering them oblivious to the turmoil of public opinion online. Lin Jia gritted his teeth and declared, "Utilize all available resources to mitigate the impact of public sentiment. We shall suspend the broadcast for the afternoon." Chapter 18. Suspension. The decision to suspend the broadcast was uttered by Lin Jia with great difficulty, as it drained him of nearly all his strength. Today marked the inaugural airing of the program, a momentous occasion, yet never before had a premiere been halted. The losses incurred from such a suspension would be monumental. The premiere is the most critical period for any program. The network had invested substantial resources into promotion and preparation, constructing a grand stage, merely awaiting its reveal. Yet now, with the unveiling, they were met with a cessation of broadcast. Not to mention the costs incurred during the suspension, guest fees, staff wages, venue expenses, all wasted. Furthermore, the extensive resources previously expended on promotion would be rendered futile. Moreover, a suspension is a signal, a blatant indication of a program's failure. Only a lackluster program would face such a fate. Otherwise, who would voluntarily cease operations, forsaking potential profit? Thus, once a program is suspended, its reputation inevitably suffers, leading to a cascade of adverse effects. No program would lightly embrace a suspension, for everyone aspires to a triumphant debut. However, Lin Jia found himself feeling increasingly helpless. He had exhausted all available resources, both from the network and his personal connections. Yet public opinion not only remained unchanged, but had intensified. Now, they were at the zenith of controversy. Rather than endure this turmoil, it would be prudent to temporarily suspend the broadcast to quell the uproar and seek solutions. After all, the program would need to pause this afternoon regardless. Extending the suspension to an entire afternoon seemed a minor adjustment. Additionally, Lin Jia harbored a deeper concern. If the program continued to air amidst Shen Jun's current controversial status, the viewership would likely remain high, perhaps even surging. If it were another director, they might heedlessly capitalize on the sensationalism. After all, controversy can breed its own form of popularity. But Lin Jia was not just any director. The one thrust into the spotlight was Shen Jun, a friend he deeply respected. He had no desire to further thrust Shen Jun into the harsh glare of public scrutiny, nor did he wish for him to become a target of collective ire. Thus, a suspension was indeed the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing Lin Jia's words, the other members of the production team were visibly shaken, their expressions grave and laden with concern as they urged, "Director, the impact of a suspension is too great. Please reconsider." Indeed, this was uncharted territory for their network. Never before had a premiere been halted. All previous promotional efforts would be rendered meaningless. The atmosphere was heavy with unease as the team exchanged glances. Yet Lin Jia had resolved firmly. After a long exhale, he spoke in a low voice, "Suspend. Let us pause the broadcast for now and reassess the situation for a potential resumption this evening. We shall inform the public that equipment issues necessitate the delay. Notify everyone." The production team, albeit reluctantly, complied with Lin Jia's directive and swiftly put the plan into action. Soon, Shen Jun and his companions received the news. They had just finished allocating accommodations for the evening when the suspension notice arrived. Shen Jun furrowed his brow, and beside him, Zhang Shui inquired, "Wasn't the suspension supposed to be at 2 o'clock? Why are we halting now?" Prior to their arrival, they had already reviewed the shooting schedule. Today's broadcast was initially slated to conclude at 2 in the afternoon, with a resumption at 5. Yet, unexpectedly, the broadcast was halted before 2 o'clock. The staff merely sighed and explained that some technical issues had arisen, necessitating a temporary cessation. The teachers, fortunate enough to have a break this afternoon, were expected to resume their duties in the evening without any complications. Zhang Shui murmured, "Technical problems, you say?" Indeed, repairs were underway, and the teachers were encouraged to explore the premises, which required some adjustments. The staff, somewhat exasperated, relayed this information. Upon hearing this, the children erupted with excitement. They had shown immense interest in their new home during the earlier allocation. They eagerly shouted, "Daddy, let us go see the new house," in a flurry of enthusiasm. The group momentarily set aside their concerns about the halted broadcast, and Shen Jun was happily led away by an interview their new abode. Simultaneously, the program's suspension notice was published online, as there remained a significant audience for the premiere. The same reasoning was employed, yet many netizens were evidently skeptical. Especially given the current heated public sentiment, it would not be easy for the production team to extricate themselves from this predicament. Particularly, Song Shio's fans were relentless, accusing the program of guilt and claiming they had struck a nerve. Lin Jia was understandably frustrated. Ultimately, he found himself in a position where he had to summon Song Shio, seeking assistance. The weight of public opinion was formidable, and if this continued, the entire program could face dire repercussions. Lin Jia courteously inquired whether Song Shio might be able to address and rein in his fans. Indeed, Song Shio held considerable clout, and the Xiang TV network was reluctant to offend a top-tier celebrity. By this time, Song Shio had retrieved his phone, and his manager had briefed him on the situation. Leaning back on the sofa, he pondered Lin Jia's request, eyes half closed. He could certainly issue a statement to temper his fans or clarify matters for Shen Jun and the production team. However, why should he? To him, Shen Jun held no value. Rather, she represented a threat and competition. An image of Shen Jun's strikingly beautiful visage flashed through his mind. Even amidst the sea of attractive individuals in the industry, he could not deny her exceptional allure. She was truly breathtaking. The first encounter had left him feeling significantly threatened. As anticipated, her presence had diverted a considerable amount of attention away from him, even overshadowing him. Furthermore, there was her daughter. The little girl was charming, and he found her endearing. Yet, Song Shio had joined this program to facilitate his own transformation and pave the way for his son, Shirtu's, future. Now, it seemed as though his son was fading into the background. Thus, this newcomer could not be allowed to remain. Resolutely, Song Shio made up his mind and calmly addressed Lin Jia. "I apologize, Director Lin, but this is merely a spontaneous action by fans, and I am unable to impose any constraints. Perhaps the production team or that individual can voice their perspective." Lin Jia furrowed her brow, eager to persuade, "Teacher Song, perhaps you could reconsider. After all, this program is closely related to you." However, she was abruptly interrupted by Song Shio, who said, "I'm sorry, Director Lin, but my son is waiting for me. I must take my leave." With that, Song Shio rose and exited the room, followed swiftly by his efficient manager. Leaving Lin Jia alone, gazing out at Song Shio's increasingly distant figure, Lin Jia clenched her teeth and, in a fit of frustration, kicked the edge of the table. Indeed, the caliber of a star often reflects the nature of their fans. The fervor exhibited by Song Xiuxiu's fans was undoubtedly fostered by his own indulgence. Despite her anger, Lin Jia found herself powerless to act or voice her grievances. She still had to treat Song Xiuxiu with utmost reverence. His stature was not something she could easily manipulate, and even the Hunan station held a certain apprehension toward him. Thus, Lin Jia could only silently endure her discontent. Just as her frustration simmered, her phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, she saw the caller ID read director. Lin Jia's expression darkened. She knew all too well the purpose of this call. It would likely be a reprimand. The suspension of the program, though spoken of lightly, would undoubtedly incur accountability from the station. Moreover, some individuals within the organization would likely become restless. With a long exhale, Lin Jia answered the call. Chapter 19. What is it to me meanwhile? As Lin Jia pondered how to address the online uproar. Within a building adorned with the emblem of Baidai Records in the city of Shanghai, a spacious and brightly lit office housed Zhao Wani, dressed in a sharp business outfit. Her striking features now frozen in a stern expression. Several individuals sat before her, one of whom reported in a low tone, "It has been confirmed that on July 4th, tomorrow, Su Qing from Tianyu Media will also be releasing a personal album. It will be available across all platforms." Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows, some expressing their indignation. Tianyu is clearly targeting us. This is utterly vexing. Why release it now, of all times, if not to coincide with Lu Yao's release? This is blatantly provocative. Is Tianyu attempting to undermine Lu Yao? One questioned. That seems unlikely. Su Qing and Lu Yao are of similar standing, both being second-tier artists. I suspect Tianyu is intent on a genuine competition, seeking to elevate themselves at Lu Yao's expense. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Lu Yao was a key emerging talent for Baidai Records, with significant resources invested in her. The personal album set to launch tomorrow was produced with considerable expenditure, aimed at catapulting Lu Yao into the first tier. Little did they anticipate the sudden emergence of Tianyu Media. Tianyu Media, being a larger entity with a national reach, spans multiple sectors including film, entertainment, and music, positioning itself as a media behemoth. Su Qing, a newcomer from Tianyu Media, had ascended to the second tier within just a year. Crucially, Su Qing's vocal style and artistic direction bore striking similarities to Lu Yao's. From the outset of their careers, their paths had often crossed, leading to fierce rivalries among their fans who were at odds with one another. After all, with the market share being finite, only one of them could claim the coveted position of a first-tier artist. The urgency exhibited by their company to elevate Lu Yao to the forefront stems from their palpable awareness of Su Qing's looming threat as a newcomer. Hence, they invested significantly in this album. However, to their astonishment, everything progressed smoothly until the day before the album's release when Tianyu announced that Su Qing would be launching her album the following day. The ensuing promotional blitz was overwhelming. It was evident to any discerning observer what Tianyu's intentions were. They aimed to leverage Lu Yao as a stepping stone to propel Su Qing to prominence. This maneuver left the employees of Baidai Company in a state of both disarray and indignation. How could such a colossal entity as Tianyu engage in such blatant bullying? In the realm of profit, who speaks of fairness? The audacity was intolerable. After a few curses, Zhao Wani, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke up. Her voice clear and frosty. "We have all listened to Lu Yao's album. What are your impressions?" The office responded in unison. "It's quite good. I believe it's excellent." Truly. The lyrics by Teacher Su are remarkable. The title track should dominate the charts. The company had indeed invested heavily in Lu Yao's album, enlisting the renowned lyricist Teacher Su, ensuring top-notch quality. The remaining tracks also incurred significant costs, marking this as the highest production standard the company had ever achieved, and everyone had found it delightful. Thus, there was a prevailing sense of confidence regarding the album. Zhao Wani nodded, her demeanor resolute as she instructed, "From this moment on, we shall amplify the promotional efforts, elevating our promotional tier to level 3. Contact television stations to secure several variety shows, allowing Lu Yao to dedicate the next month entirely to increasing her exposure. Simultaneously, liaise with major music platforms to negotiate resources and secure every promotional position available across the internet." Several individuals in the office responded affirmatively. Zhao Wani let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger simmering in her eyes. "Since Tianyu seeks a confrontation, we shall oblige." Even a clay figurine retains some of its essence. Although Baidai's stature cannot compare to Tianyu's, should we retreat this time, we would allow any manner of adversary to trample over us in the future. After the meeting, The office staff gradually departed, and once they all left, Zhao Wani's icy demeanor softened slightly, akin to a glacier melting to reveal a hint of warmth. A moment of contemplation revealed a trace of the anxiety and restlessness that had not surfaced during the meeting. Liu Yao's album was imbued with her immense hopes. After years of development, Baidai Records had firmly established its footing in the Shanghai market and even in Southeast Asia, garnering a degree of renown in the music industry. Yet, the company now faced a grave dilemma. There were too few artists capable of standing on their own, and the generational transition was perilous. Apart from a few artists signed during her initial years who had shown promise, the recent acquisitions had proven largely ineffectual, yielding little success. The generational gap was stark. Those earlier artists were either nearing the end of their contracts or had already secured new opportunities. After all, individuals tend to seek greater heights. Thus, while Baidai Company appeared vibrant on the surface, it was, in fact, beset by profound crises beneath. Before the departure of those venerable singers, if a capable successor had not been found, the company would be ill-advised to discuss development. It would likely regress to past years. In this context, Liu Yao was signed as a promising talent. Over the span of 2 years, she ascended to the second tier of stardom, while not exceedingly swift. Compared to her contemporaries within the company, her progress was commendable. Consequently, Zhao Wani directed resources toward Liu Yao. Should Liu Yao succeed in breaking into the first tier, the company's future would face little hindrance and could even reach new heights. However, failure was not an option for her. Zhao Wani bit her lip, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her. At that moment, a ringing phone jolted Zhao Wani from her reverie. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was a call from her university roommate and dear friend, Shen Jun. She answered the call, only to hear Shen Jun's astonished voice on the other end. You and Shen Jun have divorced? Zhao Wani's brow furrowed slightly. How did you know? The news of her divorce had not been widely publicized, and even her friends were unaware. Shen Jun's voice held a hint of confusion. You don't know? Shen Jun. I'll send you the details. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wani received a barrage of messages from Shen Jun. As she absorbed the unfolding situation, particularly the scandalous photographs that had surfaced, her expression grew increasingly frosty. On the other end of the line, Shen Jun continued. Though I'm not sure why you and Shen Jun divorced, he is not a bad person. Would you consider explaining? Zhao Wani replied coolly, what does that concern me? Wani, you know Shen Jun isn't as terrible as the internet portrays him. He has been with you all these years, if you just step forward. Zhao Wani interrupted, her voice devoid of warmth. His matters are not my concern, nor will they be. Shen Jun's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Wani, how can you be so heartless? The final words lingered unspoken as Shen Jun sighed. After all these years together, can you truly bear to see him slandered? A cold, mocking smile graced Zhao Wani's lips. He chose his own path. Who can he blame? Hearing the icy resolve in Zhao Wani's voice, Shen Jun understood that she had firmly decided not to assist Shen Jun, leaving her to exhale a long sigh as she ended the call. Once the call was concluded, Zhao Wani contemplated briefly before dialing another number. Hello, Lawyer Zhang. I wish to refile for custody of my daughter. I believe her father is unfit to raise her. As she spoke, Zhao Wani forwarded the myriad of messages Shen Jun had sent her. Meanwhile, as the online uproar intensified and began to spread, more acquaintances were exposed to the scandal surrounding Shen Jun. At that moment, in the Jiangnan film city, a popular young actress, Jiang Runan, was taking a break in a van. The new drama she is currently filming commenced shooting early this morning, continuing uninterrupted until noon, with night scenes scheduled for later. Seizing the opportunity of a free afternoon, Jiang Runan hastily took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, a few individuals occupied the van, including Jiang Runan's manager, assistant, and makeup artist. At that moment, the assistant, Xiao Yuan, was engaged in hushed gossip with the makeup artist. This newcomer is quite attractive. Definitely not a pretty boy. The makeup artist scoffed. His information has been dug up. His name is Shen Jun, a graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I heard he was supported right after graduation and recently got dumped. Look, here is his divorce photo. Xiao Yuan gasped in astonishment. So handsome, what a shame. As they conversed, a sultry, hoarse voice suddenly emerged from the back seat, calling out, Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing her name, the assistant turned around to find Jiang Runan, who had just awakened from her slumber, propping herself up on her arms. Xiao Yuan, a touch anxious, inquired, Did we disturb you, Nan? Jiang Runan shook her head as she rose, rubbing her still drowsy head, and then asked, Who were you talking about? Xiao Yuan briefly explained. A variety show on Shanghai has exposed some dirt on a participant, claiming he was supported. Jiang Runan, recalling the name she had vaguely heard in her drowsy state, asked uncertainly, "What is his name?" Xiao Yuan paused momentarily before responding, "I think it's..." The makeup artist interjected, "Shen Jun." "Yes, that's the name." Xiao Yuan nodded. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Runan's movements abruptly halted, and she sat up straighter, her brows knitting tightly together. "Are there any pictures? I want to see," she insisted. Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist exchanged puzzled glances at Jiang Runan's unusual reaction, as she typically showed little interest in such entertainment gossip. In the midst of their confusion, the makeup artist sent Jiang Runan the widely circulated divorce photos. As she gazed at the familiar face in the images, Jiang Runan's expression froze, the visage in the photograph gradually merging with her memories. Exhaling softly, she asked, "What happened to him?" Her voice, now even more hoarse than upon waking, caught the attention of Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist, who exchanged another glance, deepening their concern. Noticing the shift in Jiang Runan's demeanor, Manager Su furrowed her brow and inquired, "Runan, what's wrong?" "I'm fine," Jiang Runan replied, lifting her gaze to Xiao Yuan. "Hand me my work phone." Jiang Runan's social media accounts were all managed by Xiao Yuan, who, though perplexed, complied and passed the phone to her. Jiang Runan logged into her social media and began to compose a message. Manager Su, perplexed, peered at Jiang Runan's phone, and her eyes widened in shock as she discerned the content of the message Jiang Runan was crafting. "Runan, what are you planning to do?" she exclaimed. As she spoke, she reached for the phone in Jiang Runan's hand. However, Jiang Runan was already prepared. She deftly avoided Su Jie and looked up at her, saying, "Su Jie, please do not stop me." Su Jie, her face filled with urgency and panic, gazed at Jiang Runan, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? What connection do you have with Shen Jun that compels you to speak for him? He is the center of public scrutiny right now, and the entire internet is rife with malicious comments. Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions?" Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist, initially bewildered by the unfolding situation, turned pale upon hearing Su Jie's words, their expressions reflecting shock. Nan. Everyone knows that Shen Jun is the focal point of controversy. And with the entire internet raining down negative reviews, speaking up for him now is reckless. Jiang Runan bit her lip, her gaze steady as she responded. "He is my friend. He is not the person they portray online, and I cannot allow him to be slandered in such a manner." Su Jie, her expression laced with concern, cautioned, "Even if he is your friend, you cannot proceed like this. Are you aware of the consequences you will face once you speak out? You have spent 5 years building your career without a hint of scandal or controversy, and in the eyes of your fans, you are a paragon of purity. To suddenly advocate for a male counterpart could severely damage your carefully cultivated image." Interrupting Su Jie, Jiang Runan asserted with conviction, "He is not that kind of person. I do not mind if my reputation suffers. I must help him." With that, Jiang Runan grasped Su Jie's arm, her tone pleading, "Su Jie, I have never asked you for anything over the years. Please allow me to be reckless just this once." Su Jie looked down, noticing the glistening tears in Jiang Runan's eyes, which tugged at her heartstrings. They held their ground for a few moments before Su Jie sighed deeply, asking, "What kind of person is he, really?" Jiang Runan's gaze faltered for a moment before she replied slowly, "Without him, perhaps I would not be who I am today." Taken aback, Su Jie ultimately waved her hand, indicating for Jiang Runan to handle it as she saw fit. Jiang Runan expressed her gratitude, and then quickly composed a message, without hesitation, posting it on her social media account. Meanwhile, in the temporary office of the production team in the quaint village, Lin Jia hung up the phone, his countenance darkening considerably. The suspension of the premiere had led to a reprimand from the director of the arts center. Furthermore, the director revealed that due to the suspension causing financial losses, the network would reassess the rating of the show Where Are We Going, Dad?, which would likely result in a downgrade. Chapter 21. No rumors. The public outcry remained fervent, showing no signs of diminishing. The program had already suffered significant repercussions, and if it were to be downgraded now, lacking resource support, the show might truly face its demise. Even more concerning for Lin Jia was the fact that a faction of fans led by Song Xiu had begun to chant slogans demanding a boycott of actors with tarnished reputations. Their intentions clear: to force Shen Jun out of the show. Moreover, during the afternoon call, the director had explicitly informed him that if the situation escalated, the network would sever ties with Shen Jun. At that point, even he would be unable to protect Shen Jun. This left Lin Jia feeling increasingly troubled and guilty. Shen Jun was a brother he had called upon for assistance, and yet things had turned out this way. Furthermore, He was now struggling to safeguard his own position. The program was experiencing issues under his oversight, and even though he was valued by the station's leadership, he would still face repercussions. The prospect of continuing with the program was now a distant thought. Lin Jia cursed vehemently. What a damn mess. He simply could not fathom why these celebrity fans seemed to be so utterly frivolous, creating such a tempest over a matter of pride. They were practically wishing for someone's demise, and certain celebrities were complicit in this chaos. Just as Lin Jia was engulfed in his vexation, a knock sounded at the office door. Taking a deep breath to quell his irritation, he composed his expression and said, "Come in." A figure pushed the door open, and Lin Jia's gaze met Shen Jun's, momentarily taken aback. Observing Lin Jia's troubled countenance, Shen Jun sighed inwardly and inquired, "What on earth has happened?" He had sensed something amiss when the broadcast was abruptly halted at noon. The expressions of the entire production team had been grim, and he had vaguely perceived that some members were casting him peculiar glances. This had piqued Shen Jun's concern, and a day's worth of observation had only confirmed his suspicions. Something had gone awry with the program, possibly linked to him. Hence, after assisting in and tidying up the room, Shen Jun sought out Lin Jia, the director who would undoubtedly be well informed. Lin Jia had not anticipated that it would be Shen Jun who entered, and he hesitated for a moment, saying, "It's nothing." His expression betrayed him. Unable to conceal his distress, Shen Jun raised an eyebrow, pulling out a chair to sit beside Lin Jia, and smiled. "When did you learn to keep secrets? Now, tell me what has transpired." Lin Jia sighed internally. It was because of him that Shen Jun had participated in the program, which had led to the current public outcry, instilling a sense of guilt within him. "This matter has nothing to do with you. I will, however." Shen Jun rapped the table, the sound echoing, interrupting Lin Jia. When Lin Jia met Shen Jun's piercing gaze, he ultimately exhaled deeply. "Brother Jun, I did not handle this well. This morning's broadcast was halted because your popularity attracted the ire of Song Show's fans. Now the entire internet is abuzz with discussions regarding this incident. The suspension was a direct result of this." As he spoke, Lin Jia returned the phone he had been safeguarding to Shen Jun. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun's brow furrowed deeply, and he immediately picked up the device to search online. The public discourse was overwhelming, and he quickly uncovered the rampant rumors. His expression remained neutral upon discovering he had been slandered, yet it turned ashen when he saw Song Show's fans spreading lies and insults towards him. Shen Jun suppressed his fury as he absorbed the content, then set the phone down. Lin Jia, filled with remorse and regret, said, "Brother Jun, this is my fault for not managing the situation properly, which has implicated both you and Shen Jun took a deep breath. He was acutely aware of the treachery that permeated the entertainment industry, despite having maintained a relatively low profile during the broadcast. He had not anticipated being targeted in such a manner. While he could remain unflustered in the face of slander, the attacks were directed at him, and he would not take them lightly. In his previous life, he had encountered countless tempests and endured every form of slander. He had long since learned to remain unperturbed by such trivialities. Yet, it was utterly unacceptable that they should involve in it. And it was the treasure of Shen Jun's heart, someone he could scarcely bear to scold or utter a harsh word towards. The audacity of these individuals to spread malicious rumors was infuriating. As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Jun's expression darkened with fury. At that moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and a staff member from the production team rushed in, exclaiming, "Director, good news. The public opinion is beginning to shift." The staff member, taken aback by Shen Jun's presence, paused momentarily, while Lin Jia, filled with excitement, stood up, asking, "It's turned around?" "Yes, someone has stepped in to help," the staff member confirmed. Lin Jia, intrigued, snatched the phone from the staff member's hand and began to peruse its contents swiftly. As the information registered, he was momentarily stunned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia finished reading, then regarded Shen Jun with a look of complex intrigue. "Brother Jun, you've been quite discreet. When did you become so close with Jiang Runan?" Reflecting on the content he had just seen, Lin Jia felt a surge of astonishment. Jiang Runan, a rising star in the entertainment industry, was often referred to as the White Moonlight and embodied the essence of a pure goddess, boasting a fanbase of staggering proportions. She was undoubtedly among the top-tier celebrities, rivaling the popularity and status of Song Shou, if not surpassing it, considering her current meteoric rise. Since her debut, she had consistently starred in blockbuster dramas, with no one in the industry able to compare. Lin Jia had previously worked with Jiang Runan for his graduation project, casting both Shen Jun and her. At that time, she was a junior at the Shanghai Film Academy. However, as Jiang Runan's star ascended, the two inevitably lost touch. Lin Jia was astonished to discover that Shen Jun still had ties to Jiang Runan, and judging by the current situation, their relationship was far from trivial. After all, having a top-tier celebrity publicly voice support was remarkable. Lin Jia pondered what kind of relationship could compel someone of Jiang Runan's stature to act in such a way. In his eyes, her actions seemed almost self-sabotaging. Thus, his gaze towards Shen Jun grew increasingly peculiar. Upon hearing Lin Jia's words, Shen Jun, emerging from his fury, lifted his head with a look of surprise and furrowed brows. Jiang Runan? A figure he had not seen in years flashed through his mind. Observing Shen Jun's astonished demeanor, Lin Jia exclaimed, "Brother Jun, don't say you're not familiar. She has publicly supported you." With that, he handed the phone to Shen Jun. On the screen was Jiang Runan's social media profile, featuring a post she had made just 10 minutes prior. "Shen Jun is my friend. The woman in the photo is his wife. There is no truth to the rumors circulating online. They have known each other since university, transitioning from school uniforms to wedding gowns. Shen Jun is a wonderful person who has helped me immensely. Please approach public opinion with rationality. Do not spread or propagate rumors." After reading this message, Shen Jun's gaze fell upon the profile picture, which depicted a sweet and innocent girl, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed into the distance. The figure in Shen Jun's memory gradually overlapped with the girl in the profile picture, and suddenly, the girl's demeanor and laughter sprang to life. He had not anticipated that Jiang Runan would speak up for him, given that the two had not seen each other for many years. Ever since his marriage to Zhao Wani, their interactions had been reduced to mere New Year greetings. Chapter 22. Clearing the path ahead to his astonishment, Shen Jun sighed lightly. Having navigated the entertainment industry in his past life, he was acutely aware of the significant price a top-tier celebrity would pay for making such a statement. The consequences could range from a loss of fans to a complete collapse of one's public persona, and irrevocable damage to their image. After all, no fan would relish the idea of their beloved idol publicly supporting someone of the opposite sex, especially with such trust. While Shen Jun pondered this, Lin Jia suddenly exclaimed in shock, gazing at him with wide eyes. "Even the renowned producer, Shen Lao, has spoken up for you." Saying this, he handed his phone to Shen Jun. Upon glancing at the screen, Shen Jun saw a post from a verified social media account of Shen Yuqing. "The acclaimed music producer, Shen Jun is my student. He possesses excellent character. Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors." The message was succinct yet immensely impactful, prompting numerous musicians within the industry to share it widely. Shen Yuqing, known as Shen Lao, is a contemporary female composer from Huaxia, a Lifetime Achievement Artist in Music, and a recipient of both the Chinese Music Chart Lifetime Achievement Award and the Chinese Pop Music Lifetime Achievement Award, a titan in the music realm. A single statement from such a figure could send ripples throughout the industry, and now, she had publicly defended Shen Jun. Lin Jia, still reeling from the shock, exclaimed, "You are Shen Lao's student?" Shen Jun, reflecting on Shen Lao's words, felt warmth blossom within him. "She was my professor in college and took good care of me." Lin Jia, unable to recover from his astonishment, retorted, "That's not just good care. She has treated you as her own student." As Lin Jia spoke, Shen Jun's phone rang, displaying an incoming call from his teacher. Before he could utter a word, Lin Jia urged, "Answer it, answer it." With that, he exited the room, kindly closing the door behind him. Shen Jun shook his head and answered the call. "Hello, teacher." There was a brief silence on the other end before a gentle voice emerged. "Do you still remember me? Your teacher?" Hearing that kind voice, Shen Jun's previously gloomy expression gradually brightened, a smile gracing his face. "I could never forget you." After a pause, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." The voice on the other end carried a hint of annoyance. "You silly child, why are you thanking me?" Lin Jia had not been mistaken. Shen Yuqing's care for Shen Jun was extraordinary. Once, during a serendipitous encounter, she discovered his remarkable talent for lyricism and composition, even contemplating taking him on as her apprentice. With a sigh, Shen Yuqing inquired, "How did it come to this?" Shen Jun sighed in return, "I participated in a program, and I only just learned of the situation. I never expected it to escalate like this and cause you concern." Shen Yuqing's voice reflected her worry. "What about you and Xiao Zhao?" Shen Jun recalled that Shen Yuqing had attended his wedding to Zhao Wani. Shen Jun simply stated, "I have divorced." The person on the other end fell silent for a few moments before offering consolation. "You are still young. Divorce is nothing to worry about. With your qualities, you will surely find a better girl." Shen Jun's expression softened as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, teacher." On the other end, Shen Yuqing slowly said, I see that the public discourse online has not yet subsided. I am aware of the sordid affairs within the industry. I will have Man contact you. You can decide how to proceed, and let Man assist you." Shen Jun hurriedly declined. "Teacher, there's no need." Yet he was sternly interrupted by Shen Yunqing. "Do you still consider me merely a teacher? You should listen to me. After all these years, I am delighted to see you willing to step into this circle. I know you detest the murky matters within it, but as I have always said, as long as you are willing, I will pave the way for you." Hearing Shen Yunqing's words, emotions surged within Shen Jun, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Shen Yunqing added, "I see that Anya has grown. Make sure to bring her to visit this old woman when you have the chance." Shen Jun inhaled deeply and nodded, "Certainly." In a faculty apartment at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Shen Yunqing hung up the phone with a mix of nostalgia and joy. A voice interrupted her thoughts. "Is it really that significant?" The speaker was a graceful woman of exquisite bearing, dressed in professional attire, her form accentuated by a fitted skirt and elegant black stockings. This was Qin Man, the granddaughter of Shen Yunqing. At that moment, Qin Man was somewhat perplexed. She had been busy at the company that afternoon when her grandmother had summoned her back, leading her to believe there was something of great importance. Upon her return, she discovered that the elder wished for her to assist a student. Qin Man nearly laughed in disbelief, feeling exasperated. Here she was, the owner of Online Music Company, earning a substantial sum every minute, yet her grandmother wanted her to help a student? Ignoring her granddaughter's bewildered tone, Shen Yunqing gradually settled onto the balcony, took a sip of tea, and softly remarked, "You do not understand." She then abruptly changed the subject. "Isn't your company in need of composers?" Qin Man nodded. Online Music was a top-tier music company in the industry, home to numerous well-known artists, with several first-line singers currently signed. With so many singers, there was naturally a shortage of songs, and one of the main tasks for Online Music in recent years had been to seek out composers, especially those of exceptional talent. Shen Yunqing smiled and gestured for her granddaughter to pour her some tea before continuing thoughtfully, "As long as you can secure Shen Jun, none of this will be a problem. His musical talent is the most astonishing I have ever witnessed. At times, I even feel that his gift in the realm of music surpasses my own." Shen Yunqing's tone was laced with nostalgia and wistfulness, her expression lost in reflection. Upon hearing her words, Qin Man was taken aback. How is that possible? She was acutely aware of her grandmother's esteemed position in the music industry and her extraordinary talent. She was indeed one of the luminaries of contemporary Chinese pop music, destined to be remembered in history. From birth until now, Qin Man had never encountered anyone as extraordinarily talented as her grandmother. Yet, her grandmother now claims that a student possesses musical gifts surpassing her own, which Qin Man finds utterly unbelievable. Shen Yunqing sighed and spoke to herself. "In the past, I had considered taking on a disciple, but unfortunately, Shaoshan seems to harbor a strong aversion to our circle and is unwilling to accept a mentor. I even contemplated bringing him into your company. But I never anticipated that this young lad would marry right after graduation and later dedicate himself to raising children. I thought he would squander his immense talent. Little did I know that fate had other plans. It appears that heaven did not wish for him to lead an ordinary life, as he has since divorced. He has finally let go of that little family of his." Shen Yunqing felt a surge of joy akin to finding something lost. She understood Shen Jun's talent all too well. When she saw Shen Jun choosing to stay home with the children, her heart ached deeply. She believed that if Shen Jun were willing to showcase his abundant talent, the music scene in Huaxiao might experience a refreshing upheaval. Yet, this child chose to embrace mediocrity. To her astonishment, a turning point has now emerged. No one could fathom the excitement Shen Yunqing felt upon discovering Shen Jun online. Even when confronted with unfavorable news, she remained exhilarated. This signified that Shen Jun was willing to step into this realm. Thus, upon learning of Shen Jun's situation, Shen Yunqing immediately logged into her long-neglected social media to issue a protective statement. Simultaneously, she called back Qin Man from the company. Shen Yunqing held a singular thought. Since Shen Jun was willing to venture into this circle, she must clear the path for him. Chapter 23. Online Music. Shen Jun hung up the phone, his emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Faced with the genuine affection from old Shen, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Having been accustomed to the scheming and petty behavior of the past, this life had introduced him to so many kind-hearted individuals. Reflecting on this, Shen Jun thought of Jiang Runan, who had also spoken on his behalf. He swiftly opened WeChat and searched for Jiang Runan's contact. The profile picture was the same as on social media. Upon opening the chat, he saw that their last conversation was during the new year, when Jiang Runan had sent him a message of well wishes at midnight. Shen Jun had replied in kind. Scrolling back revealed messages of New Year greetings from the previous year and the year before that, and even further back. Ever since Shen Jun married Xiaowani, their exchanges had dwindled to mere New Year wishes. Each year, right after midnight, Jiang Runan's greetings would arrive punctually, likely a result of her pre-scheduled group message. A fleeting thought crossed Shen Jun's mind, and he quickly typed, "Thank you, girl." When Shen Jun first met Jiang Runan, she was merely a junior in college, brimming with youthful innocence, while he had just traversed into this world, still bearing the maturity of his past life. To him, Jiang Runan resembled a little girl. During a project with Lin Jia, he had once casually referred to her as that girl. Eventually, after repeating it multiple times, he became accustomed to the title. She had not responded, likely occupied with filming. Over the years, Shen Jun occasionally came across news of Jiang Runan online, aware that she was rapidly gaining popularity. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. His schedule was undoubtedly packed, leaving little room for leisure. Thus, he did not dwell on it further. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Film and Television City, Jiang Runan was engrossed in the messages on her phone, her petite face contorted in a mixture of emotions. Her already rosy lips were now being bitten, rendering them temptingly vivid. It had been 5 years since Shen Jun had last reached out to her, since his marriage had only widened the chasm between them. This was the first message Shen Jun had sent her in 5 years. Although merely a note of gratitude, it nonetheless sent a thrill through Jiang Runan, especially with that familiar form of address that made her heart race. After much internal conflict in the van, Jiang Runan finally crafted a message for her makeup artist. "I am delighted to assist my senior." As Shen Jun ended the call, Lin Jia burst in, immediately gossiping about Shen Jun's relationship with Shen Yunqing, which Shen Jun briefly recounted. Just then, his phone rang again, this time an unfamiliar number from Hushi. A thought crossed Shen Jun's mind as he answered the call. A slightly hoarse yet alluring female voice greeted him. "Shen Jun?" "Yes, it's me," Shen Jun replied. The voice responded succinctly, "I am Qin Man. This is my personal number. Feel free to call me if you require assistance." Qin Man was the granddaughter of teacher Shen. Although they had never met, Shen Jun recalled having heard a few anecdotes about her from the old teacher. He thought, "Thank you, Sister Qin Man MM." Qin Man acknowledged lightly before promptly hanging up. From her tone, Shen Jun surmised that she might harbor some reservations about teacher Shen's arrangements, which he could understand. Given their lack of familial ties, it was commendable that Qin Man had taken the initiative to call him. As thoughts swirled in Shen Jun's mind, he turned to Lin Jia, who was seated nearby. "Could you do me a favor? Please investigate any recent developments regarding Hanline Music or their current needs." Hanline Music Company was Qin Man's establishment, and Shen Jun had been aware of it even before graduating, as teacher Shen had once hoped for him to work there. Although the teacher had encouraged him to reach out freely, Hanline was not under teacher Shen's direct influence. Hence, while the teacher could suggest such things, Shen Jun felt constrained. If he were to approach them without substantial backing, Qin Man might lend him assistance out of respect for her grandfather. But that connection could only extend so far. Therefore, Shen Jun needed to possess credible leverage to make his approach. "Hanline Music?" Lin Jia exclaimed in surprise. Hanline Music was among the premier music companies in the country, regarded as a titan in the industry. Lin Jia was utterly taken aback by Shen Jun's connection to Hanline, but he did not press further, simply replying, "I'll keep you posted." Working at Hunan Provincial Television, Lin Jia had access to an extensive network spanning the entire Chinese entertainment realm, making this task a manageable one for him. Shen Jun then glanced out the window, where Song Xiuzheng stood in the distance, conversing with his manager, a flicker of cold determination gleaming in Shen Jun's eyes. The uproar in public opinion stemmed from the fans of Song Xiu. Additionally, Lin Jia had already informed him that Lin Jia had approached Song Xiu. But Song Xiu was unwilling to settle the matter peacefully. Moreover, this group of individuals should never have involved in it. This is a forbidden topic for Shen Jun. Whether in this life or the last, Shen Jun has never been a person of leniency, nor someone easily manipulated like a soft persimmon. If they dared to provoke him, they must be prepared for his vengeance. After an afternoon, the public discourse on the internet began to gradually reverse as Jiang Runan and Elder Shen successively spoke out. Shen Jun's reputation slowly improved. This was primarily due to Elder Shen. Once he spoke up, numerous musicians and industry giants actively shared the message, effectively quelling the fervent public opinion. As for Jiang Runan, her statement nearly ignited the discourse further. Following her announcement, The entire internet was taken aback. Jiang Runan, with her pure and sweet appearance, holding several blockbuster films, is undoubtedly one of the most popular young stars in today's entertainment industry. And Shen Jun, an ordinary person, a common individual caught in the turmoil of public opinion. Elder Shen's support for Shen Jun arose from their teacher-student relationship. Well known across the internet as Shen Jun is a graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, where Elder Shen also teaches. But what of Jiang Runan? A friend? Who would believe that? Jiang Runan's statement was evidently detrimental to her, even arguably self-sabotaging. Having no scandals since her debut, she suddenly speaks up for a male counterpart, causing her fans to erupt in outrage. Nonetheless, Jiang Runan still chose to voice her support. What does this signify? It underscores Shen Jun's immense significance to Jiang Runan. Their relationship is undoubtedly more than that of mere friends. And consider this statement. Shen Jun is a very good person. This phrase carries substantial weight. If their relationship were trivial, I would perform a headstand on my first broadcast. Consequently, public opinion began to shift. However, this also served to suppress Shen Jun's negative press once more. Following Elder Shen's remarks, a topic inexplicably gained traction among countless netizens. The topic was titled in its fairy tale. It turned out that a netizen, watching the premiere of the afternoon program with their child, discovered that the child was utterly captivated by an storytelling, clamoring for more. Yet, the program ended, and they could find no other stories online, leading them to seek help on the internet. This resulted in a flood of similar netizens expressing that their children, after hearing the fairy tale, also wished to hear more, but could find none online. Numerous parents found that this fairy tale was simple, engaging, and conveyed meaningful lessons to children. Thus, they sought similar stories online, intending to use them as extracurricular reading material or bedtime stories. Yet, after searching high and low, they found nothing. Chapter 24. The Little Stool is Ready. The fairy tales available online were all those traditional stories that they were familiar with. As for the Little Red Riding Hood mentioned by Anya, there was simply none to be found. This topic snowballed, accumulating more and more attention, ultimately propelling it onto the trending searches. Countless netizens have engaged in discussions and searches for Anya's fairy tale, with prominent figures from the fields of early childhood education and fairy tales making appearances. The praises for the story of Little Red Riding Hood were abundant. Consequently, by the end, the entire internet was fervently pleading for Anya's fairy tale. With no results found online, the masses turned to the creator of the fairy tales, Anya's father. As a result, Shen Jun and Anya's debut account witnessed a meteoric rise in followers, and under the media account of Where Are We Going, Dad? An influx of enthusiastic viewers flooded in. Lin Jia had not anticipated that the situation would resolve itself in such a manner. Even more astonishing was that, despite the commotion, the program's viewership did not diminish. Rather, it seemed to have increased significantly. This revelation brought Lin Jia a sense of relief, as the clouds of anxiety that had loomed over him finally dissipated. After regaining his composure, he promptly declared, "Prepare for the broadcast." Shen Jun, who had been engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Runan, sent her a message upon hearing the broadcast announcement. "We're getting ready to go live. Let's continue this conversation later. Remember to visit Shanghai. I'll treat you to a grand feast." Jiang Runan quickly replied, "Good luck, senior. It's a promise. I will definitely come." Shen Jun smiled, sent a cool emoji, then set aside his phone to retrieve the muddy little monkey, Anya, who was joyfully playing in the fields. Meanwhile, in the makeup room of Jiang in Film City, Jiang Runan patted her cheeks, which were slightly flushed with excitement and joy, before she could calm her emotions. The door to the makeup room was swung open. Her manager, Sister Sue, appeared with a weary expression. "My dear niece, your fans are in an uproar, and you still have the time to chat here." The joy on Jiang Runan's face abruptly ceased. As dusk fell, at 7 o'clock, the program Where Are We Going, Dad?, which had been on hiatus for the afternoon, resumed broadcasting, and the viewer count surged rapidly as soon as it went live. There were still 5 debut rooms, each with 5 groups of guests. According to the backstage data from the production team, the traffic in Song Show's debut room was the highest, reaching a peak momentarily, with the screen flooded with comments supporting the older brother. However, it was not long before Shen Jun and Anya's debut room made a remarkable comeback, swiftly surpassing Song Show's viewer count. Furthermore, as the news of the broadcast spread, an unending stream of traffic poured in. Shen Jun's debut room quickly widened the gap with the other debut rooms, leading by a significant margin, nearly reaching the total viewership of the last 3 debut rooms combined. The entire production team was left in stunned silence. Everyone had assumed that after this wave of public sentiment, Shen Jun would fade into obscurity, yet unexpectedly. The traffic surged even more. The viewership in Shen Jun's debut room comprised a portion of casual fans who inherently adored Anya and Shen Jun. Another segment consisted of fairy tale enthusiasts who were drawn specifically to hear the fairy tales. Additionally, the largest group, now making up the majority of the traffic, were Jiang Runen's fans. Since her statement earlier in the afternoon, her fan base had exploded. As a rising star, her popularity even eclipsed that of Song Xiu. Moreover, a significant number of these fans were male. Upon witnessing Jiang Runen's announcement that afternoon, these male fans were filled with curiosity and hostility towards Shen Jun, leading to a rush of viewers as soon as they heard the program was going live. They yearned to witness the qualities of the men whom their goddess esteemed. Consequently, this led to a remarkable surge in viewership during the premiere, a phenomenon so astonishing that it even caught the attention of the Xiong province television station. At this moment, the 5 groups of guests who had received the broadcast notification had already convened at the recording site. Shen Jun approached, carrying an, and their eyes met with Song Xiu, who was holding a stone in the distance. A flicker of cold light danced in Shen Jun's gaze as he cast a penetrating look towards Song Xiu. Song Xiu merely curved his lips into a disdainful smile. It was a pity that he had not succeeded in eliminating this ordinary contestant earlier in the afternoon. One could only say that fortune favored this individual. Yet Song Xiu did not believe this newcomer could make significant waves. This industry has never been one where mere luck could ensure survival. As their gazes momentarily brushed past one another, they then calmly turned their attention towards the distant camera, where Lin Jia was already beckoning the various groups of guests to greet the audience. Shen Jun, holding an in, waved towards his premiere room, prompting an enthusiastic response from the audience. "And Anne's dad is so handsome. I want to hear an Anne's fairy tale. Who is this mud monkey? Where is my adorable Anne?" Once the initial fervor subsided, the atmosphere in Shen Jun's premiere room lightened considerably, filled with laughter and cheer. After the introduction of the guests, the staff guided the groups to complete the segment concerning their accommodations, allowing the audience to glimpse the challenging living conditions faced by each group. Gasps of astonishment erupted from countless viewers upon seeing the paper-thin window frames and the dilapidated rooms reminiscent of the 1970s and 80s. Among them, Song Xiu's room was the most favorable, boasting a more modern design compared to the other 5 accommodations. The fans enthusiastically exclaimed, "Brother is impressive." Conversely, the least favorable conditions were endured by director Wang Hai, who, due to his poor self-introduction, was left with the worst room available. The wooden door rattled, and the thatched roof rustled in the wind, causing Shen Jun to frown. Wang Hai's unfortunate lodging inspired sympathy from many viewers, with several remarking that the show felt remarkably authentic. As for Shen Jun, he opted for a room of moderate quality, neither particularly good nor bad, lacking any outstanding features. Following this, the premiere featured dinner, which required no preparation as the production team had arranged meals in advance: coarse grains, corn, sweet potatoes, and steamed buns. The intention behind this meal was to allow everyone to experience the hardships of life and reflect on their past struggles. The dinner was far from enjoyable. Even Shen Jun and Anya grimaced as they swallowed their food. Having lived 2 lives, Shen Jun had never known financial hardship and possessed culinary skills that had spoiled his palate. Anya, being raised by Shen Jun, had also developed discerning tastes. Throughout the meal, her little face scrunched up like a dumpling, and it was only through Shen Jun's coaxing that she managed to eat a few bites. The other groups of guests were even more boisterous, with cries and wails echoing throughout the night, leaving the fathers visibly exhausted. By the time dinner concluded, it was nearly 9 o'clock. With no further arrangements, each group of guests returned to their rooms to prepare for sleep. Observing this, a considerable number of viewers had already departed, leaving only half the audience that had tuned in at the beginning. Many viewers in Shen Jun's premiere room commented, "Is this it? Aside from his handsome appearance, there is nothing particularly remarkable about him. I was hoping for something extraordinary, yet it turned out to be quite ordinary. I am perplexed as to why the goddess shows such concern. He is no different from an average person." Most of the remarks come from Jiang Runen's fans, who initially sought to discover what made Shen Jun stand out. However, after more than an hour of watching, they concluded that aside from his good looks and an adorable daughter, he was no different from anyone else. Consequently, many prepared to leave. Yet, those old fans who had been attentive since morning calmly remarked, "What's the rush? It hasn't even begun yet." At that moment, Shen Jun had just finished bathing with Anya, and the pair, clad in matching adorable pajamas, lay on the bed. Anya, resting her head on Shen Jun's arm, appeared somewhat drowsy. Having woken up early and played enthusiastically throughout the day, the little one was struggling to keep her eyes open. Nevertheless, she made an effort to stay awake and sweetly implored, "Daddy, story." Upon her utterance, the previously calm premiere room erupted with excitement. "Here it comes. The little stools are ready. Front row, prepare." After waiting all night, it's finally happening. As soon as they heard a story was to be told, my son abandoned his toys. Chapter 25. The Magical World in the Premiere Room. There were also newcomers who were utterly bewildered, having thought the guest was about to sleep, and assumed the show was concluding. To their surprise, the atmosphere in the premiere room grew even more animated. They were all puzzled, asking, "What is going on? Was it time for bed? What are we watching now?" The old fans responded in unison, "Now is the time for the showcase. Don't ask. Just sit tight and listen. Shoo. This entire evening has been for this moment." Meanwhile, in a villa in the capital, a kindly old man turned the volume of his phone to the maximum to catch the premiere. If anyone were present, they would recognize this benevolent figure as Sun Dawei, a celebrated master of fairy tales and renowned children's author in China. His actions drew a surprised reaction from the person across from him. "Old son, when did you become so trendy tuning into a premiere?" Sun Dawei chuckled. "Trendy? I'm half in the grave. This afternoon, while my grandson was scrolling through short videos, he became enchanted by a fairy tale, which prompted me to come and learn a bit." The other person was momentarily astonished before bursting into laughter. "You want to learn? Doesn't your grandson know what you do?" "I am eager to see what story could inspire our fairy tale master to humbly seek knowledge." As they exchanged banter, Shen Jun had already discussed the content of the bedtime story with Anya, who had recently taken a liking to Harry Potter. Thus, tonight's bedtime story would also revolve around Harry Potter. However, before he began, Shen Jun's expression shifted slightly, as he was aware that a camera was set up in the room, and the premiere was still underway. Therefore, the story he narrated would also be heard by the audience in the premiere room. In the past, he would have been indifferent to whether the audience could comprehend or appreciate it. Yet now, having resolved to take vengeance on Song Xiao, his thoughts had grown more complex. Since Song Xiao's fans believe he is monopolizing the traffic, Shen Jun decided to show them what it truly means to seize attention. With a newfound inspiration, Shen Jun began recounting the tale from the beginning of Harry Potter. As for Anya, she could hardly remember the plot. She merely wished to immerse herself in the enchanting and whimsical world of magic, along with the extraordinary spells it contained. At that moment, the viewership in the broadcast began to surge once more, predominantly fueled by curiosity about the bedtime story Shen Jun was about to share. Through the grapevine, many netizens had learned that An's father was a storyteller, capable of narrating numerous tales that others had never heard of before. When they overheard Shen Jun discussing matters with An, the chat room buzzed with speculation. "Harry Potter. Surely, I didn't misread that. What kind of story is this? It sounds like a name, perhaps foreign. Could it be a tale from abroad? I was hoping for Little Red Riding Hood instead." Was it said that Shen Jun had many stories unknown to others? Where are they? "I prefer our own national stories. They feel more relatable." What a disappointment. Sigh. Time for bed. The name Harry Potter deterred quite a few, as everyone yearned for Shen Jun's fairy tales rather than foreign narratives, especially considering how difficult the name sounded. It lacked any sense of familiarity. Shen Jun remained oblivious to the audience's reactions. Had he known, he might have merely chuckled lightly. For those departing now would likely regret their decision later. Gently patting An, Shen Jun's deep voice began to resonate. Mr. Dudley and his wife considered themselves perfectly normal. "Thank you very much." They despised anything unusual. The story unfolded slowly, initially leaving many listeners feeling somewhat bored or apathetic, especially upon realizing it was a foreign tale. However, as the mysterious owl and cat appeared, and the enchanting world of magic gradually revealed itself, every eye widened in astonishment. The comment section, once filled with critiques and idle chatter, soon fell silent. Yet, the number of viewers continued to rise. It seemed as if everyone had become entranced by the magical realm Shen Jun was weaving. He continued softly. Harry was sorted into Gryffindor and became good friends with Hermione and Ron. Glancing down, he saw that An had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her little brows furrowed, perhaps dreaming of battling monsters in the magical world. Shen Jun smiled and smoothed her brows. As the story came to a pause, the audience snapped back to reality, and the previously quiet comment section erupted with excitement. "An's dad, don't stop. Keep going. I haven't had enough yet. What a marvelous world of magic. It feels so real." "Is that it? An's dad? Dad, Please tell us more. Oh no. I originally intended to fall asleep to the story, but now I can't. What was that story? It was so captivating. Why hadn't I read it before? Unbeknownst to them, over half an hour had elapsed, yet the audience in the premiere room remained utterly captivated, for the tale recounted by Anne's father was simply enthralling. Particularly enchanting was the magical world he painted, so vivid and resplendent that it felt almost tangible, igniting a longing in every heart and a desire to uncover the continuation of the narrative. However, just as the audience was deeply engrossed, the story abruptly ceased, prompting countless cries of discontent. Anon, you cannot fall asleep. The sister's story remains unfinished. Anon, awaken, and allow your father to continue. They envied Anon, yearning to be her. Meanwhile, in a villa in the capital, the fairy tale master Sun Dawei and his friend emerged from the reverie of the story, exchanging a glance. Sun Dawei furrowed his brow and inquired, "This is evidently not a fairy tale. It resembles a novel. Have you heard of it?" The person opposite him pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have perused nearly every literary work published domestically and even abroad. Yet I have never encountered this story." Sun Dawei's expression grew serious. "Are you suggesting that this is an original work?" The individual inhaled deeply, equally astonished. "I must verify. But it is highly likely." Sun Dawei reflected. "This story is quite intriguing." The other replied, "Indeed, it is rather fascinating. I did not anticipate that my visit today to urge you for your manuscript would yield such an unexpected delight. Please extend my gratitude to your grandson." With that, the visitor stood up, and Sun Dawei, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Aren't you staying a while longer?" The individual shook his head. "No, I must return to confirm this story. If it proves to be original, I may very well travel to Hunan province." He donned his coat and swiftly departed Sun Dawei's home, leaving Sun Dawei to muse. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Chapter 26. Awakened in fright within the headquarters of Baidai Records, the night had deepened, yet the interior remained brightly illuminated. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, Lu Yao's new album is set to launch online, as she is one of the company's key artists, and great expectations have been placed upon her. Additionally, with Tianyu Media releasing an album concurrently, Baidai Records has devoted utmost attention to Lu Yao's new release, ensuring that every detail is meticulously checked and coordinated to guarantee a flawless launch. The objective is to ensure that upon release, the album will soar to new heights in popularity. At this moment, Zhao Wani, clad in a black dress, wore a weary expression, having been preoccupied with the album's release throughout the day. Now that all matters have been resolved, she finally exhaled in relief. Shutting her computer and glancing at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. On her phone, a message from Mr. Sun appeared. "Wani, let me know when you're done, and I'll come to take you out for dinner." Zhao Wani contemplated for a moment, then tapped out a reply. "I'm finished." The response was swift. "Wait for me 15 minutes. I'll be there shortly." Mr. Sun, Sun Yaowen, the owner of Yaowen Film and Television Media Company, boasts a market valuation exceeding 10 billion, with a scale surpassing that of Baidai Records, specializing in film investment, production, and distribution. At merely 30 years of age, Sun Yaowen has already ascended to the helm of such a formidable enterprise, truly deserving the title of a promising young talent. Even Zhao Wani holds a degree of admiration for him. More significantly, Sun Yaowen has been ardently pursuing Zhao Wani since their initial encounter at a gala event, where he was utterly captivated by her beauty. His fervent pursuit lasted a year, to the extent that even the employees of Zhao Wani's company, as well as her parents, were aware of it, which speaks to the sincerity of his intentions. As Sun Lanfang remarked, President Sun exhibits commendable character and capabilities. Zhao Wani harbors a slight fondness for him, and after learning of her recent divorce, Sun Yaowen's pursuit intensified considerably. This led to their dinner invitation this evening, a chance to explore their connection. Zhao Wani returned to her thoughts, noting that President Sun would arrive in a little over 10 minutes. Pondering this, she opened a short video app. During her leisure, she often indulged in short videos to unwind while staying abreast of the latest trends in entertainment. However, as soon as she opened the app, her brows furrowed in dismay. The video she encountered featured Shen Jun ended in a tender morning moment, and it had garnered over 3 million likes. Observing their affectionate gestures and expressions in the video, Zhao Wani felt an acute pang of discomfort, her countenance darkening, and her gaze turning icy. She was already aware that Shen Jun had managed to extricate himself from the public scrutiny. Initially, Zhao Wani had hoped to leverage this controversy to render Shen Jun utterly ineffectual, thereby facilitating her claim to An's custody. To her astonishment, Shen Jun had managed to reverse the narrative. This prompted her to recall the afternoon's news, where renowned producer Shen Lao and rising star Jiang Runin had come to Shen Jun's defense. Zhao Wani was well aware that Shen Jun's mentor was Shen Lao, having attended their wedding years prior. However, they had since lost touch, and after Zhao Wani ascended to the presidency of Baidai, she had urged Shen Jun to leverage their connection to approach Shen Lao for a song. As a preeminent composer and luminary in the music industry, any musician yearns to perform a piece crafted by Shen Lao. Yet, Shen Lao had retired from composing 5 years ago, completely withdrawing from the music scene. Zhao Wani had thought that, given Shen Jun's status as Shen Lao's pupil, he might be able to appeal to him for just one song, which could potentially elevate her company to new heights. However, Shen Jun had claimed that their relationship was merely that of a typical student and teacher, without any particular familiarity, making such a request implausible. Reflecting on this matter now, a wave of indignation surged within Zhao Wani. She had genuinely believed him at the time, especially considering Shen Jun's post-marriage demeanor, which hardly suggested he was acquainted with such a prominent figure. And now, he dares to assert their connection was merely a conventional academic one. What kind of teacher-student relationship could lead to Mr. Shen, a person not particularly adept with social media, making a deliberate statement to defend someone at the very first moment an incident occurs? Any discerning individual can see that this is far from a typical teacher-student dynamic. Moreover, why did Shen Jun not offer assistance to her before, despite having this connection, and why had he never mentioned it? A waste is a waste. The more Zhao Wani thought about it, the angrier she became, muttering under her breath with a frigid expression. Furthermore, aside from Mr. Shen, the rising star Jiang Runin made Zhao Wani's demeanor even colder. She had never known of any connection between Shen Jun and Jiang Runin. As someone immersed in the entertainment industry, Zhao Wani was acutely aware of the immense risk Jiang Runin took by speaking out to help Shen Jun at the cost of her own interests. Gazing at Jiang Runin's delicate, sweet visage online, Zhao Wani unconsciously dug her crimson manicured nails into her palm. Just as her expression grew increasingly frigid, her tightly clenched phone rang. It was Sun Yaowen, calling to say he had arrived downstairs. After hanging up, Zhao Wani took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. Before heading downstairs, she retrieved her lipstick to touch up her makeup. Observing her vibrant and enchanting face in the mirror, her expression gradually returned to tranquility. No matter how Shen Jun stirred things up, he remained a mere waste. There would always be an insurmountable chasm between them. Zhao Wani curled her lips into a smirk, her face reflecting disdain, and then she tossed her cascading waves of hair, gracefully descending the staircase. A luxurious Maybach awaited her below, where Sun Yaowen, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, leaned against the vehicle. Upon seeing the radiant Zhao Wani emerge, he immediately approached with a bouquet of fresh flowers. "Wani, you've worked hard." The bustling scene below the office building, filled with employees and passers-by, elicited envious glances and soft gasps from onlookers. Instantly, Zhao Wani's inner turmoil dissipated and a smile blossomed on her face. This was the life she desired. With a beaming countenance, she accepted the roses from Sun Yaowen, who then gallantly opened the car door for her as she climbed inside, cradling the flowers. The opulent Maybach glided toward the shimmering neon lights of the city. Meanwhile, as Zhao Wani settled into Sun Yaowen's Maybach, a deafening thunderclap suddenly resonated in the night sky of Ling'an City. Amidst the darkness, flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder that startled all the guests recording a program in Shabu Ancient Village. Following this was the heart-wrenching wails of children, crying out for their mothers. Inside the room, Shen Jun let out a soft sigh. He had finally managed to lull into sleep and was preparing to conclude the program as premiere. However, before he could inform the staff, a sudden thunderclap shattered the tranquility, followed by the drumming of rain. And thus, Anin was startled awake. Chapter 27. The insect flies. Anin had always harbored a fear of thunder. Whenever it rumbled, she could never sleep soundly unless someone stayed by her side, especially after being awakened by fear. If she couldn't find her father, she would cry inconsolably. True to form, following the thunder, Shen Jun observed the little one stir in his arms, her small face scrunching up, followed by a kick of her little legs. Her large eyes flew open wide. Unlike her usual adorable self, Anin's eyes were now filled with terror. This sight tugged at Shen Jun's heartstrings. He immediately embraced Anin and gently soothed her, saying, "Do not be afraid, my dear. Daddy is here." Anin had been startled awake by the thunder. Fortunately, upon opening her eyes, she spotted Shen Jun, which eased some of her fright, though fear still lingered. Trembling, she nestled into Shen Jun's embrace and pitifully cried, "Daddy, I'm scared." At that moment, the live broadcast room was still bustling with viewers. Although the program was nearing its conclusion, the audience was captivated by the story Shen Jun had just shared. Even as the end approached, many remained in the room, eager to continue listening to the tale, desperately attempting to capture Shen Jun's attention with their messages. Then came the thunder. As viewers heard Shen Jun tenderly comforting Anin, the comments exploded. Anin's daddy, do you need a charming daughter aged 6 years and 8 months? Oh, that voice is irresistible. Anin, let your sister take a turn lying down for a bit. When the audience heard Anin's plaintive declaration of fear, their hearts collectively ached. Particularly poignant were the multiple camera angles set up for the broadcast, one of which captured a close-up of Anin's frightened little face. Upon seeing her distressed expression, many devoted mothers in the live chat expressed their sympathy. Anin, don't be afraid. Mommy is here with you. Oh, my poor little one. No need to fear. Anin, save a spot for Mommy. Together with Daddy, we'll protect you. The commotion was palpable, even reaching those in the upper levels of the venue. Other groups of guests were experiencing similar turmoil. They had all been preparing to conclude the broadcast, cuddling their children to sleep. But, unexpectedly, a clap of thunder jolted awake the little ones they had just managed to lull. The other fathers, who were less accustomed to soothing children, most of whom had boys, found the process immensely chaotic, nearly exhausting them in the endeavor. Just as they thought they could relax, all the children awoke once more. The live room erupted in laughter. I feel like Zhang Shui is about to crack. He finally got Guangzai to sleep. Only for it to be in vain. The moment Guangzai was startled awake, a look of utter despair flashed across Zhang Shui's face, akin to seeing a ghost. The viewers captured this moment, and some even created a meme combining Zhang Shui's expression with Guangzai's, dubbing them the stunned father-son duo, inciting even more laughter and drawing an increasing number of viewers into the live room. As Lin Jia observed that all the guests were now frantically trying to calm their children, he realized this was an excellent opportunity for content. With a grand gesture, he declared, let us continue the broadcast. We'll make up for the afternoon's downtime. The staff swiftly resumed their work, reigniting interest and propelling the program back onto the trending charts as more and more viewers flocked to the live room. And so, the scene unfolded with 5 fathers in a delightful flurry, attempting to soothe their children amidst the delightful chaos. The thunder outside resounded incessantly, a relentless cacophony, while torrential rain fell in sheets, punctuated by the sharp crack of lightning. Amidst the nocturnal downpour, the cries and howls of unknown beasts and birds echoed hauntingly. Unlike the city, where neon lights flicker, the ancient village outside the window was shrouded in the undulating shadows of trees, clawing at the night air. The audience in the viewing room gasped in collective fear, and the children, startled from their slumber, erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. Shen Jun could even hear the distant wails of Guangzai from next door. Anin was not faring much better, although she was usually obedient and well-behaved. Confronted by such primal fear, she too was unable to contain herself. The village, unlike home, offered no sanctuary. A mere drawing of curtains and soundproofing at home provided a sense of security that was sorely lacking here. By now, Anin had been crying in Shen Jun's embrace for some time, her cherubic face streaked with tears and snot, having used Shen Jun's pajamas as a makeshift handkerchief. The audience, watching live, felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. Shen Jun sat up, soothing Anin gently. Having just cried out, her voice was hoarse, and she sobbed intermittently, her large eyes red and swollen, causing Shen Jun great distress. Particularly, any rustle outside sent her trembling, her little frame taut with anxiety. This could not continue, so Shen Jun comforted her, saying, how about Daddy tells Anin a story? He endeavored to lull her back to sleep, or at least help her relax, yet Anin shook her head, her eyes still glistening with fear. Especially as another clap of thunder roared outside. Once again, she burst into tears, sobbing for a considerable time before Shen Jun managed to console her. Her voice was now hoarse, her eyes puffy, which only deepened Shen Jun's heartache. The audience in the viewing room shared in this sorrow. Acutely aware that neither Shen Jun nor Anin had done anything wrong, even neglecting the camera in their distress. Strangely, the number of viewers continued to rise. And there were no more light-hearted remarks. Everyone was focused on Anin's plight, brainstorming ways to assist Shen Jun, the father. Shen Jun then asked, would Anin like to listen to a song? He needed to find a way to help her unwind. Fortunately, this time, amidst his anxious gaze, Anin nodded weakly, her voice hoarse as she murmured, Daddy, song. Shen Jun's expression brightened at this, and he immediately responded, shall Daddy sing a song for Anin? With her eyes still red, she nodded slightly. Shen Jun half sat up, cradling Anin in his arms. providing her with a greater sense of security while also facilitating his singing. Just as he adjusted his position, numerous viewers in the live room gasped in astonishment. An's father can sing? Wow, what a perfect father. He can do all the chores, tell stories, and sing. A perfect husband. It's another day of wanting to be An's mother. Just as I was about to sleep, I might as well enjoy a lullaby from An's dad. Chuckles. Upstairs, aren't you afraid that An's dad might scare you with his singing? While I have faith in An's father, singing is a different endeavor altogether, heavily reliant on talent. Moreover, there was no background music, rendering the a cappella performance quite challenging. An's father is just an ordinary person, without any specialized training, so one should not harbor overly lofty expectations. The standards are not high. As long as it is listenable, that suffices. The initial broadcast attracted a vast audience, and the comments section was filled with debates regarding An's father's singing prowess. In that moment, Shen Jun had already composed himself. Gently patting An, his voice began to resonate softly. The dark sky hangs low, the bright stars follow closely. The insects fly, who are you missing? Chapter 28. The mute bride outside. The rain continued to fall, and the shadows of the trees danced gracefully. Within the softly lit room, Shen Jun's soothing and gentle melody gradually filled the air. As his song commenced, the previously bustling comments section fell into an instant silence. The barrage of messages came to an abrupt halt, as if the world had been paused. Shen Jun remained oblivious to the lively atmosphere of the broadcast. He was entirely absorbed in his song. Insects Fly was a cherished tune from his past, one that had accompanied him throughout his childhood, and later served as a nostalgic reminder of his youth. This melody, Insects Fly, had once been a wildly popular nursery rhyme in his previous life. Known for its simple and soothing melody, along with its heartwarming lyrics, making it a household favorite. Every child had heard it at least once. After An's arrival, Shen Jun often found himself singing lullabies to soothe her to sleep, and this particular song was among An's favorites. As he sang, memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. One instance where they sat together on the balcony, gazing at the stars beyond the window. Shen Jun held An close, and together they hummed Insects Fly. The moonlight poured down, accompanied by the twinkling stars, while An gleefully called out, "Daddy, Daddy." In that moment, Shen Jun felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Reflecting on this, a tender smile graced his face, radiating warmth from deep within. His voice grew softer and more heartfelt. As he continued, the stars in the sky shed tears, the roses on the ground wither away, the cold wind blows, the cold wind blows. As long as I have you by my side. In this life, as long as he had An with him, he felt utterly fulfilled, immersed in emotion. Shen Jun was oblivious to the escalating excitement in the broadcast room. When he first began to sing, the room was momentarily silent. However, it wasn't long before a flood of comments surged forth, one after another, almost overwhelming the screen. An's father sings beautifully. This song, this voice, is absolutely incredible. I must sing the praises of An's father. His opening note struck a chord within my heart. I have completely fallen for An's father. Such a lovely tune. Though it seems simple, why is the song so profoundly moving? It instantly brought me back to my childhood, where moonlight shone brightly, the rice fields swayed, and everyone in the village gathered under the streetlights to chat and play cards. Suddenly, I longed to be a child again. The song is beautiful, yet I can't shake a hint of sadness. Growing up isn't as fun. For some reason, I suddenly miss my grandfather. I wonder how he is faring in heaven? I find myself longing for my grandmother. In my childhood, she would sing to me while fanning me with a palm leaf, lulling me to sleep. It fills me with sorrow and makes me want to weep. All I wished for was to enjoy a variety show before bed, yet here I am, shedding tears. Can anyone tell me the name of this lullaby? Oh, how melodious it is. Please, I beg you, cease singing. The comments in the live broadcast are overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to discern one from another. I barely catch a glimpse before they are swept away, and the viewership continues to soar. The short video platform has surged into the top 10 of trending shows. At this moment, in the gaming section of the short video platform, a particular live broadcast is extremely popular, ranking first in the gaming category. Within the broadcast, a stunning female host is presenting a currently trending game. She possesses remarkable beauty and an enviable figure. Her keen gaze while gaming exudes a captivating charisma that compels viewers to click on the live stream. However, upon entering the broadcast, one is greeted with a cacophony of expletives. What a lunatic. Go die? The voice is harsh and grating, leaving all who have just entered the broadcast momentarily stunned, and at a loss. Meanwhile, the loyal fans in the chat fervently type, "Sister Zhou, please be quiet. Damn it. I forgot to mute." They plead, "I'll pay handsomely for someone to silence Sister Zhou." When Sister Zhou remains silent, she appears as beautiful as a celestial being. Yet when she speaks, it feels as if the heavens are collapsing. Sister Zhou, the host, is currently one of the most popular gaming streamers on the platform. Known for her striking looks and the stark contrast of her voice, which has garnered her countless admirers. Her fanbase has even surpassed 10 million, making her one of the most celebrated streamers in the gaming realm, fondly referred to as the Mute Bride. At this moment, accompanied by Sister Zhou's anguished cries. "How can we win with such teammates? Tell me how to win." The game concludes with a forceful slam of her keyboard, her exquisite features contorted with frustration. She shows no regard for her image. "Sister Zhou, could you not be a bit gentler? Watching her is only bearable on mute. Who can bring tranquility to Sister Zhou? I implore you. To calm her down? You might as well ask us how to climb a tree. Better to keep her muted. I am currently procuring remedies. Preparations are underway. Count me in. Count me in." The Mute Bride, how delightful. At this point, Sister Zhou has regained her composure and, upon reading the comments in the live broadcast, she glares and exclaims, "Am I so beautiful that you dare compare me to a sow?" Instantly, someone in the chat comments, "I apologize. We were in the wrong. We insulted the sow. Forgive us, dear sow." The audience remarks, "A Zhou with a mouth is truly inferior to a sow that can climb a tree." Enraged, Sister Zhou glares through flared nostrils and grits her teeth, declaring, "Very well. You say I am less than a sow. Then tomorrow's rewards are cancelled. Enjoy your sows." The fans retort, "Cancel it, cancel it. Just remember to update the photos. Aren't they more delightful than videos? We love it even more." Sister Zhou has long since become accustomed to the playful banter in the live streaming room. It is her signature style. After a brief quarrel with her fans, she exclaimed, "Come on, brothers, let Sister Zhou take you to check out the rooms. Don't blame me for not treating you. I'll share my feast with you." With that, she exited the gaming interface and opened the short video premiere section. Habitually, she glanced at the trending topics to see if there were any new gossip for the day. Just as she was about to take her brothers to watch a lovely lady dance, a particular headline caught her attention. "Today, I learned what a perfect husband is." Sister Zhou paused, her hand instinctively clicking on the headline. Her fans in the streaming room noticed her action, erupting into laughter. And the comment section exploded with playful jests. "Wasn't she supposed to treat us to something good? Looks like Sister Zhou wants to indulge herself. A perfect husband? Has Sister Zhou's heart fluttered? Forget it, Sister Zhou. Unless you silence yourself, you'll never find a husband." Sister Zhou's eyes are filled with visions of husbands. Quick to respond, Sister Zhou feigned shyness, playfully tapping her hand that held the mouse, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's all this hand's fault. I didn't want to look, but it just had to click." Chapter 29, Silencing Sister Zhou. As the premiere page loaded, the topic room opened, revealing the title, "Where Did Daddy Go? Daddy in an." Upon seeing the cover image, Sister Zhou was momentarily stunned by the sight of a boy, more handsome than many stars, tenderly holding an adorable little girl. Her fans, quick to observe her reaction, began teasing her once more in the comments. "Oh no. Sister Zhou is truly smitten. Goodness, this daddy is just a tad more handsome than me. How shameless of the person above. This daddy is just as handsome as I am." Snapping back to reality, Sister Zhou felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Quickly clearing her throat in an attempt to disguise her embarrassment, "Isn't this the program that has been trending today? This man must be the rumored ordinary person. And he is indeed quite handsome. My momentary daze was merely due to recalling this incident, nothing more. Brothers, please don't jump to conclusions." The comments erupted again. "Exactly. What did we say? Sister Zhou, you're just trying to cover up. If you weren't thinking anything, why is your face red?" Upon reading this, Sister Zhou instinctively touched her face, which only prompted more teasing from her fans. Fully embracing the moment, she declared, "So what if I love looking at handsome men? This is a reward from my past life for working like a mule. A perfect husband? I must see what that entails. Let us indulge on behalf of my sisters." With that, she clicked into an Anya and Shen Jun's premiere room. At that moment, Shen Jun had just finished singing The Little Bug, a song that Anya adored. The fear on her little face had certainly diminished, and her eyes were no longer as red. Shen Jun continued, gently patting Anya as he sang once more. The dark sky hangs low, accompanied by the bright, twinkling stars. Insects flutter about. Sister Zhou possesses a high-level account, and such accounts receive system notifications upon entering the live broadcast room, alerting the host of esteemed guest presence. Typically, when Sister Zhou enters, the host currently broadcasting is momentarily taken aback, only to exuberantly exclaim, "Thank you for your support, Sister Zhou. We welcome you to join us often." Although Sister Zhou's playful demeanor may lack a certain decorum, her fan base, numbering in the millions, commands considerable respect among most hosts, a presence to be admired. However, this time, upon her entrance, no ripples were stirred. The handsome man cradling a child in the frame didn't even lift his gaze. Naturally, Sister Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment at being overlooked. Yet, in the next moment, her attention was captivated by other developments, the explosive surge in audience numbers and the overwhelming flood of comments. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she stammered, "Is this a mirage?" Rubbing her eyes, she glanced again at the live broadcast room, where the audience count remained astonishingly high, exceeding 100,000. The comments were a blur, rendering every single message indecipherable. Sister Zhou gasped. Though she had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, the current scenario left her utterly astonished. No wonder she was disregarded. Her account barely registered as a minor presence amidst the throng. In the span of a moment, she spotted several familiar esteemed accounts. With a hoarse voice, she exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable." The fans accompanying Sister Zhou also observed the situation unfolding in Shen Jun's live broadcast room, sharing in the collective astonishment. Someone remarked, "Sister Zhou, it seems this man is beyond your reach." Goodness. The comments were so fast-paced that not a single one could be deciphered at a glance. Earlier that evening, the viewership was already considerable, but now it had skyrocketed. Regaining her composure, Sister Zhou remarked, "Brothers, this is extraordinary. Let us enjoy the broadcast. I must see what makes it so impressive." Just as her words faded, a gentle, pure male voice began to hum, resonating deeply within the hearts of those listening. Sister Zhou was momentarily taken aback. The fans accompanying her were equally stunned, as the previously lively and humorous comment section fell into a palpable silence. Following the sound of the singing, Sister Zhou turned her gaze to the broadcast room, where the handsome man sat on an old bed, cradling a little girl in his arms, his expression tender and filled with affection. The room was bathed in a warm, dim light, reminiscent of childhood homes. Outside, shadows of trees danced, and the faint sounds of rain and wind could be heard, with glimpses of the night outside visible through the aged window panes. Coupled with the soft humming, Sister Zhou felt enveloped in a wave of warmth. As the lyrics began to unfold, the deep, gentle, and emotionally rich melody rendered her momentarily lost in reverie. It was as though she was transported back to her childhood home, as she beheld her mother fanning herself with a bamboo fan, and her father bustling about with relentless energy. Even the old house from her childhood, long since demolished, resurfaced in Sister Zhou's memory. Vivid images of her early years flooded back. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over Sister Zhou, and she yearned to return to her childhood, a time when her mother's love and her father's affection enveloped her in a cocoon of carefree joy. No longer would she need to toil for mere scraps of silver, nor engage in pursuits that held no passion for her. Gone would be the days of forced smiles, where life felt like a performance. Listening to the melody that filled the streaming room, Sister Zhou became increasingly dazed, withdrawing from interaction with her fans, and abandoning her usual playful banter. Curling into a ball on her gaming chair, she hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, quietly absorbing the music that enveloped her. Her fans, accustomed to her vivacity and sharp wit, were taken aback by this unexpected tranquility. Sister Zhou had become famous for her loquaciousness, her sharp tongue brimming with humor and irreverence. It was said that silencing her was akin to a Herculean task, with many suggesting that the only way to achieve this was to render her mute, introducing a new era of the silent bride. From the inception of her streaming career, Sister Zhou had never exhibited such calm and docility. In her newfound stillness, her features became even more enchanting, captivating the hearts of many fans. Goodness, how astonishing. I find myself drawn to Sister Zhou. Indeed, she was the silent bride. In her silence, she radiated the beauty of an esports star. Suddenly, it dawned on them that Sister Zhou possessed an unexpected allure. What do we do if we're feeling this way? Sister Zhou, speak. Don't toy with our hearts. We might truly fall for you. Amidst the playful jests and banter from her fans, no one noticed that Sister Zhou's eyes grew increasingly moist, culminating in a single tear cascading down her stunning visage. Chapter 30. The breaking point. The tear glistened as it traced the contours of Sister Zhou's beautiful face, enhancing her already exquisite features with a touch of poignant charm, rendering her utterly captivating. Wait, is Sister Zhou crying? Am I seeing this correctly? The inexplicable sensation of infatuation surged within them. How maddening. The desire to envelop her in an embrace surged forth, a thought that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Akin to cradling a wild monkey on Mount Amay. Today, they finally recognized Sister Zhou's beauty. Indeed, the silent bride is breathtaking. When she remains silent, she is a goddess. Is Sister Zhou transitioning to a beauty-focused streamer? This woman has successfully piqued my interest. The fans in the streaming room, accustomed to light-hearted banter, instinctively commented upon witnessing Sister Zhou's tears. Yet, before they could articulate further, her eyes reddened, and the tears flowed more freely, her entire being trembling with quiet sobs. Sister Zhou, please don't frighten me. What is happening? Don't cry. It's making my eyes itch too. Let us embrace Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, please do not cry. I merely remarked that you resemble the monkeys of Amay Mountain, and I offer my sincerest apologies. It suddenly pains me to see you so distressed. In the eyes of all your fans, Sister Zhou is perpetually carefree, her face adorned with a smile. Even when confronted with adversity or displeasure, she merely expresses her sentiments with a few sharp words. Afterwards, she joyfully banters with her fans, her heart brimming with warmth. Many are drawn to Sister Zhou precisely because of this quality, her amiable temperament, her ability to see things with clarity, and her authenticity, devoid of pretense. No one has ever witnessed Sister Zhou in tears. Thus, when she suddenly broke down, her cries intensifying, the fans in the live stream were left in a state of panic. They ceased their teasing and began to seek ways to comfort her. Her tears evoked a surprising response, causing many longtime fans to feel a prickling in their eyes, yearning to weep alongside her. At that moment, Sister Zhou recognized that her emotions had overwhelmed her. She wished to maintain composure, especially since she was still broadcasting. She had always absorbed her grievances alone after the show concluded. Yet, at this very instant, she could no longer contain herself. Her soft hums were akin to a sharp blade, slicing through the years of pinned-up grievances and sorrows within her heart. Sister Zhou trembled as she sobbed, and ultimately, unable to hold back any longer, she choked out to her audience, "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I must end the broadcast." Sister Zhou endeavored to present a radiant smile, yet the grimace that emerged was more painful than tears, evoking profound sympathy from her fans. "Is Sister Zhou all right? Please do not cry. It pains me to see you so." There was an unsettling silence as Sister Zhou fell mute, leaving her fans in a state of confusion. Who can comprehend this sense of fragmentation? Sister Zhou is truly my idol. Is she all right? Typically, she alleviates my negative emotions. Yet witnessing her in such despair stirs my heart. Sending hugs. Before the fans could utter more words of comfort, the broadcast was swiftly terminated by Sister Zhou, plunging the room into sudden quietude, with her sobs growing louder. Meanwhile, in Shen Jun's live stream, many shared a similar plight, with numerous viewers expressing their discomfort. Some even shed tears. Who understands? I just wanted to watch a variety show before bed, and now I find myself weeping uncontrollably under the covers. I miss my grandfather. Oh dear. My roommate inquired why I was crying so fiercely, and I felt too embarrassed to admit it was due to a variety show. Inan, you are truly breaking my heart. Please, stop singing. I cannot hold it together any longer. Moreover, many parents commented that Shen Jun's singing was beautiful, lulling their children into slumber alongside them. One viewer even remarked, "I have decided to watch this variety show before bedtime from now on, allowing Inan to help me drift off to sleep." This comment garnered countless supporters, as many found it to be a practical solution, genuinely believing Shen Jun had a remarkable talent for soothing children. Online, marketing accounts have even begun to share the 3 steps to mastering Shen Jun's lullaby techniques. At this moment, Shen Jun had already sung Insect Flying several times. Anan, who had initially been frightened by the thunder, finally calmed down, her body no longer trembling. The previously reddened and swollen eye sockets had also subsided. In Shen Jun's embrace, drowsiness began to resurface. Her large eyes started to flutter wearily. Shen Jun softly whispered in Anan's ear, "Anan, it's time to sleep. Daddy is here with you." Anan, feeling a bit dazed, mumbled incoherently, "Daddy." Subsequently, she squirmed in Shen Jun's arms, finding the most comfortable position, and slowly closed her eyes. Shen Jun continued to hum Insect Flying. Knowing that a lullaby need not be elaborate but should instead be simple, a straightforward rhythm, when repeated, yields the best results. Indeed, within a few minutes, Anan had fallen soundly asleep, even emitting soft snores. Shen Jun gazed at his precious child with tenderness before carefully placing Anan into her bedding, gently patting her for a while. Once he was certain she had entered a deep slumber, Shen Jun finally rose, letting out a sigh of relief. While soothing a child may seem effortless, it is, in reality, quite challenging, demanding both mental and physical endurance. Who could withstand sitting still for half an hour? As Shen Jun successfully lulled him into sleep, the audience in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief, flooding the comments with remarks such as, "Daddy Inen, you've worked hard. It's truly not easy to raise a child. Given how hard Daddy Inen is working, someone should find a mother for Inen soon." While the audience commented, Shen Jun approached the camera. Lin Jia had already informed all groups of guests that they could choose to end their broadcasts based on their circumstances, having just managed to soothe Inen into sleep. Shen Jun was now ready to conclude the broadcast. He addressed the camera one last time, saying, "Thank you all for your company. Please rest early." With that, amidst a flurry of goodnight comments, he ended the live stream. After closing the broadcast, Shen Jun did not immediately go to bed but instead headed to the adjacent room. At that moment, Lin Jia was waiting with a stack of documents. Upon seeing Shen Jun enter, he promptly handed over all the materials, saying, "These are the recent updates regarding artists under Han Lion Music. I've gathered everything for you." Lin Jia had been busy since the afternoon with the tasks Shen Jun assigned him and had only just completed everything. Shen Jun, touched, accepted the documents, replying, "Thank you, my brother." Lin Jia smiled. "What are we saying thanks for, brother?" Chapter 31. Are you in a hurry? Brother Jun, what are you planning to do? In the room, Lin Jia watched as Shen Jun meticulously flipped through the documents, asking with curiosity. He had an inkling of Shen Jun's intentions. Aware that Shen Jun sought to leverage the power of Han Lion Music to strike back at and retaliate against Song Xiu. Although Song Xiu was considered a top-tier celebrity, he paled in comparison to the colossal entity that was Han Lion Music. If Han Lion Music were willing to assist Shen Jun, eliminating public opinion or even dealing with Song Xiu would not pose a significant challenge. However, how to enlist Han Lion Music's help remained a pressing question. Although Shen Jun has the support of Elder Shen, Lin Jia is well aware that Han Lion Music, as a colossal entity, would not escalate matters for Shen Jun, who currently lacks the necessary leverage. While gathering information that afternoon, Lin Jia pondered how Shen Jun might persuade Han Lion, but after much contemplation, she could devise no feasible strategy. At this moment, Shen Jun had already reviewed most of the materials. Upon hearing Lin Jia's remarks, he did not rush to respond. Instead, he meticulously revisited the selected documents before extracting one particular piece. He placed the document on the table and pointed to a specific line of text. Curious. Lin Jia picked up the document, which outlined various activities and projects of Han Lion Music for the month. However, the information was not particularly significant, so she had summarized it onto a single sheet. As Lin Jia examined the paper, she furrowed her brow and then focused on the line Shen Jun had indicated. The text read, Han Lion Music artist Song Huaying participates in Peak Singer. She may face elimination in the 5th round. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Jia inquired, "Are you considering approaching Song Huaying?" Shen Jun nodded and slowly articulated, "The data indicates that Han Lion Music currently boasts 3 super first-tier artists, with Song Huaying being one of them. The other 2 are Adu and Shui Wenlu." As he spoke, Shen Jun produced another document, pointing to its contents. Here, Shui Wenlu's contract is set to expire in 6 months. He then extracted yet another sheet. "Look here. In May, Shui Wenlu and her husband participated in your Hunan TV's Wuxi Evening Gala as a couple." Lin Jia was aware of this event, having seen Shui Wenlu and her husband at the gala. Confused, she asked, "What does this signify?" Shen Jun replied thoughtfully, "According to the information, one of the founders of Han Lion Music is Zhang Haowei, a figure emerging from Dragon Television. Han Lion Music originally rose to prominence through a talent show on that network. Thus, Han Lion Music has a profound connection with Dragon Television. And based on the data from recent years, the activities of Han Lion's artists are predominantly based around Dragon Television. The 2 entities have established a mutually dependent survival model." Shen Jun then gestured towards Lin Jia, stating, "Your station and Dragon Television are almost irreconcilable, with fierce competition." Suddenly enlightened, Lin Jia exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Shui Wenlu might be considering a switch?" Shen Jun nodded slowly. "The possibility is quite significant. The situation between Dragon Television and Hunan Television shows no signs of alleviation, especially as competition has intensified in recent years. Under these circumstances, Han Lion Music would not easily allow their super first-tier artists to participate in programs on Hunan Television, which could inadvertently aid their rivals. Even if Han Lion were inclined to do so, Dragon Television would likely obstruct it. However, given the current circumstances, and considering that the company behind Shui Wenlu's husband has close ties with your station, It seems she is indeed contemplating a switch. If that occurs, online music may face significant challenges in the latter half of the year. In this situation, online music must either cultivate new talent or propel seasoned veterans to new heights. The time left for online music is exceedingly limited, and currently, there are no plans in place to nurture newcomers. Thus, the company's choice leans towards the latter option, advancing the veterans. It is within this context that Song Hwaying participated in Peak Singers, with the premiere of the first episode coinciding with mid-May, shortly after the May 5th gala. Consequently, it is highly probable that Song Hwaying was the veteran selected by online music, which undoubtedly harbored great expectations for him. However, just before the finals, Song Hwaying was unexpectedly eliminated. One might ponder the urgency felt by online music. Shen Jun smirked slightly and offered a light smile to Lin Jia. At this moment, Lin Jia had come to an understanding, and his expression reflected sheer astonishment. Although he frequently engaged with entertainment news, he had never considered this angle. Even after gathering a plethora of information that afternoon, he had failed to deduce the internal dynamics of online music. Yet, Shen Jun, after merely glancing at the material Lin Jia had compiled, swiftly inferred a wealth of information, even predicting the company's trajectory for the latter half of the year. This left Lin Jia utterly astounded. At a loss for words, Lin Jia took a deep breath and remarked, "Jun Ge, you're impressive." Should Shen Jun have been aware of Lin Jia's astonishment, he would surely have chuckled. Having navigated the entertainment industry for half his life in his past life, he had experienced many of these matters firsthand, allowing him to discern the underlying truths with ease. Otherwise, his previous existence would have been in vain. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. Then, assuming a serious demeanor, said, "Help me find a recording studio. I intend to lay down a demo." It was a simple request. Lin Jia nodded in agreement. Shen Jun sighed lightly, somewhat embarrassed, and addressed Lin Jia. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you during this time. Once things settle down, and I will treat you to a grand feast." Lin Jia's expression shifted, "Jun Ge," by saying that. "You're implying I'm no longer considered a brother. You've helped me so much in the past. It's only fitting that I assist you now. Moreover, this situation arose from my mismanagement, causing you and in an unnecessary distress. I've never been fond of Song Xiao." Shen Jun chose not to elaborate further, giving Lin Jia's shoulder a reassuring pat before retreating to his room. Anin was sound asleep, and Shen Jun gently kissed her forehead, prompting her to reach out in her dreams. He offered her his finger, which she grasped, immediately settling into a tranquil slumber. Shen Jun turned off the light and fell asleep beside her. The following day, at the break of dawn, Shen Jun awoke with the sun. Habitually, he ran a few laps around the village, which had already begun to stir. In the distance, fields were shrouded in mist, with wisps of smoke rising from the quaint, tiled roofs. After his morning jog, Shen Jun returned to freshen up, noticing that the crew members were also waking. He then set about fulfilling his morning task, preparing breakfast. The ingredients for breakfast were stored at a local villager's home, available on a first-come, first-served basis to be utilized in crafting the morning meal. Now that he has attracted attention, Shen Jun has abandoned any thoughts of hiding. Since there are concerns about him overshadowing others, he will transform those worries into reality. Chapter 32. Shen Jun was the first to complete his task, with the staff wearily following behind to commence the broadcast. His streaming room had amassed a considerable number of followers, and the account was trending highly, leading to an influx of viewers as soon as the stream began. "Good morning. Is the production team really this ruthless, starting the broadcast so early? Indeed, it's Daddy and N. I suspected that whoever finishes breakfast first would be the one to complete the task last night." Dressed casually, having just emerged from a shower with damp hair, Shen Jun exuded a refreshing cleanliness imbued with a hint of charisma. This drew the attention of several viewers who had just awoken. He swiftly arrived at the food storage area, unreservedly selecting a variety of ingredients based on an N's dietary preferences. By the time the other guests and their children gradually stirred awake, Shen Jun had already prepared breakfast and called an N to rise and eat. Due to the thunderstorm the previous night, N had not slept soundly and was a bit grumpy in the morning. Finally, after freshening up and preparing to eat, Zhang Shui, accompanied by his son Guangzai, knocked on the door and entered, holding unprocessed ingredients and looking a bit flustered. "I truly have no idea where to begin. I'm afraid I might poison Guangzai. Little Shen, please lend me a hand." The audience in the streaming room erupted in laughter. Zhang Shui has come to cling to the big shot again. Zhang Shui's fans were face-palming. "I told you Zhang Shui was heading in the wrong direction. His home is clearly over there. Why is he coming this way?" It was hilarious. Without Shen Jun, Zhang Shui would likely starve in the ancient village. Guangzai, sticking out his tongue, chimed in, "Uncle, my dad's cooking is terrible. I want to eat what you make." Shen Jun had no qualms. He found Zhang Shui quite likable, and Guangzai was amusing too. It was merely a matter of sharing chopsticks. Seated at the dining table, Anan saw Guangzai and stuck out her little tongue, calling him a silly brother. Since Guangzai was a few months older than Anan, Zhang Shui had playfully recognized their sibling relationship while chatting with Shen Jun. Just as Zhang Shui intended to greet the adorable child, he heard Anan continue, "Silly uncle." Well, Shen Jun had risen the earliest, followed closely by Su Heng, who was accustomed to early training. Next were director Wang Hai and Zhang Shui. Wang Hai, being older, required less sleep, while Zhang Shui had awakened to the enticing aroma of Shen Jun's cooking. As a result, actor Song Xiao and his son were the last to rise and the last to gather ingredients. Most of the good ingredients had already been taken. Furthermore, Lin Jia had intentionally set out to thwart Song Xiao. By the time Song Xiao arrived, only the inferior ingredients remained. Gazing at the wilted greens and coarse flour, Song Xiao's expression darkened. Even pigs might refuse to eat these ingredients. After attempting to communicate with the staff, he was informed that this was a penalty for being late. It was simply unavoidable. Song Xiao presented a ghastly visage, having participated in countless programs. He was acutely aware that rules were merely a facade for the audience's ears. He had never encountered a production team so stringent. Eager to speak with the director, he was informed instead that Lin Jia had stepped out for a matter, and Song Xiao could wait for his return. However, it seemed the director would not be back until noon. In that moment, Song Xiao grasped the situation. This was a deliberate attempt to frustrate him. Overcome with indignation, he could not restrain himself and kicked the table beside him with great force. The staff had not deceived Song Xiao. Lin Jia had indeed gone out to contact the recording studio for Shen Jun. Yet, it was swiftly resolved. Upon his return, he found that several groups of guests had already finished their breakfast. When the broadcast paused for the morning, Lin Jia first drove Shen Jun and into the recording studio. In the car, Lin Jia was somewhat taken aback as he inquired, "Jun Ge, have you finished the song?" He was aware that Shen Jun intended to compose a song for Song Huaying, serving as leverage for their collaboration. The recording studio was prepared for this purpose, but Lin Jia had anticipated that Shen Jun would take several days to write it. Hence he had scheduled recording sessions for the following days, intending to discuss it post-show. However, upon returning this morning, Shen Jun promptly informed him that they were ready to record immediately. It was not that he underestimated Jun Ge. Writing a song was inherently challenging, especially for a prestigious company like Han Lion Music, teeming with talent. Shen Jun had set his sights on Song Huaying, an ultra-top-tier singer. Such companies and artists seldom lacked for songs, with countless excellent compositions awaiting their interpretation. Thus, Lin Jia felt a wave of astonishment. Inside the vehicle, Shen Jun played with an responding, "I've completed it." After rising that morning, he finished the song. While composing might be arduous for others, it was as effortless as breathing for Shen Jun. The memories from his past life served as an immense reservoir of inspiration, allowing him to merely excavate according to the demands at hand. The previous evening, Shen Jun had reviewed Song Huaying's profile, gaining a comprehensive understanding of her vocal prowess and style. Song Huaying firmly held her position as a top-tier singer, her vocal skills beyond reproach, easily surpassing many emerging artists. Furthermore, her musical style predominantly featured heartfelt ballads, earning her the title of Princess of Love songs from countless fans during her youth. Thus, the style was firmly established. Additionally, Peak Singer was a competitive program, and Shen Jun noticed its similarities to the previous life as I Am a Singer. The competition was fierce, with all participating singers being ultra-top tier or top tier themselves, true masters clashing. Therefore, the songs performed must embody a competitive spirit. This might explain why Song Huaying struggled to secure a ranking in the competition, even facing potential elimination, as the ballad style did not lend itself well to such contests. Heartfelt ballads, competitive spirit. Moreover, that morning, Shen Jun listened to many of Song Huaying's songs and discerned that her vocal delivery and timbre bore a resemblance to Wang Fei from his past life. Though not as extraordinary as Wang Fei, Song Huaying's tone leaned towards ethereal clarity, excelling in the use of head and nasal resonance, making her a worthy alternative to the illustrious singer. After reviewing Song Huaying's materials, Shen Jun made his choice. Early this morning, he composed both the lyrics and the melody. Upon hearing Shen Jun's resolute response, Lin Jia hesitated. "Jun Ge, This is a song for Han Lion. Their expectations may be quite high. Although Lin Jia was aware of Shen Jun's illustrious background as a graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and recognized his exceptional talent, he had never heard Shen Jun sing, nor had he any knowledge of his songwriting prowess. Therefore, Lin Jia felt a twinge of doubt, a hint of anxiety lingering in his heart. Shen Jun offered a gentle smile, conveying reassurance, and then continued to play within it. The recording studio was hastily arranged by Lin Jia through a friend, located in Ling'an. It was just a modest establishment. Nonetheless, for Shen Jun, it was merely a straightforward task. After more than 2 hours, they completed the recording, albeit a bit slower due to Shen Jun's lack of recent practice and unfamiliarity with the equipment. However, upon listening to Shen Jun's recording, Lin Jia's concerns dissipated entirely, leaving him in a state of astonishment on the way back. Meanwhile, as Shen Jun and Lin Jia were recording, the 100 Generations record company was fully prepared. Zhao Wani arrived at work today dressed in a striking red gown, hoping that Lu Yao's new album and the company would thrive spectacularly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yao's new album, Love 365, was launched online. Chapter 33. Another Matter 100 Generations record had been preparing for this moment for quite some time. With the album's release, the promotional department swiftly sprang into action, pouring countless resources into a massive campaign. This time, 100 Generations was determined to elevate Lu Yao to the forefront of the industry. Simultaneously, Tianyu Media's new album was also released across all platforms. Today, Tianyu Media was unabashedly clear about their intentions. They aimed to surpass 100 Generations and allow Su Qing to seize Lu Yao's position. The promotional efforts from Tianyu Media were equally fervent, mobilizing every available resource, with the company's artist Song Xiu even taking the opportunity to advertise during the morning program's premiere. Song Xiu, also a member of Tianyu Media, belonged to a different division focused on film and television, while Su Qing was part of the music department. Moreover, numerous artists from Tianyu were actively sharing and supporting the promotion, resulting in a pervasive presence of their marketing efforts across various platforms. 100 Generations, not to be outdone, employed a variety of tactics, including variety shows, music platform recommendations, television interviews, and influencer promotions, all in rapid succession. It was evident to anyone observing that the rivalry between the two companies had ignited into a fierce battle. Both new albums began to swiftly ascend the charts of major music platforms, capturing immense attention. On that day, nearly everyone's gaze was drawn to the actions of these two companies, with growing interest in their respective albums. Within the industry, speculation arose regarding which company would ultimately emerge victorious. Yet, amidst the fervor surrounding these two entities, a video began to gain traction on short video platforms. For those accustomed to watching esports live streams, the individual featured in the video was none other than the renowned streamer, Sister Zhou, from the esports community. The title of the video reads, "A Man Who Causes Sister Zhou to Break Down in Tears." The accompanying thumbnail features Sister Zhou with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, a portrayal both pitiful and alluring. Furthermore, on the Huel music platform, a rather rough and hastily produced audio recording has been uploaded. Huel Music is the most popular music platform in the world of Huaxia. Albums from major companies like Baidai Records and Tianyu Music are exclusively released on Huel, and all subsequent competition unfolds there as well. Everyone's singular aim is to secure the coveted top position on the Huel Hot Songs chart. Achieving this rank would undeniably affirm the song's intrinsic value and the artist's stature. At this moment, both Baidai and Tianyu are engaged in fierce competition. The rivalry is intense. Yet, at the very bottom of the chart, in a corner so obscure that one must flip through several pages to even glimpse it, the rough audio recording titled An An's Lullaby begins to ascend slowly. Meanwhile, Lin Jia and Shen Jun are driving back, and during the journey, Shen Jun makes a phone call to Qin Man. Han Lion Music belongs to the industry leaders and has already gone public, boasting an enormous scale that dwarfs Baidai Records. Even Tianyu Media pales in comparison. As the president of Han Lion, Qin Man's daily affairs are exceedingly busy. Upon arrival in the morning, she immerses herself in work, which often extends past noon. Taking a moment to breathe, Qin Man requests her assistant to prepare a cup of coffee. When engrossed in her tasks, lunch typically consists of merely a few bites of bread and a cup of coffee, a time-saving strategy. Currently, a multitude of matters await her attention, such as the application for approval she holds in her hands, which was submitted by Song Huaying's manager. It has already secured signatures from the director and others. A quick glance reveals the situation. Song Huaying participated in Peak Singers and, having ranked last in the previous episode, now faces the possibility of elimination. Hence, both the artist and her manager are seeking to arrange a high-priced song. After reviewing, Qin Man furrows her brow. For Shui Wenlu has clearly indicated she will not renew her contract, making Song Huaying and Adu the company's primary artist for the second half of the year. During a meeting in May, it was decided to increase resources allocated to Song Huaying in hopes of elevating her status by the year's end. This is crucial to ensure the company's stability. Participation in Peak Singers was a resolution from that meeting. Peak Singers, a competitive variety show launched by Oriental TV, has already gained immense popularity after just one season, exhibiting potential to become a phenomenon. The winner of the grand finale will be bestowed with the title of Singing King, a designation of significant prestige that resonates deeply with audiences. Even without securing the title, attaining third place will undoubtedly amplify one's fame. The champions and runners-up from the previous season were merely top-tier artists at the time of their participation, yet they have since ascended to the ranks of superstars, their popularity eclipsing even that of seasoned superstars like Song Huaying. The relationship between Han Shi and Oriental TV is quite amicable, which is why in the latest episode of Peak Singers, Han Shi arranged for Song Huaying to participate. Initially, the company planned for Song Huaying to strive for the championship, aiming for at least a third-place finish. Achieving such a rank would significantly elevate her status, potentially leading her to higher echelons of fame. However, to their dismay, after the regular season, Song Huaying showed a concerning trend of elimination, with a high probability of being ousted before reaching the finals. Qin Man furrowed her brows as she examined the company's gathered information. In the next episode of Peak Singers, 2 top-tier singers would be invited to challenge the contestants again. Should Song Huaying find herself in the bottom 2 positions, she would be the first to face elimination. If that were to happen, all the resources the company had previously invested would be rendered futile, and her reputation would suffer a severe blow. This outcome was untenable for both Song Huaying and the company. With a sigh, Qin Man signed off on the application. As her assistant brought in coffee, she took a moment to sip and gather her thoughts before returning to work when her phone rang. It was a private call. Few people had her personal number, mostly important contacts, so Qin Man answered promptly. She glanced at the caller ID, Grandma's student. It took her a moment to recall that this was the person her grandmother had asked her to assist yesterday, someone named Shen Jun. This matter seemed trivial to her, and after their previous conversation, she had noted it down casually and forgotten about it. Had it not been for the phone call today, she would have completely overlooked this individual. Remembering her grandmother's earnest tone from yesterday, Qin Man sighed and answered the call. Despite her reluctance, she felt obligated as a granddaughter. "Hello, Sister Qin. This is Shen Jun," the caller said politely. "Hello," Qin Man replied coolly. Shen Jun let out a gentle sigh and said, "Recently, I participated in a variety show, and you may have noticed that the public discourse has become rather serious. So I might need your assistance in addressing some of the opinions, particularly those concerning my daughter. I hope you can help with this." Although the public sentiment had shifted in Shen Jun's favor, her reputation had improved considerably, yet fans of Song Xiu were still vociferously attacking her online, which had even affected Anan. Certainly, Qin Man nodded. Having committed to her grandmother, she was willing to assist, as resolving public opinion was not an insurmountable challenge. After agreeing, she prepared to end the call, only to have Shen Jun add, "There is one more matter I need your help with." Chapter 34. The enlightenment of sound and rhythm. Upon hearing this, Qin Man instinctively frowned, her impression of Shen Jun diminishing further. Greed knows no bounds. A flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes, yet Shen Jun continued, "I hope you can assist me in having Song Xiu withdraw from the program." Song Xiu, a top-tier idol star. To have Song Xiu withdraw from the show? Han Shi could facilitate this, but it would require a substantial price to be paid. The cost would be incomparable to that of mitigating public opinion. Han Shi would never invest such resources for someone deemed inconsequential. In simple terms, Shen Jun lacks any real worth, even if he is a student of my grandmother. How could such a grasping and insatiable individual possibly catch her eye? A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Man's mind, deepening the coldness in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Jun, oblivious and audacious, continued, "I understand this matter is not simple. I heard that your company is in need of songs lately, so I composed one that might assist you, Sister Qin. Additionally, if your company requires anything in the future." What arrogance! How utterly unaware of his own limitations! Qin Man's perception of Shen Jun plummeted to an all-time low. With a soft scoff, she interrupted him, saying, "Thank you, but no." With that, she hung up the phone. After ending the call, Qin Man sighed in exasperation, rubbing her temples. The Han Lion Company boasts over a dozen composers, many of whom collaborate with top-tier talents in the industry. When would they possibly need a newcomer to write songs? In truth, Shen Jun could hardly be considered a newcomer. At best, he was of university student caliber. Where did his misplaced confidence stem from? Qin Man shook her head and tossed her phone aside, returning to her paperwork. On the other end, Shen Jun was taken aback by the abruptness of her hang-up. Having anticipated a longer conversation due to his connection with Shen Lao, he thought he had even heard a light scoff before the call ended. Furrowing his brow, he still sent the music to Qin Man, having added her contact information after their phone conversation yesterday. However, upon sending it, he received no reply. His hopes dwindled with each passing moment. It seemed he could not rely on Han Lion. He would have to devise a way on his own. Returning to Xiaobu Ancient Village for filming and cooking, the experience from yesterday, coupled with the production team's desire to stir things up, led to the new rule. Each participant had to prepare their own meal. The cooking was done using a hot pot. The show's effect was maximized. Aside from Shen Jun and an An's group, who enjoyed a tranquil time, the other groups were in chaos. When Zhang Shui and Guangzai were cooking, they nearly caused an explosion in the stove, filling the air with thick smoke. Once they emerged from the haze, both father and son were left with comical, soot-covered faces. Much to the amusement of everyone in the viewing room, who eagerly anticipated their new meme. After lunch, the guest groups were given a brief respite, primarily because the children needed to rest. The broadcast resumed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The production team assigned each group of guests a new task: herding cattle. Ling'an City is renowned in Xiang Province as a hub for water buffalo breeding, so the team prepared 10 water buffaloes to distribute among the groups. The guests were tasked with taking the buffaloes to graze in the nearby mountains, ensuring they were well fed while also herding them back within a designated time. Failing to return on time would result in a reduction of their dinner. These buffaloes were all domesticated and gentle, posing no threat. Their sturdy appearance endeared them to the children, who rushed to greet the animals as soon as they arrived, unable to contain their excitement as they had never encountered such creatures before. After a considerable period of play, the task finally commenced. As they departed, several children had already mounted the backs of water buffaloes, with their father leading the way by the rope, the air filled with their joyful laughter. The scene exuded warmth and tenderness. However, this idyllic moment shattered upon leaving the village, as the production team had failed to inform the guests where they could graze, merely instructing them to seek out suitable land on their own. Yet, the guests, unfamiliar with the area, had no idea where to find such pastures. Thus, they wandered aimlessly at the village entrance, uncertain of which direction to take. While the other guests hesitated, Shen Jun calmly led the buffalo out of the village. Venturing into the wilderness, he had surveyed the terrain during his morning run and recalled a lush spot ideal for grazing. Hence, he confidently navigated towards it based on memory. Perhaps concerned about the guests losing the buffaloes, each animal bore a bell around its neck, emitting a crisp chime with every movement. Inan, delighted, sat atop the water buffalo, calling out cheerfully. Shen Jun, with a tall and upright posture, guided the buffalo ahead, flanked by terraced fields, vibrant and picturesque, while behind them lay an ancient town of blue bricks nestled in the valley, steeped in history. The camera crew deliberately chose the most aesthetically pleasing angle, rendering the scenes in the premiere as if one were walking through a poem, prompting many viewers to exclaim, "How beautiful! Such poetic charm!" It feels as though the scenes from ancient poetry have come to life. In that moment, the desire to live in the South reached its zenith. Meanwhile, within the premiere room, as discussions ensued, Shen Jun had already discovered the perfect location, a vast hillside, abundant with greenery, ideal for grazing. Most importantly, the scenery was breathtaking. Standing atop the slope, one could gaze upon the undulating mountains and water fields of Ling'an, a truly magnificent sight. Upon arrival, the 2 buffaloes he was leading immediately bent their heads to graze. The sturdy creatures were well fed, and Shen Jun was unconcerned about them wandering off. He simply secured the rope to a nearby tree and began to play with it. Although the city of Shanghai is bustling, it cannot compare to the pristine natural beauty and fresh air found here. Each winter, Shen Jun would take him back to their hometown, yet the snowy landscape of Shandong offered no trace of green. Thus, both Shen Jun and Inan relished their current surroundings, enjoying their time thoroughly. While Shen Jun and Inan played, the other groups of guests were still struggling to locate a grazing area, facing numerous challenges. After wandering for hours, they found no grass. When some guests attempted to change locations, their stubborn buffalo refused to budge, intent on munching on the grass. For instance, Song Xiu had initially planned to lead his buffalo to a different spot, but the animal had fixated on a patch of weeds by the roadside, insisting on staying put. No matter how hard Song Xiu tugged, the buffalo remained unmoved, resulting in a standoff for quite some time. In another group, led by director Wang Hai, chaos ensued when they inadvertently allowed the buffalo to wander into a vegetable garden, causing a ruckus. Zhang Xue's group exhibited remarkable cleverness, as some fans noticed that Shen Jun had found the location and promptly rushed to inform Zhang Xue in the live broadcast room, guiding him to seek favor. By now, Zhang Xue's fans had become accustomed to this dynamic. In this episode, he was indeed there to curry favor. Zhang Xue was quite content, but unexpectedly, the fans' directions led him increasingly astray, ultimately resulting in him becoming disoriented in a ravine, unable to recall the way back. The program's effect was a continuous source of delight, leaving the audience thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Shen Jun had already accompanied him in chasing butterflies, catching grasshoppers, and weaving dogtail grass, joyfully playing for quite some time. As Anya grew weary, Shen Jun held her and found a towering rock to sit upon, gazing at the picturesque mountains and rivers in the distance. Shen Jun felt a surge of inspiration and leaned down to Anya, saying, "Anya, do you remember the rhythmic patterns your father taught you?" Chapter 35. The verses of poetry and rhythm. This may be a common trait among parents. Upon witnessing an appropriate scene, they instinctively wish to impart knowledge to their children. Shen Jun, though indulgent towards Anya, had never neglected her education. His approach was simply more gentle, subtly imparting lessons through enjoyment. Despite feeling a tad fatigued, Anya was having a wonderful time today, her bright eyes sparkling. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, she furrowed her little brows in contemplation, then clapped her tiny hands. Anya remembers. Clouds correspond to rain, snow to wind, evening glow to clear skies, and Anne's sweet, melodic voice echoed across the mountains and fields, her childlike innocence captivating the audience in the live broadcast room. Yet, in the next moment, the flow was interrupted as Anya stumbled. "Come, swallows, come," Shen Jun chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Anya's hair, and continued, "Swallows come, while the departing swallows go. Nesting birds correspond to chirping insects." And Anya nodded her little head and repeated, "Swallows come, while the departing swallows go. Nesting birds correspond to chirping insects." Soon, a harmonious recitation filled the atmosphere, one deep and resonant, the other sweet and childlike. A 3-foot sword. A 6-Jun bow, north of the ridge, corresponds to east of the river. On earth, the Qingshu Palace. In heaven, the Guanghan Palace. On both banks, the dawn mist dances with willow greens. In the garden, spring rains paint the apricot blossoms red. Along with revolution, difference corresponds to sameness, the aged to the young. The river breeze meets the sea mist, the herdsman to the fisherman. While Shen Jun and Anya recited these rhythmic patterns, the average audience in the live broadcast room remained unaware of any peculiarities, assuming it to be merely a typical children's enlightenment book. They even considered purchasing one for their own children as an educational resource. However, while the ordinary viewers were oblivious, a few discerning professionals in the broadcast room began to exhibit expressions of surprise and even gravity. Chu Qingwan, a third-year student majoring in Chinese language and literature at Yinjing University, had been writing an assignment in her dormitory. She had chosen an elective course entitled The Aesthetics of Ancient Poetry and Rhythm, taught by the renowned scholar of Han and Tang literature, Tang Shui. The assignment she was currently working on was one assigned by Tang Shui, involving the composition of couplets. In simple terms, Uncle Tang assigned a task where the paper contained only the first half of lines from poems or a single word, requiring students to complete the subsequent lines and corresponding words. This assignment appeared deceptively simple, yet it proved to be exceedingly challenging. It demanded careful consideration of numerous elements, such as the symmetry of contrasting phrases, harmonious sounds, rhyming, and the appropriateness of the imagery used. Indeed, it was an immensely difficult task. Even Chu Qingwan, the academic star of her cohort in Chinese language and literature, found it quite daunting. However, as the class representative, she felt compelled to complete it. Thus, during her free afternoon, she began to tackle the assignment in her dormitory, but this task required more than mere effort. It necessitated sharp intellect and extensive research. After working for a while that afternoon, Chu Qingwan felt her mind growing increasingly muddled, to the point where the characters on the page began to blur before her eyes. Seeking a moment of respite, she decided to watch something to relax her mind. To her surprise, she stumbled upon the premiere of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? and found herself captivated by the segment featuring Shen Jun, and engrossed in her studies. She had remained oblivious to the preceding public discourse. Yet she was struck by the poetic quality of the premiere's visuals. As a student of the humanities, she was particularly drawn to such aesthetics. Moreover, the atmosphere in Shen Jun and in Anne's segment was refreshingly calm, especially in contrast to the cacophony that characterized many contemporary variety shows, which did not appeal to her. Thus, she settled in to watch the premiere. While watching the program, she continued to ponder her assignment. When Shen Jun guided in through the recitation of Xing Lv Qi Ming, Chu Chi-wan found herself once again at an impasse with her homework. Nibbling on her fingers in deep contemplation, her expression a mixture of frustration and concentration. Suddenly, she was drawn to the voices emanating from the screen. A deep, resonant voice intertwined with a pure, innocent one, creating a delightful harmony. The recitation was not only melodious, but also had a familiar rhythm that resonated deeply within her. Chu Qingwan's wandering thoughts abruptly coalesced, and she widened her eyes in astonishment as she focused intently on the premiere. The setting depicted vibrant mountains and lush greenery, with the clouds floating lazily by, as she clearly heard Shen Jun and in reciting the lines, 3-footed sword, 6-pound bow, north of the ridge, south of the river. The earthly palace of coolness, the celestial abode of the moon. On both banks, the morning mist cloaks the willows in green, in the garden. Spring rain adorns the apricot blossoms in red. As the recitation concluded, Chu Chi-wan found herself at a loss for words, her mouth agape, stammering, this is my assignment. She was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, her throat constricted as she swallowed hard. The content recited by Shen Jun and in it was indeed a pair of poetic lines. Although it differed from the specific requirements set by teacher Tang, and was somewhat simpler, it was fundamentally similar, a pairing of poetic lines. The crux of the matter was that this assignment had already posed a significant challenge for her. She even felt that there were portions of the recitation by the little girl in the premiere that she might not be able to match. And Shen Jun and Inan were still going on. The recitations continued to multiply, growing ever more astonishing. Chu Qingwan, a distinguished student majoring in Chinese language and literature, serves as the representative for elective courses and approaches her study and research of poetry and its metrics with utmost seriousness. Professor Tang has even suggested that she consider pursuing graduate studies in the future. Thus, Chu Chi-wan possesses a general understanding of the state of poetry research in the country. Yet she has never heard of a version of poetic metrics designed for early childhood education. At the very least, she expected a version suitable for middle school students. The disparity between those versions and the content recited by Shen Jun and Inan is akin to comparing heaven and earth. They simply belong to different realms. As she listened to Shen Jun and Inan recite, a thought crossed Chu Qingwan's mind. This content is somewhat advanced for primary and secondary school students. Yet it is just right for a university student like herself. While absorbing their recitations, she suddenly felt an enhancement in her grasp of rhythm. And several perplexing questions that had long troubled her were suddenly illuminated with inspiration. Realizing this, Chu Qingwan gasped in surprise, unable to remain seated, and immediately grabbed her phone and rushed outside. Although she might not fully comprehend or confirm these insights, her teacher, the esteemed Professor Tang, a leading figure in the study of ancient Chinese poetry, surely would. Today, Professor Tang is free from classes and is engaged in a leisurely conversation with a friend over tea in his office. He holds a prestigious position at the School of Liberal Arts at Yenjing University and is a prominent scholar in the field of ancient Chinese poetry, thus enjoying a dedicated office within the academy, which also serves as his daily workspace. The walls of his studio are adorned with flowing verses and calligraphy, and there is a bookcase that occupies half the wall, crammed with books. These volumes are cloaked in a dusty yellow or an antique hue, evoking the suspicion that they might be relics of the past. At this moment, Professor Tang is engaged in casual dialogue with Lu Yaoya, the vice dean of the School of Liberal Arts and a luminary in the literary domain. Chapter 36. Indeed, good. Professor Tang sighed softly, expressing his concern. Currently, there is a vigorous promotion of traditional culture in schools across the nation, leading to an increasing amount of traditional cultural knowledge being imparted to students. Yet, when will the wave of this trend reach poetry and song? His lifelong aspiration has been to popularize poetry and prose, disseminating the treasures of ancient Chinese literature throughout the nation and even on an international scale. To him, poetry and song represent the jewels of traditional Chinese culture, the brilliant gems adorning the crown of the vast cultural heritage of China. They embody the essence and spirit of the nation. However, Despite the government's efforts to promote the study of traditional culture, the widespread appreciation of poetry and song remains a formidable challenge. Poetry and song are often regarded merely as tools for examination. Furthermore, the study of poetry in primary and secondary education is still relatively sparse. Even though high schools and universities have begun to offer specialized courses in poetry, nonetheless, poetry continues to elude widespread appreciation, with little evidence of its presence in daily life. Professor Tang is genuinely concerned that if this trend persists, one day the essence of Chinese culture may be completely submerged beneath the tides of history, vanishing without a trace. Thus, upon witnessing the news of traditional culture being integrated into schools today, he felt a weight upon his heart and could not help but voice his grievances to old Lu. He is well aware of the prevailing atmosphere surrounding poetry and prose in the country. Despite numerous efforts from the government, the impact remains minimal. Poetry and prose are merely tools for examinations. Once the learning phase concludes, they are swiftly forgotten, cast aside into oblivion. Lu Yao, in his heart, feels a deep sense of sorrow, yet he is more resigned. The intricacies of poetry are exceedingly challenging. Many individuals spend their entire lives without mastering it. Not to mention the educational system in the country, where genuine learning only commences at the university level, prior to which it is merely rote memorization. However, in the brief span of university years, how much can one truly absorb? If only one could begin learning at a young age. Lu Yao halted his thoughts, for they all understood that neither the domestic educational framework nor the complexity of ancient poetry allows for early acquisition. The foremost obstacle confronting everyone is the lack of suitable teaching materials. The brilliance of poetic culture is dazzling, yet its complexity and intricacy make simplification a formidable task. Transforming convoluted ancient poetry into accessible, comprehensible materials for young learners is a challenge that has stymied all efforts. Mr. Tang Shui, who has dedicated over a decade to teaching, tirelessly strives to develop more simplified instructional resources, yet even now, half of his students remain unable to grasp the concepts. These are university students. Mr. Tang has not relinquished hope, yet he is acutely aware that this endeavor may consume his entire life, perhaps even remain unfulfilled. He merely wishes that his efforts lay a foundation for future scholars to ascend, providing them with a path to follow and aspirations to pursue. He hopes that the gem of ancient poetry does not fade into obscurity. Reflecting on this, Mr. Tang's expression grew somewhat somber, prompting Leo to lift his teacup and exclaim, "Let us enjoy our tea." Just as Mr. Tang was about to pour the tea, the hurried entrance of Chu Qingwan into the office startled both men. Due to the urgency of the situation, Chu Qingwan burst through the door without hesitation. Mr. Tang and Lu Yao were taken aback, and Mr. Tang, observing his flustered student, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" No sooner had he spoken than a clear, youthful voice emanated from Chu Qingwan's phone, reciting, "The poor oppose the rich, the blocked oppose the smooth. The wild elder opposes the streamed child. Gray hair opposes green brows, white teeth oppose red lips." As a lifelong scholar of ancient poetry, the rhythm and imagery instantly captivated Mr. Tang's ears, causing him to tremble with excitement. The child's recitation was impeccable, both in imagery and rhythm. Before he could fully grasp this, another deep voice resonated. "Heaven is vast, the sun is warm, the sword is opposed to the bent bow. Half the stream flows green. 1,000 trees shed red flowers. The wild fairy crosses the willows in the rain. The fragrant pond is home to fish playing in the breeze." Mr. Tang, initially oblivious to the voice, became fully engrossed in the content of the recitation. His expression transformed to one of astonishment as he murmured, "Half the stream opposes 1,000 trees. Flowing water opposes falling flowers. Green opposes red. The wild fairy opposes the fragrant pond. Swallows oppose fish. Crosses oppose plays. Willows oppose lotus flowers. Rain opposes wind." His murmurs grew louder, and his previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if flames had ignited within. Eventually, Mr. Tang's voice resonated throughout the room. "Wonderful. Exquisite." At that moment, a youthful voice had already recited a line, while another deep voice emanated slowly from the phone. The woman's brows are delicate. A crescent moon appears beneath her forehead. The man's spirit is robust, exhaling a magnificent rainbow from his chest. Lu Yaoya, in the office, gradually became engrossed. The voice rhythm enlightenment was lengthy, yet Shen Jun, armed with the formidable memory acquired through his time travel, could vividly recall each character, having recited it with an enduring their cattle herding. By the time he regained his senses, the distant sky had already taken on a hazy yellow hue. and the two leisurely water buffaloes were contentedly resting on the ground after a hearty meal. In the afternoon, as Shen Jun focused on teaching in it, the viewership of their live broadcast plummeted significantly, for the majority preferred lively and humorous shows. The initial poetic allure and imagery had indeed captivated many viewers, but as time passed, their interest waned. Consequently, by the end of the afternoon, Shen Jun and An's live broadcast ranked last in viewership, while Song Show's broadcast surged to the top, much to the delight of his fans. However, before Song Show's fans could bask in their triumph for long, Shen Jun once again made headlines. This time, it was due to a lullaby sung to An while putting her to sleep, which was initially uploaded online by fans of Sister Zhou as a sensational piece of news. The title was The Man Who Made Sister Zhou Weep in Despair. With Sister Zhou's fanbase already substantial, the thumbnail featuring her in tears and looking pitiable attracted numerous onlookers. As a result, the video's view count skyrocketed. Within 100 days, it garnered millions of likes and reached tens of millions in views. Alongside Sister Zhou's rising popularity, the other man in the video, Shen Jun, experienced an explosive surge in fame. Shen Jun, possessing an otherworldly appearance, had few rivals in the entertainment industry. Moreover, his earnest, tender, and empathetic demeanor while soothing Anya to sleep last night rendered him utterly irresistible to the female viewers. The backdrop of a stormy night, coupled with the dilapidated environment, inspired countless female fans to concoct melodramatic narratives. In an instant, Shen Jun's female fanbase surged dramatically. Unlike previous casual admirers, these fans were now genuine diehard supporters, some even clashing with Song Show's followers. Additionally, Shen Jun's skyrocketing popularity was attributed to the lullaby he sang the previous night. Following the viral success of Sister Zhou's video, it became evident that the emotional turmoil triggered by the song was not confined to her alone. Countless individuals online identified as victims. These included viewers from last night's broadcast and those who stumbled upon the short video today, all inevitably moved to tears as they listened. Amidst the viral sensation, a university student's video also gained traction. With red-rimmed eyes, the student lamented Shen Jun's actions from the previous night. He had merely intended to watch a video before bed, only to be captivated by the visuals of Shen Jun and Anya, and subsequently brought to tears by Shen Jun's heartfelt singing. Truly, it was a case of reeling in the unsuspecting only to deliver a crushing blow. A university student lamented his inability to maintain composure, shedding tears that drew the ridicule of his roommates throughout the day. He nearly arrived late to his early morning class. The phrase Shen Jun's songs are life-threatening has once again surged to the top of trending topics. Additionally, many of Shen Jun's admirers include parents, particularly mothers, as his lullabies performed last night proved remarkably soothing. Some netizens reported that their children quieted down almost instantaneously upon hearing his melodies, far surpassing their own attempts at calming them. Numerous parents resolved to learn this lullaby or record the live broadcast for future use at bedtime. Consequently, Shen Jun found himself at the center of a new discussion regarding the effectiveness of his enchanting lullabies. As evening descended, he alone captured another trending topic. Unrivaled across the internet, an increasing number of individuals became captivated by Shen Jun, drawn in by the lullabies of the previous night. This surge incited a chain reaction, particularly for the lullaby by Anya, which had previously been uploaded to a Chinese music platform by a netizen. Downloads of this song experienced a significant spike. Shen Jun, however, remained largely oblivious to the online developments as he was engaged in negotiations. After dinner, Lin Jia approached him, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 50s named Wang Lei, who identified himself as the head of the Jiuzhou publishing house. He had traveled from the capital, eager to discuss the story Shen Jun had narrated the previous night, the tale of Harry Potter. Upon hearing Wang Lei's introduction, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Shen Jun's eyes. He had intentionally laid the groundwork during his storytelling, not anticipating such swift interest. It was no surprise, however, given that during his narration of Harry Potter, the live broadcast had attracted over 500,000 viewers at its peak, with total viewership for the night soaring into the tens of millions. The story had resonated deeply with the audience, leading many to urge Shen Jun to continue his storytelling. Among his growing fanbase were avid readers, who recognized the commercial potential of the Harry Potter narrative. Shen Jun's decision to commence with this story was a strategic move to entice opportunity. He needed to begin planning for his future. Thus, Shen Jun welcomed Wang Lei's arrival with enthusiasm. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he engaged in conversation with Wang Lei. As their discussion deepened, they gained a preliminary understanding of each other, Wang Lei exhibited considerable expertise and held a prominent position within the publishing house, which left Shen Jun generally satisfied. The sole concern that furrowed Shen Jun's brow was Wang Lei's demeanor, which was quintessentially that of a businessman, his words laden with subtle implications. Had Shen Jun not possessed knowledge from his past life, he might have fallen into a trap. Conversely, Wang Lei frowned as well. He had gathered information about Shen Jun prior to their meeting. Based on the information circulating online, this young man appeared to have limited interaction with the outside world, emerging from his ivory tower only to marry and start a family. Such individuals often lack the skills necessary for survival in society and tend to be rather naive. However, after conversing for a while, Wang Lei swiftly revised his initial assessment. This was far from a simple-minded individual. The traps he had set for himself were deftly circumvented by the other party, who, with an air of nonchalance, nearly fell into them on several occasions. Due to his initial lack of vigilance, he inadvertently disclosed a wealth of information regarding various publishers and the industry at large. Reflecting on the events, Wang Lei felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Their confrontation was evenly matched. "Mr. Shen," he began, "while we recognize the potential of your book, you are undoubtedly aware that much of the fervor surrounding it last night stemmed from the program, the public discourse, and your own reputation. There are too many external factors at play, making it impossible to ascertain the true value of this manuscript. Moreover, as a newcomer in the literary realm, the risks associated with your debut work are substantial, and I too am assuming a considerable risk. The buyout price I've offered is already the highest available for an emerging author." After more than half an hour of back and forth, Wang Lei spoke with sincere gravity. However, Shen Jun remained unmoved by Wang Lei's earnestness. While Wang Lei's arguments were indeed reasonable, acknowledging the inherent risks of a newcomer's first book, Shen Jun had witnessed the meteoric rise of Harry Potter in his past life. That series had generated billions in revenue for J.K. Rowling, securing her financial independence for life. Thus, irrespective of Wang Lei's elaborate rhetoric and persuasive tactics, Shen Jun was resolute. He would not acquiesce to a buyout. His sole preference was a revenue-sharing arrangement, with additional rights to be negotiated separately. Wang Lei was nearly driven to laughter by Shen Jun's audacity. Did he not comprehend the implications of what he was proposing? Such terms regarding revenue sharing and separate rights were privileges reserved for established authors who had long since proven their worth. For a newcomer to demand such concessions was nothing short of unthinkable, a brazen overreach. Wang Lei inhaled deeply. Had he not traveled such a long distance from the capital, enduring considerable inconvenience and believing in the potential of this manuscript, he might have simply walked away in frustration. Observing Wang Lei's growing impatience, Shen Jun maintained his composure. "Mr. Wang, having made such a long journey, why not take a few days to explore Ling'an and immerse yourself in the local culture? During the premiere of the program, I will continue to share stories of Harry Potter, giving you ample time to ponder your decision. The show is set to air shortly, so perhaps you might take a moment to reflect." With a smile, Shen Jun excused himself and exited the room. Watching him leave, Wang Lei let out a long sigh, lamenting his impulsive decision to come to Xiang province. He felt the tables had turned against him. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated Shen Jun's acumen in business negotiations and his steadfast confidence. That evening, the program aired as scheduled, filled with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Shanghai-based Baidai Records was considerably tense, as 10 hours had passed since the album's release. The performance metrics of the album's tracks were now available. The Huayu music platform, the largest and most authoritative music platform in the country, had become the battleground for artists. The better the rankings, the higher the sales figures for the album. Zhao Wani had already assigned someone to monitor the hot songs and album charts on the Huayu platform, and the tracking results were now printed. The office was enveloped in silence. The company was operating at full capacity and with the inherent quality of Lu Yao's album. The chart performance was commendable. All 8 songs from the album had made it into the top 100 of the hot song charts, with the lead track ascending into the top 10. The results appeared promising. However, when everyone beheld the higher rankings of Tianyu Media, their expressions turned somber. Su Qing's new album had also seen all its songs enter the top 100, with 2 of them reaching the top 10. Notably, the lead track had surged into the top 5, far surpassing Lu Yao's lead song, and was poised to challenge the top 3 by tonight. Chapter 38. Why not strive for more? The Chinese music platform was the largest in the country, and if a song could ascend to the top 3 within 24 hours, it indicated immense potential, possibly paving the way for a breakout hit. Su Qing's lead track had a substantial opportunity to achieve this. In stark contrast, Lu Yao's lead song, struggling at the 9th position, merely managed to squeeze into the top 10, rendering her efforts pale in comparison to Su Qing's. Though only 10 hours had passed. Far from the final outcome, this data offered a glimpse into the potential of a song and the strength of the company behind it. Su Qing's song, lacking in merit, was merely a product of Tianyu's financial clout. The office was rife with suppressed anger. The staff had listened to both Su Qing's and Lu Yao's songs and found nothing remarkable about Su Qing's offering. In their eyes, her swift rise to the top 5 was solely attributable to Tianyu's willingness to invest heavily. Someone scoffed, "I have compiled online reviews. Although Lu Yao's song may currently lag behind, it has garnered a higher rating than Su Qing's. Our advantage remains. Tianyu will inevitably face a moment of weakness, and we shall have our chance to overtake them." Zhao Wani, seated at the helm, wore an icy expression. She had high hopes for Lu Yao, and the company had made significant investments this time around, expending considerable resources. Should Lu Yao's ascent fail, it would likely deal a severe blow to the company, amplifying the challenges already faced by the beleaguered Baidai Records. The rankings on the chart were painfully glaring, and upon hearing her employees' discussions, Zhao Wani coldly commanded, "Then why not act? I do not wish to hear your speculations and complaints. Mobilize all company resources. I expect to see Lu Yao's ranking surpassed tomorrow. Tianyu may have the means to spend, but our company can do so as well." Zhao Wani's frosty voice, laden with suppressed fury, silenced the office, prompting everyone to lower their heads in acquiescence. Meanwhile, as Baidai Records became increasingly frantic, Shen Jun had already cradled in bed, entering the much-anticipated sleep segment of the show. The traffic in Shen Jun's broadcast room was peculiar. It surged as the program neared its conclusion, particularly at this hour. While other premiere rooms were preparing to call it a night, Shen Jun's premiere room was becoming increasingly vibrant. As netizens put it, after a day of trailers, the main feature has finally arrived. Countless individuals eagerly anticipated Shen Jun's soothing bedtime tales and lullabies. With newfound attention from publishers, Shen Jun continued to regale and in with bedtime stories. Once again, it was Harry Potter, the enchanting world of magic. Upon hearing Shen Jun would recount Harry Potter, the audience in the premiere room fell silent, typing eagerly. The bench is ready, front row is in position. Although last night's Harry Potter tale did not garner as much attention as the subsequent lullabies, it nonetheless attracted a multitude of fans. Someone online transcribed the story Shen Jun shared last night into text, which has since gone viral. The narrative commenced gently. Having only introduced the first chapter of the Philosopher's Stone last night, tonight, the tale had progressed to the scenes of the 3 young wizards studying at Hogwarts. A small climax was on the horizon. The audience in the premiere room listened with growing intensity. Wang Lei lay in a dilapidated room in the quaint village of Xiabu, sighing for what felt like the umpteenth time. After a disagreement with Shen Jun that afternoon, he inexplicably found himself believing in Shen Jun's charm and stayed the night. As Xiabu lacked dedicated hotels, thus, he had to sleep in the village like the staff. The bed creaked beneath him, and outside the pitch-black night echoed with the eerie cries of unknown creatures, causing Wang Lei to furrow his brow, reflecting on Shen Jun's words from earlier. He sighed once more and clicked on the program's premiere. There was no need to search. The homepage featured Shen Jun and An's premiere room prominently. The program had soared in popularity, especially Shen Jun and An's premiere room, which had no rivals during this time slot. Naturally, it became a key recommendation on the platform. Wang Lei entered the premiere room, finding the same cozy atmosphere as the previous night, with the little girl named An nestled in bed, while Shen Jun softly narrated a story. When he first saw this scene last night, it struck a chord within him. He was not moved by the warm ambience, nor by Shen Jun's handsome appearance, and certainly not by the content of the story. Rather, it was Shen Jun's effortless delivery of the tale that resonated with him. Others may not have felt it, but for Wang Lei, a veteran immersed in the literary publishing field for half a lifetime, Shen Jun's storytelling came across as too casual. There was no manuscript, no outline, not even a moment of contemplation. A grand and mysterious narrative unfolded effortlessly, leaving Wang Lei profoundly shaken. It is worth noting that the story Shen Jun was telling was not a simple, childish fairy tale, but a complex and magnificent mid-length novel. It felt as though the story was etched into Shen Jun's very mind. This spontaneous ease with which Shen Jun narrated was also the reason for Wang Lei's impulsive journey from the capital to Xiong province today. He sensed that Shen Jun might be a literary genius. Otherwise, how could one explain such effortless storytelling? And stories from literary geniuses often become wildly popular. Thus, Wang Lei acted on impulse. Indeed, there lies a more significant point. Wang Lei recognized the intrinsic value of the narrative and contemplated seizing it early, perhaps hoping to uncover a hidden gem. Thus, he mused, "Let me ascertain the worth of your tale." Reflecting on Shen Jun's confidence and resolve, he let out a soft hum before clicking into the premiere room of Shen Jun and Anya. At that moment, Shen Jun had already begun recounting the appearance of the giant in Hogwarts, as enchanting elements such as transfiguration, potions, dark magic, three-headed dogs, and giants flowed from Shen Jun's lips. The audience felt their imagination soar, painting an increasingly vivid and magnificent picture of the magical realm. They became deeply immersed and yearned for more. When they learned that Hermione was trapped by the giant, the hearts of the viewers collectively tightened. Yet, upon hearing how the trio inadvertently subdued the giant, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, further endearing the trio to the audience. The subsequent revelations about Quidditch similarly widened the eyes of those in the premiere room, igniting their curiosity. Wang Lei shared in this intrigue, murmuring, "This is rather interesting, a sport adapted from football." However, this concept seamlessly aligned with the magical world as framework, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Wang Lei let out a soft sigh, as with each unfolding layer of Shen Jun's narrative, he found himself momentarily lost in the belief that such a magical world might truly exist. Yet, Shen Jun's tale came to an abrupt halt that evening. Chapter 39, not yet concluded in his arms, and had already drifted into slumber. Glancing at the time, Shen Jun noted it was 9 o'clock, prompting him to pause the story and wave goodbye to the audience with a smile, indicating his intention to conclude the broadcast. Observing this, the viewers erupted in cries of protest, exclaiming their dismay. They were in the midst of the Quidditch storyline, eager to know whether Harry Potter would triumph, only to have it halted. Such a cruel interruption. Some even commented, "Anya, please don't sleep. If you fall asleep, I can't. Anya, stay awake. I just want to hear 5 more minutes. Oh, if I were Anya's mother, I would let her stay up until midnight." The cacophony of lamentations in the premiere room went unnoticed by Shen Jun, who held Anya in the highest regard. He would never disturb her slumber for such trivial matters. Consequently, he decisively instructed the production team to end the broadcast. In a nearby room, Wang Lei wore a look of disappointment, clicking his tongue in frustration. He too was curious about whether Harry Potter could clinch the championship. Yet this fellow had abruptly cut the broadcast. After a few moments of disappointment, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, wasn't he here to critique and stir trouble? He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by the story's allure that even someone with his ulterior motives could be captivated. One could only imagine the effect on others. Just as Wang Lei was momentarily speechless, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, he saw that someone was chatting in a group named Industry Discussion Group. This group had been formed during a conference he attended, comprising heads of various publishing houses, ostensibly to facilitate discussions on industry developments. In the chat group, conversations had already commenced, and the topic of discussion was none other than the story of Harry Potter. As narrated by Shen Jun, the members of the group were engaging in a dialogue about the book, with the majority expressing their approval and acknowledging its potential for popularity, suggesting that its publication might lead to a sensational success. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lei's pupils dilated in alarm, a sense of urgency swelling within him. At that moment, a member of the group, known as King of Kings, Stone Among Stones, inquired, "I see this falls under the fantasy genre. Aren't you from Jiuzhou? The very ones who adore such narratives? What are your plans?" This was indeed Wang Lei's group name. Faced with the situation, Wang Lei could no longer remain a silent observer and promptly responded, "I haven't read it yet. I'm unsure." One of his acquaintances remarked, "Boss Wang, this isn't your usual style. Jiuzhou thrives on online book signings, and given the buzz surrounding this program, how could you not have heard of it? Surely, you aren't attempting to deceive us while secretly planning to seize it for yourself." It must be said that the group members were quite astute, as they effortlessly deduced Wang Lei's intentions with a single remark. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and insisted, "I've been preoccupied with publishing several other books. I don't have the luxury of time like you all do." To stave off further inquiries, Wang Lei added, "What is this? Are you all interested? I suppose I ought to take a look." However, after posing the question, the previously lively chatter in the group abruptly fell silent. Wang Lei smirked, knowing he wouldn't be swayed by the cunning of these old foxes. Nevertheless, tonight's events served as a wake-up call. He needed to act swiftly to secure the book. The night was long and fraught with uncertainty. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, with wild birds chirping. Wang Lei pulled his blanket tighter around him, contemplating that he would seek out Shen Jun first thing in the morning. He refused to believe anyone could outpace him in this endeavor. This book would be signed by Jiuzhou. Meanwhile, as the lights in Xiaobu ancient village dimmed, the skyscrapers of the Shanghai stock market remained illuminated. At Baidai Records, the atmosphere was markedly improved compared to before, with even Zhao Wani sporting a smile. After a night of hard work and investment, they had successfully propelled Lu Yao's lead single into the top 5 of the charts, just a step away from Tianyu Su Qing. They were fifth, merely 1 rank away. And the gap between the two was not insurmountable. Tianyu was losing momentum, while their promotion continued to gain traction. It was only a matter of time before they would dethrone her. One member of the office, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Yes, I've also reached out to several others. Tomorrow, these media companies will simultaneously promote the song." The combined fan base of these influencers exceeds 50 million. In addition to the premium homepage promotion we purchased from the music platform, we also have advertisements on various other platforms. Starting tomorrow, the variety shows and programs we previously acquired will begin to make an impact, creating a matrix effect that will instantly elevate our popularity. By then, surpassing Tianyu will be a mere formality. We shall outshine all other artists and ascend to the pinnacle of the charts. Indeed, tomorrow we shall aim for the top position. The atmosphere in the office is electric, as everyone animatedly discusses their triumphs. Seated at the forefront, Zhao Wani smiles and says, "Thank you all for your hard work today." The team responds in unison, "It's nothing. Boss, you've worked hard." Zhao Wani nods appreciatively and concludes, "The publicity department must remain vigilant for the final stretch. Let there be no issues. The rest of you may return home to rest." Everyone expresses their gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Goodbye." Subsequently, the lights of the Baidai company flicker out one by one as the team departs the office building. Zhao Wani descends alongside her colleagues and, upon reaching the ground floor, spots Sun Yaowen, who has been waiting patiently, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, smoking by his car. Upon seeing Zhao Wani, he promptly discards his cigarette, extinguishing it, and approaches her with a grand bouquet of roses. The other employees nearby erupt in playful cheers, causing Zhao Wani to blush with embarrassment. Sun Yaowen steps forward, presenting the bouquet to her while saying, "Wani, I wish your album great success." The commotion intensifies, with the employees cheering even louder. And Zhao Wani smiles as she accepts the flowers from him. Amid the joyful uproar, Sun Yaowen wraps an arm around her waist and they enter the car, a Maybach that swiftly disappears into the night. However, the exhilarated crowd remains unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, on the Hualuo music platform's hot song chart, a particular song is skyrocketing into the top 10 at a breathtaking pace, showing no signs of slowing down. One by one, songs on the chart are being eclipsed. 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. In the blink of an eye, this song has surged into the top 5, overshadowing the new release that Baidai Records had painstakingly promoted. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 40. The World Has Changed Lullaby, as the name suggests, is a song meant to be listened to before sleep. Although Anya's lullaby was uploaded online during the day, and, due to Shen Jun's rising popularity, the downloads and clicks were gradually increasing, it had yet to explode. Growing slowly. Throughout the day, it barely climbed to around the 30th position on the hot song chart. However, as night fell, the trajectory of its ascent shifted dramatically. A climb that once took hours now occurred almost every minute. Downloads and clicks skyrocketed, especially as Shen Jun's premiere drew to a close. Countless curious viewers, enticed by the narrative, found themselves unable to sleep, launching an all-encompassing search for topics related to Shen Jun. Thus, Anyan's lullaby on the Hualuo music platform was discovered by netizens, spreading wider and wider. Thus, this soothing lullaby by Anyan has triumphantly navigated through numerous challenges, securing a place among the top 10 on the charts. Coincidentally, this moment coincides with the deep hours of the night, when countless restless night owls, unable to find slumber, flock to the Hualuo music platform, yearning to drift into sleep while listening to melodies. Among them is Wang Su, a university student grappling with persistent insomnia. Each night, he struggles to find rest, compelling himself to set aside his phone at a designated hour, closing his eyes while listening to music in an attempt to find solace. On fortunate evenings, he might surrender to sleep within half an hour. However, on less favorable occasions, he has found himself listening to music with closed eyes for 2 hours, only to remain wide awake in the end. Wang Su sighed, perplexed by the increasing demands of his junior year, which have exacerbated his sleeplessness. The looming prospect of an impending internship and future employment fills him with anxiety, unease, and worry. Consequently, his insomnia has intensified. He suspects he might even be grappling with depression, as his current state is far from favorable. He hopes to find peace and drift off to sleep more swiftly tonight. With a resigned sigh, he sets aside his phone and opens the Hualuo music platform. He possesses no particular musical preferences. His primary intention in playing music is to divert his attention. Thus, he initiates the playback of the trending song list from the beginning. As he places his phone down, the melodies begin to fill the air. Outside, the night is clear, and his roommate occasionally emits faint snores. Wang Su listens to one song after another, estimating he has gone through 6 or 7 tracks, yet still, he feels no hint of drowsiness. Instead, his thoughts become increasingly vibrant. Despite this, he is acutely aware of his body's overwhelming fatigue and hollowness. He craves sleep. Wang Su strives to quiet his racing thoughts, focusing intently on the music. But regardless of his efforts, he cannot achieve complete relaxation. His mind is a chaotic whirlwind. One moment, he contemplates future job prospects after graduation. The next, he reflects on his parents' current lives back home. Then he worries about the ever-increasing housing prices and whether he will be able to afford a home by the time he marries. Wang Su feels as though his mind is on the verge of explosion. He even perceives a tightness and discomfort creeping into his scalp at the back of his head. At that moment, just as Wang Su feels he can no longer endure, wishing to strike his own head in frustration, the previous song concludes, and after a brief silence, the music suddenly resumes. A deep, magnetic voice gradually envelopes Wang Su's mind. This resonant voice carries a tranquil serenity and a gentle, haunting sadness. The sense of calm and ease washes over him like a current, momentarily clearing the chaos that had threatened to overwhelm his mind. In that instant, Wang Su experiences an unparalleled relaxation. As the song continues to unfold, its low, tranquil tones flow like a summer night breeze, soothing the turbulent ripples within his heart. The dark sky hangs low, accompanied by the bright, twinkling stars. Insects flutter about, and one cannot help but wonder whom you are missing. Amidst the tranquil and serene melody, Wang Su seems to be transported back to his childhood, lying on the rooftop of his family home with his parents, sprawled on a cool mat. In those days, distractions from mobile devices were absent. His parents guided him in counting the stars above, teaching him to locate the Big Dipper. Occasionally, his father would engage his mother in adult conversations, while he listened intently, eager to grow up and step into the world of adulthood. Ah, the carefree days of childhood. The joyful memories of home. As the song enveloped him, the furrowed brow of Wang Su gradually unfurled, replaced by a genuine smile that blossomed from within. With that smile, Wang Su gently drifted into slumber, returning to the cherished moments of his lost childhood. Many others share a similar experience to Wang Su. He belongs to the group who, while listening to music, succumbed to sleep, with several others fighting off drowsiness to recommend the song online or on social media. Among them are numerous internet celebrities like Sister Zhou, who has recently made headlines. In her own words, she exclaimed, "Finally, the fortune has come my way." Hence, instead of gaming during her premiere, she devoted her attention entirely to Shen Jun's broadcast, transforming into his fervent admirer throughout the process. After Shen Jun's performance concluded, Sister Zhou, with some free time on her hands, perused various materials about him online, including a lullaby by and featured on the Hualuo music platform. Numerous reviewers also began to recommend it. Consequently, that night, as most were already asleep, An's lullaby surged toward the top of the Hualuo music platform's charts. At that moment, neither Baidai Records nor Tianyu Media, nor any other music companies were aware of the chart's developments. With the day's circumstances appearing favorable before they left the office, the staff of Baidai Records and Tianyu Media dreamed of breaking into the top 3 come morning, even aspiring for the #1 spot. However, upon awakening, they were astounded to find that the situation had dramatically changed. Thanks to the promotional assistance from Sun Yaowen, Zhao Wani had shared a few drinks with him the previous night and had slept quite soundly. Unrelenting phone calls jolted her awake. Startled, Zhao Wani's expression turned icy, her face reflecting annoyance as she reached for her phone on the bedside table, glancing at the incoming call. It was the Baidai director reaching out to her on her personal line, indicating an urgent matter. Furrowing her brow, she slid her finger to answer the call. The director's voice came through urgently. "Boss, we have a problem." Zhao Wani, who typically paid great attention to her appearance, always dazzling whenever she arrived at the office, today had not even had time for makeup. She merely applied a quick layer of lipstick in the car before entering the company with a stern expression. The sound of her high heels echoed sharply in the office, causing all employees to fall silent, heads bowed. too intimidated to meet the gaze of Zhao Wani, whose demeanor clearly suggested displeasure. Zhao Wani re-entered the office, the same one from the previous night, but the expressions of those present had reverted to their original state. Utterly grim. Incredibly grim. The laughter from last night had vanished, replaced by solemn faces. What was going on? Zhao Wani tossed her bag onto the table and coldly inquired. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 41. How is this possible? The top 3 on the chart are deliberately obstructing us. While we exerted our efforts last night, they did the same. The faces of those in the office were far from pleasant. Now, well into the month, the top 3 songs had dominated the charts for over half a month, reaping both fame and fortune. According to industry norms, given their strong new release, the 3 companies should have had no reason to continue their resistance. After all, their new song was gaining momentum, while the potential of the top 3 had been exhausted. To obstruct them now was utterly counterproductive. Thus, after breaking into 5th place last night, the people of Baidai were optimistic about easily claiming a spot in the top 3. Yet, as the night passed, they found themselves making no progress whatsoever. The top 3 remained steadfast, denying them any opportunity. Moreover, Tianyu Media behaved contrary to their expectations. Initially, they had believed that Tianyu had exhausted its resources, especially since they seemed weaker in last night's competition. However, to their astonishment, upon waking this morning, even before dawn, Tianyu had commenced a renewed assault, firmly suppressing Baidai's new song. And this was not even the worst of it. The direst situation was that a song had suddenly surged onto the charts with astonishing force, claiming the top position overnight. This new entry pushed all previous rankings down by 1. Last night, Tianyu was ranked 7th, while Baidai Records held 5th place, a commendable standing. However, this morning, due to the emergence of the new number 1, Baidai's position had dropped to 6th, thus falling out of the top 5, while still within the top 10. The gap between 5th and 6th was significant, leaving Baidai at a disadvantage compared to Tianyu. Hence, the expressions of the group were so grim. They had never anticipated such upheaval in the course of a single night, especially when victory seemed assured. Setting aside other matters, what on earth was the sudden number 1? At the thought of its name, everyone in the company twitched their lips in dismay. Zhao Wani, having grasped the situation, wore a face as frigid as ice. Her eyes simmering with fury, she coldly surveyed the group. Is this what you referred to as a sure thing last night? The people in the office exchanged glances, some avoiding her gaze as they replied. This situation is exceptional. We never anticipated the top 3 would still compete with us so fiercely and invest so heavily. Indeed, the top 3 had a 2-week advantage, and their defenses were impenetrable. Yet, no sooner had the words left their mouths than Zhao Wani slammed her hand on the table. Impenetrable defenses. What then is the situation with this sudden number 1? Why can others charge forward while we cannot? Zhao Wani's tone was frigid to the extreme, brimming with fury. She was incensed not only by the results she had seen today, but also by the incessant bravado and the shirking of responsibility displayed by this group of individuals. When they spoke of stringent defenses, she was not blind. If their defenses were effective, how could the top-ranking song have surged ahead? To put it bluntly, it was simply because this group was utterly ineffectual. If they possessed the capability of a top contender, such a situation would never have arisen. In the face of Zhao Wani's outburst, the office fell silent. Yet, glimmers of grievance flickered in their eyes, for the circumstances this time were indeed exceptional. Eventually, someone mustered the courage to speak. Boss, the situation is genuinely unusual. The top song comes from that recently sensational variety show. That show is currently a phenomenon. Its trending topics have not ceased, and its traffic is overwhelming. Upon hearing a voice of dissent, Zhao Wani's expression turned even colder, ready to rebuke. But as she listened to her employee's words, her eyelids involuntarily twitched. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wani inquired, which variety show? Uncertain as to why she felt compelled to ask, she instinctively tightened at the mention of the show. An employee promptly responded, the show Where Are We Going? Dad, is incredibly popular right now. There's no comparison. Indeed, it was the name she dreaded hearing. Zhao Wani felt a throbbing in her temples as emotion surged within her. And with a look of incredulity, she asked, is the top song from this variety show? The employee nodded affirmatively, yes. Moreover, this song is quite special. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Wani was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition, as though her heart were slowly being gripped. She was acutely aware that Shen Jun had participated in this show with his daughter, and their popularity was soaring. Although she wished to remain uninformed, snippets inevitably reached her online. Thus, when the employee mentioned the show, Zhao Wani's mind instinctively conjured thoughts of Shen Jun. for reasons unknown. Her intuition suggested that this matter was likely connected to Shen Jun. Yet, her rationality quickly dismissed such notions. Shen Jun's recent popularity stemmed from public backlash. And on his own, he lacked the prowess to ascend the charts. She had hardly ever heard him sing at home. Rumor had it that he had not excelled academically in university, and even if his singing were decent, years of neglect would have diminished his skills to that of an average university student, perhaps even below. How could he be compared to professional lyricists and singers? Especially considering that she had engaged a highly esteemed lyricist for this lead song, investing a significant sum, and the vocalist, Lu Yao, was a second-tier singer, far superior to someone like Shen Jun. Perhaps the mounting pressure had caused her to entertain such absurd thoughts. Zhao Wani internally scoffed and swiftly quelled the ridiculous notion. At that moment, an employee had already handed her the compiled materials. Zhao Wani accepted them without a second thought. The documents detailed the top 10 songs on the hot charts, along with comprehensive information about each track. However, the moment Zhao Wani's gaze fell upon the document, her pupils dilated sharply, and the hand clutching the materials trembled violently. The first line of text on the page boldly proclaimed, 1. NN's lullaby singer, Shen Jun, guest on the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? A regular on trending lists. The names NN and Shen Jun were profoundly familiar to Zhao Wani. They pierced her heart like two sharp blades. Her expression darkened instantly, turning pale. The tremor that began in her hand spread throughout her entire body, leaving her in disbelief at the contents of the document. Her long-cherished aspiration, painstakingly pursued, had been seized by this ineffectual man. How could this be possible? Zhao Wani's heart screamed in anguish, feeling as though it were being clutched tightly, rendering her breathless. Striving to maintain her composure, she hoarsely instructed the few individuals in the office, "Please leave." The others, bewildered by the sudden change in their boss's demeanor, observed her face contorting with distress as she trembled. They exchanged glances, relieved to escape unscathed, yet concerned by her bizarre state. One of them cautiously inquired, "Boss, are you all right?" Zhao Wani looked up, her expression icy as she barked out. The employees, meeting her gaze, were enveloped by an icy chill. Feeling as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss, they hastily retreated from the office. Chapter 42 Lullaby. Once the employees departed, they collectively exhaled in relief. The terror emanating from their boss's eyes had left them shaken. In all their years working together, they had never witnessed her so enraged. One of them, still trembling, asked, "What happened to the boss?" That was terrifying. I could hardly breathe. This was the first time they had seen her lose her temper. It was a dire situation indeed. As they murmured among themselves, someone suddenly remarked, "I heard our boss's husband is that ordinary person from the variety show." A few failed to grasp the implication at first. Ordinary person? What ordinary person? The speaker's eyes widened in realization, and their voice rose in excitement. Are you referring to Shen Jun? They had seen the name and the song topping the charts countless times that morning, so everyone recognized Shen Jun. Moreover, his name had been trending online, making it nearly impossible to miss. Instantly, the other's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, yet one voiced a concern. But wait, isn't our boss's husband Mr. Sun from Yawen Media? We've seen him numerous times over the past year, and just last night, we witnessed him delivering flowers to the boss. They left together in a car. Thus, many assumed that Mr. Sun was indeed her husband, as they appeared quite compatible. Yet, someone whispered, no? According to the seasoned employees of the company, the boss married shortly after graduation. However, it seems she has recently divorced. Have you not seen the online discussions? There are several photographs circulating. Although the young woman in the pictures is wearing sunglasses and the images are not particularly clear, it is undeniably our boss. At this revelation, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. How had they never heard of this before? I had assumed the boss was never married. One person shook their head, saying, I don't know. The boss has never mentioned her husband at the office. Suddenly, someone proposed, if only the boss's ex-husband could promote our album on the show, it would undoubtedly skyrocket our popularity. The others rolled their eyes in unison. She's already divorced. The speaker felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right then. Another remarked. That Shen Jun is far more handsome than General Sun, and he appears quite talented as well. How could they have divorced? The group continued to whisper as they walked further away. Meanwhile, in the office behind them, Zhao Wani could not discern the specifics of their conversation. But she distinctly caught the name Shen Jun. Her expression darkened, and her chest began to heave with agitation. This incompetent individual possesses such abilities. She had never anticipated this. Zhao Wani's gaze turned icy, her emotions roiling within her as she fixed her eyes on the name in the documents, then clenched her teeth and crumpled the papers in her hands. At that moment, the reverberations caused by the music charts had yet to settle. Chen Man arrived at the Han Lion Music Company early in the morning, and her secretary swiftly delivered a compilation of the latest industry news. As the proprietor of Han Lion Music, Chen Man must remain vigilant to the shifting tides of the industry to accurately assess the market and identify the right direction. Thus, she peruses the latest updates daily. However, they mostly consist of familiar topics. After a brief glance, she quickly flipped through 2 pages, ultimately focusing her attention on the most recent Huawei music chart rankings. These lists serve as a valuable tool for Chen Man to gauge current market trends and scout for promising talents, with the Hot Songs chart being of particular importance. The Huawei Hot Songs chart is considered a definitive representation of the prevailing trends in Chinese music and holds significant authority. Consequently, Chen Man swiftly navigated past other charts to locate the Hot Songs list. Scanning from the bottom upwards, she noted several songs from her company. Among them were tracks released by the company's artists last month and a song by Song Huaying from her recent participation in Peak Singers, occupying several spots on the chart. However, their rankings were not particularly high, hovering between the 10th and 20th positions. While such rankings might be acceptable for a small company, they are merely marginal for a large enterprise like Han Lion. Chen Man sighed, recognizing that this reflects the company's current decline. Once, during Han Lion's peak, 3 superstars simultaneously launched their efforts, and half of the top 10 songs on the charts belonged to Han Lion. Those were glorious times. Now, the situation is far from what it once was. A thought crossed Chen Man's mind as her gaze settled on the top 10 positions. Due to the limited number of new songs released this month, the top 10 predominantly features familiar names, with only 3 tracks newly debuted today. The 6th song is a recent release from Baidai Records. Chen Man is aware of this company, while it may not be large in scale. Its signed artists are quite commendable, adhering to a boutique approach. Notably, several artists signed in recent years have achieved significant fame. Last year, Han Lion also recruited a singer from Baidai, who has since firmly established themselves among the elite. It is rumored within the industry that the owner of Baidai possesses a keen eye for talent, and it is said that she, like Chen Man, is a beautiful female executive. A flurry of information related to Baidai flashed through Chen Man's mind as she turned her attention to the next contender, Tanya Media. Tianyu is considerably larger in scale, comparable to Han Lion. However, Tianyu's primary focus has been on film, with its musical endeavors only emerging in recent years, posing little threat to Han Lion. At this point, Chen Man recalled a matter involving her grandmother's student who had sought her assistance. The individual in question, Song Xiao, is an artist under Tianyu Media. With this thought, Chen Man glanced at the song ranked first. To occupy the top position on the Huawei music platform's chart is no small feat. It is rare for Tianyu and Baidai to fiercely compete for the top spot. In the heyday of Han Lion, securing the first position would not have been particularly challenging. However, for the current state of Han Lion, they have not reached the pinnacle for over 6 months. Despite releasing several songs during this period, none have met with success. At that moment, Chen Man's gaze fell upon the song in first place, and upon seeing its title, she momentarily froze, convinced she must have misread it. She took special care to double-check. Confirming her initial impression, the title indeed was an lullaby. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Man's eyes. The title suggested a lullaby for children. Yet how could such a song ascend to the top position? The Huawei music platform's charts are highly authoritative, boasting a vast user base that commands nearly half of the music market. Each track that makes it onto the charts has been propelled by countless downloads and clicks from users or significant financial backing from the company. A lullaby? How could it possibly claim the first spot? Even reaching the charts would be a challenge. Chapter 43 was adequately written. Chen Man furrowed her brow. Having never watched the reality show Where Are We Going, Dad? She was unaware of who Wen was. She pondered the possibility of it being an avant-garde song, as many experimental artists today delight in peculiar titles. As she contemplated this, Chen Man glanced at the song's details. Artist, Shen Jun. Composer, Shen Jun. Upon seeing the name, Chen Man instinctively considered the avant-garde artists in the industry, but none seemed to be named Shen Jun. Could this be a newcomer? The name felt somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall any artist by that name. Suppressing her curiosity, she opened the Huawei music platform on her computer, prepared to listen. Every song that reaches the #1 spot deserves thorough examination. On the Huawei music platform, the hit chart stands as the principal ranking. and the title of this song prominently graces the top of the list, easily visible. Chen Man donned her headphones, perusing the comments while simultaneously clicking play. The song garnered an abundance of feedback, some of which exceeded Chen Man's expectations. Upon inspection, she found a stream of favorable reviews. However, a cursory glance at the content revealed that the comments predominantly revolved around themes of sleep and childhood. Chen Man furrowed her brows, pondering whether this was truly a lullaby. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, the music commenced in her ears, without any prelude or extravagant embellishments. Just like that, the first notes resonated. A deep, magnetic voice gradually enveloped Chen Man's ears. The instant she heard the voice, she was taken aback. A solo performance. This song was indeed a solo rendition? How remarkably confident this artist must be to ascend the charts with such a simple arrangement. Moreover, it had secured the coveted #1 position. A multitude of astonishments flickered through Chen Man's mind as the sonorous melody began to weave its way into her consciousness, accompanied by a low, soothing tone. Suddenly, she felt her spirit tranquilize. The demands of her daily work left her feeling as though she were engaged in battle, her nerves perpetually taut. Consequently, upon returning home each day, she experienced profound fatigue, often feeling drained even while at the office, which led her to consume coffee as if it were water. Without it, she could scarcely endure. Chen Man had contemplated allowing herself some respite. Her family urged her not to push herself too hard and to take time to unwind. Yet, having cultivated a relentless habit during her youth, it was not something she could easily relinquish, especially with the uncertain future of the company looming ahead. The entire organization relied on her to disperse salaries, thus the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders grew heavier. A burden so substantial that it rendered her incapable of relaxing. At times, she felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Chen Man had attempted to carve out moments of relaxation during her work breaks, yet whenever she paused, a flurry of thoughts would invade her mind. An unsettling feeling of anxiety would also arise, making it impossible for her to truly unwind. A state that had severely impacted her sleep patterns. Insomnia had become a chronic affliction for Chen Man. However, now, as the serene melody gently cascaded into her ears, and the tranquil ambience suddenly flooded her mind, she inexplicably felt herself relax. The tension that had knitted her brow began to unfurl. Her fingers, which had been busy organizing documents on her desk, came to a halt. Chen Man experienced a rare sensation of comfort and ease, compelling her to close her eyes and lean back against her office chair. The office fell into a hushed stillness. The song was brief, almost too short, and it was not until a moment after its conclusion that Chen Man opened her eyes, exhaling a long, deep breath. She had confirmed it. This song was, in fact, a children's tune. Moreover, it appeared she had grasped why such a simple melody could ascend to the pinnacle of the hit charts. Upon revisiting this song, Chen Man's eyes brimmed with wonder. The melody, reminiscent of its title, appears to be a lullaby crafted for a little one named Anya. Its simplicity is striking, the tune is uncomplicated, the lyrics are straightforward, and the singing technique is unpretentious. Yet, this seemingly effortless composition possesses an enchanting quality that envelopes the listener in its soothing embrace. The moment the notes resonate, cherished memories of childhood resurface, painting vivid images of yesteryears. This song acts as a switch, one press, and the listener is transported back to the innocence of youth, momentarily shedding worries and the burdens of life. Moreover, it is not only Chen Man who experiences this nostalgic wave. A glance at the comments section reveals a chorus of similar sentiments, with many expressing that the song evokes memories of their own childhood. Some even confess to being moved to tears, longing for their parents. As she perused the comments, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Man's eyes. The composition is remarkable. Its simple melody evokes a profound sense of reminiscence. Despite the lyrics being composed of the most common imagery, they convey a poetic and romantic essence that resonates beautifully. The singer, too, brings a unique quality to the performance. Although the song may sound simple, those in the industry, like Chen Man, can discern subtle distinctions. The execution, while seemingly straightforward, is anything but. Few could replicate the immersive experience it offers, let alone convey the emotions embedded within the song. The overwhelming resonance in the comments section is a testament to the singer's artistry. Simplifying complexity is no small feat. This artist is indeed exceptional. Chen Man's gaze fell upon the name Shen Jun, the composer and performer of the piece, a creative talent. A surge of intrigue sparked within her. Han Lion is currently in dire need of talent, particularly creative singers. Even with just one song, it is evident that this individual possesses a remarkable gift. and the fact that she had not encountered Shen Jun before indicates a promising newcomer. New talents are often easy to sign, with her eyes shining brightly. Qin Man swiftly reached for her phone, eager to investigate Shen Jun's background and explore the possibility of signing her. However, just as she began typing Shen Jun's name, a sudden thought halted her fingers, and her brow furrowed in contemplation. Quickly, she exited the previous chat window and entered Shen Jun's name into her WeChat search bar. A card soon appeared, Shen Jun. They were already friends. Without hesitation, Qin Man clicked on Shen Jun's chat page, revealing two messages. One read, "Hello, Sister Qin. I am Shen Jun," and the other, "New Song Demo 3. Staring at these messages left Qin Man momentarily stunned. She recalled the familiarity of Shen Jun's name, but had not connected the dots earlier, as she had saved Shen Jun's contact under Grandma's student. She had dismissed the significance, thinking there would be little overlap in their lives, thus failing to remember the name. The connection had only resurfaced due to a comment she had seen, where someone mentioned being an ardent fan from the show Where Are We Going, Dad? It was this that finally jogged her memory. Qin Man's expression momentarily grew complex. She recalled her grandmother's previous assertion that if she could secure Shen Jun, the company's future songs would be assured. At the time, she had dismissed it as an exaggerated statement, and even now, she had never fully believed it. Her impression of Shen Jun was rather poor. Yet, to her surprise, this individual could indeed compose songs, and quite well, at that. Qin Man pressed her lips together, gazing at the demo file of the song in the chat window, as a spark of curiosity ignited within her. If he could write children's songs so beautifully, how remarkable would his regular compositions be? With this fleeting thought, Qin Man reached out to click open the file. Chapter 44. I have another song at 10 a.m. Han Lion Music Company convened a high-level meeting. The agenda was to discuss Song Huaying's program matters. The approval for the song request had been granted yesterday, and the fee this time was exorbitantly high, far exceeding the usual costs. Song Huaying could not be eliminated. At the very least, she must reach the finals and secure a commendable position. This was the consensus of everyone at Han Lion. If Song Huaying were to be eliminated in the next round, coupled with the news of Shui Wenlu's impending resignation, Han Lion Music would undoubtedly face significant troubles. Their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. It was a dire situation that one could easily envision how others would refer to Han Lion in the future. Such a scenario would lay bare the company's decline. And not only would their reputation suffer, but their stock prices would likely plummet as well. Consequently, the board of directors was in a state of urgency. However, this was not the most vexing issue. The most troublesome aspect was that Song Huaying was unable to secure songs. Despite the money being offered, no one was willing to write for her. Even with generous compensation, the entire industry was hesitant to compose for Song Huaying. Why was Song Huaying facing elimination? Prior to the competition, no one could have anticipated this outcome, as she was a well-established top-tier singer, renowned for both her vocal prowess and emotional depth. However, following the recent performances, it became evident to all that her singing style was ill-suited for a competitive format. Yet, prompting Song Huaying to alter her technique or style would risk diminishing her formidable talent. As for song requests, the composers she had previously collaborated with produced new works in a style that did not fit the competition. While newly recruited composers could craft competitive songs, but could not guarantee her stable performance. Consequently, a rather awkward predicament had emerged. The songs composed earlier could not be performed in competition, while the new ones might not be executed well by Song Huaying. Peak Singers was a phenomenon in the entertainment realm, garnering widespread attention across the internet and within the industry. In this context, should Song Huaying falter, the embarrassment would not solely fall upon her. The composers who wrote for her would also face repercussions. Moreover, the likelihood of Song Huaying's elimination was alarmingly high. Thus, no composer was willing to wade into such murky waters. Those of a certain stature were particularly protective of their reputations. To complicate matters further, rival companies were scheming behind the scenes. In the realm of music, many harbor the hope that Han Shi will falter, leading to its inevitable decline. Consequently, a myriad of challenges have emerged, resulting in a perplexing predicament. There exists ample financial backing, yet securing songs proves elusive. While lesser-known composers may be available, Song Huaying, faced with her own struggles, realizes that if the songs do not reach an exceptional standard, she risks being eliminated from the competition. Hence, the company's meeting today is convened to deliberate on future actions. The options laid before them are stark. One is to take a gamble and collaborate with obscure composers to create new songs. The other is to withdraw from the contest entirely, preserving some dignity and avoiding total disgrace. However, as soon as the latter suggestion was voiced, Song Huaying, who was in her 30s, a woman from the north with an elongated face and cascading waves of hair, vehemently rejected it. With a sorrowful expression, she declared, "We cannot withdraw. To do so would not only signify defeat in the competition but also a failure of character. It would convey to others that I am too fearful to face the stage, leaving my fans in dismay." Yet, as her words lingered in the air, a voice from within the meeting room coldly interjected, "What choice remains if we do not withdraw? If we are eliminated, that would be even more humiliating. And it will not only affect you, the entire company will bear the consequences." Song Huaying, visibly distressed, retorted, "You are the ones who encouraged my participation in this competition. Now that I am struggling, you suggest I withdraw. Do you think so little of me? I assure you, even if I must lose on stage, I shall not withdraw. If I must lose, I shall do so with dignity." The middle-aged man who had scoffed earlier glared at her, stating sternly, "It is not your decision to make. This situation has already impacted the company's stock. The board needs to act swiftly to mitigate losses." As tensions escalated, the others in the meeting room quickly intervened, urging, "Let us not quarrel. Is there not another option?" Indeed, they reasoned, as the man called Lin had merely presented a final alternative. Other avenues still exist. The remaining participants attempted to mediate, while Lin, the middle-aged man, muttered under his breath, "What other options remain?" His voice, though subdued, carried a hint of resignation. Everyone understood that this predicament was not solely Song Huaying's fault. After all, her participation had been a collective decision, and it would be unjust to place the blame entirely upon her. At this juncture, Qin Man, seated at the head of the table, gently spoke. "Sister Huaying makes a valid point. Losing a competition is inconsequential. However, losing the support of our fans would be a grave matter." The others readily agreed, voicing their thoughts. "Indeed, we should consider the first option. To falter before the battle is a cardinal sin in the realm of competition. We must at least give it our all. Whether we are eliminated remains to be seen. Sister Huaying possesses talent. What she lacks is merely a suitable song. I believe there is still hope." After a thorough discussion, they ultimately resolved to pursue the first option, to explore collaborations with lesser-known composers. Perhaps, within this venture, they might unearth unexpected surprises, for even the greats have once traversed the path of newcomers. Previously, when the company had announced its willingness to invest heavily in securing songs, many composers had submitted their works, though at the time, they had gone unnoticed. In the company's music library, there exists a plethora of delightful songs, and at this moment, everyone began to sift through them, listening intently. This composer's style bears some resemblance to Sister Huaying. Perhaps we should give it some thought. This composer's style is overly folk-like, entirely mismatched, and lacks any competitive edge. This song, however, is rather good. Who is the composer? Teacher Su, you say? Then never mind. The first half of this song is acceptable, but the chorus lacks vigor. Within the conference room, discussions flourished, yet after much deliberation, no suitable choice emerged. Most of these lesser-known composers' works were rather uninspiring. Occasionally, there might be a gem, yet they seldom aligned well with Song Huaying. Or perhaps they lacked a competitive spirit. Thus, we must seek new songs. Time is of the essence, and we are in a rush. If we mistakenly choose the wrong person, we can always look for several more. After all, this type of composition is not particularly costly. Casting a wide net might yield a bountiful catch. Everyone felt somewhat overwhelmed. And Song Huaying, in particular, sat despondently in the conference room, exhausted from the ordeal, her hopes dwindling. At this moment, Song Huaying deeply regretted her decision to participate in the competition. It seemed this edition of Peak Singer would become an indelible blemish on her life, merely serving as a stepping stone for others. Song Huaying's face turned ashen. The expressions of those in the conference room mirrored her despair, as they found themselves at a loss for a breakthrough. Just then, Qin Man, who had remained silent in the seat of honor, suddenly spoke. "I have a song. Let us give it a listen." Chapter 45. The publishers gather upon waking in the morning. Shen Jun and Anya commenced the premiere. Today marked the third day of the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program, and also the final day of the first episode. As soon as they arose, the production team began to stir up excitement, gathering all 5 groups of guests together to announce today's first task: teach the children to sing. Each parent must teach their child a song within the day. During this time, the use of mobile phones for reference is prohibited, and no background music is allowed. In the evening, the 5 children will take the stage to perform. The production team will appoint villagers as judges. The song that receives the highest votes from the villagers will triumph. The victor will enjoy the highest reward of this episode tonight, including but not limited to an early return to the city, a lavish meal, and hotel accommodations, among other perks. Upon hearing of these rewards, the 5 parents and their children widened their eyes in astonishment. For them, the past 3 days had been exceedingly arduous, with even bathing being uncomfortable, let alone meals and sleep. It felt as though they had come to the countryside merely to experience life. Thus, the 5 groups of guests could hardly contain themselves. And upon hearing they could leave early, their spirits soared. They all eagerly exclaimed their determination to seize tonight's reward. Zhang Shui laughed heartily. I have this reward in the bag tonight. It is not arrogance. Rather, among the 5 groups of guests, only he is a singer, and indeed, Zhang Shui's singing prowess is exceptional. Wang Zai, influenced by him, has also sung well since childhood. Therefore, both Zhang Shui and Guang Zai felt confident about this task, exchanging knowing glances, certain of their success. However, Zhang Shui remained oblivious to the lively atmosphere in the broadcasting room. Upon hearing his statement, the audience erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "That's it. Brother Shui has once again jumped the gun. Brother Shui, I concede that your singing is delightful. But let us not forget that there are others around you who possess vocal talents as well." Unbeknownst to Zhang Shui, Shen Jun's lullaby had already gone viral on the internet. The audience was well aware that upon waking this morning, Anyan's lullaby had taken the online world by storm. Lullaby, topping the Huawei Hot Song chart. The sudden connection between these two seemingly unrelated keywords sparked a sensation, especially since this topic involved Shen Jun and Anyan. Shen Jun and Anyan had undoubtedly become the focal point of public discourse. Any mention of them guaranteed substantial traffic, and marketing accounts across various industries scrambled to incorporate Shen Jun and Anyan into their narratives. Not to mention, this trending topic was born directly from the creativity of Shen Jun and Anyan, which is why Anyan's lullaby had already gone viral early in the day. It dominated social media. Thus, the audience in the broadcasting room understood that Shen Jun's singing was equally enchanting, particularly his children's songs. Consequently, Zhang Shui and Guang Zai celebrated a bit prematurely. With the emergence of the lullaby, who could rival its charm? Observing Guang Zai's current smug demeanor, I could hardly bear to witness the extent of his sorrow in the afternoon. Anyan, please go easy on Brother Guang Zai. It amused me to no end. I shall tune in tonight to witness the volume of Zhang Shui and Guang Zai's cries. The audience in the broadcasting room roared with laughter, playfully teasing. Meanwhile, the 5 guests of the program remained entirely unaware that, apart from Zhang Shui and Guang Zai's confidence, the other groups revealed expressions of competitive zeal. Shen Jun and Anyan exchanged a glance and subtly blinked at one another. After organizing their tasks, they began to eat. True to form, the production team instructed the 5 fathers to drive a tractor to fetch their meals. Even Shen Jun found himself at a loss, and during the process, Su Hong even accidentally drove into a ditch, leaving him in a state of disarray. By the time they finished breakfast, it was well past 10 o'clock. 2 hours had elapsed since the broadcast concluded. Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Operating a tractor in the morning proved to be no simple task, and he too emerged quite disheveled. After pacifying Anyan, Shen Jun hastily returned to his room for a shower. Just as he emerged, Wang Lei from Jiuzhou Publishing House approached him. Wang Lei had been waiting all morning. After watching the premiere last night, he had resolved to sign Shen Jun, especially given the urgency expressed by several of his old friends. Thus, he awoke early, eager to secure Shen Jun's signature, fearing that prolonged delay might hinder his opportunity. However, upon rising that morning, Shen Jun had immediately embarked on the program's premiere, which had only just concluded. As Wang Lei watched Shen Jun step out of the room, he finally exhaled. Last night, I reflected on Mr. Shen's terms, and they are indeed reasonable. Wang Lei, adopting a serious demeanor, added with some concern. However, before he could finish, a voice with a northern accent rang out from outside. "Oh, you sly fox, weren't you just ignoring this?" The familiar voice startled Wang Lei, who quickly turned to see several figures entering from outside. The figures before him were unmistakably the same individuals from last night's group chat. Upon encountering their seemingly amused expressions, Wang Lei's heart sank, realizing the predicament he faced today. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, exclaiming, After hearing you all last night, I felt compelled to take a look, and I found myself unable to sleep afterward, so I came over." The others were entirely unconvinced, sneering in disbelief. Shen Jun, taken aback by the crowd outside, quickly regained his composure upon hearing Wang Lei's words, his face breaking into a smile. The phenomenon of Harry Potter, a story that had captivated the world in his previous life, had proven to be a fruitful bait he had effortlessly drawn in such a multitude of prominent figures. It seemed there was no need to worry about the publication any longer. Shen Jun's expression settled into tranquility as he watched Wang Lei engage in playful banter with the others, while also observing the newcomers. The group of arrivals was discreetly scrutinizing Shen Jun. They had perused his information prior to their arrival and were somewhat familiar with him. Yet, witnessing him in person evoked a collective gasp of admiration. His looks were truly worthy of stardom. The group was momentarily stunned. The individuals had been brought by Lin Jia, the director of the show, who was also the host, and given the involvement of Brother Jun, he was assisting in welcoming everyone. They convened in a village committee meeting room. A gathering of 6 or 7 individuals took their seats, with a clear intention focused on the book Shen Jun had discussed. Wang Lei remained silent upon entering, almost invisible, calmly observing the old foxes around him, much like he had at the outset. Attempting to exploit Shen Jun's naivete to bargain for a lower contract price. Having learned of Shen Jun's prowess, he found amusement in the predicament of his peers. After all, these were seasoned veterans who rarely had the opportunity to witness one another's misfortunes, and this was a rare occasion indeed. Though the others were surprised by Wang Lei's quietness, the focus was on finalizing the contract, especially with so many publishing houses competing. They paid him no mind and engaged Shen Jun in discussion. However, as the conversation progressed, it became evident that the youthful figure before them was far from the naive image they had imagined. He was astute, exceedingly so. 2 publishing houses attempted to play good cop and bad cop, trying to team up against Shen Jun in negotiations, only to have their schemes deftly unraveled by him. Exchanging glances filled with gravity, the group realized the negotiation was at an impasse. Just then, the previously silent Wang Lei slowly spoke up. Jiuzhou Publishing can meet Mr. Shen's requirements. We will not sign the copyright, only discuss revenue sharing. The others widened their eyes in astonishment at his words. Chapter 46. Publication finalized. Although a few other publishing houses later raised their offers, Shen Jun ultimately chose Jiuzhou Publishing, signing the contract after an extensive discussion that lasted the entire morning. Once the contract was signed, a smile graced Wang Lei's face as he said, Mr. Shen, may our collaboration be fruitful. Shen Jun returned the gesture, shaking Wang Lei's hand with a smile. Indeed, may our collaboration be delightful. At this moment, several other publishers confirmed that Shen Jun had signed a contract with Jiuzhou, and they sighed as they prepared to leave. Before departing, someone quietly remarked to Wang Lei, have you lost your mind? A newcomer, and you dare to discuss profit sharing with him? Old Wang, I know your vision is usually sharp, but caution is the mother of safety. The group patted Wang Lei on the shoulder, shook their heads, and then departed as they had come. Wang Lei paid these words little heed. In the realm of business, where there is no risk, there can be no reward. Moreover, in his view, the potential gains far outweighed the risks this time. It was merely a gamble. Wang Lei turned to Shen Jun and proclaimed, I will begin the application and approval process for publication today. Make sure to complete the content of the first volume and send it to me as soon as possible. Let us strive to publish our first work within 3 months. With Shen Jun's current popularity, the sooner they published, the greater the benefits would be. However, publishing would take at least 3 months at the earliest, so they could only expedite the process. Shen Jun nodded. He was not an expert in publishing and trusted Wang Lei's professionalism. All right. Remembering something, Shen Jun inquired, regarding tonight's premiere, will there be any storytelling involved? Will that have any impact? Wang Lei waved his hand dismissively. No impact. Just continue your storytelling. However, do manage your pacing, don't rush through it. It would be best to conclude around the halfway mark. Additionally, at the end, you might reveal some information about the publication to create early buzz for the new book. Jiuzhou will also make an official announcement to support you. The two discussed promotional strategies briefly, after which Wang Lei hurriedly returned to Beijing. Knowing that signing the contract was only the beginning, with many more details to attend to. Shen Jun saw the others off and had scarcely settled down when he received another phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hesitated momentarily. It was Qin Man from Hanshi. Since their last call ended on a cold note, he had thought that this line of communication was hopeless and had begun contemplating other alternatives. That previous conversation had taught him that relying on others was often less effective than relying on oneself. Consequently, after that call, Shen Jun had been devising other practical strategies. And the publication of Harry Potter was one of his plans. Now, with the responsibility of supporting and earning money was an unavoidable necessity. When it comes to interests, every industry is rife with cunning and competition, with the strong preying upon the weak. To avoid being bullied or underestimated, one must elevate oneself to a position impervious to such treatment, high enough and strong enough. To ascend to such heights, Shen Jun contemplated numerous plans, with the publication of Harry Potter being merely one of them. He never expected that, having just completed one task, Qin Man would call him. Shen Jun felt a surge of uncertainty, but he quickly answered the phone. Once connected, he heard Qin Man's voice again, this time lacking the previous coldness and infused with a softer tone. "Hello, Shen Jun." Given Qin Man's courtesy, Shen Jun reciprocated politely. "Hello, Sister Qin." Qin Man continued gently. "The song you sent me last time, I had the company listen to it, and they found it quite appealing. I extend my sincerest apologies. The company's efficiency has regrettably been lacking, and I have only just received their feedback." Qin Man, being a seasoned veteran in the commercial realm, adeptly turns the seemingly hopeless into hopeful prospects. Now, as she seeks assistance from Shen Jun, she certainly refrains from disclosing her initial skepticism. Shen Jun chuckles lightly. "Is that so?" Qin Man, maintaining her tone, continues, "This song is desired by Han Shi. Could you consider a price of 200,000? It comes as no surprise to Shen Jun that Han Shi is interested in this song, as it belongs to the illustrious Wang Fei, a selection he has meticulously curated, perfectly suited to Song Huaying's vocal prowess and style. The real issue lies in the perceived lack of interest. Yet, Shen Jun's expression remains unchanged. Still adorned with a smile, "Sister Qin, it's not merely a matter of finances." Qin Man, straightforward as ever, states, "For 100,000. Shen Jun shakes his head. "Sister Qin, as I previously mentioned, assist me in securing Song Xiu, and I shall compose a song for you." On the other end of the line, Qin Man exhales a sigh. Seemingly caught in a dilemma, Song Xiu is a top-tier idol with substantial influence, and his connection to the film industry does not align with the music realm where Han Shi resides. Nevertheless, Shen Jun remains unfazed. "Yet, there must be a way to navigate this, don't you think, Sister Qin? I recall that Song Xiu's company has ventured into the music industry in recent years. Hasn't he?" After a moment of silence, Qin Man sighs again. Given Song Xiu's standing, this endeavor poses significant challenges for Han Shi, and it may incite public discourse thereafter. He understands Han Shi's apprehensions all too well, recognizing that without taking bold measures, it may be difficult to secure Han Shi's unwavering commitment. Thus, Shen Jun proposes, "As long as Han Shi assists me, I shall guarantee Song Huaying's advancement to the finals." The fifth round of competition determines the semifinal spots, which means Shen Jun must prepare a song for Song Huaying to reach the finals. 2 songs, in fact. To be candid, Qin Man feels a flicker of temptation. Having listened to Shen Jun's compositions, especially the one from this morning, she is no longer astonished by his confidence. Instead, she contemplates his words with earnest consideration. Her earlier difficulties were not merely performative, as persuading Song Xiu indeed comes at a hefty price. He is, after all, a top-tier idol. However, if Song Huaying could truly secure a place in the finals and achieve a commendable ranking, it would be immensely significant for Han Shi, offering them a much-needed respite and potentially elevating their status further. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Qin Man finally purses her lips and states, "I will arrive in Xiang province this afternoon. Let us discuss this in detail." As she ends the call, a smile graces Shen Jun's face. With the publication of Harry Potter successfully secured and the songwriting endeavor on the horizon, combined with the ongoing variety show recordings, it seems feasible to support An's upbringing. In good spirits, Shen Jun rewards Anan with a set of carrot-pulling tools, while Anan joyfully plays in the water with Guang Zai and several other children, catching tadpoles. Suddenly, Shen Jun lifts Anan by the head, prompting the bewildered child to exclaim, "Who am I, and where am I?" After a midday meal, the production team begins assigning afternoon tasks, which involve fishing in the rice paddies. The 5 parents toil tirelessly, while the 5 children revel in their merriment. As the afternoon drew to a close, Anan transformed from a little princess into a muddy imp, causing Shen Jun's heart to ache. However, Shen Jun did not overly restrain Anan. Having grown up in the bustling city of Shanghai, she was seldom exposed to such unadulterated rural life. Although she returned to her hometown during the new year, the absence of familiar playmates meant that she rarely experienced such joy. Shen Jun, too, had intentionally chosen to let her be. Chapter 47. A bountiful return. Upon completing her tasks and returning to the village, and then was brimming with excitement. She stretched her little hands to gather her clothes, turning them into a makeshift bag which contained 5 lively fish from the rice fields. The fish flopped energetically, splattering mud everywhere. In its face, speckled with dirt, radiated pure delight as she laughed merrily. Behind her, Shen Jun took deep breaths, trying to maintain his composure. This scene elicited peals of laughter from the audience during the live broadcast. Shen Jun and Anya had always been seen as the charming little princess and her devoted father. Yet today, the little princess had rebelled. In Shen Jun, the devoted father was left feeling exasperated. The viewers, witnessing Shen Jun struggle to remain calm, couldn't help but tease him about his current mental state. Shen Jun, I raised her. I must not lose my temper. Shen Jun, the more I watch, the more irritable I become. What should I do? Shen Jun, I can't hold back anymore. The afternoon broadcast concluded amidst the laughter, and upon returning to the village, Shen Jun promptly took Anya, who was covered in mud, to wash up. Anya had played too wildly, even getting dirt lodged in her hair. Shen Jun poured shampoo and body wash liberally, scrubbing her clean after several thorough washes. By the time they finished, dusk had settled in, and had finally returned to her previous fragrant and tender self. Exhausted from the washing, Shen Jun watched as Anya, oblivious to his fatigue, sat on a rocking chair, swinging her little legs and cheerfully exclaimed, Daddy, let us go catch fish again tomorrow. Shen Jun took another deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. He couldn't lose his temper with his own child. After some playful banter with Anya, just as he was preparing for the live broadcast, Lin Jia arrived with a companion. Shen Jun, amidst his playful interaction with Anya, looked up to see a woman dressed in professional attire. The woman exuded elegance, her figure graceful and her presence striking. Her form-fitting outfit accentuated her long, slender legs, which clicked rhythmically in stiletto heels as she walked, albeit slowly due to the stone pathways of the village, with shoulder-length hair framing her sharp features and a vibrant red lip that enhanced her allure. She possessed an undeniable charisma. Upon seeing her, Shen Jun paused momentarily. Qin Man. During his school days, he had visited teacher Shen's home, where he had seen a family portrait that included her. In that photograph, Qin Man had long hair and a softer visage, lacking the sharpness and commanding presence she exhibited now. Perhaps it was a common trait among those who become entrepreneurs? As Shen Jun assessed Qin Man, she too scrutinized him as she made her way inside, struggling a bit as she entered. From a distance, she had already spotted Shen Jun playing with his daughter in the courtyard. Before her arrival, she had deliberately researched Shen Jun online to facilitate their business discussion. Upon meeting him in person, Qin Man's first thought was that the online descriptions were indeed accurate. Shen Jun's appearance was such that it would be a pity if he did not pursue acting. Although Qin Man had already ascended to a considerable position and had encountered countless handsome men in the industry at that moment, a flicker of surprise and affection crossed her eyes upon seeing Shen Jun. With his sharp brows and bright eyes, his chiseled features and jawline could serve as a ruler. His physique was perfectly proportioned, and Qin Man's gaze could not help but wander over his neck, shoulders, and long legs. Furthermore, as a father, Shen Jun exuded warmth and tenderness while playing with Anya, making him utterly captivating. Qin Man inhaled softly and promptly diverted her gaze. Lin Jia, now quite accustomed to the situation, called out, Brother Jun, it's for you. Anya, who was engaged in playful antics with her father, looked up with her big, blinking eyes, seemingly observing Qin Man. Before Shen Jun could speak, Anya waved her little hand, cheerfully proclaiming, Hello, pretty sister. Her sweet, melodic voice melted hearts. And even though Qin Man wished to maintain a stern expression, a smile unconsciously graced her face. Who could resist a charming little girl, as long as she wasn't their own? However, before Qin Man could savor the moment, she heard Shen Jun interject, Why call her sister? Call her aunt. The smile on Qin Man's face froze instantly, her high heels firmly striking the ground. Unbeknownst to Shen Jun, he had inadvertently placed Qin Man in a peculiar position. If Anya were to continue referring to her as sister, it would complicate their familial hierarchy, prompting Shen Jun to request a change in address. Fortunately, Anya did not heed Shen Jun's words and, scratching her head, remarked, Daddy said that when you meet a pretty sister, you should call her sister. Shen Jun covered his face, choosing not to correct Anya any further, and shifted the conversation to greet Qin Man, saying, Hello, Qin Jia, I am Shen Jun. Qin Man nodded slightly in response, hello. Whether it was an illusion or not, Shen Jun felt a chill in Qin Man's gaze. With a sense of doubt, he asked Lin Jia to keep an eye on it and while he led Qin Man into the room. Upon entering, Qin Man got straight to the point. Han sure can assist you. 3 songs. Shen Jun, anticipating Qin Man's negotiation skills, had purposely mentioned only 2 songs to retain some bargaining power. Instead of rushing to name a price, he smiled and said, "Since Qin Jia is here, you must have listened to my song. I wonder what you think of it." With the competition looming for Song Huaying, the urgency lay more with her than with him. Qin Man, momentarily at a loss for words, had not only played Shen Jun's demo for the company's higher-ups but had also arranged for an evaluation of the song prior to her visit. The assessment concluded that it was a piece destined to become a classic. More importantly, the song's compatibility with Song Huaying was remarkably high. Many believed it had been tailored specifically to match her vocal prowess and style. A bespoke creation. Qin Man could vividly recall the expression on Song Huaying's face during the morning meeting when she first heard the song. The initially desolate and lifeless gaze suddenly ignited with brilliant light. The radiance was so intense that it seemed to engulf her completely. Song Huaying listened to the demo of the song 3 times and confidently asserted that if she were given this song, she would undoubtedly reach the semifinals. Moreover, she was exceedingly excited and inquired about the composer of the song, hoping to sign him as her exclusive songwriter. Not only could she perceive Shen Jun's potential, but Song Huaying was also acutely aware of it. It is important to recognize that crafting a song is already a formidable task, and composing a good one is even more challenging, having defeated 99 of songwriters in the industry, let alone the notion of custom composition. Creating a remarkable song from a set of predefined conditions is akin to reaching for the heavens. This is precisely why Song Huaying finds it nearly impossible to secure songs in the current music scene. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Upon discovering one, she naturally wished to hold on tightly. Han Shi felt the same urgency. Thus, the reason for Qin Man's journey to Hunan province. Otherwise, Shen Jun's status alone would not have warranted the presence of Han Shi's president. Countless thoughts raced through her mind as Qin Man nodded. The song is quite good. Although Qin Man acknowledged the quality of the song, her demeanor remained serene, as if it were merely satisfactory, and she refrained from mentioning the company's evaluation results. She intended to maintain control during negotiations. Observing Qin Man's composed expression, Shen Jun smirked slightly. Were she an ordinary person, one might have believed Qin Man's performance. However, Shen Jun was fully aware of the brilliance of her own composition. Additionally, had she not been optimistic about it, Qin Man would not have flown from Shanghai to Hunan province. This action had already revealed her intentions, as well as Han Shi's current urgency. Chapter 48. Digging pits. When Qin Man arrived, she harbored thoughts similar to those of Wang Lei and the others. Thanks to Song Shou's fanbase, Shen Jun's situation was quite transparent. Everyone was well aware of her circumstances over the years, and naturally, this led to a measure of condescension towards her. After all, what experience could one gain while raising children at home? To put it bluntly, Shen Jun appeared rather unremarkable in the eyes of others, inevitably inviting a degree of disdain. However, this disdain swiftly evaporated upon Qin Man's encounter with Shen Jun. Observing the calm and composed Shen Jun, who remained unfazed, Qin Man's expression soured somewhat. She had been there for over an hour, during which she had been negotiating for songs, attempting to secure more from Shen Jun while minimizing her costs to maximize benefits. Currently, the influence of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Had far surpassed expectations, now ranking just below The Peak Singer on Oriental TV, and was considered a blockbuster program for the entire year. Song Shi would not easily withdraw, and the Tianyu behind him would not relent either. Feeling somewhat powerless, Qin Man sighed. She spoke the truth. As Shen Jun gained more recognition, the popularity of Where Are We Going, Dad? Was edging closer to that of Peak Singer. It had become a key program for Hunan satellite TV, wielding significant influence. This is merely the first episode, and any discerning individual can recognize the tremendous potential of this program. Song Shi would not easily relinquish his position as a permanent guest. However, in light of Qin Man's weakened stance, Shen Jun merely smiled. If Sister Qin had approached me yesterday, matters would have been considerably simpler, wouldn't they? Alas. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, a look of tension crossed Qin Man's face. The implication was unmistakable. She was the source of the problem, and he should not bear the consequences. Qin Man glanced at Shen Jun, inwardly cursing, unyielding to both soft and hard tactics, impervious to reason. What a waste of such a graceful appearance. Ultimately, Qin Man took a deep breath, surrendering to the circumstances, her voice tinged with weariness and reluctance. The rights to 3 songs, plus a one-time payment of 1 million for composition, and once the 3 pieces are launched on the platform, you shall receive 40 royalties. This was a genuinely sincere offer, and Shen Jun, having no further demands, responded with an authentic smile. Sister Qin, may our collaboration be fruitful. Shen Jun extended his hand, and with a sense of resignation, Qin Man shook it. They first drafted a temporary contract, intending to formalize it upon her return to the company, after which Qin Man prepared to head back to Shanghai. There were numerous matters awaiting her attention. Shen Jun exchanged polite remarks as he escorted her out, and before departing, Qin Man said, Sister Huaying hopes you can take some time in the coming days to provide guidance. If she can achieve results, it would benefit us both. Of course. Shen Jun replied seriously. Since he wished for Han Shi's assistance, he would certainly lend his support. Receiving Shen Jun's earnest response, Qin Man's expression finally softened. Song Xiao will not appear in the next episode. With that, she walked into the night. After finalizing matters with Qin Man, Shen Jun collected the contract and swiftly proceeded to the recording venue. The show had commenced half an hour prior, but Shen Jun was unable to leave, necessitating that Inan manage on her own for a while. He worried whether Inan might feel lonely. However, upon his arrival, he found Inan joyfully engaged with Guangzai, having completely forgotten about her old father. Upon seeing Shen Jun, Zhang Xue exclaimed with excitement, You finally made it. We agreed to compete in singing tonight. I and Guangzai have been preparing all day and can hardly wait to tackle this task. Yet, compared to Zhang Xue's eagerness, the other guests displayed varying expressions. Su Heng was practicing with his son Yang Yang. Neither were professionals, making the task of teaching the child to sing quite challenging. Although they had practiced all day, Yang Yang still struggled to remember the lyrics. Similarly, Wang Hai wore a pained expression as a director. Teaching children to sing was proving to be a monumental task, especially since he was off-key. Originally, his daughter Wang Shaiwen had a bit of musicality. But after Wang Hai's instruction, she had completely lost her way, provoking laughter from the audience in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Song Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the newly arrived Shen Jun, casually remarking, What could be so important that everyone is waiting for you? Shen Jun halted in his tracks. The underlying tone suggested he was overly occupied, perhaps even acting like a prima donna. The program is currently broadcasting its premiere, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room have heard Song Xiao's remark. Sure enough, in the next moment, a flurry of comments began to flood the screen, echoing the usual sentiments. Fans of Song Xiao took the lead, unleashing a barrage of criticism. Just an ordinary person, and he expects our brother to wait for him? He has only just gained a bit of fame and already acts so arrogantly. What a disgrace. It's laughable. Without the show, who would even recognize him? And then there are those sanctimonious remarks. At this late hour, everyone is waiting for him? Even if there's a reason, this is too much. Think of all the hard-working staff. Not to mention the several children. What if they catch a cold? Despite director Lin Jia's prior explanation that Shen Jun was assisting the production team and would arrive a bit late, which would not hinder the recording, Song Xiao's words overshadowed any remembrance of Lin Jia's clarification. All that the audience could see was a swell of emotions, feeling only for their brother's perceived slight, leading to a torrent of negative remarks directed at Shen Jun. Shen Jun glanced at Song Xiao. After hearing those words, he could easily predict the ensuing online discourse. Yet, instead of harboring anger, he merely curled his lips in a cold smirk. Digging a pit? Let us see how long you can hop around. In Shen Jun's eyes, Song Xiao was merely a fading star, and thus no waves were stirred within him. He cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze to his own seat, where he settled down. Ignored, Song Xiao's expression darkened. He could sense the disdain and dismissal in Shen Jun's eyes. Although his face remained impassive, his fingers turned pale from clenching tightly. The hatred swirling in his gaze towards Shen Jun intensified. Since his debut, he had always been the center of attention, yet here, on this program, he found his spotlight stolen and faced continual disregard and disdain from Shen Jun. Damn it. Song Xiao gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, he would make Shen Jun leave this show, teaching him the consequences of opposing him. Unaware of the malice in Song Xiao's eyes, the audience waited for Shen Jun to take his seat before the production team commenced preparations for the day's singing competition. The judges were already in place, consisting of 10 villagers of all ages. The judging criteria were straightforward. If a performance was enjoyable, they would raise their cards. If not, they would do the opposite. Ultimately, the guest with the most raised cards would be declared the winner, receiving the final reward. After the staff concluded their remarks, Zhang Xue eagerly exclaimed, Let us begin. Let us begin. The competition order followed the initial lineup. Song Xiao first, followed by Su Hong, Wang Hai, Zhang Xue, and finally Shen Jun. As Song Xiu took the stage, he cast a deep glance at Shen Jun before flashing a charming smile at the camera, eliciting a chorus of excited shouts from the audience. Soon, he began to sing with his son, Song Lei, with a background as an idol star. Song Xiu excelled not only in acting, but also in singing and dancing. Though not as professional as Zhang Xuei, he was more than capable of teaching his child. And Song Lei's singing talent shone brightly, producing a delightful performance. Unexpectedly, Song Xiu not only taught his son to sing, but also to dance. Thus, when Song Lei performed, he combined singing and dancing, showcasing a commendable foundation in street dance, which made his movements exceptionally stylish and impressive. As the music concluded, Song Lei strikingly posed for the camera with a hat-tip gesture. The audience in the premiere room, captivated, began to comment, "Shirtu is truly handsome. No wonder he is Song Xiu's son. With such a dashing father, it is no surprise the son is equally charming. At such a young age, he is bound to mesmerize a multitude of admirers in school." Enthusiastic praises echoed. "I adore him. Shirtu is so handsome." Meanwhile, during Song Lei's performance, the viewership in Song Xiu's premiere room surged rapidly, even surpassing Shen Jun and Anyan stream. The latter, having begun without Shen Jun and with Anyan merely playing around with Guangzai, suffered a considerable loss in audience. They now teetered on the brink of falling to third place. At this moment, the 10 judges had already begun to raise their scorecards, and after a count, a staff member announced loudly, "The combination of Song Xiu and Shirtu has achieved a score of 9 points. Observing the score, a smile crept onto Song Xiu's lips. Not only had Zhang Xuei prepared for this project, but he too had made ample preparations, determined to secure victory in this endeavor. While he may be inept at chores or cooking, performing arts were undoubtedly his forte, and he would not let this opportunity to surpass Shen Jun slip away. He yearned to reclaim his standing. Casting a disdainful glance at Shen Jun in the audience, he let out a soft, mocking laugh. He was intrigued to see how this supposedly inept caretaker would contend with him this time. The guests from the Western group, having witnessed the performance of Song Xiu and Song Lei, also altered their expressions. Su Heng and Wang Hai, who were already at a disadvantage, appeared even more disheartened. Zhang Xuei, initially excited, now wore a grave expression, evidently taken aback by the impressive collaboration of Song Xiu and Song Lei. Although their vocal skills might not rival his, Song Xiu's innovative fusion of singing and dancing compensated for their shortcomings. A score of 9 points, surpassing that would indeed be a formidable challenge. As for Shen Jun, he merely scoffed. Song Xiu, with a look of disdain, stepped off the stage, making way for Su Heng. In stark contrast to the impressive performance of Song Xiu and Song Lei, Su Heng and Yang struggled to remember their lyrics, stumbling through their act, ultimately scoring a mere 2 points. Then, Wang Hai and his daughter Wang Sherwin took the stage. Observing the duo, who were completely off-key yet earnestly engaged, the audience burst into laughter. How were they managing to be so earnest while completely out of tune? I couldn't help but chuckle. To be fair, one did possess some pitch, but was led astray by her father. Director Wang ought to focus on filmmaking, as their singing was quite a disaster. The audience continued to jest, and after the performance concluded, the 10 judges also found amusement, ultimately awarding Wang Hai and Wang Sherwin a courtesy score of 5 points. Subsequently, it was Zhang Xuei and Guangzai's turn to perform. Both father and son appeared considerably more serious, clearly feeling the pressure brought on by Song Xiu's impressive display. Zhang Xuei's vocal prowess is remarkable within the entire music industry, and his son, Guangzai, has inherited his talent, selecting the most challenging song from the Western group. Nevertheless, their performance achieved the highest level of completion and was melodious. However, they ultimately garnered only 8 points. The staff requested the 10 judges to provide brief comments. Considering Zhang Xuei's substantial fan base, if the scores were unjustified, it might provoke a backlash. The judges remarked that their performance did not match the impact of the first group. The reason was clear. Zhang Xuei and Guangzai had not incorporated choreography, which resulted in a lack of stage presence. While the judges understood this, Zhang Xuei's fans protested vehemently, arguing that it was a singing competition, not a dance competition. Some individuals simply could not accept defeat and challenged others to compete in singing alone. The atmosphere in the premiere room was rife with criticism, soon attracting the fans of Song Xiu, leading to a verbal clash between the two factions. Unbeknownst to those in the premiere room, Zhang Xuei and Guangzai exchanged a glance filled with disappointment before descending the stage. As they exited, Shen Jun and Anyan ascended. Zhang Xuei patted Shen Jun on the shoulder, encouraging him, and Shen Jun nodded slightly as he took his place on stage with Anyan. All eyes in the audience turned towards them, while Song Xiao smirked with a dismissive glance. The premiere room buzzed with excitement as Shen Jun and Anya took the stage, gradually regaining the audience's attention that had previously waned. What song would Shen Jun and Anya perform? They had observed rehearsals of the other Western group throughout the day, but had not seen any preparation from Shen Jun and Anya, leaving the audience in suspense. Surely, they would sing a lullaby. Indeed, many speculated they would opt for a lullaby, given its familiarity. With lullabies dominating the Huawei charts, it seemed a wise choice. Regardless of whether they included choreography, the audience in the premiere room engaged in lively discussions about the anticipated song. Throughout the day, other groups had practiced during their downtime, leaving the audience well-informed, except for Shen Jun and Anya. After a day of leisure, they had not rehearsed at all, keeping their song choice a mystery. However, the prevailing guess was a lullaby, especially since Anya's lullaby was currently topping the Huawei charts. Yet, when Anya opened her mouth, she declared, "The song we will perform is Burst of Courage." The premiere room fell silent. What song was this? It clearly did not appear to be a lullaby. Who had heard of it? I certainly had never encountered that title before. While the name was unfamiliar, it seemed to suggest a children's song. Singing a children's song would be a difficult endeavor against their competitors. The other Western group had chosen popular internet hits and trending songs, which already had significant popularity and familiarity. No one expected Shen Jun and Anya to opt for a children's song. Although children's songs are easy to learn, they cannot be compared to the selections of other groups. Alas, it seemed that Song Xiao might indeed emerge victorious this time. The audience in the premiere room sighed collectively. Aside from being easy to learn, children's songs offered no competitive advantage. Needless to say, the nursery rhyme chosen by Shen Jun and Anya is completely unfamiliar to anyone. Thus, many have already formed their conclusions. If Shen Jun were aware of the audience's thoughts during the premiere, he would surely retort, "What's wrong with a nursery rhyme? It is indeed a divine melody. Do you not see that half of the viral hits from the past originated from kindergartens?" Chapter 50. The Struggles of Life. If one were to list the internet anthems that have taken the world by storm, A Surge of Courage would undoubtedly rank among the very top. It is said that this song has amassed an astonishing over 20 billion streams across the internet. Regardless of age or gender, everyone has been enchanted by it, and anyone can hum a couple of lines. The lyrics and melody exude a sense of childlike innocence and sunshine, imbued with positive energy, making it perfectly suited for early childhood education music. At the tender age of 3, Shen Jun had already taught it to Anya. Thus, while others busied themselves with rehearsals today, Shen Jun could allow Anya to play with peace of mind. Once Anya announced the name of the song on stage, the lively background music swiftly filled the air, a melody recorded by Shen Jun in his early years. The cheerful and innocent sounds further assured the audience in the premiere that they were indeed listening to a nursery rhyme. Some believed they could not compete with the other groups and were more eager to hear the live version of the lullaby sung by Shen Jun and Anya. Feeling indifferent towards the nursery rhyme and thus prepared to exit the premiere, the viewership began to dwindle. On stage, Anya had already immersed herself in the performance, her little head bobbing to the cheerful rhythm. Shen Jun had not brought a microphone. Tonight's stage was primarily focused on the children, and he played a supportive role beside her. As the prelude concluded, Anya's sweet voice resonated. "Plant a seed in your heart, da-la-dee-da-la." The essence of A Surge of Courage is such that adults cannot replicate its charm. Only the innocent voices of children can convey its true spirit. With her sweet and crisp tones, combined with the sunlit rhythm and lyrics, Anya instantly captured the audience's attention, lightening their hearts. Especially with the phrase da-la-dee-da-la, many in the audience raised their eyebrows. This is rather interesting. Moreover, Anya was not merely singing. She was dancing as well. This was also taught by Shen Jun. In his previous life, A Surge of Courage had even graced the stage of CCTV's gala. With both singing and dancing as its core, and Shen Jun merely needed to replicate it. Anya, already exquisite and adorable, donned a little princess dress, her cherubic face beaming with joy, her tiny arms and legs bouncing animatedly. This delightful display left the audience in the premiere utterly defenseless, completely captivated. The viewership, which had been dwindling, suddenly stabilized, with countless comments flooding in. "Ah, she is adorably charming. Oh no, I'm tempted to have a daughter again. Isn't Anne's father from the Civil Affairs Bureau?" A 20-year-old university student displayed a paternal smile. "I wish I could be Anne's mother. Anne's father just happened to get divorced. I wonder if I have a chance." The comments in the live broadcast room were utterly frenetic, rendering the content almost indecipherable as messages poured in one after another, igniting the enthusiasm of the audience. Anya, with her endearing charm, was captivating the stage with her singing and dancing. I heard every child wishes to have it. Are you ready? Oh wow. Let us explore together. Both Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi hailed from a music academy, and An's musical talent was undoubtedly exceptional, her voice resonating beautifully. However, what truly exhilarated the audience was not merely the melody of the song, but An's adorable and mischievous expressions and movements. Her charm was utterly captivating, especially that delightful "oh wow." As An leapt up, striking a fist-pumping gesture, her cherubic face wore a serious expression, her large round eyes evoking a sense of tenderness in all who beheld her. That single exclamation of "oh wow" nearly ensnared every viewer in the live broadcast room. It must be said, the song was rather delightful. Wow, and An's singing is so adorable, it stirs my maternal instincts. The more one listened, the more enchanting the song became, and An was simply irresistible. Alas, I too felt the urge to sing along. While the song may not be suitable for young children, it was perfectly fitting for university students. The audience in the live broadcast room lavished praise on the song and An's cuteness, with many commenting, "I don't know why, but as a man in my 30s, this song has healed me." In the capital city, the night had already enveloped this bustling metropolis. At 8:30 in the evening, while most were preparing to retire for the night, for Tan Min, it was just the end of his workday. Exhausted, Tan Min emerged from the office building, joining the throngs at the bustling subway station. He was almost perpetually on standby, with long working hours and astonishingly lengthy commutes. His company required clocking in by 8:30 in the morning, necessitating his rising before 5 each day, leaving home by 5:50. And enduring over 2 hours of subway transfers to reach the office. The return journey mirrored this grueling routine. It was exhausting. Yet, Tan Min persevered through a decade of this grind. Since his university days, he had vowed to establish himself in the big city, not only for his own sake but also for the parents who toiled tirelessly to raise him. Tan Min's grandest dream was to purchase a home in the capital and bring his parents to live with him. However, the vastness of the city made this a formidable challenge. After 10 years of labor, he still had no place to call his own. As Tan Min boarded the approaching subway, he noticed a few vacant seats, eager to claim one, but he was a moment too late. A lady had already settled down with half of her backside occupying the seat. Tan Min took a seat as well, contemplating whether he could nudge her aside. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the lady had firmly claimed her spot, causing Tan Min to stumble slightly before grasping the handrail to steady himself. The lady remained unfazed as she retrieved her phone. Everyone in the carriage was engrossed in their devices, their faces etched with fatigue and haste. Tan Min gazed out the window as the dim tunnels and bright advertisements whizzed past, akin to a fleeting carousel, causing his vision to gradually blur. Does the capital truly lack a sanctuary of its own? Was my initial decision a grave error? Am I destined for mediocrity? The pent-up negative emotions erupted in an instant, overwhelming Tan Min as he was jostled for space. His already weary expression grew even more fatigued, devoid of any glimmer in his eyes, rendering him numb and sluggish, much like the bowed heads of the other passengers in the carriage. Upon arriving at the next station, the movement of passengers stirred Tan Min from his reverie, prompting him to rub his face in an attempt to shake off the fatigue. The carriage still offered no available seats, so he settled against a corner wall, contemplating for a moment before retrieving his headphones and phone to watch short videos, seeking to divert his attention from his dismal state. The video began with an advertisement for the premiere of Where Are We Going, Dad? A program that had gained immense popularity, leading the Xiang province television station to allocate substantial promotional funding. Lin Jia promptly secured the advertising for the short videos, ensuring that every evening when the show aired, the video screens displayed this advertisement. Tan Min had heard discussions about this program in the office lately, with colleagues praising the adorability of one particular child. After a moment's thought, he clicked on the advertisement. As he entered the premiere segment, he was greeted by the sight of a delicately beautiful little girl, singing joyfully with her tiny hands waving. Chapter 51. Oh my. The girl was strikingly lovely, resembling a finely crafted doll. Tan Min mused that if he were to have a daughter someday, he would wish for her to be as charming as this one. Observing the lively little girl, the weariness on Tan Min's face seemed to dissipate, and his dim gaze flickered with a hint of light. At that moment, the girl's sweet, innocent voice began to resonate, albeit somewhat juvenile, yet it was filled with joy and accompanied by childlike lyrics that seemed to stir his numbed heart. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he was suddenly captivated by the girl's earnest and spirited exclamation, "Oh my." This utterance struck deep within Tan Min's heart. Unbeknownst to him, a genuine smile had graced his face, and even the corners of his eyes sparkled with mirth. The long-suppressed negative emotions within him appeared to be soothed in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong, delivering takeout in Yang City, also found himself smiling as he reclined on his dilapidated vehicle. Having been busy since dawn, he had just managed a quick bite of cold rice, yearning for a moment of respite when he stumbled upon an S performance. Hearing an S-spirited declaration of "oh my," brought an uncontrollable grin to his face, as if the monotony of the day had been miraculously lifted. This uplifting experience was not unique to Tan Min and Zhang Yong. Numerous viewers watching the premiere felt a stirring in their hearts. The feelings of busyness, irritation, and disappointment seemed to dissipate, replaced by genuine smiles radiating from within. The ability to become a viral sensation, especially one that resonates across generations, can be attributed to its simple yet catchy rhythm, which lies at the very core of its appeal. Certainly, there exists a reason for the popularity of certain songs. If the melody of Insect Fly evokes nostalgia and tranquility, then Outburst of Courage serves as a balm for the soul. This song, intended to inspire children, seems to resonate deeply within the hearts of adults, instilling within them the fortitude to persevere and strive onward. Undoubtedly, the essence of an online hit lies in its infectious nature. As an sang a portion of the chorus, many viewers in the live broadcast had already learned the lyrics, eagerly joining in the melody. In numerous households, parents who were initially engrossed in the premiere found themselves captivated as their little ones began to bounce and dance to the rhythm of the music. During An's performance, the viewer statistics surged dramatically. Initially, the streaming numbers for Shen Jun in An's broadcast had dwindled, trailing behind Song Xiu and even below Zhang Xuei. Both Song Xiu and Zhang Xuei captivated a considerable audience with their performances, while Shen Jun and An's segment struggled to gain traction. However, this downward trend was abruptly halted the moment An began to sing, and with her voice, the data for their live broadcast skyrocketed. By the end, it was on the verge of exploding. The premiere video experienced buffering issues, and the server was nearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lin Jia maintained communication with the short video company and promptly requested data support. This intervention proved effective, witnessing the record-breaking viewership. Lin Jia and the entire team were left astounded. They had never anticipated that a children's song could wield such power, outshining all trending topics and internet celebrities. On stage, after finishing her song, An, exuberant and energetic, was visibly fatigued, with beads of sweat adorning her forehead, yet her little face radiated excitement. Clearly, she was exhilarated. As she concluded her performance, the audience erupted into a continuous wave of applause. Before the staff could even prompt them, the 10 judges unanimously raised their scorecards, all displaying perfect 10s. An's joy was palpable. "Daddy, we won." At her age, she had already grasped the concept of winning and losing, and in her delight, she rushed towards Shen Jun. He scooped her up and twirled her around. "An, you are amazing." With a kiss, he added, "You are simply adorable." "I nearly lost my composure up there." "Daddy, you silly." An quickly pushed Shen Jun's stubbled face away playfully. At that moment, the viewership of their live broadcast surpassed 500,000, breaking the record for the highest number of viewers for a short video premiere. Over 500,000 pairs of eyes were watching the charming interaction between father and daughter. An's dad, "Your daughter just called you silly." Haha. I'm dying of laughter at An's disdainful little expression. If An doesn't want it, she can give it to Annie. Annie loves men with beards. Just look at them. I can even hear the clinking of abacuses all the way from the northeast. Oh, An likes it too. An's dad likes it too. Which one should we choose? Take An's dad. Both are yours. An has always been endearing, especially after her recent performance, which captivated a multitude of fans, including many older women. These admirers even began to discuss strategies for winning over An's father online. The staff wasted no time and promptly announced the winning team. Shen Jun and An clinched the grand prize of the day, leaving Zhang Xuei and Guangzai filled with envy. As for the outcome of the competition, in Zhang Xuei's words, it was simply, "As long as Song Xiu doesn't win, that's what matters. He just got too smug." Although Zhang Xuei avoided mentioning the live broadcast, he could not escape the piercing gaze of Song Xiu nearby, whose expression darkened upon hearing those words. The look of resentment and fury in Song Xiu's eyes directed at Zhang Xuei and Shen Jun was unmistakable. Noticing Song Xiu's glare, Shen Jun scoffed, turned away while holding An, and walked off, too disdainful to even spare him a glance. Bang! Song Xiu kicked a chair violently, sending it crashing to the ground. After the competition, the other members of the Western team returned to their accommodations, while Shen Jun and Anya tidied up their belongings and headed to the city. Before leaving, Zhang Xue clung to the car door with a reluctant expression. Shen Jun realized that Zhang Xue was quite theatrical and playfully remarked, "What a shame you're not acting." Zhang Xue chuckled and waved goodbye to the adorable Anya, gesturing to Shen Jun to keep in touch. "Let us stay connected." From the beginning of the program, Zhang Xue had found Shen Jun quite likable. He was handsome without the pretentiousness typical of many in the entertainment industry and was genuinely caring towards his daughter. Guangzai also benefited from Shen Jun's attentiveness, which led them to exchange contact information. "Goodbye, Anya." "Goodbye, brother Guangzai." The two little ones bid farewell as the vehicle sped towards the city. Upon arrival, the living conditions were indeed as the production team had promised, and Shen Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. While he could endure hardships, it did not mean he enjoyed unnecessary suffering. He promptly took Anya to wash up, and after their refreshing routine, they enjoyed a light supper. It was already 9:30. Normally, it would be time for bed, but Anya was unusually energized tonight and felt little inclination to sleep. Shen Jun, on the other hand, thought it would be a good opportunity to promote the publication of Harry Potter. Thus, he requested the production team to initiate the live broadcast and continued sharing stories. Meanwhile, in the ancient village of Xiaobu, the live broadcast had concluded, and Song Shou's room remained illuminated, filled with the sound of crashing and banging. In a fit of rage, Song Shou overturned every piece of furniture within his reach. His son, Song Lei, cowered in the corner of the room. Fear and panic etched across his face as he watched his furious father. Fortunately, his manager, Sister Chun, arrived just in time to intervene and stop Song Xiu. "Have you lost your mind? If this gets out, you're finished," she admonished sternly, managing to wrestle away the objects he intended to destroy. Sister Chen, in her 30s, was a seasoned manager at Tianyu, with a notable reputation in the industry, overseeing numerous stars. However, the most famous among them was undoubtedly Song Xiu. Consequently, during the filming of the program, Sister Chen practically resided in the ancient village of Xiaobu. Confronted by Sister Chun, Song Xiu finally regained his composure. His face a stormy shade of anger as he addressed her. "Sister Chen, I cannot bear to see Shen Jun in the next episode. I demand he be removed from this program." Shen Jun had thoroughly provoked him, especially with the memory of Shen Jun's derisive laughter and blatant disregard, igniting a fury within Song Xiu that rendered him incapable of calm. What an insignificant amateur! Time and again, he had been met with disdain. Did he truly believe himself to be of any consequence? Sister Chen, having spent the past 3 days in Xiaobu, was well aware of the source of Song Xiu's ire. And she, too, wished to see Shen Jun gone. With Shen Jun present, all of Song Xiu's limelight and popularity were overshadowed. He was relegated to the role of mere supporting cast. Yet Sister Chen furrowed her brow and replied, "Shen Jun has backing." Previously, it was Shun Lao and Jiang Runin who spoke up for him during the controversy, allowing him to narrowly escape a dire fate. Otherwise, he would have been utterly ruined. "Backers?" Song Xiu scoffed coldly. "An old man and a young woman. I refuse to believe they can protect Shen Jun. Let the company take action. I ask for nothing else. I merely wish for Shen Jun to be expelled from the show." Pausing, he turned to Sister Chen. "Sister Chen, convey to the company that if they assist me, I am willing to take on 2 more idol dramas, regardless of their interference." Sister Chen hesitated. "But that would hinder your transition." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Song Xiu retorted, "As long as I can eliminate him, I do not mind delaying my transformation by a year." Meanwhile, Shen Jun's narrative had concluded the Quidditch segment and transitioned into the Chamber of Secrets storyline. It was evident to all that the chamber harbored mysteries. The injured professor, the peculiar serpent-like creature, and the rampaging troll that had invaded the school were all threads of foreshadowing beginning to converge. The audience was captivated by the existence within the chamber. Their curiosity about the enigmatic figure behind it piqued, leaving them in eager anticipation. At that moment, Shen Jun announced, "Tonight's tale concludes here." Anya had already drifted into slumber beside him, her soft snores indicating her exhaustion from a day filled with excitement. Shen Jun tenderly caressed Anne's small face. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted with fervor, for everyone knew tonight marked the final evening of this episode. To continue hearing the story of Harry Potter, they would have to wait for the next installment. Although the upcoming episode was merely a week away, the audience found their appetites tantalized, yearning for the resolution that seemed so far out of reach. A week felt like an eternity. Frantically, they flooded the live chat with comments, hoping Shen Jun would take notice. "Wah, Daddy and Anya, I can't bear to be apart from you. Please finish the story before you go." "No, the next episode isn't airing until next week. How can I possibly wait?" Some even implored, "Daddy Nin, let me soothe Nin. Will you tell me a story?" The urgency to become an N's mother was palpable. Shen Jun could roughly anticipate the comments from the live broadcast room. But he chose to disregard them and earnestly addressed the camera, stating, "I have already signed a contract with JoJo Publishing for the story of Harry Potter, which is expected to be published and released in about 3 months. If you enjoy this tale, I hope you will support it when the time comes. Thank you all for your companionship over the past 3 days. I love you all." As he spoke, Shen Jun made a heart gesture towards the camera. Then, unfazed by the lamentations from the live chat, he ended the broadcast. After a restful night, Shen Jun finally enjoyed a deep slumber upon returning to modern society. Moreover, with the program concluded, there were no disturbances that day, allowing him to indulge in a leisurely morning. He awoke around 9 o'clock, called out to Lin Jia for breakfast, and subsequently, Lin Jia accompanied Shen Jun and Nin to the airport. Before parting, Lin Jia remarked, "Song Xiao must be feeling restless. The commotion last night was quite significant. As the director, he is undoubtedly aware." Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing to worry about. Qin Man spoke with him last night. Online Company has agreed to my terms, and they will begin taking action against Tianyu today, forcing Song Xiao out of the program. So his days of revelry are numbered." Knowing that Shen Jun had the backing of Han Lion, Lin Jia felt reassured and chuckled. "I have a few videos for you. Let us see if you can make use of them." He then waved goodbye to Nin, who, having thoroughly enjoyed her time over the past 3 days and developing a fondness for Lin Jia, cheerfully exclaimed, "Goodbye, Uncle Lin Jia. We'll see you next time." After bidding farewell to Lin Jia, Shen Jun and Nin boarded the flight back to Shanghai. Meanwhile, Tianyu Media, having received news from Song Xiao that morning, began to mobilize their efforts. The 2 idol dramas were poised to generate tens of millions in revenue for the company. Not to mention Song Xiao's suggestion of inserting new talent, which could cultivate the next generation for the company. This proposition was indeed enticing for the company. Even with Shen Jun's connections, as Song Xiao pointed out, the disparity between the old and the new left Tianyu unfazed. With Shen Lao already retired and Jiang Runan not yet capable of challenging the entire Tianyu, the company paid little heed to Shen Jun. After finalizing their negotiations with Song Xiao, they immediately set about orchestrating their plans. However, Tianyu Media was entirely unaware that as they commenced their operations, Han Lion Music Company, located in Shanghai, convened a brief high-level meeting. Subsequently, all departments within Han Lion began to engage in a flurry of activity. By the time Shen Jun disembarked from the plane, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After arriving home an hour later, he glanced at the time and noted it was already evening. The city of Shanghai was in the midst of the plum rain season, and with no one at home for several days, a dampness permeated the air. After settling in an inn, Shen Jun proceeded to change all the bedding in the house and open the windows for ventilation. Once he had tidied up, evening had arrived, coinciding perfectly with dinner time. With the burden of program tasks lifted, Shen Jun decided to indulge in a little laziness and took Nin into a restaurant. Although "Where Are We Going, Dad?" was quite popular, it had yet to reach a phenomenon status that transcended boundaries. Although Shen Jun and Nin appeared to be quite popular, they were merely newcomers who had debuted for 3 days, so they had yet to reach the point of being recognized upon stepping outside. Shen Jun felt a sense of relief. The 2 of them happily finished their dinner. However, unbeknownst to Shen Jun, during his meal, or rather, since his afternoon flight, the entire online community had erupted with fervor. Chapter 53, Monetary Gain. Although the first episode of the program Where Are We Going, Dad? Had concluded, its impact as a sensational show continued to resonate. A considerable number of individuals were still keenly following and searching for content related to the program. For instance, Shen Jun's Lullaby for Anon and the record-breaking children's song and performed on the final night. Furthermore, many were intrigued by Shen Jun's bedtime stories. The Harry Potter segment had ended, but the tale had only just begun, especially as Shen Jun had just reached a pivotal moment in the first installment last night. The abrupt halt left many feeling quite unsettled. Consequently, since last night, this topic had not subsided. Rather, it had intensified. Numerous fans were urging for updates or expressing their frustration beneath the official program account, as Shen Jun did not possess a personal social media account, leaving fans to vent their feelings there. Additionally, many were discussing Shen Jun's mention of publishing his stories. Some viewers supported the idea of publication, recognizing the quality of his storytelling, deeming it a natural progression. Conversely, a significant number expressed their discontent, attributing blame to Shen Jun for the unfinished narrative. believing he had halted the story for the sake of publication. Furthermore, many fans were envious, astonished that a bedtime story could potentially be published. Initially, this discourse was confined to the audience, not causing significant repercussions. However, in the afternoon, an individual suddenly posted on a social platform, "Is money being sought in the literary world?" A statement that was both abrupt and enigmatic. Yet it was undeniably linked to the topic of Harry Potter publishing. The implications were clear. The individual behind this remark was Lin Wenxin, a renowned contemporary author of serious literature who had garnered numerous domestic and international literary awards and frequently graced bestseller lists. To put it succinctly, he was quite famous. Moreover, his temperament was rather irascible. According to his fans, he was known for his confrontational nature, taking on anyone and anything. Lin Wenxin was exceptionally talented, and many fans relished his confrontational style, thus he amassed a substantial online following of over 3 million. After Lin Wenxin's comment, what had initially been a topic confined to the audience of the show suddenly gained traction. Numerous fans and onlookers delved into Lin Wenxin's commentary, and upon discovering that an individual from the entertainment industry intended to publish a book, the atmosphere became electric. What did the masses perceive about those in the entertainment realm? They were seen as superficial. As for literary prowess, was that a trait one could expect from someone in the entertainment industry? Especially upon witnessing Shen Jun's appearance. The onlookers were utterly astounded, immediately discerning that he did not possess the demeanor of a cultured individual. Coupled with Lin Wenxin's pointed remarks, the crowd erupted in fervor, with everyone convinced that Shen Jun had come to the literary realm solely to amass wealth. As for the content of the book, there exists an initial broadcast recording, and even a textual version meticulously compiled by netizens, yet the gathered spectators could hardly be bothered to cast a glance. Is this significant? Not in the slightest. The marketing entities crave a sensational public discourse, the intellectuals seek a topic for judgment, while the emotionally swayed audience yearns for an outlet for their frustrations. Shen Jun was the perfect scapegoat. Thus, the notion of the entertainment industry encroaching upon the literary domain quickly ascended the trending charts. In Jinling, within a quaint tea house, several individuals were seated, engaged in conversation over tea. Had Shen Jun been present, he would have recognized that among them were the publishers who had traveled to Xiong province the previous day to solicit his signature. Only one of the attendees was unfamiliar. This stranger was none other than the renowned author Lin Wenxin, who had ignited a whirlwind of public opinion online. Lin Wenxin, in his early 30s, sported a pair of small mustaches, exuding an air devoid of the scholarly demeanor typical of literati. Instead, his eyes shimmered with shrewdness and calculation. Observing the uproar of public sentiment online, one of the publishers chuckled and remarked, "Old Lin is truly remarkable. A single statement from him has propelled someone to the trending list." Another publisher scoffed, pride evident in his tone. "Now, I am most curious to see how that old fox Wang Lei will react." One individual shook his head, asserting, "This is merely the beginning. Jiuzhou Publishing House possesses ample resources. Retracting a trending topic is a trivial matter for them. Let us continue to escalate this situation to the heavens." The others chimed in, "I have already reached out to other authors. Once old Lin speaks up, they will follow suit, further amplifying the fervor surrounding this matter. I too have made arrangements. Others are poised to begin voicing their opinions." After exchanging glances, a sinister smile crept upon their faces, with a quiet smile gracing his lips. Lin Wenxin leisurely interjected, "Gentlemen, do not forget about my affairs with Cheng Nua. Rest assured, this year's literary award shall undoubtedly bear your Lin Wenxin's name." Meanwhile, within the confines of Jiuzhou Publishing House, Wang Lei had already received the news. Ever since his return from Xiaobu ancient village, he had been preoccupied with publishing matters. However, in the afternoon, an operator hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Editor-in-Chief, we have a situation." Following Shen Jun's promotional appearance last night, Jiuzhou Publishing House had swiftly released a collaborative publishing announcement. Initially intended for early promotion, this announcement unexpectedly exploded in the afternoon. The backlash was overwhelming. The onlookers, swept up in the fervor, condemned the publishing house for lacking principles, criticizing it for publishing any work, labeling it a garbage publisher, and so forth. Alarmed, the operator hastily sought higher-ups. Since Wang Lei was responsible for the publication of Harry Potter, the operator first sought him out, and Wang Lei learned the specifics from the operator's account. Upon discovering that the topic had been instigated by Lin Wenxin, Wang Lei furrowed his brow. He sensed something amiss, for he was well aware of Lin Wenxin's character, who cultivated an image before fans and readers of a defiant and literary figure. However, Wang Lei. Having dealt with Lin Wenxian, recognized him as a quintessential opportunist, one whose eyes were solely fixed on monetary gain, devoid of any genuine literary aspiration. Every action he undertook was invariably motivated by profit. Thus, Wang Lei keenly sensed an unusual shift, though he remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he promptly issued a statement proclaiming that Harry Potter was an exceptionally splendid novel, simultaneously investing to have the trending topic retracted. Yet, as soon as the trending topic was withdrawn, before the situation could settle, a multitude of either renowned or obscure authors began to voice their opinions online. Joining this fervent discourse, this caused the recently withdrawn trending topic to surge once more, and the fervor intensified, even exhibiting a terrifying trend of widespread virality across the internet. Within the conference room of Jiuzhou Publishing, Wang Lei, seething with rage, slammed his hand on the table. It's those publishers like Huawen, Yuyan, and Jishu who are orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Had it been merely Lin Wenxian speaking out, he might have remained uncertain, but now, with so many authors simultaneously engaging online, it was evident that someone was plotting behind the curtain. As for who that might be, the answer was clear to him. Chapter 54, Affairs of the Literary World. They were all cunning foxes of a millennium, playing their own games. Wang Lei immediately discerned who was instigating the turmoil. The very publishers he had just denounced were the same ones that had sought to sign Shen Jun in the initial encounter. Although Wang Lei maintained connections with these publishers, and they presented a facade of amicability in the realm of business, there are no true friends. Moreover, Jiuzhou Publishing had encroached upon others' territory. Jiuzhou Publishing was a rising star that had developed rapidly in recent years, leveraging the advantages of the internet to ascend swiftly. Initially, Jiuzhou Publishing posed little threat to the traditional publishers, but now, witnessing its burgeoning success, they exhibited a tendency towards monopolization. These publishers could no longer remain passive. Signing Shen Jun was merely a catalyst. Even in his absence, tensions between the parties would eventually erupt. Shen Jun merely accelerated this process. The explosive success of the program Where Are We Going, Dad? Unveiled to every publisher the immense potential of Harry Potter. It is noteworthy that during its premiere last night, the peak online viewership shattered records, reaching an astonishing 50,000 viewers. Not to mention the total viewership over the past 3 days, which was an astronomical figure. Thus, Harry Potter was already a sensation before its publication. As for the story of Harry Potter, any publisher with a keen commercial sense had heard of it and recognized its exceptional quality. Otherwise, multiple publishers would not have personally traveled to Hunan province to seek a contract with Shen Jun. Such treatment is a rarity for most authors. High quality, high popularity. The literary phenomenon of Harry Potter is poised to dominate not only this year's, but also the forthcoming year's bestseller lists. Naturally, this has incited a sense of urgency among other publishing houses. Given that Jiuzhou Publishing is already on the verge of monopolizing the market, should they successfully release Harry Potter, this esteemed publisher may ascend to an indomitable stature. Consequently, today's concerted efforts by several publishing houses aim to curtail Jiuzhou's influence. As for Shen Jun, one could merely remark on his unfortunate timing. He has been chosen as a target. In the conference room of Jiuzhou, a cadre of senior executives convened after the successful signing of Harry Potter, which had been earmarked as a top-tier development project for the company. While the external world recognized the immense potential of Harry Potter, the company was equally aware of its vast promise. Initially, the executives had intended to quietly amass wealth. Yet they were unexpectedly met with a united front against them. Wang Lei's countenance was grim, and the expressions of all present were equally somber. They had not anticipated such ruthless tactics from their competitors, whose aggressive approach had ignited public discourse, leading to widespread online discussions. The repercussions were substantial. After expressing his frustrations, the president of the publishing house solemnly stated, "Our immediate priority is to quell this public outcry. We must issue a statement at once. Simultaneously, we need to contact major platforms to have the trending topics removed." However, the situation had escalated beyond the efficacy of conventional measures. Others began to propose alternatives. Since they can find voices to support them, can we not also seek allies? Let us reach out to some established authors within our network, particularly those of high repute, to lend their support to Shen Jun and Harry Potter. This is our best course of action. Currently, the sharpness of the online discourse stems from the widespread skepticism regarding Shen Jun's identity as a writer, with many believing he is merely here to profit from the literary scene. Thus, if we could substantiate his credentials as an author or validate his talent, the narrative would shift considerably. Yet, As soon as the suggestion was made, Wang Lei sighed. That is quite challenging. Let us not forget. Shen Jun hails from the entertainment industry. Upon hearing his words, the others furrowed their brows. Shen Jun's background indeed posed a significant complication. While ordinary individuals might not face such scrutiny, the divide between the entertainment sector and the literary world is profound. Many in the literary community harbor disdain for those from the entertainment realm, with numerous authors having openly criticized the latter. The prevailing sentiment within the literary circles is one of superiority over the entertainment industry. Thus, soliciting support for Shen Jun from this elite group is a daunting task, particularly given their self-important and image-conscious nature. The president of the publishing house remarked gravely, "If they are unwilling to assist, it indicates that the incentives we offer are insufficient." I nodded in agreement. The company would maximize its resources and permissions, urging everyone to swiftly reach out to their connections in the literary world to solicit assistance. Financial investment would be made to ensure this matter is resolved. As he spoke, the president paused, casting a serious glance around the room. I expect each of you to take this matter to heart. This is not merely the concern of a single author. It is a matter that pertains to all of us at Jiuzhou. Should this publication culminate in failure, the reputation we have painstakingly built over the years will suffer a grave blow, rendering any future resurgence exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, they shall not grant us another chance. The president's voice carried an air of gravity, and the others exchanged solemn glances before dispersing to attend to their tasks. However, as Jiuzhou commenced its efforts to rectify the reputation of the author associated with Harry Potter and Shen Jun, the online discourse erupted once more. The internet suddenly unveiled a plethora of damaging information regarding Shen Jun, including revelations about his poor performance in the Chinese language section of his college entrance examination. His lackluster high school grades had led him to pursue the arts, resulting in a mere score of 84 in the Chinese exam. This ignited a firestorm online, with many deriding the current state of publishing, questioning how anyone with such a score could dare to publish a book. Public skepticism towards Harry Potter and Shen Jun reignited, as the previously subdued discussions regarding financial motives resurfaced, even affecting the authors who had come to his defense. Yet the situation did not end there. The negative revelations, which began with the publication of Harry Potter, soon extended to Shen Jun's alleged unprofessional behavior during program recordings, even citing instances of disrespect towards his seniors. Accusations of Shen Jun's poor character, lack of education, and absence of decorum proliferated. Furthermore, it was claimed that the songs he performed on programs were plagiarized, with evidence presented to support these assertions. Consequently, many netizens began to question whether Harry Potter itself was also a product of plagiarism. Even the initial rumors that Shen Jun was being financially supported by a wealthy benefactor were resurrected, now accompanied by an abundance of corroboration and allegations. In an instant, Shen Jun's tarnished reputation spread across the internet. This wave of public outcry caught Jiuzhou Publishing off guard. While they were preoccupied with literary matters, a deluge of disparaging information about Shen Jun emerged. The pressure mounted on Jiuzhou Publishing, and they were bewildered by the ferocity of the attacks, which evidently stemmed from ulterior motives. After considerable investigation, Jiuzhou discovered that the orchestrators behind this smear campaign were none other than Tianyu Media, a company from the entertainment industry. This revelation left Jiuzhou in a state of confusion. What business did a company from the entertainment sector have meddling in literary affairs? Chapter 55. Seeking individuals in an office at Tianyu Media, Song Xiu reclined on the sofa, his previous distress replaced by a refreshing smile as he sipped his tea. Today marked his return to Tianyu Media, having finalized a contract wherein the company would assist him in dealing with Shen Jun in exchange for his commitment to film 2 idol dramas. He had initially anticipated a delay in results, understanding that orchestrating someone's downfall required effort. However, to his astonishment, Shen Jun was suddenly thrust into the spotlight that very afternoon, with the public outrage intensifying. Although the reasons behind Shen Jun's sudden entanglement with the literary world remained unclear, Tianyu Media recognized a rare opportunity and swiftly intervened. Thus, Jiuzhou Publishing found itself in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, both the entertainment and literary sectors were simultaneously exerting pressure, with Tianyu Media depicting Shen Jun as a figure devoid of culture, refinement, and decorum. The literary world has left Jiuzhou Publishing struggling to cope, let alone facing challenges from both sides simultaneously. Shen Jun stands alone, inevitably destined to be overwhelmed by the torrent of public opinion. The current level of discourse far surpasses the uproar instigated by Song Xiu's fans, and even Jiang Runan would hesitate to engage with such fervor. To get involved now would likely result in severe backlash. With the current intensity of public sentiment, Shen Jun's reputation is on the brink of collapse. His withdrawal from the program is merely a matter of time. Contemplating this, a triumphant smile of satisfaction blossomed on Song Xiu's face. He had not anticipated that he could exact revenge so swiftly, within just a day. It seemed the heavens were favoring him. Little did he know that while he reveled in his triumph, amidst the surging tide of online discourse, someone had unexpectedly issued a missing person notice. This notice was from Tang Shui, an esteemed professor at Beijing University, renowned for his expertise in classical poetry and literature, as well as being a distinguished scholar of Han and Tang literature. The titles alone indicate he is an eminent academic. While such matters in the academic sphere typically do not provoke significant impact, Tang Shui's elevated status and his search for the very epicenter of the current public discussion, Shen Jun, rendered this notice noteworthy. Consequently, it did not take long for the notice to attract a multitude of curious onlookers. Initially, they were engrossed in the unfolding drama surrounding Shen Jun, but as they stumbled upon Tang Shui's announcement, many were momentarily taken aback, doubting their own perceptions. How could Shen Jun's controversy, no matter how scandalous, possibly intersect with the realm of academia? No one could have anticipated that this situation would draw the attention of a heavyweight in the scholarly community. Thus, driven by curiosity, the crowd eagerly opened the notice. Upon reading its contents, astonishment swept over them, leaving some utterly speechless. The notice, though brief, contained explosive revelations. Tang Shui had encountered the literary works of Shen Jun's young friend and was profoundly impressed, expressing a desire to engage in dialogue. He humbly requested the young friend's understanding, explaining his unsuccessful attempts to contact him over the past few days, which led him to resort to this public plea. Tang Shui's succinct 3 sentences were easily digestible at a glance, yet everyone who read them felt compelled to revisit the message in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? A professor from Beijing University, a prominent figure in classical literature, had expressed being profoundly moved by Shen Jun's creations and wished to seek his guidance. Were they losing their minds, or was the world itself unraveling? Just as Shen Jun faced a barrage of criticism for lacking literary merit and was ostracized by the literary community for seeking profit, a distinguished professor from Beijing University had the audacity to express a desire to consult him on literary creation. This was simply beyond comprehension for many. Many individuals beneath this missing person notice questioned, is this a fake account? Such sentiments were prevalent. As it was evident that the public found it difficult to believe, is this truly the account of a professor from Capital University? Could it have been hacked? What on earth is happening? Am I experiencing issues with my phone, or is the world itself in disarray? Shen Jun, come forth. I know this is your alternate account. Speak with your main one. No one trusted the claims made in this notice, primarily because Shen Jun had been criticized throughout the day, leading many to form a preconceived notion about him, with rumors spreading like wildfire, especially given the deluge of negative information online. Many believed Shen Jun embodied the derogatory descriptions circulating, lacking literary merit, poor character, and low standards. Even those who maintained a rational stance did not regard Shen Jun as a commendable individual. After all, a fly does not land on an uncracked egg. Thus, skepticism about the authenticity of the notice prevailed. However, soon after, the doubts began to dissipate. Shortly after Uncle Tang Yi released the notice, Lu Yaoye, the vice dean of the College of Literature at Capital University, along with several faculty members and students, confirmed that the account truly belonged to Uncle Tang Yi, and the notice was indeed published by him without any discrepancies. Furthermore, Tang Yi subsequently shared a video in which he personally appeared, stating that he had intended to leverage the power of the internet to reach out to Shen Jun, but did not anticipate the considerable uproar that ensued, expressing his surprise. In the video, Tang Yi also mentioned that he was unaware of the source of the online allegations and evaluations regarding Shen Jun. However, he had read Shen Jun's literary works, particularly a piece titled Shegel Chiming, and found it to be remarkably talented. He even expressed a desire to learn from the classical poetic techniques discussed therein. Hence, the allegations might be erroneous. In conclusion, Tang Yi urged everyone to approach the situation with rationality and requested the online community to assist in calling out to Shen Jun, as he genuinely wished to engage in dialogue with him. The release of this video sent shockwaves across the internet. People were astonished by Tang Yi's praise for Shen Jun, the astonishing reversal of events, and Tang Yi's heartfelt appeal. In matters of literature, one may possess credentials, yet the academic realm carries even greater weight. Moreover, Compared to renowned best-selling authors like Lin Wenxin, Tang Yi's stature, qualifications, and scholarly expertise are far more compelling. He is a professor at Capital University, officially recognized as a leading scholar, even having appeared on cultural programs on national television. With a garden full of talented students, his expertise in classical poetry research is unparalleled across the nation. If such an esteemed figure asserts that Shen Jun possesses great talent, what does that imply for the prevailing online discourse? Thus, following Tang Yi's video, the previously rampant online chatter came to an abrupt halt, leaving many individuals wavering in their opinions. And this was merely the beginning. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sudden quietude of public opinion, Han Shi, who had acquiesced to Shen Jun's request, swiftly made his entrance. The counterattack had commenced. Chapter 56. The truth revealed that evening, with the entry of Han Liang Company. Numerous artists under Tianyu Media unexpectedly encountered a series of unforeseen circumstances. Some lost their endorsements, others were besmirched with various scandals, and some had their recommendations on music platforms abruptly withdrawn. The resources and connections that Han Liang had meticulously cultivated over the years took Tianyu by surprise. Among those most affected was Su Qing, whom Tianyu had been heavily promoting. Her recommendation on the Hualu music platform was withdrawn, and she was soon beset by a barrage of allegations, tales of pitch correction, plagiarism, cosmetic surgery, and poor character, rather cliché, yet undeniably effective. Su Qing's reputation and stature were severely compromised, as evidenced by the dismal performance of her latest album. Despite Tianyu's financial backing in promoting her, the lead single, which had recently soared to the second position on the Hualu Hot Songs chart, was suddenly dragged down by these incidents. The other tracks on the album also suffered significantly, with their overall rankings plummeting, even falling below Lu Yao of Baidai Records. Su Qing had once aspired to ascend to the ranks of top-tier artists with this album. But now, the question was not about rising in status, it was whether she could maintain her standing at all. Upon receiving the news, Su Qing's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A night filled with various emergencies left the entire Tianyu music department in a state of disarray. Furthermore, not only the music division was affected, the idol star Song Xiao, also under Tianyu, faced relentless attacks and revelations from countless detractors. Much like the tactics employed against Shen Jun earlier that afternoon, Han Liang had now returned the favor to Song Xiao with greater ferocity. Unlike Shen Jun, who had only been in the industry for 3 days, making it difficult to uncover dirt, Song Xiao had spent over a decade in this realm, leaving ample evidence for scandal. Han Liang had spent the day gathering resources to unearth these incriminating materials, and Qin Man's approach was always thorough. When they aimed to destroy, they did so without reservation. Thus, an avalanche of allegations inundated the internet, even overshadowing Shen Jun's rising popularity. Among the various pieces of evidence was a video of Song Xiao in a fit of rage during his participation in the show Where Are We Going, Dad? In the footage, Song Xiao appeared monstrous, his expression twisted with fury, starkly contrasting the image of a beloved idol, resembling instead a madman. This revelation shocked even his most devoted fans. Moreover, crucially, these exposed videos included Song Xiao's original audio, one particular clip leaving everyone aghast. Sister Chun, I don't want to see Shen Jun in the next episode. Get him out of this show. Let the company take action. Just ensure he's eliminated. A mere handful of phrases sent chills down the spines of all who heard them, leaving them in stunned silence. From the onset of today, the internet has been inundated with disparaging information and criticisms directed at Shen Jun, leading everyone to seemingly grasp the underlying truths. The defamatory remarks previously spread by Song Xiao's fans have resurfaced, revealing the truth. It has become evident that all of this turmoil is orchestrated by Song Xiao and the company behind him. Consequently, the public outrage that once surrounded Shen Jun has swiftly shifted towards Song Xiao and Tianyu Media, intensifying the fervor of the backlash, with Han Shi covertly stoking the flames. Countless netizens, feeling deceived and manipulated, coupled with their guilt towards Shen Jun, have unleashed even harsher and more vulgar criticisms upon Song Xiao. Within a single night, Song Xiao has been vilified to the extent of being likened to a rat scurrying across the street. Even Tianyu Media has not been spared. Their official website has been bombarded with malicious comments, and their social media accounts have been compelled to disable comments. Numerous artists under their banner have faced indiscriminate attacks and slurs. In the span of a single evening, Tianyu Media's stock plummeted, inciting fury among the company's board members. As for Shen Jun, he remained oblivious to the tumult of the previous night. By the time he learned of the events the following day, everything had already settled. With Han Shi's intervention, both Tianyu and Song Xiao have suffered severe repercussions. Reports suggest that Song Xiao is now struggling to maintain his own reputation, with his public image in freefall. Contracts for endorsements and advertisements have been swiftly terminated, and the ratings for previously filmed dramas have also been downgraded, leading to the disbandment of several fan groups. As the walls crumble, the crowd pushes forward. Meanwhile, Professor Tang Shui from Jing University's search for a missing person has positively influenced Shen Jun's reputation in literary circles, despite some critics still looking down upon him. Lin Wenxin continues to confront both the world and Shen Jun. However, netizens appear less irate and more discerning than before, especially with loyal fans from earlier programs tirelessly promoting Harry Potter online. Many have taken the time to explore the compiled stories available on the internet. Some have been captivated by this enchanting magical realm, and even those who were initially indifferent cannot deny the allure of the narrative. Prejudices against Shen Jun have markedly diminished. The book Harry Potter, having unexpectedly benefited from this calamity, has garnered heightened attention and engagement. These developments were shared with Shen Jun during a phone call from Wang Lei the following morning, after the dust had settled. The call served to inform Shen Jun of the situation and, on another note, to subtly convey Wang Lei's intentions, ensuring Shen Jun understands the significant support provided by Jiuzhou behind the scenes, prompting him to owe them a favor. Shen Jun, in his current state, has earned Wang Lei's utmost regard. This is a man whose influence extends to the entire realm of academia, not to mention the formidable backing Shen Jun possesses. Although Wang Lei is unaware of the individuals supporting him, the chaos he witnessed within the entertainment industry last night speaks volumes of Shen Jun's substantial connections. Thus, following yesterday's events, Shen Jun's significance in Wang Lei's eyes has soared, placing him at the highest echelon of importance. Wang Lei concluded the conversation with Shen Jun by saying, "That is the general situation, and it can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Other publishers should be able to maintain a semblance of honesty for a while, and as for the literary circle's chatter, you need not heed it. These individuals are simply indulging in their own excesses." However, Shen Jun did not respond immediately. By the time Wang Lei called him, he had already perused the online discourse on his tablet. At that moment, Shen Jun's expression grew increasingly frosty. He found himself perplexed. He was conducting his affairs discreetly and wished to avoid any trouble. So why were these individuals so eager to undermine him? First, there was Song Xiao from the entertainment industry and Tianyu. Now he faced Lin Wenxin from the literary realm and various publishers, particularly the latter. It was evident that it was merely an industry rivalry amongst several publishers, yet they chose to target him. And those literary figures who mentioned his name, could they not find joy within their own circles? Must they come to him to assert their presence? Did they truly believe him to be a soft target? Even clay figures possess some degree of resilience, let alone Shen Jun. His desire to avoid conflict did not equate to a fear of it. Shen Jun realized that the more discreet he remained, the more likely he was to be perceived as a pushover. They accused him of seeking profit? Then Shen Jun would demonstrate precisely what it meant to pursue profit. Chapter 57. The Tomb Raiding Chronicles in both his past and present lives. Shen Jun had never been one to swallow his grievances. Since they enjoyed targeting him, he would ensure they understood just how sharp his own blade could be. With this thought in mind, Shen Jun spoke up, "Brother Wang, doesn't your Jiuzhou publishing house have a literary magazine?" Wang Lei, who was about to end the call, paused momentarily upon hearing Shen Jun's words and replied, "Yes, there is one. Jiuzhou Novel Journal, a literary periodical under Jiuzhou Publishing House." Shen Jun recalled this magazine from when he had reviewed Jiuzhou Publishing's overall situation during the contract signing. He continued, "I have a book that could be published in the magazine. The publication of Harry Potter would take 3 months. By then, it would be too late." Shen Jun preferred to settle scores promptly. Jiuzhou magazine is a bi-monthly publication, and if all goes well, it could be released by mid-month. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Wang Lei momentarily faltered, struggling to keep pace with Shen Jun's line of thought. However, Wang Lei was astute enough to quickly grasp Shen Jun's intention. Yet, he hesitated and replied, "The magazine section is not under my purview. I need to discuss this with the company." He had not seen Shen Jun's new work and was uncertain of its quality, which made him reluctant to agree hastily. Moreover, Wang Lei was concerned that this new work might be a product of Shen Jun's impulsiveness, especially given the recent events. It seemed dubious that a new work would emerge so swiftly after such turmoil. Although Shen Jun's current popularity was substantial, he could sell even the most unappealing content, Jiuzhou not only sought profit but also valued reputation. If their reputation faltered, it would spell disaster. Shen Jun understood the apprehensions harbored by Wang Lei. Had he been in Wang Lei's position, he too would have hesitated. Shen Jun calmly stated, "I will send you the first 20,000 words in the next couple of days for your review. If it meets your standards, I hope it can be featured in the latest issue of the magazine. If not, then so be it." Having heard Shen Jun's words, Wang Lei nodded in agreement, declaring, "No problem." After finishing the call with Wang Lei, Shen Jun contemplated for a moment and registered his own social media account, initially obtaining a yellow certification badge. He then sought out the account of Uncle Tang Yu from Capital University. To be candid, it was somewhat unexpected for Tang Yu to go to such lengths to contact him. Shen Jun had not anticipated that the enlightenment of sound rhythm would capture the attention of prominent figures in the academic realm. It merely crossed his mind while educating in it. He felt it was suitable and decided to use it without overthinking. However, this incident did provide Shen Jun with significant inspiration. He had previously not given much importance to knowledge in the realm of learning, but perhaps employing the right words could greatly enhance his own endeavors. Just like this time. A single statement from Tang Yu is equivalent to the efforts of Jiuzhou Publishing House working tirelessly for half a day. This exemplifies the prowess of top-tier scholars in academia. Establishing connections with such individuals could only be beneficial for him. Additionally, Shen Jun wished to express his gratitude to Tang Yu. After all, he had rendered considerable assistance. So Shen Jun sent a private message to Tang Yu, leaving his contact information. There was no immediate response. Shen Jun then logged out of the account. And was still indulging in a leisurely morning, having risen early for 3 consecutive days and thoroughly enjoying herself during that time, which made Shen Jun feel a pang of sympathy. Thus, he allowed her to sleep in today. Shen Jun collected the clothes that had been air-drying yesterday and then entered his study. The study contained a computer, which had been purchased by Zhao Wani during the initial renovations but had remained largely unused, now serving the purpose of writing. He had yet to pen a single word for the work he had promised Wang Lei, so he needed to expedite the process. After familiarizing himself with the computer, Shen Jun opened a document and began to type. He had previously mentioned that since his rebirth, his memory had become remarkably sharp, allowing him to recall any content from his past life verbatim. Therefore, writing a book for Shen Jun merely required making a selection and then immersing himself in the writing process. As for the selection, his mind brimmed with a plethora of serious literature or classic novels that could attest to literary sophistication or talent. Yet, Shen Jun had other intentions. It wasn't that he sought to earn money or undermine Jiuzhou Publishing House. Rather, he aimed to choose works that could become immensely popular, capable of generating substantial profits, enabling Jiuzhou Publishing House to swiftly gain recognition and effectively penetrate the market. He did not aspire to high literary standards, but aimed to seize the attention of every reader, crafting a piece that would captivate them to the point of insatiability, eventually igniting a sensation across the internet upon publication. Moreover, Shen Jun intended to publish in a magazine, ideally selecting a novel type suitable for serialization, particularly a medium to long-length narrative. In his past life, he had encountered numerous fitting works. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun ultimately chose a piece with which he was quite familiar, The Grave Robbers Chronicles. This work, upon its debut in his previous life, became an instant sensation across the internet. It soared to the top of major literary bestseller lists even before its completion, pioneering a new era for Chinese suspense novels. Furthermore, this novel had even been featured in the People's Daily, selected as material for college entrance examination essays, and graced the stage of CCTV. It was also permanently archived by the National Library, adorned with numerous accolades. In a word, the unprecedented popularity of the book Previous Life can be described as extraordinary. Some have even remarked that it transcends the realm of mere fiction, serving as a hallmark of an era. The subsequent adaptations stemming from the novel have also achieved remarkable success. Be it anime, film, or video games, all have garnered immense acclaim. In his past life, Shen Jun was involved in this phenomenon, having witnessed the monumental success of the film adaptation of The Grave Robbers Chronicles, which was a major project for numerous prominent companies. It can be stated with certainty that no other development within the country has wielded such formidable influence. In terms of profitability, this novel undoubtedly ranks among the top. Furthermore, the novel is replete with suspenseful twists, and the eerily mysterious grave-robbing segments leave a lasting impression, captivating readers and rendering them unable to disengage. This novel is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Shen Jun is confident that it will undoubtedly captivate the editorial team at Jiuzhou. Thus, without further hesitation, He swiftly resolved to dive headlong into writing. On the other hand, after Wang Lei concluded his phone call, he did not dwell excessively on the matter. Nor did he engage in any extensive discussions with the company. After all, the situation appeared rather unreliable. It remained uncertain whether the book would even come to fruition. Shen Jun had yet to complete his manuscript for Harry Potter, so where would he find the energy to pen a second book? Even if he had the energy. Wang Lei held little optimism. A truly remarkable work cannot simply be conjured into existence. Even renowned authors would hesitate to assert such confidence. Moreover, Shen Jun, as a novice author, was in a particularly precarious position. When the time came for Shen Jun to submit his work, Wang Lei intended to glance at it briefly before finding a tactful way to decline, ensuring he did not extinguish Shen Jun's passion for writing or jeopardize their future collaboration. After pondering this, Wang Lei resumed his busy schedule. Chapter 58. Teacher with no pressing matters at hand. Shen Jun devoted a peaceful morning to writing. As noon approached, the little sleepyhead in and finally awoke, prompting Shen Jun to prepare a simple lunch. After their meal, he took an outside. First, they visited Teacher Shen, who had recently faced a public relations crisis during a recording session. Initially, it was thanks to Teacher Shen's intervention that the situation was managed. So Shen Jun felt compelled to pay his respects to the elder. Teacher Shen, vibrant and spirited, beamed with joy upon seeing Shen Jun and Anon. Since Shen Jun's marriage, his visits to Teacher Shen had dwindled significantly, with the past 2 years seeing no visits at all. During holidays, he merely sent blessings via WeChat. On one hand, he felt a sense of guilt. The elder had always held high hopes for him, wishing to usher him into the music industry and pave the way for him. Yet, at that time, Shen Jun was disinterested in his career and declined the teacher's goodwill. On the other hand, he wished to spare Zhao Wani from excessive concern. He recalled a particular year after their marriage when he expressed his intent to visit Teacher Shen, only for Zhao Wani to insist on accompanying him. While there would have been no issue under normal circumstances, Shen Jun was more than willing for Zhao Wani to meet his teacher. This visit coincided with Zhao Wani's desire for Shen Jun to arrange a meeting with Teacher Shen regarding a song. When he failed to do so in a timely manner, Zhao Wani's thoughts began to stray. Consequently, Shen Jun gradually reduced the frequency of his visits to Teacher Shen. Though Teacher Shen had not explicitly expressed her feelings, she was still somewhat discontented with Shen Jun's previous aloofness. Now, she laughed and scolded him, saying, "You child, if you do not wish to enter the music industry, I shall not say anything. Why are you still avoiding me?" Shen Jun felt a twinge of guilt towards the elderly woman who had cared for him, replying, "That will no longer happen." Now that he had divorced Zhao Wani, there would be no more instances of such dilemmas. Furthermore, he had already immersed himself in the music scene to some extent, particularly after collaborating with Han Shi, which would inevitably lead to more interactions with Teacher Shen. A smile graced Shen Yuqing's face as she remarked, "It is good to hear that. Do come visit this old woman more often." If there were any regrets for Shen Yuqing over the years, aside from her granddaughter's continued singleness, it was Shen Jun's reluctance to embrace the music industry. However, that regret had now been partially alleviated. Shen Jun's collaboration with Han Shi had already been relayed to her by Qin Man, and she had listened to the songs he penned for Han Shi. It was evident that the years of ordinary life had not dulled Shen Jun's talent. Rather, the passage of time had only enhanced it. The song he created was something even she might struggle to compose. This was why Shen Yuqing felt such relief. Her greatest fear had been that Shen Jun would be worn down by a mundane existence, a fate not uncommon in the music world. Fortunately, her worries proved unfounded. Shen Jun was indeed the talented student she had always believed him to be. Shen Yuqing inquired, "Are you going to meet Man Man soon?" Shen Jun had arranged to meet Qin Man in the afternoon at Han Shi, as the competition for Peak Singer was imminent, and Song Huaying urgently required Shen Jun's guidance. He nodded, and Shen Yuqing sighed, saying, "Man Man's parents passed away early, and she has single-handedly shouldered such a large company, enduring considerable hardship. I have watched and worried for her daily. But I am growing old, my heart willing but my strength waning. I wish I could help, yet I feel powerless. Now that you are back, I feel much more at ease. Since you have returned, please assist Man Man whenever possible. Similarly, do not hesitate to ask her for help with anything you may need." The elderly woman's words were earnest, and over the years, Shen Yuqing had shown Shen Jun immense care. Naturally, Shen Jun could not refuse her, replying sincerely, "I will do my utmost to help in any way I can." Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, a look of relief washed over Shen Yuqing's face. She smiled and waved her hand, saying, "All right, I am tired now." I shall not delay your important matters any longer. At 83, Shen Yunqing's energy was certainly not what it once was. Shen Jun promptly replied, Teacher, please rest well. I will come to see you again soon. He then turned to Anya, saying, Say goodbye to Grandma. The usually quiet Anya blinked her large eyes and waved her small hand at the kind, gentle grandmother before her, saying, Goodbye, Grandma. Shen Yunqing beamed with joy, replying, Goodbye, Anya. After bidding farewell to Shen Yunqing, Shen Jun took Anya into Han Shi's company. After 2 trips, Shen Jun realized that not having a car was indeed quite inconvenient. During the property division, he had retained only a house and left everything else behind. It was high time he bought a car. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to visit Han Lion regularly. However, his pockets are currently empty. The remuneration for the first episode has yet to be disbursed, and even when it is, it amounts to a mere 200,000, which is hardly sufficient to purchase a car. He must earn money swiftly. The release of Tomb Raider notes is imperative. Other avenues for profit cannot be neglected. As the plan to support his daughter is a formidable undertaking, Shen Jun lifted his gaze to the towering, resplendent Han Lion billboard before stepping into this upscale office building. Even more luxurious than Baidai Records. Daddy, what are we doing here? Anya, feeling somewhat anxious in this unfamiliar environment, clutched Shen Jun's thigh tightly. Especially as the office was bustling with people in tailored suits. We are here to find the beautiful lady from before. Anya looked somewhat puzzled. Beautiful lady? Before Shen Jun could respond, the sound of clicking heels approached from behind them. Anya turned her head and exclaimed with delight, Beautiful sister. It was none other than Qin Man, impeccably dressed in formal attire and black stockings. As Shen Jun arrived, he had sent a message to Qin Man, who had just reached the company and was waiting downstairs for a moment. In the company, Qin Man exuded a commanding presence. Those passing by would lower their heads and greet her with President Qin. Qin Man nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward Shen Jun. Upon hearing an S call, the previously stern expression on Qin Man's face softened into a radiant smile, blooming like a rose, instantly transforming her demeanor. Darling Anya. As Qin Man approached, Anya hurriedly ran over, and Qin Man took her small hand in hers. Shen Jun remarked, Sister Qin, sorry to keep you waiting. Qin Man smiled lightly and replied, I just arrived as well. Come, I will take you upstairs. She then led Anya toward the elevator, with Shen Jun following closely behind. Once the three entered the elevator, the previously quiet lobby erupted with a cacophony of whispers. Who is that man? Their relationship with President Qin seems rather special. As the authoritative figure of Han Lion, with her stunning physique and captivating beauty, Qin Man naturally attracted attention, not to mention Shen Jun's striking handsomeness. Thus, the earlier scene sparked a flurry of gossip and speculation, unaware of the chatter behind them. The trio remained silent for a moment before Qin Man spoke up. The matters with Tianyu have been resolved. Song Xiao will exit the program before the next episode. Shen Jun had already learned this from Wang Lei and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Qin. Qin Man nodded, saying, No need for thanks. I will rely on you for the singer's affairs. Sister Huaying is currently in the recording studio practicing. Let me take you to meet her. Chapter 59. The hasty years. At this moment in the Han Lion recording studio, Song Huaying sat furrowing her brow as she listened to the recording. After completing the song, she let out a long sigh. It still lacks that certain feeling. Song Huaying felt a sense of defeat. Ever since she received this song, she had been practicing day and night. This song suited her exceptionally well, and at times, she felt as though it had been written just for her, very harmonious, very comfortable. However, despite the compatibility and comfort, Song Huaying could not shake the feeling that she was missing something essential in her performance. This sentiment was particularly pronounced as she listened to the song. In principle, a demo merely serves as a rudimentary showcase by the creator, hardly comparable to the final rendition. The disparity in recording quality, arrangement completeness, and the singer's performance is vast. The ultimate rendition is bound to surpass it. However, Song Huaying felt that what she heard could indeed overshadow her own efforts. Of course, this is an exaggeration. Yet, it is undeniably more melodious, with its details handled in a more professional and intricate manner. In a prestigious competition like Peak Singer, such intricacies are the crux of success. Naturally, Song Huaying would not overlook these details. Yet no matter how much she practiced, she struggled to grasp the essence. Consequently, her frustrations grew with each attempt. The recording engineer remarked, Sister Huaying, you sing remarkably well. I believe this song surpasses your previous works. Indeed, Huaying, do not be too hard on yourself. You are performing excellently. and advancing to the semifinals should pose no issue. Her manager chimed in with reassurance. It is indeed good. However, it could be even better. Gritting her teeth, Song Hwaying thought that had she not encountered a higher standard, she might have settled, but having glimpsed a more elevated vista, how could she be content? Moreover, her goal had never been merely to reach the semifinals. Her singular ambition was to strive for the championship. Now that the opportunity had arisen, she was determined to seize it. After taking a sip of water to compose herself, Song Hwaying inhaled deeply, preparing to resume her practice in the studio. Just as she rose, the recording studio door swung open, and Shen Man entered, accompanied by the inquisitive Anon. Although Zhao Wani's company was also a music enterprise, she disliked bringing it into the office, considering it cumbersome, hence and rarely witnessed such scenes. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon seeing Shen Man, the studio personnel greeted her promptly, their gazes quickly falling upon the little girl holding Shen Man's hand. Song Hwaying exchanged a glance with her manager. Having partnered for many years, they understood each other's silent communication instantly. Manager, is this President Shen's daughter? Song Hwaying. No way, isn't President Shen still unmarried? At that moment, Shen Jun, who had been following Shen Man and Anon, also stepped into the recording studio, his towering height of over 6 feet making a striking impression. Everyone's attention was instantly captivated, their expressions momentarily stunned. The reason for their astonishment lay in the strikingly handsome young man who had entered, sharp brows, bright eyes, a prominent nose, thin lips, and well-defined features, a sight to behold. Unaware, one might mistake him for a celebrity. However, after the initial surprise, Song Hwaying's eyes brightened. And with a mix of excitement and curiosity, she inquired, "Who is this?" Shen Man introduced, "Shen Jun, the composer of your song." "So it is indeed you." Realizing she had not mistaken his identity, Song Hwaying's expression transformed into one of elation as she stepped forward and grasped Shen Jun's arm, exclaiming, "Teacher Shen Jun, you have finally arrived. I happen to have a few questions I would like to ask you." As he spoke, he took Shen Jun's hand, eager to begin practicing the song. However, Shen Jun remained silent, glancing instead at Shen Man, who offered him a reassuring look. "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Anon." Most individuals might have been overwhelmed with excitement at the chance to be accompanied by a top-tier singer, but Shen Jun remained remarkably composed. Having encountered countless celebrities in his past life, he held the belief that even a king of song would rank behind Anon in his heart. With Shen Man's encouragement, Shen Jun finally nodded and said, "You sing first." Song Hwaying was entirely focused on her practice and did not notice these subtleties, but the others in the recording studio were keenly aware. The manager furrowed his brow slightly. As Song Hwaying entered the booth, a poignant melody soon resonated through the headphones in that hurried ear. How many times did we bid farewell, only to delay again? Indeed, the very first song Shen Jun had penned for Song Hwaying was none other than the well-known In That Hasty Year, a classic that had received numerous accolades in his previous life, a song that had shattered multiple music records upon its release in the Chinese music scene, a piece that had remained a sensation for over a decade, still capturing hearts and going viral annually. A song that nearly led to Wang Fei's downfall, though that is a digression. Undeniably, In That Hasty Year stands as a quintessential masterpiece and one of Wang Fei's hallmark works from her later career. Upon hearing Song Hwaying's voice, Shen Jun's thoughts immediately turned to this song, ultimately leading him to select it. Nevertheless, the version Shen Jun finalized was not the original rendition by Wang Fei, but rather the reimagined version performed by Gu Juji during his participation in Singer in his previous life. While In That Hasty Year is indeed splendid, Shen Jun had to confront a pragmatic concern, the competitive nature of the contest. Although Song Hwaying bore a resemblance to Wang Fei, she could not rely solely on her beautiful voice to dominate the competition. She required techniques and emotions more suited to a competitive environment. The Gu Juji version of In That Hasty Year was the most fitting choice. Despite Gu Juji's defeat at the time, it was a circumstance beyond his control, as he faced off against Han Hong's Daybreak, a formidable contender. Moreover, his defeat did not imply that the reimagined version was lacking. On the contrary, it was quite remarkable. Years ago, Gu Juji's rendition of In That Hasty Year had topped various music platforms for months, achieving an unprecedented level of popularity. The song's position on the charts remained unshakable, and its fervor did not wane from its release onward. Even before Shen Jun traversed into this realm, Gu Juji's version continued to be a viral sensation on platforms like Douyin, experiencing periodic resurgences in popularity. Some claimed that Gu Juji's version surpassed the original. In the ranking of song popularity from the first 8 seasons of Singer, Gu Juji's In That Hasty Year secured a commendable 6th place. trailing only behind Zhang Xiaohan's ADL. Its popularity reached astonishing heights, with Douyin views soaring into the hundreds of millions. The song Memoirs of a Deceased Wife was virtually universally recognized. These statistics undeniably illustrate the remarkable power of this song, solidifying its status as a classic. In the past, numerous professional musicians commented on, asserting that his technical prowess and emotional depth had reached the pinnacle of the industry, yet his timbre lacked the distinctiveness of, which ultimately resulted in a narrow defeat. However, now we have an exceptionally prominent singer who possesses not only his vocal technique and emotional expressiveness, but also a hint of tonal characteristics. One cannot help but wonder what impact such a rendition might have on the contemporary music scene. Chapter 60. Teacher Shen in his previous life. Various music bloggers and critics had thoroughly analyzed vocal abilities and techniques, and Shen Jun had also studied this extensively, coupled with his professional expertise. Shen Jun had reached heights far surpassing those of in his past life. In this lifetime, having graduated from a prestigious music conservatory, he possessed formidable theoretical knowledge and practical skills, making the task of guiding effortless. Upon hearing Sing just once, Shen Jun immediately identified over 10 issues: inadequate opening and closing of the oral cavity, a need for enhanced nasal resonance, a lack of smooth transitions in head voice, and problems with vocal cord closure leading to a slightly impure sound, among others. Was left feeling utterly deflated, realizing that while she sensed her performance lacked certain qualities, she had not anticipated it to be so flawed. To have a single song scrutinized with over 10 critiques felt like a disaster, and the initial confidence and excitement she had rapidly dissipated. The others in the recording studio were equally astonished. Although faced elimination she was still a super A-list artist, a cornerstone of, and undeniably a leading figure. Yet, she was being critiqued as if she were a novice. Felt perplexed, while Shen Jun's observations seemed reasonable. She questioned whether his abilities truly warranted such criticism. However, recalling her grandmother's trust in Shen Jun and his ability to consistently challenge her perceptions, despite her doubts, remained silent. While managed to contain her thoughts, manager could not hold back. Given stature as a top-tier singer, she was typically in the position of instructing others. Yet today she found herself being schooled by someone so young. The manager, feeling a sense of indignation, frowned and questioned, "Surely you can't be serious?" Sang beautifully. "I found it quite pleasing." Shen Jun glanced at the manager and then at the others, noting the skepticism on and the recording engineer's faces. Even after her initial shock, furrowed her brow, clearly harboring doubts. After all, she was a super A-list artist, while Shen Jun was merely an emerging talent without any notable works to his name, making it difficult for others to accept his authority. In light of this situation, Shen Jun refrained from excessive explanations and instead turned to, stating, "Allow me to sing at once, just listen." There was no need for lengthy discussions. If they were unconvinced, he would let his professionalism speak for itself. Upon finishing her remarks, Shen Jun gracefully stepped into the inner chamber of the recording studio. Each studio is divided into an inner and outer room, with the inner room designated for recording and the outer room for monitoring. Shen Jun entered the inner sanctum and positioned herself before the microphone. The individuals in the outer room exchanged glances, curiosity piqued by Shen Jun's evident confidence. They were eager to discern whether she truly lived up to her reputation. The recording engineer initiated the accompaniment, and as the prelude began, Shen Jun's voice emerged softly, due to the inherent limitations of male vocal resonance, which generally lacks the clarity and brightness of female voices. Only a few exceptionally gifted individuals, such as Zhou Shun from my former life, could achieve such heights. Consequently, Shen Jun predominantly utilized the edges of her vocal cords to produce sound. This technique imbued the song with an ethereal quality and a sense of yearning, perfectly aligning with the emotional essence of the piece and effortlessly drawing listeners into a shared resonance. While this method may seem straightforward, it demands a high level of vocal skill. Many struggle to grasp and execute it proficiently. Thus, as Shen Jun's melody filled the air, the expressions of the listeners in the outer room shifted to one of astonishment. Song Huaying, a seasoned professional in the music industry with decades of experience, instantly recognized the caliber of Shen Jun's vocal prowess. It was formidable, enough to warrant her status. The furrow in Song Huaying's brow gradually relaxed, her initial skepticism fading, replaced by astonishment and intrigue. The others present, including Qin Man and her manager, while not professional singers, were well-versed in the industry. Though they might not discern the technical nuances of Shen Jun's performance, they could certainly appreciate its beauty. The manager, biting her lip, wore an expression of disbelief. Qin Man, equally surprised, cast a glance at Shen Jun, unaware that her grandmother had never mentioned Shen Jun's singing ability. She had assumed Shen Jun was akin to her grandmother, a specialized composer, only to discover she was a versatile singer-songwriter, perhaps even a polymath in music. Unbeknownst to Shen Jun, who was immersed in her performance, she had not sung in what felt like an eternity since her journey began. The microphone felt foreign in her hand, and as her voice reverberated through the monitor, her once dormant heart surged with life, reminiscent of grand stages from her past. It was as if she stood once more under the spotlight, amidst the cheers and adulation of the crowd. As the song concluded, the listeners in the outer room appeared momentarily stunned. After a collective deep breath, they exchanged looks, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Particularly, the manager of Song Huaying wore an expression of profound shock. She could hardly fathom that Shen Jun truly possessed such talent. Initially, after hearing Shen Jun point out over 10 flaws in Huaying's performance, the manager had assumed Shen Jun was either feigning knowledge or trying to impress. To critique a top-tier singer with such precision? It seemed utterly ludicrous. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Jun offered no explanation and immediately began to sing. Moreover, his performance was exceptionally impressive. The manager, reluctant to admit it, felt a hint of moisture in her eyes while listening to Shen Jun's voice, becoming somewhat emotionally invested. Indeed, his rendition surpassed that of Huaying. At that moment, the manager was utterly convinced. The sound engineer, unaware of Shen Jun's background, had only just been introduced to him by Qin Man. With a look of surprise, he turned to Qin Man and inquired, "Is this the new singer signed by the company?" Having never encountered Shen Jun before, and witnessing his remarkable talent, the engineer assumed he was a newly acquired artist. It was often said that the company had seen better days. If such a talented singer joined, perhaps the company could rise again. The engineer's words stirred something within the astonished Qin Man, prompting her to glance deeply at Shen Jun, who had just set down the microphone in the inner room. Inside, Shen Jun exhaled a sigh of relief, his vocal cords recovering from the strain. Although his singing technique was still proficient, years of lacking professional practice had taken a toll on his voice. Fortunately, the song was not overly challenging. Had it required high notes, he would have truly faltered. After regaining his composure, Shen Jun stepped out of the inner room. As soon as he emerged, the little girl, Anya, excitedly rushed over, wrapping her arms around his leg and exclaiming, "Daddy, you were amazing." All the adults were listening intently, and Anya, unable to contain her excitement, had snagged a pair of headphones to hear the entire performance, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. No father could resist such an adoring gaze from his daughter, and Shen Jun's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Song Huaying and the manager took a couple of steps forward, their expressions a mix of awkwardness and exhilaration. "Teacher Shen," they exclaimed, "if you can do it, so can I." Such a straightforward approach, though somewhat blunt, proved effective everywhere. After Shen Jun finished singing, the attitudes of everyone in the recording studio underwent a complete transformation. Prior to his performance, he was merely known as Shen Jun or Xiao Shun. After singing, he had ascended to the status of Teacher Shen, a title eagerly adopted by Song Huaying and the manager, who nearly revered him. Shen Jun proceeded to guide Song Huaying, while Anya was whisked away to the office by Qin Man, who playfully teased that Shen Jun's little cotton-padded jacket was starting to let in the cold. Under Shen Jun's guidance, Song Huaying's singing abilities began to soar, as he not only identified her weaknesses but also demonstrated the techniques himself. It was akin to feeding her the knowledge directly. Song Huaying, not one to be outdone, learned swiftly. The semifinals of Peak Singer were set for July 10th, just 3 days away. During this time, Shen Jun immersed himself in writing tune rating notes while simultaneously mentoring Song Huaying in a routine that felt rather monotonous. In the meantime, Uncle Tang responded to him, and the two exchanged contact information. Uncle Tang expressed great interest in Shen Jun's composition, The Enlightenment of Sound, praising it effusively. He mentioned that he had watched the segment where Shen Jun taught him countless times. That scene fulfilled all his fantasies of pastoral life and the delightful integration of education and entertainment. Uncle Tang held a deep appreciation for the enlightenment of rhyme and expressed his desire for Shen Jun to compile the entire work. He might even be able to assist Shen Jun in its promotion and dissemination. Uncle Tang stated that the enlightenment of rhyme was exceedingly suitable for young students. It was simple and easily comprehensible, yet the classical poetry and its rhythms contained within were remarkably sophisticated. It was perfect for use as a textbook. Reflecting on this, Shen Jun realized that Uncle Tang's judgment was indeed correct, as in his previous life, the enlightenment of rhyme had been utilized as a teaching resource. During their conversation, Shen Jun also learned of Uncle Tang's aspirations, or rather, his life's mission, to promote traditional culture and allow classical poetry to flourish anew in modern society. Uncle Tang was a true scholar. Shen Jun had always held great respect for such intellectuals, and with Uncle Tang's efforts in promoting the enlightenment of rhyme, he too would ultimately benefit. Thus, Shen Jun nodded in agreement. However, he currently had his hands full with tomb raiding notes and Harry Potter, leaving him with little free time. So he could only ask Uncle Tang to be patient. Uncle Tang was quite agreeable. After all, he had waited for many years. So a few more days were of little consequence. When July 9th arrived, the kindergarten's transition class commenced, and Shen Jun, who had spent a few days being a mischievous little tyrant at Hanshi, was escorted to school by Shen Jun. Having not attended school for quite some time, or perhaps having not been separated from Shen Jun for ages, Shen Jun cried profusely at the school gate that day. Clinging to Shen Jun's leg and refusing to let go, Shen Jun found it both amusing and heart-wrenching. To make matters even more exasperating for him, on the day of the school opening, the atmosphere at the entrance was initially joyful, but with Shen Jun's loud wailing, chaos erupted throughout the school. One child began to cry, and soon another joined in, followed by a chorus of sobs from all the children. The kindergarten teachers looked utterly dismayed, casting resentful glances at Shen Jun. Had it not been for Shen Jun's handsome appearance, he might have been subject to countless imaginary assassinations by the teachers. Embarrassed, Shen Jun quickly handed Anan over to teacher Li and, with a sense of resolve, fled the kindergarten. Upon returning home, Shen Jun first sent the 30,000 words of tomb raiding notes he had written over the past 2 days to Wang Lei. And then he went to Hanshi Music to continue guiding Song Huaying in her singing practice. After more than 2 days of instruction, Song Huaying had nearly mastered the song, demonstrating a much more refined understanding of the techniques and emotional expression required. She was a far cry from her previous self. According to the recording teacher, she was no longer inferior to Shen Jun's. Song Huaying's confidence, previously shaken, was gradually being restored, and her eyes sparkled with renewed determination. She was eagerly awaiting the broadcast of Peak Singer to redeem herself. The premiere was set for tomorrow night. As the broadcast time for the Peak Singer semifinals drew closer, promotion for the show was ubiquitous, saturating the entire internet. Even the earlier scandal involving Song Xiao and Tianyu had been overshadowed as the sole phenomenon of this year. Peak Singer has become the flagship program of Dragon TV, with promotional efforts that can only be described as exhaustive. Dragon TV aspires to shatter records in domestic variety shows and establish an unprecedented legacy, all while firmly securing its position as the premier provincial television station. In recent years, both Hunan TV and Dragon TV have been engaged in a fierce rivalry for supremacy. This year, as Hunan TV experiences a decline, Dragon TV has surged to prominence thanks to Peak Singer. However, just as half the year has passed, Hunan TV unexpectedly launched Where Are We Going, Dad? A reality show that has swiftly broken records in the genre. The show's popularity is rapidly approaching that of Peak Singer, despite the latter having aired multiple episodes. If this trend continues, it won't be long before Where Are We Going, Dad? Matches the fervor surrounding Peak Singer. Naturally, Dragon TV is anxious, particularly since the former has an uncertain number of episodes left to air, while Peak Singer has only 3 episodes remaining. Thus, Dragon TV must solidify its position atop the ratings before the conclusion of its program, ensuring that Hunan TV remains firmly beneath it. Moreover, Dragon TV aims to reach a level of success that Hunan TV cannot hope to attain. To achieve this, Dragon TV has invested significantly, mobilizing all available resources for promotion and marketing, resulting in Peak Singer's 5th episode becoming a hot topic even before its premiere. Discussions abound online regarding the participating singers and the songs they will perform, with particular focus on Song Huaying. As a top-tier singer facing elimination, her situation has generated considerable buzz. Following the conclusion of the previous episode, the topic sparked widespread discussion, and as the 5th episode approaches, it has surged into trending status. Everyone is well aware that Song Huaying, along with her backing from Hanline Company, will not easily concede defeat. This episode will see her exerting every effort, possibly even resorting to desperate measures. Moreover, recent news of Hanline's fervent song negotiations has caught public attention, indicating their urgency. Therefore, when the production team announced Song Huaying's chosen song, many netizens eagerly tuned in. They were keen to discover what song she would perform and what strategic advantage Hanline had prepared for her. However, when netizens finally glimpsed the song details, their eyes widened in astonishment. The information revealed: song, in a hurry lyricist, Shen Jun composer, Shen Jun performer, song Huaying. Chapter 62. Children's musician Shen Jun? Who is Shen Jun? This is the question that arises in everyone's mind upon seeing the song information, as a fierce battle for survival among top-tier singers. The attention from netizens is overwhelming. Many speculate that Song Huaying must have prepared some ace up her sleeve for a final showdown. The previous frenzy of song requests from Han Lion Company corroborates this conjecture. Thus, numerous individuals believe that Song Huaying's upcoming song has undoubtedly involved substantial financial investment or extensive resources, collaborating with only the finest musicians. This might be the key to avoiding elimination. Speculations abound regarding the elite musicians that Han Lion has enlisted, with some suggesting it is the composer Qi Shu, who previously collaborated with Song Huaying. Others hint that Han Lion has re-engaged another music maestro, the renowned hitmaker teacher Su. There are even suggestions that Han Lion may have reached out to teacher Shen Yunqing. It is well known within the industry that Han Lion's president, Qin Man, has a close relationship with Shen Yunqing, a fact that is hardly a secret. In the early days of Han Lion's inception, Mr. Shen penned numerous songs for the company. However, as Han Lion rose to prominence and Shen retired from the scene, he gradually faded from public view. With the current crisis at Han Lion, many have once again turned their thoughts to this venerable figure. This speculation has garnered considerable agreement, especially given the intense competition in peak singers today, where all 7 resident guests are industry giants, the least of whom is already a top-tier singer. Furthermore, the 2 guest singers set to challenge this episode are also of an elite caliber, possessing stage experience and vocal prowess that rival Song Huaying. The likelihood of Song Huaying's elimination looms large. The preceding episodes have demonstrated that while Song Huaying is not lacking in excellent songs, good music alone cannot save her. To secure her advancement and avoid elimination, it is apparent that merely having commendable songs is insufficient. Only a classic could potentially rescue Song Huaying. Hence, many speculate that Han Lion has indeed enlisted Mr. Shen or invested heavily in other top musicians, aiming to craft a timeless piece for Song Huaying to enhance her chances of making it to the semifinals. Otherwise, she is likely to face elimination. However, no one anticipated that the song Song Huaying ultimately prepared was not composed by any of the musicians they speculated about. Instead, it was created by a name entirely unfamiliar to them. Wait, this name seems vaguely familiar. Some netizens suddenly recalled that while they had never heard of Shen Jun in the music scene, they had encountered it elsewhere. From the reality show Where Are We Going? Dad. Many have connected the dots, realizing that this show has recently gained immense popularity, rivaling peak singers. Among the standout guests of this reality show is Shen Jun. Thanks to the support of Song's fans, Tianyu Company, and the literary community's buzz, Shen Jun's name has become a sensation across the internet in recent days. Even those who have not watched the show are aware of this name. Thus, many instantly link the lyricist and composer of Song Huaying's song to Shen Jun from Where Are We Going, Dad? However, after the discussion concluded, many began to hesitate. Despite sharing the same name, one was a guest on a reality show, reportedly an ordinary individual, while the other was a prolific songwriter for top-tier singers. It seemed improbable that they could be the same person. Consequently, numerous voices echoed the sentiment. Surely, they cannot be one and the same. Dad, Where Are We Going? Is a reality show, not a music variety program. How could it possibly feature the same individual? It was said that Shen Jun emerged from humble beginnings. How could he possibly be linked to Han Shi? This was the last hope for Song Huaying. And it was rumored that Han Shi had invested a considerable sum of money. Surely they wouldn't engage an amateur to collaborate on a song? It was simply absurd. The public skepticism towards Shen Jun was not personal, but rather stemmed from the stark lack of commonality between the 2 shows. One involved entertaining children, while the other was a professional competition. How could they possibly intersect? It was unfathomable. Furthermore, as many netizens pointed out, this episode bore significant implications for Song Huaying's fate. Should they lose, he would be eliminated. The repercussions would extend beyond him to the entire Han Shi organization. Han Shi was neither short of funds nor connections. It seemed ludicrous to hire an outsider for a musical collaboration. Yet, amidst the fervent online debates, someone suddenly remarked, upon deeper reflection, it may not be entirely impossible. The Shen Jun featured in Dad, Where Are We Going? Had a clear background. He graduated from the prestigious Shanghai Conservatory of Music, one of the leading music academies in the country. Thus, Shen Jun was not an amateur, but rather a professional. Moreover, A crucial detail emerged. Shen Jun's university mentor was the esteemed Shen Lao, Shen Yinxing. When Shen Jun found himself embroiled in public controversy, Shen Lao had publicly defended him, indicating a significant bond between them. Furthermore, the president of Hanshi, Qin Man, is Shen Lao's granddaughter, suggesting a potential connection between the two. Rumors circulated that Hanshi had a hand in the recent turmoil involving Tanya Media. Hence, it was quite plausible that the two Shen Jun were, in fact, one and the same. The internet is rife with astute observers, and many had noted various details. Upon analysis, this theory gained credence. Moreover, Shen Jun's compositions were indeed quite melodious. Someone added online, yet as soon as this was mentioned, several people expressed their confusion. Songs? What songs? I have never heard of any songs written by Shen Jun. Have I missed something? I have never come across Shen Jun's music. Following the explosive success of Dad. Where are we going? In the ensuing media frenzy, both Shen Jun and Anya garnered a substantial fanbase. As the discourse surrounding Song Huaying's singing intensified and intertwined with Shen Jun, many of Shen Jun's fans began to engage. Observing the queries from netizens, one fan promptly shared two links. They were indeed links to Hualuo Music's listening platform, one titled N's Lullaby, Insects Fly, and the other Surge of Courage. On the final day of the program, Lin Jia informed Shen Jun about the viral success of the lullaby. Shen Jun had not anticipated such a development, however. Given its popularity, he would certainly not allow the dissemination and monetization of his work to proceed unchecked. Thus, the Han Lion company was commissioned to contact the uploader and Huel Music, transferring the copyright of these two songs to Shen Jun. They subsequently re-uploaded the pure enjoyment versions. Today, these two songs, bolstered by fervent public discourse and commendable quality, have ascended to the charts of Huel's most popular songs. Insect Flying firmly holds the first position, while Courage Explodes occupies the second. This remarkable achievement has even sparked considerable debate within the music industry, albeit initially overshadowed by the scandal surrounding Song Xiu. Many have listened to these two songs, and upon encountering the links shared by Shen Jun's fans, they were left astonished. Did Shen Jun write this? The crowd was taken aback, but beyond their surprise, there was a sense of bewilderment and disbelief, for although these songs have gained immense popularity, they are, after all, children's songs. Thus, Han Lion, with its substantial investment, has sought out a children's music artist. On the eve of the competition for Peak Singer, both Han Lion and Song Huaying have ignited a firestorm. In this premier domestic music event, at a critical juncture when Song Huaying's fate hangs in the balance, Han Lion has enlisted a children's music artist. Moreover, more precise information soon surfaced, revealing that someone had spotted Shen Jun at Han Lion. Those who have seen the show know how striking Shen Jun's appearance is. Even among the handsome and beautiful talents within Han Lion, he stands out distinctly. He is easily recognizable. Consequently, someone captured a photo of Shen Jun entering Han Lion, alongside another individual, the current president of Han Lion Music, Qin Man. The two individuals in the photograph, both strikingly attractive, entered the company with smiles and laughter. Once the photo surfaced, it was confirmed. The author of the song Song Huaying is set to perform is indeed Shen Jun. A guest from the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program. Upon the announcement, the internet erupted. Discussions ensued across the web regarding why Han Lion and Song Huaying would choose Shen Jun for collaboration. Was it due to Shen Jun's handsome looks? Or perhaps his rising popularity? Or maybe due to his close relationship with Qin Man? Surely, it couldn't be because of the prowess of the song Shen Jun has penned. While these two children's songs are indeed pleasant, the competition Song Huaying is participating in is the most professional and elite event in the country. The contestants are the nation's top singers, and the songs performed are crafted by leading musicians. In such a fiercely competitive arena, marked by extreme professionalism and high standards, the sudden entrance of Shen Jun, a composer of children's songs, appears utterly incongruous. No matter how well-crafted the children's songs may be, they cannot be compared to popular music. In contrast, children's songs are overly simplistic and juvenile. A glance at the two children's songs penned by Shen Jun reveals that the melodies are exceedingly straightforward, devoid of any technical complexity, and easily hummed by anyone. As for the lyrics, they are merely at the level of primary and secondary school standards. Children's songs and popular music exist on entirely different planes. No matter how well executed a children's song may be, it cannot stand in comparison to popular music. The disparity is monumental. Upon confirming that the song by Song Huaying was penned by Shen Jun, many were left in utter astonishment. To numerous observers, it seemed as though Hanshi was preparing to surrender to fate. What else could they possibly compete with? Would they truly rely on Shen Jun's children's songs? A handful of individuals online speculated that if Shen Jun excelled in writing children's music, perhaps his foray into popular music might not be devoid of merit. Yet, this notion was swiftly met with dissent. If Shen Jun's contributions to popular music were indeed commendable, bolstered by the connections of Shun Yunqing and the Hanshi network, how could it be that, after several years since graduation, he remained in obscurity? 5 years had passed since Shen Jun's graduation, yet his name was scarcely known, suggesting that there were significant deficiencies in his abilities. The internet echoed with a chorus of skepticism, with few grasping the rationale behind Hanshi's recent maneuver. The general sentiment was that Hanshi had lost its senses, recklessly abandoning ship, or perhaps was merely seeking to generate hype. Discussions within the industry were rife, with many eager to catch a glimpse of the impending farce involving Hanshi and Song Huaying. Zhao Wani of Baidai Records observed the industry chatter with a frosty demeanor. Her spirits had been low of late, as Liu Yao, whom she had high hopes for, had yet to break into the top 3 of the Huawei Hot Song chart. This thought deepened the chill in her expression, even igniting a flicker of resentment in her eyes. Following the release of Liu Yao's album, a fierce competition ensued with Su Qing of Tianyu, resulting in significant financial backing. However, the following day, Su Qing's lead single secured the 9th position, while Liu Yao's track landed in 5th. The situation seemed promising, with ample time left for a potential ascent into the top 3. Achieving such a rank would affirm the album's quality and elevate Liu Yao to a first-tier status. However, to her dismay, from the 3rd day onward, the company poured even more resources into Liu Yao's promotion, yet her lead single not only stagnated, but was driven out of the top 5 entirely. A perplexing song surged to the #1 spot with astonishing speed, displacing Liu Yao from 5th to 6th. This song was none other than Shen Jun's lullaby, Chong'er Fei. The situation escalated as Zhao Wani, incensed, reprimanded her staff and insisted on further investment to reclaim a position within the top 5. Yet, success eluded them. Following a scandal involving Tianyu, and with Su Qing's lead single plummeting out of the top 5, Liu finally ascended to that coveted rank. Although Zhao Wani begrudged the circumstances, she reluctantly accepted the outcome. At least this ranking was not entirely disgraceful. Furthermore, with Tianyu's troubles, Su Qing would likely be sidelined, eliminating a key competitor for Liu Yao. However, just as Zhao Wani had begun to find solace in these developments, she was informed by her subordinates that Liu Yao's ranking had once again slipped from the top 5. To her astonishment, another inexplicable song had burst into the top 5, pushing Liu Yao out. This new entry was titled Yongqi de Beifaz, written and composed by Shen Jun, and performed by Shen Anan. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Wani felt a resounding buzz in her head, her complexion paling. Had there not been employees present, she might have succumbed to her fury and smashed her computer. At that moment, she was engulfed in an overwhelming rage. It was Shen Jun again. Was he truly intent on opposing her? How could they not have dealt with him decisively when Tianyu and the literary circles initially engaged him? Even after all these days, Zhao Wani had yet to recover her composure. The mere thought of Shen Jun sent her into a frenzy. Not to mention, his 2 songs currently occupied the top 2 spots on the charts, firmly overshadowing Baidai. Zhao Wani could hardly sleep peacefully, even suffering from insomnia. Then, upon seeing Shen Jun collaborate with Hanshi and Song Huaying's competition song, allegedly penned by Shen Jun, she was acutely aware of the profound professionalism demanded by Peak Singer. When Peak Singer invited competitors from the industry, Baidai had not even been qualified to participate. Even if they had, they would likely have been eliminated in the first round. Thus, when she learned that Song Huaying's competition song was composed by Shen Jun, her immediate reaction was disbelief at Hanshi's madness for choosing him. Her second thought was that it would be splendid if he failed miserably. She yearned for Shen Jun's reputation to be utterly tarnished, rendering him incapable of surviving in this industry. Online discussion suggested that Shen Jun excelled in composing children's songs and perhaps even in pop music, to which Zhao Wani could only scoff derisively. While she could not deny his prowess in household chores, to claim he was a gifted songwriter. After years of marriage, she had never once seen him write a song. Those 2 children's songs were merely strokes of luck. Did he truly believe himself to be talented? He was nothing more than a useless individual. A glint of malice flickered in Zhao Wani's eyes. She hoped he would face utter disgrace and vanish completely from her sight. Chapter 64. No prospects. The music industry, though lively, had yet to extend its reach to the literary realm. At that moment, within the confines of Jiuzhou Publishing House, Wang Lei had arrived early at the office, busily attending to numerous matters. Besides the impending publication of Harry Potter, he had a plethora of responsibilities. Following the recent debacle involving Shen Jun, the hidden rivalries with other publishing houses had now come into the open. In the past few days, the competition had not relented. And given the newfound transparency of their rivalry, they had thrown caution to the wind. The other publishing houses recognized the immense potential of Harry Potter and resolved that since they could not acquire the book, they would instead aim to dismantle Jojo Publishing House before its publication. Should Jojo falter, the release of Harry Potter would be of no consequence, and they might even gain a share of the copyright spoils. Thus, the other publishing houses approached with fierce determination, vowing to obliterate Jojo within 3 months. In recent days, Jojo's market share had begun to be encroached upon by these rival publishers. Even the sales channels and distributors have been lured away by several other publishing houses at exorbitant prices. For instance, the online retailer Amazon has shown a tendency to cease ordering. It is said that other publishing houses have already begun negotiations with Amazon. Amazon is currently one of the larger online retailers and serves as a significant supplier for Jojo Publishing House. If it were to be swayed by other publishers, it would be akin to severing Jojo's right and left arms. Moreover, physical bookstores have been enticed even more. In addition, a number of authors have also been aggressively courted with substantial offers. Should this trend continue, it is likely that in 3 months, Jojo may indeed face suppression, if not outright obliteration, at the hands of these rival publishing houses. The atmosphere at Jojo Publishing House has grown markedly busier and more silent. As if a storm is brewing, almost everyone within the publishing house is preoccupied, either competing with other publishers to sign authors or exploring new sales channels. Wang Lei, having worked tirelessly throughout the morning, finally found a moment to breathe around noon. As the chief editor, Wang Lei bears a heavy burden. Many of Jojo's authors have been poached by competing publishers, leaving a dire shortage of writers. Without authors, there is no content, and without content, there is nothing to publish. Thus, while Jojo withstands external tempests, it risks being hollowed out from within, ultimately leading to its demise. In the literary world, content is paramount. However, finding quality authors is no simple task. Literature is profoundly reliant on talent, which is not something the average person can easily attain. Sometimes, it takes the editorial department 1 or 2 months just to secure a decent author. Securing a mature commercial writer with exquisite talent and consistent output can take a year or more. This is particularly true as they rely on online platforms. Some publishers or magazines that depend on traditional submissions are nearing closure. Consequently, Wang Lei is exceedingly troubled. Rubbing his aching temples, he sighed deeply. With about 10 minutes remaining until lunchtime, he pondered for a moment before picking up his phone to check messages. As staring at the computer had begun to make his head spin, numerous individuals were attempting to reach him, and he methodically replied to them. Midway through his responses, he noticed a message from Shen Jun, which was quite simple, consisting of no text, only a file. The file was titled The Grave Robber's Notes. Upon seeing the folder sent by Shen Jun, Wang Lei paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he realized this was the new book Shen Jun had mentioned. After their previous conversation regarding the new book, he had forgotten to follow up. Primarily because he had not anticipated that Shen Jun would indeed have a new work ready so swiftly. Since it had been sent, he felt compelled to take a look. Given the current turmoil at Jojo, it is imperative that Shen Jun's work be of quality, if it proves satisfactory. He would discuss with the magazine department about a potential publication. However, if it is subpar and merely a hasty effort, he must consider how to tactfully decline Shen Jun's submission. The pressure is mounting. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lei casually opened the file sent to him by Shen Jun Blood Corpse. Upon encountering these 2 words, Wang Lei furrowed his brows. He swiftly scanned the text below, where terms such as Earth Master, Luo Yang Shovel, and Underground appeared. Startled, Wang Lei exited the document, glancing once more at the file name, and murmured with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, Tomb Raiding Notes? A narrative about tomb raiding? Is this a supernatural novel? Wang Lei was genuinely perplexed. He had anticipated that Shen Jun's new book would resemble a Western magical tale akin to Harry Potter. After all, Shen Jun had showcased a profound understanding of Western worldviews and knowledge in Harry Potter, which suggested a greater ease in crafting Western narratives. To his surprise, the manuscript Shen Jun had sent him was a story rooted in Chinese culture, and furthermore, a supernatural tale. This realization deepened Wang Lei's frown, casting a shadow of disappointment over his expression. The flicker of curiosity that remained in his eyes faded. In contemporary China, supernatural novels were exceedingly obscure. even more so than the already niche genre of science fiction. To Wang Lei's knowledge, at least science fiction had a struggling magazine to support it, albeit on the brink of collapse, whereas supernatural fiction lacked any dedicated publishing houses. Engaging in such narratives could easily lead to trouble, and, crucially, they garnered little readership. Supernatural stories often found themselves relegated to the back pages of magazines or as filler content, serving merely to occupy space. There was no potential in this genre. Hence, Wang Lei's disappointment was palpable. With a sigh, he began contemplating how to diplomatically decline Shen Jun's offer. However, he refrained from closing the document just yet and continued to skim through a few more lines. He needed to ascertain whether it truly was a supernatural novel. He did not wish to be caught off guard by an unexpected twist. Yet, as Wang Lei read further, he found himself increasingly engrossed, especially upon hearing the croaking of frogs from within the tomb. His gaze sharpened, tension coursing through him. Then he witnessed Anya pulling the rope, yet failing to draw the person up. Instead, it felt as though something was resisting him. What could it be? What else could linger within the tomb? Surely his father, second brother, and granduncle would not encounter misfortune? Thoughts raced through Wang Lei's mind, and he became wholly absorbed in the unfolding tale, his posture straightening with anticipation. When he saw Sanya Zi confront a blood-red entity, a shiver ran down his spine, particularly as the first chapter concluded with Sanya Zi gazing at a lifeless, monstrous face. An icy chill enveloped Wang Lei. What manner of creature was this? His heart leapt, yet curiosity surged within him, compelling him to read on with eagerness. Chapter 65. This is remarkable. The perspective shifted back 50 years in the second chapter, presenting a somewhat lighter narrative that eased Wang Lei's mind. Nevertheless, the hook from the first chapter left him restless, enticing him to continue turning the pages with fervor, especially with the impending grave-robbing plot and the various bizarre and extraordinary mechanisms and creatures within the tombs. Wang Lei found himself utterly captivated. As each peculiar event within the tomb was triggered and the pages of the narrative turned, Wang Lei had completely immersed himself in the story, traversing the enigmatic and mysterious world of the tomb alongside the protagonist. He was so engrossed that he did not even notice the lunch hour had passed. When he returned to the office after his colleagues had finished eating, he discovered that he had skipped his meal entirely. Fixated on his phone, his expression grave, his brows furrowed, and his breath noticeably shallow, as if the device in his hand were some terrifying artifact. Wang Lei's demeanor drew the attention of several colleagues. "What is Brother Wang reading?" one inquired. "I'm not sure, but he looks a bit unwell," another observed. "Indeed," they murmured among themselves, lacking any clear understanding. One colleague ventured into the office, intending to call out to Wang Lei. Deeply engrossed in his reading, he failed to hear the approaching footsteps. He was engrossed in a scene where a green hand rested upon the protagonist's shoulder. The eerie and terrifying ambience crafted by the book was so immersive that Wang Lei felt a wave of coldness surge from his feet to his brain, causing his heart to race momentarily. However, just as he prepared to continue reading, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. A jolt of panic surged through Wang Lei as he turned his head, only to find a hand resting upon him. "What the?" A startled scream escaped him as he leapt from his office chair, propelled into the air. His reaction startled the colleague who had entered, causing the hand on his shoulder to tremble. "What the?" The sound of their simultaneous screams echoed throughout the entire Jiuzhou publishing house, startling all the colleagues who had just returned from lunch, prompting them to rush to Wang Lei's office. At that moment, Wang Lei pressed against a corner, clutching his chest, while another colleague stood across from him, equally startled. Outside the office, a throng of curious faces peeked in, eager to discover what had transpired. Wang Lei's face, pale from fright, transitioned through a spectrum of confusion and panic before he finally grasped the situation. The colleague in the opposite corner, still shaken, remarked, "Brother Wang, what was that about? You really startled me." Wang Lei, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "How could you come in without a sound? You nearly gave me a heart attack." The startled colleague protested, "I knocked before entering. You were so engrossed in your reading that you didn't hear." "What are you reading?" The onlookers outside inquired curiously. By now, Wang Lei had regained his composure and felt no embarrassment, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the Grave Robbers Chronicles. Reflecting on the thrilling scenes he had just witnessed, his expression shifted to one of excitement. He was ready to retract his previous statements. This was not a mere impulsive reaction, but a masterpiece that rivaled Harry Potter. Even in comparison to Harry Potter, Wang Lei finds himself more captivated by the Grave Robbers Chronicles, a tale steeped in the rich tapestry of Huaxia culture, and indeed, this narrative is rather spine-chilling. As for the notion that supernatural stories lack appeal, after perusing this tale, Wang Lei can only assert that some boundaries exist solely to be transcended. Drawing from his extensive years of experience in the industry, he is convinced that the Grave Robbers Chronicles is destined to become a sensational hit. It has been years since he was so engrossed in a story. This narrative is extraordinary and must be published. He envisions that Jiuzhou magazine could soar to new heights with this story. With that thought in mind, Wang Lei exclaimed a hasty phrase to the crowd outside. "I have matters to attend to," before he excitedly dashed out of the office, sprinting toward the editorial department. The onlookers outside the office, witnessing Wang Lei's fervor and urgency, were filled with anxiety and curiosity, their appetites thoroughly whetted. What on earth has Brother Wang encountered? At this moment, it was precisely the lunch break. Jiuzhou Publishing House enjoyed an hour and a half of midday respite, with other departments having already finished their meals and returned, preparing to relax. Lu Changhua, the chief editor of Jiuzhou magazine, found himself in a precarious situation as the publishing house faced a concerted assault from several rival publishers. And the magazine department was no exception. Given that Jiuzhou magazine is published bi-monthly, the impending release of the next issue loomed large. Yet many authors had been lured away. This predicament left Lu Changhua feeling quite distraught, and in recent days, he had been tirelessly soliciting contributions, even guiding authors through revisions. With late-night work becoming the norm, within just a few days, he appeared to have lost considerable weight from the strain. After finishing lunch, Lu Changhua returned, feeling utterly drained and ready to steal a brief nap before resuming work in the afternoon. However, just as he laid his head down on the desk, a sudden shout pierced the air. "Editor Lu!" Startled, Lu Changhua jolted awake. Other employees, equally perturbed, rose to their feet, only to witness Wang Lei from the publishing house hurriedly entering Lu Changhua's office. Having known each other for years as founding members of Jiuzhou, Lu Changhua, seeing Wang Lei's urgency, immediately grew concerned and asked, "What's the matter, old Wang?" Wang Lei, without the luxury of time to print, swiftly transferred the document sent by Shen Jun to Lu Changhua, exclaiming with excitement, "I found an exceptionally good manuscript. Take a look." Upon hearing this, Lu Changhua instantly felt the weight of fatigue lift. He was in dire need of submissions, and if a quality manuscript indeed existed, who could afford to sleep? He promptly opened the document Wang Lei had sent. However, upon seeing the title and the initial content, Lu Changhua, like Wang Lei, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Wang, is this a supernatural story?" Wang Lei, aware of Lu Changhua's concerns, calmly gestured for him to continue reading. "Just keep reading. This story is different." Trusting Wang Lei, Lu Changhua pressed on, and the office gradually descended into silence. After a moment, Lu Changhua suddenly lifted his head, his expression tinged with urgency. "What happens next? Why is it unfinished?" Wang Lei could not help but chuckle at Lu Changhua's reaction. If he had not been startled, he would likely have been just like Lu Changhua. For this story is exceptionally well crafted. The plot twists and turns with suspense abounding, and the depiction of the tomb raiding process is both mysterious and authentic, making one feel as though they are witnessing it firsthand. After finishing, one is left with an insatiable desire to continue reading. In the brief moment he sat in silence, his mind wandered, pondering whether such a group of people truly existed in this world, and he was also curious about the subsequent plot. Wang Lei shared this curiosity. Yet Shen Jun had sent him only this much, prompting a wry smile as he remarked, "The author has not yet finished." Just as Wang Lei finished speaking, Lu Changhua waved his hand and proclaimed, "Of course, this is fantastic. We must sign a contract with him immediately. If all goes well, we can publish this issue." Lu Changhua's expression became animated as he continued, "Our magazine is in dire need of works, old Wang. Your contribution is indeed a timely boon. With this piece, I am eager to see how other publishers will respond and to witness the outcome of this contest." Chapter 66. Adjusting the accompaniment. Although Lu Changhua expressed no concerns, for safety's sake, the two decided to have other editors conduct a cross-review. The final consensus was overwhelmingly positive, with high quality noted. Should it be published? It possesses significant potential for success. This news was both timely and crucial for Jiuzhou, which was currently besieged in the West, with market shares continually being encroached upon. The external audience was keenly observing Jiuzhou's reaction. If a blockbuster story could be launched at this moment, it would be akin to administering a potent tonic to everyone involved. Consequently, this matter reached the upper echelons of Jiuzhou's leadership, who were all astonished after reading Shen Jun's tomb raiding notes. Many remarked on Shen Jun's remarkable literary talent, praising his skill in Western fantasy as well as his adeptness in Chinese folklore. Shen Jun's significance within Jiuzhou rose sharply, with even the president urging Wang Lei to cultivate a good relationship with him, promising to meet any reasonable demands he might have. The contract for tomb rating notes was elevated to the highest industry standards. When Shen Jun received news of the contract from Wang Lei, he was not particularly surprised, as tomb rating notes is a work that no discerning editor would overlook. Regarding the remuneration for the contract, Shen Jun had no special demands. Save for one, the copyright must not be relinquished. Shen Jun was acutely aware of tomb rating notes' future earning potential, be it through publishing or adaptations into film and television. It is bound to be a tremendous success. Especially concerning the film rights, Shen Jun must retain firm control over them. This represents a veritable gold mine, second only to Harry Potter. In due time, with Harry Potter in one hand and tomb rating notes in the other, Shen Jun could lead a life of luxury without any effort. He could even save enough as a dowry for Anya. Naturally, Jiuzhou was somewhat reluctant regarding this point, as they too recognized the future profitability of this copyright. Under normal circumstances, they would certainly not wish to miss out on such an opportunity. However, under the current abnormal circumstances, with the West already facing challenges, a fallout with Shen Jun would be a complete loss for Jiuzhou. Thus, in response to Shen Jun's demands, Jiuzhou had no choice but to acquiesce. They agreed to a covenant that, should Shen Jun wish to publish a book in the future, Jiuzhou Publishing would be given priority. Shen Jun readily accepted this stipulation. The two parties swiftly signed an electronic contract, after which Jiuzhou busied itself with the upcoming magazine release, scheduled for July 16th, just a few days away. The following day, July 10th, marked Shen Jun's second day of transitioning to kindergarten. After a day of adjustment, the little whirlwind had finally acclimated to the rhythm of school, and on this day, she did not shed any tears. Before departing, Shen Jun expressed his concerns. After school, don't wander off. Stay at school. Aunt Qing Man will come to take you to Grandma Shen's house. Tonight was the premiere of the 5th episode of Peak Singer. Although Song Huaying had mastered the song, she still felt uncertain. In the afternoon, Shen Jun would accompany her to Oriental TV for rehearsal. He contemplated whether to request a leave of absence for Anya, bringing her along to the television station. However, upon learning that Grandpa Shen missed Anya, Aunt Qing Man offered to pick her up after school. Shen Jun pondered. The chaotic backstage at the station would make it difficult for him to care for Anya, and taking her out of school so soon after it had started seemed inappropriate. Ultimately, he had to rely on Qing Man. Over the past few days, Anya had become quite familiar with Qing Man and adored playing with her. Qing Man's office was expansive and filled with delightful treasures, akin to a vast trove waiting to be explored. Thus, upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Anya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Got it, Daddy. With that, she bounced into the kindergarten, completely shedding the tearful, snotty visage of the previous day. Behind her, Shen Jun let out a sigh. Just yesterday, he had wondered if Anya was being overly pampered. Yet today, her cheerful demeanor left him feeling a touch disheartened. People are indeed such curious beings. At 7 o'clock that evening, Peak Singer officially premiered. To demonstrate the professionalism of the competition, the entire program was broadcast live without sound editing or lip-syncing. Truth be told, this truly tested the caliber of the singers. Many artists in the music industry would falter under pressure, and even top-tier singers could not guarantee a consistently stellar performance. Therefore, to ensure the quality of the competition, rehearsals commenced in the afternoon, allowing each singer to familiarize themselves with the stage. There were 7 regular guests and 2 guest challengers, each allotted half an hour for rehearsal. To maintain fairness, the 9 guests rehearsed at staggered times, preventing them from witnessing one another's performances. When Shen Jun and Song Huaying arrived, the previous singer was just concluding their rehearsal, and the two exchanged no more than a passing glance as they departed. A silent tension began to permeate the air. Song Huaying made some preparations before stepping onto the stage to commence rehearsals. The stage effects had already been communicated in advance, and now the focus was primarily on positioning and finding the right feeling. The overall rehearsal went quite well. Song Huaying's singing harmonized beautifully with the stage effects suggested by Shen Jun. However, Shen Jun detected a problem, one that Song Huaying also sensed. After 2 rounds of rehearsal, Song Huaying approached Shen Jun with a solemn and somewhat anxious expression, saying, "Teacher Shen, I find it difficult to connect emotionally. For an artist of Song Huaying's caliber, such a fundamental error should not arise, particularly since heartfelt ballads are her forte." Yet, at this moment, she was genuinely grappling with this issue. Unable to immerse herself in the emotions required, relying solely on technique devoid of sentiment. while this distinction might go unnoticed by the average listener, it was glaringly apparent to professionals. Shen Jun furrowed his brow, surprised that Song Hwaying was experiencing such a predicament. Reflecting on her recent anxieties and distress, he concluded that her previous series of setbacks had instilled a sense of panic and trepidation regarding this stage, hindering her emotional engagement. The root of the problem was identified, yet the solution remained elusive. During the following rehearsal, both Shen Jun and the manager endeavored to reassure Song Hwaying, while she herself engaged in constant psychological adjustments. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Soon, the 30-minute rehearsal came to an end, and the next singer was about to take the stage, prompting the staff to signal for Song Hwaying to exit. Her face was etched with urgency, and her demeanor was clearly fraught with anxiety. If she were to perform in her current state, failure was inevitable. Shen Jun's mind raced. It was unrealistic to expect Song Hwaying to self-regulate under such pressure, as it would only exacerbate her panic. He needed to employ an alternative strategy. After a brief moment of intense contemplation, he suddenly declared, "Let's make use of the recording studio at the television station. I need to adjust the accompaniment." As the clock struck 6:30 in the evening, many were hastily opening their phones or computers, eagerly awaiting the latest episode of Peak Singers. Following the accumulation of previous episodes, Peak Singers have become the most sensational and talked about variety show in the country this year, without exception. The viewership numbers on the platform, along with discussions across short video platforms, had shattered records set in recent years. Countless individuals were eagerly anticipating the show, officially commencing at 7 o'clock. The wait led many to discuss topics related to the program. I heard one of the guest singers this time is Chi Nan, an ultra-top-tier artist. They managed to get him to perform? Impressive. The crowd expressed their astonishment, with one person adding, "That's not even the most remarkable part." I heard another guest singer is from the national team. From the national team? No way. Is that for real? The national team is participating? This is a total mismatch. How can this even compare? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, many began to express their doubts. However, some analyzed the situation, stating that most of the top-tier singers with both talent and availability have already participated. Given the exceptional prowess of the current resident singers, it seems that only the national team might suffice to compete with them. If ordinary singers were to join, they would likely be swiftly overshadowed by the resident performers, leaving only the national team capable of putting up a fight. It is said that first-tier singers are deterred from participating. Upon hearing this, many netizens became quite animated. If indeed the national team were to participate, the episode would surely be a spectacular clash of titans, leaving one to wonder who would emerge victorious. The more intense the competition among singers, the more riveting the program becomes. Viewers are not interested in mere mediocrity, but rather in witnessing the confrontation of the greats. While I cannot predict who will take first place, I am certain of who will face elimination, as someone humorously remarked. The comments below quickly followed suit. Alright. I already know what you're saying. Is the individual in question Song Hwaying? Why is there so much talk about her potential elimination lately? Song Hwaying is bound to be eliminated. Although her singing skills are decent, her style is ill-suited for the singer's stage. It is baffling how her agency chose such a program for her. Furthermore, they have absurdly paired her with a children's music artist, which is purely comedic. The first to be eliminated will undoubtedly be Song Hwaying. This topic resonated with many, including a comment from one of Song Hwaying's fans, "I support Sister Ang. But this time I merely hope she does not face a humiliating defeat." Sigh. I wonder what online company is thinking. Are they unable to afford better options? Since the announcement of the song details, the notion of Song Hwaying's elimination has gained widespread acceptance across the internet, with no one holding out hope for her. Not only ordinary netizens, but even some industry professionals harbor doubts about her. Numerous music bloggers have predicted that Song Hwaying will certainly be among the two eliminated singers, with their words being as firm as nails. At this moment, in the backstage of the program Peak Singers, all 7 resident guests have gathered, while 2 guest challengers are situated on the opposite side of the stage. Clad in a silver mermaid gown, Song Hwaying stands backstage, quietly conversing with her manager. As they discussed the afternoon's rehearsal, it was revealed that after the rehearsal concluded, Shen Jun had borrowed the recording studio from the television station to make adjustments to the accompaniment. Last-minute changes are typically a stage taboo. Initially, both Song Hwaying and her manager harbored some concerns, but to their surprise, the adjusted accompaniment turned out to be exceptionally good. The elusive feeling that had once escaped Song Hwaying suddenly returned, bringing relief to both her and her manager. who were now even more astonished and impressed by Shen Jun. Little teacher Shen possesses remarkable talent. In all my years in the industry, I have never encountered anyone quite like him. The manager wore an expression of admiration. Having grown close, Song Huaying and her manager began to address Shen Jun as Teacher Shen, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. They eventually reached a compromise, settling on the affectionate title of Little Teacher Shen. Song Huaying reflected with deep appreciation, stating, "Little Teacher Shen is indeed impressive. Not only is he a talented composer, but he also sings better than most singers in the industry. At times, I cannot shake the illusion that Teacher Xiao Shen was born to grace the stage." As the two engaged in hushed conversation, the occasional glances from others backstage flickered over Song Huaying, reflecting a mixture of curiosity and mockery. Soon, the moment arrived. The host took the stage, and the front erupted in exuberant applause. The atmosphere was palpably vibrant. Song Huaying felt a twinge of anxiety, inhaling deeply. Just as the host announced, "Please welcome the participating singers to the waiting area," her manager raised a fist towards her, encouragingly. "You can do it." Nodding in response, Song Huaying followed the other guests into the waiting area. However, just as she was about to enter, a striking figure clad in crimson boldly positioned herself in front of Song Huaying. "Sister, please let me stand behind you," came a voice, both delicate and somewhat haughty. Upon seeing this vibrant silhouette, Song Huaying's expression darkened. Zhao Liqian, the leading lady of Shuyuan Records, stood before her. Slightly younger than Song Huaying, she was adorned in flamboyant attire and striking makeup, appearing as if she were in her 30s. Both Shuyuan Records and Hanshi Music belong to the upper echelon of the industry. Being in the same field, particularly among the top-tier companies, there naturally arose numerous conflicts and frictions. The rivalry between Song Huaying and Zhao Liqian was a prime example. Zhao Liqian debuted a few years after Song Huaying, and during her initial rise, heartfelt ballads were all the rage, thus her songs predominantly reflected that genre. While this was not particularly problematic, Shuyuan frequently made comparisons between Zhao Liqian and Song Huaying, often capitalizing on Song Huaying's burgeoning popularity. At that time, Song Huaying was on the verge of ascending to the ranks of first-tier singers, while Zhao Liqian was merely an upstart. Naturally, Hanshi and Song Huaying found Zhao Liqian's persistent antics quite vexing. A bold northern girl, Song Huaying had a fiery temperament. During a media interview, when questioned about Zhao Liqian, she retorted, "Some people are simply unworthy of comparison." Zhao Liqian, not one to endure such remarks lightly, took to the internet to voice her grievances, inciting her fans and netizens to attack Song Huaying. However, at that time, Song Huaying's fanbase was substantial, far exceeding Zhao Liqian's, and with both companies intervening, the matter was ultimately brushed aside. Yet, the underlying tensions remained, leading to sporadic clashes between the two. One of the most intense confrontations occurred when Zhao Liqian released a new album, only for Song Huaying to follow suit the very next day, deliberately overshadowing Zhao Liqian. It was a clear attempt to suppress her rival. Despite this, Zhao Liqian proved her professional prowess and adeptness at garnering sympathy and fans, bolstered by Shuyuan's strong support, preventing her from being completely eclipsed by Song Huaying. Over the years, however, the majority of their competitive encounters resulted in Zhao Liqian's dismal defeats. This state of affairs persisted until both participated in Peak Singers, particularly highlighted by the last episode, where Song Huaying ranked second to last, while Zhao Liqian secured the 9th position. After enduring years of suppression, Zhao Liqian finally found her voice, particularly elated by the prospect of Song Huaying's possible elimination. The years of being belittled, with everyone claiming she could only garner sympathy, had come to a turning point. This time, she was determined to demonstrate her superiority. Chapter 68, Song Huaying. Zhao Liqian, already known for her dramatic flair, after all. She had initially capitalized on Song Huaying's popularity to debut, was now even more ostentatious in her newfound confidence. As she took to the stage, she audaciously seized Song Huaying's position, entering the waiting area first. The order of entry may seem trivial to the average person, yet in the realm of stardom, it carries significant weight. In simple terms, the earlier one enters, the greater their status. Thus, Zhao Liqian's maneuver was a blatant statement to the public. She was now more formidable than Song Huaying. Song Huaying was acutely aware of Zhao Liqian's intentions. She had witnessed Zhao's triumphant antics several times recently, her face blooming with pride. In a blink, before Song Huaying could react, Zhao Liqian had already glided into the waiting area, her dress in tow, while the backstage crew pretended not to notice. The other guests regarded the unfolding drama with a sense of anticipation. Such is the reality of the entertainment industry. Taking a deep breath, Song Huaying knew she had to endure this slight in silence. Resuming her composure, she entered the waiting area with a renewed smile. Although the waiting area obscured the stage, the distant sounds of excitement and commotion heightened attention among the performers. Upon entering, Song Huaying greeted the cameras before selecting a seat. Zhao Liqian had already settled in, and, upon seeing Song Huaying approach, raised her eyebrows with a smile. In response, Song Huaying shot Zhao a cold glance and chose a seat at the far edge. As more performers entered, the host engaged the audience, leading to a vibrant performance from a special guest that electrified the crowd. Following the performance, the atmosphere surged, and the stage host exuberantly announced, "Let us welcome our first singer to the stage." The lights dimmed dramatically, and the stage was swiftly transformed, a preparation unseen on television, which was currently airing footage of the singers' rehearsals and pre-show preparations, behind-the-scenes snippets. The production team had arranged for cameras to follow the artists a day in advance, capturing moments of their preparation and practice, creating a vivid glimpse into the lives of these stars. This authenticity heightened the audience's engagement, often causing viewers to share in the singers' anxieties and concerns. As the behind-the-scenes footage concluded, the stage was set and the dazzling lights illuminated the entire arena, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Gradually, the first singer, a renowned veteran of the industry, began to perform. Significantly older than Song Huaying, he stands as a senior figure among this group of vocalists, showcasing formidable talent, consistently securing a position within the top 3 throughout the Western segment of the program. As the final notes of his performance resonated, the applause erupted fervently, filling the stage with an atmosphere of exhilaration that lingered for quite some time. In the waiting area, several singers engaged in casual conversation under the host's guidance, exchanging praises. "Li Gu is incredible. His vocal prowess remains unmatched. I could never achieve such breath control." Notably, Li Ji's relaxed demeanor is something few can rival. This episode is bound to be a success. The host on stage prompted for voting, promptly locking in the results before seamlessly inviting the next performer to take the stage. Many commend the efficiency of the singer's platform. The absence of excessive awkward banter from hosts or guests allows for a smooth transition from one act to the next, ensuring that the audience is not compelled to endure forced conversations. The emotional crescendos build one after another, elevating the audience's spirits to exhilarating heights. The next vocalist to grace the stage is Zhao Liqian, adorned in a striking red gown that accentuates her fair legs and ample décolletage, exuding an undeniable allure. Coupled with her penchant for incorporating dance into her performances, Zhao Liqian's movements enhance her sensuality, and her current style leans towards an enchanting theme. Consequently, many marketing accounts have dubbed her the Enchantress of Song. Zhao Liqian possesses commendable vocal skills, complemented by a commanding stage presence that captivates the audience, particularly appealing to male viewers. As her performance concluded, the male spectators erupted in fervor, their applause resounding with fervent enthusiasm, with a few even vocally declaring their adoration. "Qian Qian, I love you." The director astutely directed the camera towards these ardent fans, eliciting laughter from the surrounding audience. Meanwhile, the platform's comment section overflowed with frenzied remarks, with many chanting in unison, "Qian Qian, I love you." As Zhao Liqian exited the stage, she seemingly acknowledged the fervent cheers, turning with a radiant smile to blow a kiss toward the audience, igniting yet another wave of excitement. Following her departure, the waiting singers exchanged smiles, lauding, "Qian Qian is beautiful and sings exquisitely. Her charisma is unparalleled. She simply cannot be compared. I foresee another triumph for Qian Qian." Since participating in Peak Singers, Zhao Liqian's popularity has surged dramatically. No artist wishes to antagonize her. Zhao Liqian greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor, humbly expressing gratitude, before returning to her seat, casting a triumphant glance at Song Huaying. In response, Song Huaying scoffed inwardly, choosing to disregard her and contemplating how long Zhao Liqian could maintain this momentum. As each singer took their turn on stage, Song Huaying drew the final lot, landing in the 7th position. This placement is a double-edged sword. While 7th typically signifies a favorable spot nearing the latter half of the performance, it is noteworthy that the 6th position is occupied by the champion of the previous episode, the super elite singer, Tan Si. Tan Si possesses extraordinary talent and is a frequent contender for the title of musical king. Many declare that this title unequivocally belongs to him in this episode. As a leading candidate for victory, the pressure for the singers who follow him is palpable. After experiencing Tan Si's performance, the audience's scrutiny of subsequent singers invariably intensifies, resulting in consistently low scores for those who perform afterward. This is precisely why many believe that Song Huaying is destined for elimination this round. Her luck appears to have run dry. Soon, Tensi takes the stage. His vocal prowess is remarkable, particularly his high notes, which leave the audience in sheer awe. As he performs, the atmosphere on stage becomes electric, and the singers in the waiting area wear expressions of grave concern. Song Huaying takes a deep breath. In previous rounds, she would have felt a sense of panic, certain of her defeat. However, now, beneath her nervous exterior, she remains remarkably calm. For she knows she is not without her own fighting chance. She, too, has an opportunity to prevail. Amidst her taut nerves, Song Huaying hears the thunderous applause that erupts as Tensi concludes his performance, followed by the host calling her name, Song Huaying. She rises to take the stage. Chapter 69. Father is quite impressive. Similarly, prior to Song Huaying's performance, the staff prepares the stage while a segment airs on television, showcasing behind-the-scenes footage from the day before. The footage is simple yet poignant, depicting Song Huaying immersed in the recording studio, rehearsing tirelessly. Again and again, each iteration marked by furrowed brows, focused concentration, moments of frustration, and bursts of joy. The daylight transforms from bright to dark, and even as the outside lights dim, Song Huaying continues her relentless practice. From the outset of her career, Song Huaying has garnered a reputation for her dedication. Watching her, now in her 30s, exert such effort in her craft, many viewers are struck with admiration and a twinge of sympathy. She is one of the most dedicated singers I have ever seen. After over 20 years in the industry, I can think of no other artist as committed as Sister Huaying. Her diligence is commendable. It is all the fault of Hansher Company for insisting she compete when it is clear she is not suited for it. A sudden wish arises among the audience for Song Huaying to avoid elimination. Such a result would be a disservice to her hard work. Viewers engage in lively discussions in the comment section, most expressing their appreciation for Song Huaying's earnestness and hoping she remains in the competition. A few, however, criticize her as being contrived. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, contestants have access to the front stage visuals and the behind-the-scenes footage. The singers present also witness Song Huaying's video, and they cannot help but express their admiration. Sister Huaying is incredibly hardworking. She is the model of diligence in our music industry. Yet amidst the chorus of praise, a jarring voice interrupts. Does hard work guarantee victory? What a farce. The speaker, clad in a striking red dress, is Zhao Liqian. Observing the audience's growing sympathy and admiration for Song Huaying, she can no longer remain composed. She will not allow Song Huaying any opportunity for redemption. She believes that Song Huaying is merely putting on a performance, as the outcome is virtually predetermined. No matter how hard Song Huaying strives, the likelihood of her elimination remains substantial. Why, then, engage in such theatrics? It is nothing but a spectacle intended to elicit sympathy from the audience. This tactic is all too familiar to her, prompting Zhao Liqian to voice her derision upon witnessing the scene. Upon hearing Zhao Liqian's remarks, the other singers in the waiting area exchanged glances and fell into silence, well aware of the discord between Zhao Liqian and Song Huaying. This is a matter solely between the two of them, and others are reluctant to involve themselves. Furthermore, with Song Huaying facing potential elimination, Zhao Liqian stands to ascend to greater heights through this singing competition. No one wishes to offend the rising Zhao Liqian for the sake of Song Huaying. Thus, the atmosphere in the waiting area grew hushed. Meanwhile, in a separate waiting area, two newly arrived challenger singers were engaged in light-hearted conversation with the interactive host, during which they also discussed Song Huaying. Qinan, of a similar age to Song Huaying, achieved fame much earlier, boasting over 20 years in the industry and having garnered nearly all prestigious awards in the domestic and Asian music scenes. His prowess is formidable, and his standing in the music world is exceedingly high. Many singers refer to Qinan with the affectionate title of Big Brother, a testament to his esteemed position. Given his elevated status and forthright manner of speaking, he is often known for making astonishing remarks. In essence, he expresses thoughts that others might hesitate to voice on air, unrestrained by caution. For instance, Qinan, observing the footage of Song Huaying, remarked, "In terms of dedication, no one in the music industry can compare to Huaying. However, it is unfortunate to hear that her company has assigned her a composer known for children's songs. Isn't that a joke?" After Qinan's statement, the interactive host hesitated to respond, as they were young talents groomed by Dongfang Television, lacking the stature of Qi Nan. Some statements could lead to severe backlash. Following his comment, Qi Nan, receiving no reply from the host, turned his attention to the figure seated across from him, Lin Ruiden, a singer whose status in the industry rivals that of Qi Nan. While her fame may not be as vast, her professional caliber is beyond reproach, as she is a member of the national team. The recent discussions online regarding the national team's perceived decline in standards were specifically referring to Lin Ruiden, whose expertise is unparalleled across the nation. The fact that peak singers managed to invite Lin Ruiden signifies a substantial investment. Noticing Qi Nan's gaze, Lin Ruiden, who had been relatively reticent, raised her elegantly arched eyebrows and gently shook her head, stating, "Those favored by old Shen are never ordinary." Her cryptic remark left Qi Nan somewhat perplexed, prompting him to ask, "What do you mean?" The interactive host quickly interjected. The composer for teacher Song Huaying's song is said to be Shen Jun, a student of old Shen. Qi Nan was taken aback by the revelation, exclaiming, "Old Shen?" Although he occasionally browses online news, it is evident that he does not consume it as comprehensively as the youth do. He has heard of composers specializing in children's songs but is unaware that this particular individual is a student of the venerable Master Shen. The interactive host nodded slightly, affirming that there had indeed been some prior events that Master Shen had publicly addressed. A look of curiosity instantly appeared on Qi Nan's face, prompting her to focus intently on the stage visuals. At that moment, Qi Nan was also fixated on the stage. That evening, she had taken it into her grandmother's house, and after they finished dinner, Qi Nan opened her computer to watch the premiere of Peak Singer. As each singer concluded their performance, Qi Nan's expression grew increasingly grave. The first 6 performers had delivered exceptional renditions, rivaling those from previous episodes. Particularly, Tensi's performance was remarkably stable, and the song he chose was electrifying, igniting a fervor throughout the venue. This was excellent for the program, however. It posed significant challenges for the upcoming performer, Song Huaying. As Song Huaying's turn approached, the audience beside the stage remained in a state of exhilaration, while concern filled Qi Nan's eyes. The atmosphere was decidedly unfavorable for Song Huaying. The Years That Flew By is a poignant ballad, requiring the audience to be quiet and attentive, yet the current energy was anything but serene. Qi Nan bit her lip. Despite the unanimous praise for Shen Jun's song from the company's judges and even her grandmother, it was Shen Jun's first piece to grace the stage. Though Qi Nan had faith in Shen Jun, uncertainty lingered in her heart. This was compounded by the fact that she had witnessed Song Huaying's consecutive defeats in the previous rounds. At this point, she felt little confidence in either performer. Sensing Qi Nan's unease, Shen Yuqing, who was engrossed in a game of Go with an N, looked up and said, Man, there's no need to worry. Trust in Shen Jun." Upon hearing her father's name, Anya, who was nibbling on her fingers while contemplating the game pieces, lifted her head and chimed in cheerfully. "Sister man, Daddy is amazing." Chapter 70. As the prelude begins in the darkness, Song Huaying took a deep breath, gripping the microphone as she stepped onto the stage. Even through the veil of darkness, she could distinctly perceive the scrutinizing gazes emanating from the audience below, as well as those watching from the waiting area on screens. These stares were akin to piercing daggers, effortlessly piercing her heart and unsettling her previously composed demeanor. However, before this wave of anxiety could escalate further, the stillness of the stage was suddenly interrupted by the sound of rain, which gradually intensified. The sounds of wind and distant horns followed, accompanied by the palpable sensation of torrential rain. In that moment, the audience appeared to be transported to a rain-soaked street. An inexplicable sense of desolation and solitude washing over them. Not only the audience present, but also the viewers at home, thanks to the state-of-the-art sound and lighting equipment of the Eastern TV stage, felt as if they were immersed in a rainy night. Many viewers even exclaimed in the comments, "I thought it was actually raining here. What's going on? This sound feels a bit overwhelming." Before the audience could fully articulate their thoughts amidst the chilling sound of rain, a clear and articulate female voice suddenly emerged. According to the Central Meteorological Observatory, starting tomorrow, a new wave of intense cold air will arrive. In a moment of bewilderment, everyone thought there had been a mix-up. How had the news broadcast intruded upon their experience? Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, a deep, melancholic sound of the cello began to resonate through the curtain of rain. The moment the cello played, a pang of sorrow gripped every heart. The pain was profound, unbearably so. Within the somber notes of the cello and the articulate broadcast, it felt as though a part of everyone's heart had been abruptly wrenched away. The incessant rain seemed to envelop all in its embrace. In an instant, the previously restless and fervent audience, who had been immersed in the preceding melodies and revelry, fell into silence. The fire in their hearts was extinguished by the sound of rain, and a heavy weight pressed upon their chests, making each breath increasingly labored. A suffocating sensation loomed over them. Comments popping up in the video's live chat expressed collective shock. They were astonished by the eerie yet perfectly matched accompaniment, bewildered by the inexplicable emotional resonance. Although none could decipher the reasoning behind this orchestration, a wave of astonishment surged within the hearts of all who beheld the stage effects. This stage and its musical arrangement were undeniably extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the waiting area behind the stage, several singers who had been engaged in casual conversation fell silent amidst the sounds of rain and the weather report. Their previous nonchalance, even disdain, transformed into an atmosphere of profound seriousness. Even Tan Si, who had just returned to his seat, furrowed his brow, casting a quizzical gaze at the video of the stage. His expression now tinged with gravity. Zhao Liqian, adorned in a red dress, subtly altered her demeanor. Meanwhile, another contestant in the waiting area, Qi Nan, gasped softly, astonished. As she leaned forward, this prelude? This prelude from the weather report is the masterpiece that Shen Jun adjusted this afternoon. This prelude had gone viral on short video platforms in a past life, garnering views in the hundreds of millions. Anyone who had heard it would be instantly captivated. If one were to rank the top-tier song preludes of that era, the one from the years we spent together in the weather forecast would undoubtedly be among the top 3. As the prelude played, it was steeped in nostalgia. Shen Jun had initially not intended to employ this version of the internet-adapted prelude. He had sought to honor the original artist. However, during the afternoon rehearsal, Song Huaying struggled to connect with the emotional essence. Reluctantly, Shen Jun resorted to this ace in the hole. The outcome was evident. Not only did the audience below become emotionally engaged, but Song Huaying on stage was also instantaneously drawn into a realm of regret and sorrow. The tumultuous emotions swiftly settled. Song Huaying's countenance gradually aligned with the emotional landscape. Then, as everyone remained immersed in the ambience created by the stage effects, the cello sound receded, and an ethereal, somewhat chilling voice began to resonate gently. In those hurried years, how many times did we say goodbye before delaying it once more? The hauntingly sorrowful voice seemed to penetrate the layers of rain, reaching deep into the hearts of each individual. The sound of rain and the anticipation set by the weather forecast reached a crescendo in that moment, as the suffocating emotions buried deep within began to rise. Tugged forth by the melody, many in the audience momentarily halted their breath, some even shivered in response. On stage, as the song began, a cold and dim light gradually illuminated the darkened space, akin to a street lamp casting its glow upon the ethereal figure of Song Huaying. Her presence was dreamlike, captivating the eyes of the audience below. With her head slightly bowed, she seemed immersed in an unspeakable sorrow, her hauntingly melancholic voice resonating. Unfortunately, who has not loved? Is not a grand argument above the 7 emotions in that fleeting year. At this moment, it was not only the audience on stage who were entranced. Even the numerous singers in the waiting area were momentarily spellbound. Initially startled and somber at the eerie prelude, they were swiftly captivated by the delicate and sorrowful notes that followed. Being professionals, their keen ears immediately discerned the transformation. While the song retained its melancholic essence and Song Huaying's style had not drastically altered, it was undeniably more enchanting than before. The voice, the lyrics, the accompaniment, all resonated with a perfect harmony. If her previous style was well suited for sorrowful ballads, it could now be said that Song Huaying was born to perform them. Her voice seemed crafted specifically for the genre, exquisite, soothing, and refined. The expressions of the waiting singers grew increasingly astonished, some unable to conceal their surprise, whispering, "This." Soon after, hushed discussions erupted among them. The composition is remarkable. Has Sister Huaying altered her technique? It sounds quite different now. The song aligns perfectly with her voice. I was covered in goosebumps the moment she sang. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Zhao Liqian was not engaged in low conversations but instead gazed at the astonishing Song Huaying on screen, her hands gripping the armrest of her chair so tightly that they turned pale. The shock was not limited to the waiting singers and audience. Countless netizens, having regained their composure, flooded the comment section with frenzied remarks. Her opening is breathtaking. Sister, you've captivated me. My goodness, this is extraordinary. Sister Huaying is truly the queen of sorrowful songs. It's so heart-wrenching. I nearly broke down when she started singing. Just got out of a breakup. And I thought I'd watch a variety show to distract myself, but Sister Huaying's voice shattered me. Oh my, this song is so poignant. Amidst the astonishment and emotional upheaval, Song Huaying had reached the final line of the verse, and the chorus was about to commence. Chapter 71. The chorus begins at this moment. Song Huaying had fully immersed herself in the emotional state. Moreover, the culmination of over 20 years of professional experience. Her earnest dedication and the frustration from consecutive setbacks in previous performances all erupted within her, propelling her into an extraordinary state of expression. Although Song Huaying harbored great trust and fondness for Shen Jun, particularly for the song In a Rush that year, she found herself in a state reminiscent of the afternoon rehearsal. The consecutive failures of several episodes had already begun to erode her confidence. Despite maintaining a cheerful faade, her heart was burdened with sorrow, especially upon encountering a barrage of piercing criticisms online. Each disparaging remark felt like a dagger, ruthlessly tearing at her heart and causing her anguish to flow profusely. Witnessing Zhao Liqin, once a mere jester in her eyes, basking in self-satisfaction before her, only deepened her sense of despair. The unacknowledged feelings of resentment, regret, and fury simmered within her, unseen by anyone. Given the current circumstances, this stage represented her final opportunity in peak singer, and it was her sole chance to prove herself to the world. Therefore, she knew she must seize this moment. Teacher Xiaoxin had already provided her with the means to grasp this opportunity. She could not afford to disappoint him. Nor could she allow those who had wronged her to revel in her misfortune. Above all, she must not let herself down. On stage, Song Huaying's gaze grew increasingly resolute, her suppressed feelings of discontent and regret subtly intertwining with the emotions of the song. At that instant, her sentiments felt almost tangible. Under the spotlight, she slowly lifted her head as the final line of the verse approached, her ethereal voice lingering, echoing a sense of regret. Is it time that the years have generously bestowed upon us to reconsider? In that moment, all accompanying instruments abruptly fell silent, creating a fleeting pause that gripped the hearts of the audience. Then, with a resounding thud, a heavy piano chord resounded. The accompaniment resumed, and Song Huaying's delicate, regret-laden voice soared alongside it, the chorus building in intensity. If we cannot meet again with tearful eyes, can we still face each other blushing? Just like the beautiful rumors etched forever in that hurried year. The chorus marked the pinnacle of the song, especially in a Rush that year, which had touched countless souls. As her voice ascended and emotion surged, the audience found themselves swept into a tide of regret and sorrow, unable to extricate themselves. The overwhelming feelings engulfed them like a relentless wave, constricting their chests and reddening their eyes. At this moment, the program director shifted the camera to the audience, revealing many spectators with reddened eyes or covering their mouths in sorrow. A few young women even succumbed to tears. This profoundly poignant scene did not incite frenzied discussions among netizens, as viewers were too enraptured by the performance to pay attention to anything else. They were struggling to hold back their own emotions. Li Ying, a senior at Yandong University, was nearing graduation and felt an acute sense of anxiety and distress this semester. Not only was she grappling with the weight of academic pressures, but she was also facing impending internship and job pressures, compounded by emotional turmoil. Just 2 days prior, she had ended her relationship with her boyfriend of several years. The reason for the breakup was the disapproval of her boyfriend's family, particularly his mother's disdain for her background. Li Ying was born in a rural area of northeast China, where both her parents farmed, and she has a younger brother currently in high school. Although there was no overt preference for sons over daughters in her family, her boyfriend's mother harbored a strong aversion to her. Li Ying was acutely aware of this. Over the course of their 3-year relationship, she had interacted with her boyfriend's mother on several occasions and had overheard a few disparaging remarks from her during phone conversations. Initially, Li Ying thought that by being kind to her boyfriend and showing respect to his mother, she might eventually win her over. Despite the mother's disdain, Li Ying shared a deep emotional bond with her boyfriend, who consistently stood by her side, offering comfort and support and advocating for her in front of his mother. This gave Li Ying hope that she could eventually change the mother's opinion. However, everything changed during the tumultuous year of college applications and job hunting. The immense pressure led Li Ying to become increasingly anxious, and her boyfriend's mother's comments grew more intolerable and demeaning. This instability affected Li Ying's emotions adversely. Meanwhile, her boyfriend became consumed with his studies, pressured by his family to pursue further education, leaving him with diminishing time to support and console Li Ying. Gradually, their arguments intensified. In just 1 year, they had more disputes than in their entire 3-year relationship combined. The frequency of their quarrels escalated, and their relationship began to teeter on the brink of collapse. The final argument occurred just 2 days before their breakup, culminating in the end of their relationship. Perhaps Li Ying had anticipated this conclusion, or perhaps her northern Chinese tenacity compelled her to maintain a facade of strength. Remarkably, in the 2 days following the breakup, she shed not a single tear. Instead, she occasionally drifted into thought but quickly immersed herself in activities, as if the separation had no bearing on her life. Even her friends remarked on her resilience, saying she had moved on with admirable ease. When she heard this, Liang merely smiled and continued to focus on her priorities, graduating, securing employment, and leaving the city behind. That evening, after a long day, Liang lay on her dormitory bed and opened an episode of Peak Singer. She sought distraction from her emotions. As the program commenced, renowned singers took the stage, their performances varying from lively to intense and professional, successfully diverting Li Ying's attention. When Song Huaying appeared on stage, Li Ying recalled having seen discussions about her on social media, hearing rumors of her impending elimination and her collaboration on a children's song. Lost in thought, she was suddenly enveloped by the sound of rain on stage, which grew increasingly louder. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, the rain's sound overwhelmed her. In that instant, a torrent of pent-up emotions surged forth, threatening to engulf Li Ying in an overwhelming wave of heartache and despair. Li Ying felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, as if she were lost amidst the dazzling neon streets, shrouded by a curtain of rain while darkness consumed her. Then, the ethereal voice of Song Huaying resonated. The moment the melody began, Li Ying found herself unable to contain her emotions, her heart heavy with discomfort. A wave of sorrow surged forth. As she listened to the chorus sung by Song Huaying, filled with poignant sadness and regret, it completely engulfed her, and tears cascaded down from her eyes like a torrent. How could one simply forget the emotions of the past? Chapter 72. Plunging into the abyss. Some say that the song Those Years is akin to an abyss, drawing listeners deeper into its depths, rendering them irredeemable. Others assert that Fei Wang's rendition tells the story from an observer's perspective, evoking memories of fleeting emotions from those years. In contrast, Gigi Liang's performance feels like that of an active participant, the protagonist of a heart-wrenching love that can never return to the past. Thus, while Fei Wang's version of Those Years evokes a sense of regret, it lacks a profound sense of immersion. On the other hand, Gigi Liang's rendition resonates with a feeling of unfulfilled longing and pain, drawing listeners into its depths with striking intensity. Song Huaying's interpretation mirrors that of Gigi Liang, and at this moment, she has fully immersed herself in the performance, her vocal prowess and emotions erupting in a powerful display. It is the poignant suspense left by the passage of time. The final note was elevated infinitely by Song Huaying, who simultaneously magnified her potent, almost tangible emotions. In that instant, it seemed as though everyone could feel the fervent emotions residing within her, their hearts gripped tightly in that moment. If we meet again without flushed faces, can it still be as beautiful as the rumors of those years? The shift between falsetto and genuine voice occurred in an instant, as the music's tempo intensified and quickened. The melody reached its zenith, laying the groundwork for the impending climax. Song Huaying transitioned from falsetto to a powerful, authentic voice, unleashing her fervent emotions. If the past is still worthy of longing, a modulation followed, escalating the intensity once more. Who would willingly let go like this? The falsetto soared higher, the rhythm pulsating even stronger. If we meet again without red eyes. The emotions erupted once again. The authentic voice surged forward, emotions reaching their peak as the climax approached instantaneously. If the past is still worthy of longing, do not hastily dissolve grievances. In the midst of this intense rhythm, the surging emotions in Song Huaying's voice erupted forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the hearts and minds of all present. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over everyone in an instant. Some even instinctively gasped with wide eyes, momentarily lost in thought. The explosive climax left the entire stage steeped in an indescribable silence. The only sound remaining was the gradually fading accompaniment echoing softly in the backdrop. And then came Song Huaying's voice, reminiscent of a sigh, echoing the lyrics. We must owe each other. We must remain connected despite the severance. The final 2 lines cascaded from a high pitch down to a low, almost breathy tone resonating deep within the chest. In that moment, as Song Huaying's melody enveloped the audience, they fell irrevocably into an abyss of emotion, powerless to struggle against it. A sense of unwillingness and anguish washed over them, leaving everyone in a daze. As the music subsided, the stage was shrouded in silence, the audience lost in a trance, many bearing expressions of profound sorrow. Their eyes reddened with glistening tears. After a few breaths, the stage lights gradually illuminated. With a soft exhale, as if releasing a switch, Song Huaying emerged from her emotional reverie, and suddenly, the applause erupted from the audience. Faces lit with fervor, the clapping began softly, swelling into a resounding wave of sound, reminiscent of a crashing tide. The ovation surpassed even the fervor of the applause for Tan Si from the previous session, echoing throughout the auditorium. Even from the waiting area behind the stage, the enthusiasm could be distinctly heard, with all but a few singers joining in the applause, and at some point, the entire audience had risen to their feet. A couple of particularly sensitive singers were already teary-eyed, clearly having wept during the performance. In awe, the waiting singers exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, on stage, Song Huaying basked in the lingering applause, finally allowing herself a deep breath of relief as a smile began to grace her lips. This was the only moment she had smiled throughout the 5 episodes of Peak Singers. Poised like a top-tier artist, she elegantly extended her arms and took a couple of steps toward the audience, bowing gracefully. The applause intensified, accompanied by fervent cheers. "Huaying, we love you. How beautiful. Your singing is extraordinary." The audience erupted in joyous shouts and trembling gasps, with the camera capturing the astonishing sight of half of the 10 attendees visibly moved to tears. Among them sat Shen Jun, who had been adjusting the accompaniment and guiding Song Huaying after the afternoon rehearsal, concerned for her unstable performance. He had taken a ticket to the front row to witness her live. Thankfully, she had not only maintained her composure, but had exceeded expectations. Seated in the audience, Shen Jun was acutely aware of the song's impact. By the end of the performance, he observed the people around him, moved to tears, including a burly man who had been openly sobbing. Clearly, Song Huaying had sunk straight to the hearts of her audience. Song Huaying possesses a voice reminiscent of Fei Wang and the technical prowess of Gu Juji, yet she is not without her shortcomings. One could merely state that the styles of the 3 share similarities, yet they also exhibit significant differences, making it difficult to ascertain who sings the most melodically. However, Shen Jun has unwavering faith that a song capable of touching the hearts of its listeners is undoubtedly a classic, and Song Huaying has achieved this. At this moment, the host has taken the stage, and the next performer is about to appear. Song Huaying, with a radiant smile, expresses her gratitude to the audience, saying, "Thank you all." With the graceful sway of her skirt, she descends from the stage. The audience erupts into even more fervent cheers, with many shouting, "Sister, don't go. Sing us another one." It felt as though a variety show had transformed into a personal concert. Unbeknownst to Song Huaying, the excitement and fervor of the attendees were mirrored online, as viewers across the internet were equally captivated. As she sang, the barrage of comments began to swell with enthusiasm. Initially, the remarks were merely appreciative, praising the song as pleasant to hear, but as the performance progressed, the comments soon transformed into a unified chorus of emotional outpourings, with many expressing their tears and sorrow. Once Song Huaying concluded her song, there was a brief moment of silence in the comments before an overwhelming flood of ecstatic responses ensued. The comments were densely packed with exclamations such as, "It's so beautiful. I was moved to tears. What a divine song. She sings so wonderfully. I miss my beloved." Countless individuals took to the comments section to voice their heartache, turning the area into a confessional for their emotions. Chapter 73. Competition rankings. The popularity of the program surged dramatically. Originally, Peak Singer was already the hottest show on the platform, but as Song Huaying finished her performance, its popularity transcended that of other programs, reaching an unparalleled level. When Song Huaying bowed and exited the stage, the comments section erupted once more, inundated with requests for her to stay. The spectacle was comparable to the most electrifying moments in comment sections. The program skyrocketed to trending status, and a myriad of related topics began to proliferate across the internet. Meanwhile, at Shen Yuqing's home, Qin Man, who was attentively monitoring the program's developments, observed the audience's reactions and the fervor of the comments with a sense of relief. It was secure. She had never witnessed such a fervent scene before. As long as the program operated transparently, her advancement was all but guaranteed. A smile graced Qin Man's face as she affectionately patted Shen Yun's little head, saying, "Your father is quite remarkable." Shen Yun, oblivious to the circumstances, haughtily huffed through her small nose, responding, "Of course." Shen Yunqing reclined in her lounge chair with a cheerful demeanor. Typically, she would have been asleep by this hour, but she wished to witness Shen Jun's brilliance, to see his talent acknowledged by all. Thus, she persevered until this moment. After the performance concluded, Shen Yuqing nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Xiao Song sings quite well." At just over 10 years old, Song Huaying could only be referred to as Xiao Song in the presence of the 80-something Shen Yuqing. Qin Man nodded, and then heard Shen Yuqing continue, Xiao Xinj has written remarkably well. Qin Man immediately laughed. Your student is truly exceptional. Jokingly, Qin Man assisted Shen Jun back to the room for a well-deserved rest. The performances on the stage of peak singers continued, following Song Huaying's performance. The next to take the stage was the challenge singer, Qin An. Many in the audience had come specifically for Qin An, and a significant number of online viewers shared the same sentiment. Prior to the show, discussions had proliferated online regarding the participation of Qin An and Lin Ruodan, one an established super first-tier singer with countless fans, the other a prominent figure in the national team, unmatched in expertise within the country. Initially, the spotlight was firmly on these two. However, with Qin An now on stage, the audience and comment sections remained absorbed in discussions about Song Huaying, many still emotionally affected by her performance. Clearly, Song Huaying's voice had deeply resonated with the audience. Observing this, Qin An sighed inwardly, aware that encountering such situations in competition was daunting, even for someone of his caliber. Nevertheless, Qin An possessed a steady psychological fortitude and ample professional experience. After a brief sigh, he focused, entering the right mindset as the prelude began. Immersing himself earnestly in the song, the audience and comment sections gradually filled with attentive listeners. Soon, the song concluded, and Qin An's prowess was indisputable. Despite the influence of Song Huaying, his performance was on par with Tan Cs, and by the end, the audience had fully returned to their senses, erupting in applause. Next, Lin Ruodan made her entrance. Her vocal skills were exceptional, placing her among the top tier nationally. Shen Jun felt that Lin Ruodan bore a striking resemblance to a female singer from her previous life, Ten Weiwei. The impact of her singing style was both breathtaking and exhilarating. As her performance ended, the entire studio erupted once more, if Song Huaying's voice conveyed a subtle sorrow. Then Lin Ruodan's resonated with a wild and fervent joy, grand and awe-inspiring, a perfect auditory and visual feast. At this point, all 7 resident guests and the 2 challenge singers had completed their performances, and the audience's voting had concluded. The moment everyone had eagerly anticipated was now upon them, the announcement of the competition results. Spirits were high as everyone awaited the outcome. In previous episodes, while the competition had been intense and fiercely contested with all participants giving their utmost, the final rankings had been somewhat predictable. However, this episode had introduced heavyweights such as Tan Si, Qin An, and Lin Ruodan, alongside the unexpected emergence of dark horse Song Huaying, whose breakout performance had significantly impacted Qin An's stage presence. This episode was undoubtedly filled with the most unpredictability yet. No one could foresee the final results, especially considering the exceptional performances by all the singers, each with their own dedicated admirers. Thus, the outcome of the competition became a moment of immense anticipation for all. At this moment, the viewership and click rates of Peak Singer have surged to unprecedented heights, with the potential to shatter the platform's highest viewing records. It has even trended on several hot search lists. The program experienced technical glitches, leaving the technical team in disarray. Amidst the spotlight, the slightly perspiring director entered the waiting area. Within the waiting area, 9 singers were already seated. Qin An and Lin Ruodan took their places beside Song Huaying, who was engaged in light conversation with Qin An. The others were also engaged in casual discussions, occasionally interjecting to chat with Song Huaying. A stark contrast to the previous silence before the show began. Upon the director's entrance, a hush fell over the waiting area, and all the singers turned their gazes towards him, their expressions tinged with anxiety. They were acutely aware that this episode was a fierce competition filled with dark horses, and the unpredictability of the results left everyone feeling tense and apprehensive. The director did not prolong the suspense, however. He chose to announce the rankings starting from the middle rather than from the beginning or the end. 5th place, Huang Shisu. The named singer stood up with a smile, acknowledging the announcement. Although she was also a top-tier talent, she had only recently ascended to this level and felt humble in the presence of many seasoned veterans, hoping merely to avoid elimination. 6th place, Wu Wenwen. After announcing the 6th place, the director paused to glance at his notes, seemingly confirming something before looking up with a grave expression. 7th place, Tan Si. The moment those words left his lips, the audience erupted in astonishment. All the singers stared in shock at the director before turning their gazes to Tan Si. Meanwhile, viewers and online spectators were in an uproar, buzzing with discussions. It is important to note that Tan Si is an exceptionally talented singer who had previously secured 1st place in the last episode and had never fallen out of the top 3 in prior competitions. Yet, this time, she had only achieved 7th place. The collective shock and disbelief among the audience was palpable. Tansy herself appeared relatively calm, offering a faint, bittersweet smile, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Following the announcement of Tansy's ranking, curiosity about the placements of the remaining singers intensified, especially regarding Song Huaying, whose ranking was now the subject of heightened speculation. The comments section erupted with conjectures about the rankings of Song Huaying and the challenger singers. After the director revealed the 7th place, he paused again before announcing the next singer. He intentionally delayed the announcement of the highest and lowest ranks, opting to proceed from the middle outward. The 7th place was occupied by a singer of relatively lower prominence. Upon hearing her rank, she patted her chest, a look of relief washing over her face. This singer's popularity and skill were modest, having only recently risen to a top-tier status, and her standing paled in comparison to the other contestants. In this episode of the Ultimate Singing Competition, a myriad of renowned artists has gathered, creating a formidable clash of titans. Achieving a commendable 7th place under such circumstances is indeed noteworthy, as it secures a position above elimination. However, the 8th or 9th places would spell considerable danger. Among the competitors is another rather obscure singer who, upon not hearing his name called again, reveals a glimmer of despondency in his eyes. He is acutely aware that his abilities are insufficient to secure a top position, particularly in this intense competition. Thus, with 7th place already out of reach, he can only anticipate landing in the 8th or 9th position, especially since he finished near the bottom in the previous episode. The prospect of elimination looms ominously over him, rendering his expression stiff and his gaze hopeless. Similarly, Zhao Liqian, adorned in a striking red dress, bears a somewhat rigid countenance. In this fierce contest of titans, she holds no lofty aspirations for a high ranking. Her sole desire is to surpass Song Huaying, aiming for a respectable 5th place. She has set her expectations at this level, believing herself to be superior to the others aside from Tansy, Qi Nan, and Lin Ruiden. Having secured 6th place in the last episode, she is now faced with the reality that the announcements for 6th and 5th places have concluded without her name being mentioned. What position, then, does she occupy? Zhao Liqian's expression grows increasingly tense. The smile she had lost due to Song Huaying's unexpected stellar performance has vanished entirely. With the 5th, 6th, and 7th places already declared, only the top 3 and the 8th and 9th remain. No, she refuses to accept the possibility of finishing last. Since her participation in the Ultimate Singer, she has never placed at the bottom. Confident in her abilities, she knows that while her vocal prowess may not rival that of the Titans, her stage presence and beauty should garner a respectable number of votes. The audience is certainly drawn to her charm. Moreover, she is quite pleased with her recent performance, believing it to be flawless in both singing and dance. There is no way she could possibly rank last. Perhaps, she muses, she might even claim 3rd place, with Qi Nan and Lin Ruiden undoubtedly vying for 1st and 2nd. She reflects on Song Huaying's commendable performance, which has ignited a flicker of jealousy within her. Yet, Song Huaying's previous outings have also been commendable, resulting in a position near the bottom. What does this indicate? It suggests that the audience may not be as captivated by her as one might think. Perhaps this time will mirror the last. Although Song Huaying has sung well, it may merely be a moment of self-indulgence, and the audience could similarly remain indifferent, placing her once again at the bottom. If that is the case, Zhao Liqian might very well secure 3rd place. The mere thought sends her heart racing uncontrollably. The prospect of standing above Song Huaying, potentially even eliminating her from the competition, fills her with exhilarating delight. After years of being overshadowed by Song Huaying, she finally has the opportunity to exact her revenge. If she manages to secure 3rd place, it would surpass even Tansy's ranking. Tansy, a venerable figure in the music industry, is adorned with countless accolades. Should she triumph over Tansy, her professional and public recognition would experience an unprecedented surge. With a stellar performance in the upcoming episodes, she might have a chance to rise to fame this year. How could Zhao Liqian remain composed in such a moment? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a flush of excitement colored her previously stiff cheeks, her eyes shimmering with fervor. At that moment, the director glanced at the cue card and announced, the singer who secured 3rd place is. All eyes were riveted, curiosity palpable in the air, as the director deliberately paused, heightening the tension among the contestants. Viewers online erupted in a chorus of discontent. When the director finally revealed, it is Qi Nan. An instant silence enveloped the venue. The expressions of all the singers froze in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Qi Nan would only achieve 3rd place. Before anyone could process this shocking revelation, a sharp, incredulous voice pierced the silence. How is this possible? Startled, everyone turned to see Zhao Liqian. Adorned in a striking red dress, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, she had envisioned herself claiming third place. Following the show's conclusion, she imagined her fame soaring, potentially allowing her to ascend to the upper echelons of the music industry. However, before she could fully entertain this fantasy, the director's voice yanked her back to reality. In her mind, she had envisioned herself in third place, with Qi Nan and Lin Ruodin occupying the first and second spots, respectively. No matter how confident Zhao Liqian was, she acknowledged the reality of her situation. She could not compete with the likes of Qi Nan and Lin Ruodin, who had been in the industry far longer than she had since her debut. Securing third place would have been commendable. Yet, to her shock, that position went to Qi Nan instead. Upon hearing Qi Nan had claimed third place, Zhao Liqian's exhilaration evaporated, leaving her face pallid with disbelief. If Qi Nan was third, where did that leave her? The combination of shock and panic overwhelmed her, prompting an involuntary exclamation that led to the current scene. Realizing that all eyes were now on her, Zhao Liqian understood her momentary lapse and hurriedly clarified, "I believe teacher Qi Nan sang exceptionally well. I thought she would take first place." Upon hearing this, the skepticism and amusement in the crowd dissipated as they offered words of comfort to Qi Nan. "Qi, you are still more impressive than I am." A relaxed smile graced Tan Si's face. If Qi Nan could achieve third place, he could certainly accept his own rank. Teacher Qi Nan remains formidable. This time, luck simply was not on her side. Indeed, the audience was too boisterous. Had they called for him, he might have struggled to find his rhythm. Qi Gu is truly remarkable. It takes a collective effort to lift the flower-laden sedan chair. As the most prominent singer present, Qi Nan was surrounded by various forms of consolation and support from others. However, these words merely elicited a bittersweet smile from him. He never anticipated that one day he would be labeled as unfortunate. Typically, when a singer is described in such terms, it often implies a lack of substantial talent. Qi Nan gently shook his head and glanced at Song Huaying beside him. He had, in fact, anticipated this outcome. The director continued without pause, announcing, "The singer who secured the 8th place is Zhao Liqian." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liqian's complexion turned ashen. Just moments ago, when she learned that Qi Nan had achieved third place, a sense of dread had gripped her heart, causing her to panic, which explained her earlier slip of the tongue. Yet, without seeing the final results, a flicker of hope lingered in her mind. Perhaps, as suggested by other singers, the stage had been too noisy, leading to Qi Nan's subpar performance. Could she possibly be in second place? However, this fleeting fantasy was swiftly crushed by the director's proclamation, his words echoing ominously in Zhao Liqian's ears. 8th place. She was, in fact, second to last. No. How could this be? In her dazed state, Zhao Liqian unwittingly vocalized her innermost thoughts. Upon hearing the director's announcement, the crowd turned their attention toward her. Known for her amiable nature, many singers had intended to offer her comfort. Yet, as they turned, they were met with her pallid face and vacant expression. Moments later, Zhao Liqian's voice pierced the air. Shrill and disbelieving, "No, this is impossible." The audience's expressions shifted dramatically. While dissatisfaction regarding rankings outside the top 3 was common, such sentiments were typically kept to oneself. No one would exhibit the kind of loss of composure that Zhao Liqian was currently displaying. It was clear she was in a precarious situation. A collective thought ran through the minds of those present, prompting them to swallow their imminent words and redirect their gazes toward the director or elsewhere, as if to establish a boundary between themselves and Zhao Liqian. From a distance, Song Huaying observed Zhao Liqian's breakdown with a subtle smirk. The director, too, was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Zhao Liqian's sudden outburst, and quickly signaled to the cameraman to switch the shot. Although the show thrived on drama, they were cautious about matters that could tarnish a singer's reputation, as such situations could lead to significant complications. Nonetheless, despite the director's swift actions, viewers watching the premiere witnessed Zhao Liqian's turmoil and flooded the internet with shocked and bewildered comments. What happened to Zhao Liqian? Her expression is terrifying. She can't handle defeat. While others celebrate their victories, she wails in despair over her loss. 8th place seems fair. Her performance was lackluster at best. Without a doubt, she would have struggled to achieve even that. In a competition of such talented individuals, 8th place is still commendable. Debates erupted across the internet, and screenshots of Zhao Liqian's breakdown quickly spread, igniting even greater discussions. As the show continued, Zhao Liqian, in a state of disarray, appeared lost in thought. Yet no one paid her any attention. The director maintained control of the proceedings, proceeding to announce the rankings. The singer who secured the second place drew the gaze of all in the waiting area towards Song Hwaying and Lin Ruiden. At this moment, these two remained the only contenders for the top positions. As for the less-known singer, she had already been dismissed by the crowd. Song Hwaying emerged as a dark horse, while Lin Ruiden exuded an air of supremacy. Their performances in this episode were nothing short of breathtaking, both exhibiting remarkable talent. Now, the question was who would claim the coveted first position. Song Hwaying felt a surge of anxiety, daring not to look around. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Lin Ruiden stood tall, her presence as formidable as her powerful voice, steadfastly gazing at the director. Suddenly, the director announced, Lin Ruiden. At that moment, Song Hwaying jolted her head up, her expression revealing an indescribable shock that morphed into a growing excitement. If Lin Ruiden was second, then the first place must belong to her. Lin Ruiden let out a soft sigh. She had performed exceptionally well, but losing to Song Hwaying, particularly to that song, she accepted gracefully. However, she vowed that next time, she would not be defeated again. A fierce determination ignited in Lin Ruiden's eyes as she regarded Song Hwaying. As long as the competing singers made it into the top 5, they could secure a permanent spot on the show, replacing the regular singers, so in the upcoming semifinals, they would meet once more. With the rankings revealed, there was no need for further suspense. The director swiftly announced the 9th place, which belonged to that lesser-known singer. Following that was the announcement of the first place. As the director proclaimed loudly, the winner of this episode is Song Hwaying. In an instant, the waiting area erupted into thunderous applause. With everyone gazing at Song Hwaying in awe and admiration, who could have anticipated this? Before the competition began, Song Hwaying was deemed the most likely to be eliminated. The entire internet had little faith in her. Yet, as the competition concluded, not only had Song Hwaying avoided elimination, but she also triumphed, galloping ahead to seize the first place. This astonished everyone. Song Hwaying's excitement was palpable, tears welling in her eyes. Her emotions were overwhelming and impossible to contain. Since discovering the company's situation, she had entered this prestigious singing competition under immense pressure, and throughout the preceding episodes, she had lingered at the bottom of the rankings. In the last episode, she had landed in second to last place. As the 5th episode was about to air, countless voices predicted her inevitable elimination. With no one believing in her potential, no one understood the magnitude of her internal struggle, nor the depth of her disappointment and sorrow after each defeat. And certainly no one perceived the despair that lurked within her heart. It felt like traversing a path devoid of hope, wandering aimlessly. Fortunately, she had persevered until the end. With tears shimmering in her eyes, Song Hwaying rose from her seat, gazing into the camera, surrounded by fellow singers whose expressions were filled with astonishment and admiration. Everyone applauded and congratulated Song Hwaying, akin to stars encircling the moon. In the faculty dormitory of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Shen Jun had already succumbed to slumber. After listening to Song Hwaying's performance, she felt a sense of relief and retired to her room to sleep, without awaiting the results. At this moment, only Qin Man remained in the living room, while Shen had dozed off in her embrace. Qin Man, however, was wide awake and brimming with exhilaration. The evening's performance was not only crucial for Song Hwaying, but also significantly impacted the future of Hanchi Company. The outcome of Song Hwaying's performance would directly influence the company's trajectory. Qin Man dared not close her eyes. Throughout the night, she fixated on the program, alternating between anxiety and concern, particularly as she observed the performances of Lin Ruiden and others. After a night filled with turmoil, the results were finally about to be announced. As the director commenced the revelation of rankings, Qin Man's tension escalated. At that moment, her thoughts mirrored those of Zhao Liqian. Despite believing that Song Hwaying had performed exceptionally well, she feared the possibility of the audience's indifference. Thus, Qin Man appeared visibly anxious, even biting her lip until it turned pale. When she heard that Song Hwaying was not among the 5th, 6th, 3rd, or even 7th and 8th places, her heart felt lodged in her throat. Prior to the competition, she and the company had set their psychological expectations for Song Hwaying at securing at least 6th place, with a hopeful eye on 3rd. Anything worse than that, such as 7th or 8th, would be acceptable as long as she wasn't eliminated. Chapter 76. Had she made a mistake? Although the company unanimously believed that Shen Jun's songwriting was remarkable and acknowledged Song Hwaying's vocal prowess, they had to consider the harsh realities. One was a newcomer who had never composed a song, while the other had faced consecutive defeats in the competition and was deemed unsuitable for the contest. The combination of these two did not inspire confidence among the masses. And thus, despite Qin Man's high hopes for this episode, her greatest expectation was merely for 6th place. What Qin Man never anticipated was that Song Huaying not only advanced but emerged as a dark horse, ultimately surpassing established vocalists like Tan Si, Qin Nan, and Lin Ruodan to claim 1st place. At the very moment she beheld the results, Qin Man's previously serene demeanor shattered, her face awash with disbelief, swiftly followed by the same exhilaration that gripped Song Huaying. Had it not been for Shen resting in her arms, Qin Man might have leapt up in jubilation. Nevertheless, her excitement startled the drowsy Shun unawake, the child's large, dark eyes now exhibiting a dazed and sleepy expression, as she sweetly inquired, "Sister, is Daddy back?" Shenan's voice momentarily grounded Qin Man, who suppressed her elation while gently patting Anan's back and humming a lullaby. The soothing melody mirrored that of the bug flies. Anan soon drifted back into a dreamy slumber. In stark contrast to this harmonious scene, within the office of Baidai Records in Shanghai, Zhao Wani sat frostily. Her demeanor as cold as ice. Before her lay a computer, violently smashed to the ground, now emitting smoke. At this very moment, Zhao Wani felt an intense fury burning within her. She had spent the entire day working tirelessly on the promotion of Lu Yao's new album, which had been released nearly a week ago, yet it remained stubbornly outside the top 5. Despite Baidai Records employing every conceivable tactic, their efforts yielded little success. It was as if they were destined to occupy that position, and no matter how diligently she worked, the outcome remained unaltered. This situation had left Zhao Wani in a state of agitation, bordering on madness, particularly when she recalled that the top 2 spots were occupied by works of Shen Jun. This infuriated Zhao Wani even more. If this incompetent Shen Jun could ascend the charts, claiming the 1st and 2nd positions, why couldn't she? Moreover, in recent days, the gossip within the company had spread regarding Shen Jun being her ex-husband. The photos of their divorce had circulated online. And although Zhao Wani was wearing sunglasses in the pictures, anyone familiar with her could recognize her instantly. The news had proliferated, with various speculations circulating. She had even overheard several employees expressing their sorrow. The general sentiment was bewilderment over why the two had divorced, suggesting that if Shen Jun were to write songs, the company would effortlessly climb the charts without the need for such relentless, sleepless efforts. Recently, in order to promote Lu Yao's album, the entire company had been working overtime almost every day. Many were beginning to voice grievances, occasionally grumbling about their situation. It was these offhand remarks that first pricked Zhao Wani's nerves, leading her to lose her composure in the office and unleash a tirade upon the gossiping employees. Afterward, she recognized her impulsiveness. However, anything related to Shen Jun unsettled her deeply, particularly as she observed Shen Jun's life improving while others looked on with pity and confusion. This only fueled Zhao Wani's ire, rendering her unable to bear it. It felt as though the divorce was a mistake on her part. How could she possibly be wrong? Shen Jun was nothing but a useless individual, belonging to a completely different echelon. She was destined to soar higher and encounter more exceptional individuals. Meanwhile, Shen Jun, upon leaving her, was merely a worthless lump of clay. Her mother was right. Shen Jun was unworthy of her. Nothing more than a parasitic leech clinging to her family's resources, a failure. With this mindset, Zhao Wani suppressed her inner turmoil and resumed her company duties. She would not squander time on such a worthless individual. However, after concluding an online meeting that evening, Zhao Wani, for reasons unbeknownst to her, clicked on the recommended programs on the homepage of a video platform. She was well aware of the online discourse surrounding the show Peak Singer, knowing that the song sung by Song Huaying was penned by Shen Jun. Thus, she was compelled to witness how Shen Jun would be publicly humiliated and shamed out of the industry in this episode. Zhao Wani had watched Peak Singer before. The show was immensely popular within their industry, undoubtedly one of the most professional and elite competitions available. Baidai Records had not even qualified to participate. Shen Jun writing songs? Zhao Wani scoffed disdainfully. Although she was unaware of the means by which Shen Jun had managed to have Song Huaying sing his song, Zhao Wani was utterly convinced and unwavering in her belief. All of Shen Jun's tactics and true nature would be ruthlessly exposed in this episode. She was determined to unveil Shen Jun's genuine character to everyone. A useless person is indeed a useless person. However, Zhao Wani never achieved the outcome she desired. Instead, she witnessed Song Huaying's extraordinary performance, which brought countless spectators to tears. At that moment, a wave of cold dread surged from the depths of Zhao Wani's heart. Her complexion gradually turned pale, and her expression became dazed. Amidst her stupor, she heard the director announce the results. Song Huaying had secured first place. First place? How could this be possible? Zhao Wani's face grew even more ashen. The look of disbelief and absurdity filled her dazed expression. How could a song written by that useless Shen Jun possibly take the top spot? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. In that instant, Zhao Wani felt as though a colossal stone had been pressed upon her chest, her neck constricted as if someone were choking her, making it difficult for her to breathe. In her suffocating despair, Zhao Wani caught a glimpse of the camera sweeping across the audience. Although the shot was fleeting, she immediately spotted Shen Jun standing among the spectators. Shen Jun looked just as he had on the day of their divorce, casually dressed in a simple short-sleeved shirt. It was this very aspect of Shen Jun that irked Zhao Wani. What she termed casual was, in reality, a disheveled appearance lacking refinement. Shen Jun was not unattractive. Nor was his family lacking in wealth. Why could he not present himself properly? Some of her friends' husbands dressed impeccably in tailored suits, looking every bit the successful man. Others, like Sun Yaowen, garnered praise wherever they went, being hailed as young and promising with a bright future ahead. Zhao Wani felt embarrassed to even introduce Shen Jun as her husband, as it diminished her own worth. As the camera panned, Shen Jun was seen rising to applaud. Amidst an audience that was equally excited, fervent, and tearful, standing among the crowd, Shen Jun wore a genuine smile, gazing up at the stage. The camera was directed at him, and as he looked up, it felt as if he was gazing directly into the lens. His smiling eyes seemed to pierce through the camera, locking onto Zhao Wani's gaze. At that precise moment, as the camera scanned the audience, a beam of light from the stage illuminated Shen Jun's position, making him appear even more radiant. Chapter 77. 3 songs. Zhao Wani found this shot unbearably blinding. And in that instant, her eyes, already reddening, swept the computer off her desk to the ground. With a loud crash, Zhao Wani snapped back to reality. Taking a deep breath as if she were a drowning person, there were still quite a few employees at Baidai Records during working hours. And those in the same office on the floor were startled by the loud noise from the president's office, gazing in astonishment towards it. Zhao Wani's secretary hurried into the office, glancing at the still smoldering computer on the floor. For a moment, the secretary stood in a daze before quickly regaining composure. "President, are you all right?" Zhao Wani had managed to regain a semblance of calm. Taking a deep breath, she seated herself and, with a slightly hoarse voice, replied, "I am fine. Have someone clean this up." The secretary promptly acknowledged and arranged for the removal of the computer. Outside the office, a group of onlookers, secretly indulging in gossip, were taken aback when they witnessed the removal of the damaged computer from the president's office. Their expressions turned to one of astonishment as they whispered, "What on earth happened to the female tyrant?" Zhao Wani had previously been without a moniker, regarded by many as a goddess. However, in recent days, her insistence on overtime and increased pressure, coupled with her explosive outburst in the office just days prior, had genuinely frightened numerous employees. Thus, the moniker of female tyrant began to circulate. The office was rife with speculation regarding Zhao Wani's state, and the sight of the wrecked computer left everyone puzzled. What kind of fury could obliterate a computer to such an extent? Yet, before the bewilderment could linger, someone suddenly pulled out their phone. Pointing to a headline on the screen, "Dark Horse Comeback. Song Huaying returns to glory, claiming first place in the 5th episode of the singing competition." Upon seeing this headline, many in the office experienced a moment of clarity. The fact that Shen Jun was Zhao Wani's ex-husband was no longer a secret. Almost everyone was aware. Naturally, they had been following Shen Jun and knew that the songs of Song Huaying were penned by him. Exchanging glances, someone sighed, "The ex-husband is leaving no room for survival." Shen Jun had triumphed. Zhao Wani's irritation escalated, indicating that their days would soon be challenging. Inside the office, Zhao Wani remained oblivious to the fervent discussions outside. After calming herself for a few moments, she retrieved her phone and said, "Zhang Lu, how's the appeal for custody preparation coming along?" The voice on the other end responded, "President Zhao, the materials are nearly ready. All evidence has been collected and can be submitted at any time." Hearing this, Zhao Wani's pale complexion regained some color, and she sighed in relief, saying, "That's good. Submit the appeal tomorrow. Resolve this matter as soon as possible." The voice assured her, "Rest assured, President Zhao." After ending the call, Zhao Wani exhaled softly. The events of the evening stirred a sense of unease within her. She had assumed that Shen Jun's lack of employment rendered him incapable of supporting their daughter by delaying for a few days to demonstrate Shen Jun's financial instability. She believed she could reclaim custody. However, She had not anticipated the rapid turn of events in just a few days. Shen Jun not only participated in a variety show but also established connections with Han Lion Company. Now, he had even aided Song Huaying in clinching the top position in the singing competition. All of this heightened Zhao Wenyi's anxiety and agitation. She needed to secure custody of her daughter before Shen Jun could fully regain his footing. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for many. On the second day, the streets were abuzz with discussions surrounding the previous night's spectacular singing competition, particularly the performance by Song Huaying. Following the conclusion of the program, news of Song Huaying's unexpected rise to fame quickly ascended the trending topics, ultimately claiming the top spot. The show itself generated 6 trending topics, dominating the charts with an unparalleled fervor. These trends remained prominent throughout the night and, with the arrival of the morning rush hour, the excitement only intensified. Song Huaying experienced a resurgence of popularity, accompanied by the poignant song The Fleeting Years, which had moved countless listeners to tears. After the show, this song was uploaded to the Hualu music platform, skyrocketing to the top of the popular songs chart with remarkable momentum. By this morning, it had successfully secured the #1 position, with streaming numbers and discussions surging exponentially, leading to whispers online that it might be deemed the ultimate tearjerker. Consequently, Song Huaying earned the affectionate title of the Queen of Heartbreak from numerous netizens. Amidst the lively discussions, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Have you forgotten someone?" "Who?" came the reply. Shen Jun. Upon hearing this name, the jubilant fans celebrating Song Huaying's success paused in surprise, followed by a chorus of recognition. Why does that name sound so familiar? Of course, The Fleeting Years was pinned by her. A moment of realization followed, with one person exclaiming, "I almost forgot that the song sung by Song Huaying was written by this individual." Indeed, another remarked, "I recall before the competition, many dismissed him as merely a children's song composer. No one believed in him. There were even those who jokingly claimed that if Song Huaying did not get eliminated, he should appear on the show as a ceiling fan." The internet erupted in laughter. Yet, who could dismiss him as merely a children's songwriter? The Fleeting Years is an exceptional piece. I doubt even seasoned songwriters could craft something so remarkable. Absolutely, each time I listen to it, I am moved to tears. It is simply exquisite. The composition and lyrics are undeniably deserving of the top honor. However, some express skepticism, stating, "I feel the writing is mediocre. It's merely Song Huaying's performance that elevates it." They argued that Song Huaying's inherent talent was extraordinary. In her prime, even a dog could win. Yet, as soon as this sentiment was voiced, someone shared a screenshot revealing the current standings of the Hualu Popular Songs chart. The crowd was taken aback. Upon examining the screenshot, their astonishment grew. The top 3 songs on the Hualu chart were all crafted by Shen Jun. 1. The Fleeting Years, performed by Song Huaying, composed by Shen Jun. Lyrics by Shen Jun. 2nd. The Insect Flies, performed by Shen Jun, composed by Shen Jun. Lyrics by Shen Jun. 3rd. Outburst of Courage, performed by Anya, composed by Shen Jun. Lyrics by Shen Jun. These 3 songs flawlessly occupied the top 3 positions on the Hualu chart, leaving everyone in awe. It is worth noting that the Hualu music platform is the largest and most active music platform in the country, making its popular songs chart a fiercely contested arena for countless artists. Within the industry, it is often said that attaining a position among the top 3 on the charts signifies the potential to ascend to the ranks of leading artists. Similarly, for composers, crafting a song that reaches the top 3 of the charts indicates their capability to create a timeless masterpiece. The rising stars are indeed in high demand. Presently, what leaves everyone astounded is that the top 3 songs on the charts have all been monopolized by Shen Jun. Even more astonishing, and perhaps alarming, is the fact that since his debut, Shen Jun has penned only 3 songs. Chapter 78. The culprit Shen Jun's meteoric rise to fame is not lagging behind that of Song Huaying. Particularly with the fervent circulation of screenshots from the popular Huawei chart online, he has swiftly ascended to trending status, second only to Song Huaying. However, with fame comes scrutiny. Song Huaying enjoys the backing of decades of loyal fans and public goodwill, which, despite her sudden surge in popularity, has resulted in minimal negativity online. In contrast, Shen Jun, having debuted for less than half a month, lacks a substantial fan base, compounded by several prior controversies that have tarnished his public image. Thus, his rise to fame has been accompanied by a slew of doubts and harsh criticisms. Nevertheless, Shen Jun remains unfazed. Having encountered various forms of public opinion in his previous life, he has grown accustomed to such turbulence, having already weathered 3 public relations storms during this period. His tolerance remains remarkably high, provided that it does not involve an. Consequently, the next day, Shen Jun arrived at Hansher Company as usual. The glances directed at him seemed to multiply. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow slightly as he stepped into the elevator amidst the gaze of numerous Hansher employees. As soon as the elevator doors closed, a chorus of whispers and discussions erupted in the once quiet lobby. Is this teacher Shen Jun? Last night, Sister Hua Ying's song brought me to tears. It was beautifully written. I never expected him to be so handsome and talented. Calm yourselves. Shen Jun had been frequenting Hansher Company lately, and while the employees had seen him before, they had only acknowledged his looks. Now, however, their respect for him had grown significantly. Unbeknownst to Shen Jun, a conversation was unfolding downstairs. He ascended to the office floor where Qin Man was located. The secretary, having already received Qin Man's message, greeted him softly upon his arrival. Hello, Teacher Shen. President Qin is in her office. Shen Jun nodded and knocked on the office door. A voice from within called out, come in. Upon entering, Shen Jun noted that Qin Man was unusually not in formal attire today. She wore a fitted black knit top that accentuated her curves, paired with an elegant ink-wash fishtail skirt and a pair of stilettos, exuding both sensuality and intellect. Qin Man was inherently beautiful, but her usual formal wear often gave her a somewhat aloof demeanor. In her current outfit, she resembled a flower blooming after the thaw of an ice mountain, both refreshing and alluring. As Shen Jun stepped inside, Qin Man was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window speaking on the phone. She gently gestured for him to sit, saying, please take a seat. Shen Jun averted his gaze and settled onto the sofa. Qin Man seemed to be discussing matters regarding the company's artists participating in a program, a smile adorning her face, indicating a fruitful conversation. After a moment, Qin Man put away her phone and sat down on the sofa opposite Shen Jun. Her fishtail skirt draped elegantly over her porcelain-like white legs, which were crossed delicately. Qin Man smiled and remarked, this time, I owe you a great deal. Thanks to you, Sister Hua Ying secured first place, and now several television stations are seeking to discuss collaboration with me. Shen Jun chuckled softly. It was the least I could do. As she spoke, Shen Jun handed a plate to Qin Man, saying, this is the song for the semifinals. It has already been recorded, so Sister Qin can have a listen. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Qin Man's expression brightened with joy. A new song? What is it called? By now, Shen Jun had already demonstrated her talent through her performances, and last night's competition showcased the remarkable compatibility between Shen Jun and Song Hua Ying. Furthermore, the event revealed a new possibility for Han Lion Entertainment. If Shen Jun could help Song Hua Ying achieve first place, could she also lead her to victory in the finals and claim the title of the singing champion? Previously, Han Lion had never contemplated such a possibility. Initially, the company had merely hoped for Song Hua Ying to secure a spot in the top 3 of the finals. Achieving this would provide her with significant exposure and elevate her career to new heights. As for the title of champion, who wouldn't desire it? However, Peak Singer was not short on top-tier vocalists, making it exceedingly difficult for even Song Hua Ying to claim the first position. Thus, prior to the competition, the company never dared to dream of winning the championship. Yet now, Shen Jun had opened their eyes to an alternative possibility. Since Song Hua Ying had surpassed Qin Nan, Tan Si, Lin Ruodin, and others in this round, could she not do the same in the finals? This thought ignited excitement within Han Lion Entertainment. It was not that they were overly ambitious, but rather that Shen Jun had illuminated a new potential for them. With such possibilities at hand, why not be a little bolder? What if it could happen? Thus, both Han Lion and Qin Man now held Shen Jun in high regard and looked forward to her future endeavors. Shen Jun briefly stated, the song is Red Bean, another classic by the illustrious Fei Wang from my previous life. Song Hua Ying's vocal timbre bore a striking resemblance to Fei Wang's, and under Shen Jun's guidance, her pronunciation had increasingly approached that of the famed singer. Given these attributes, it would indeed be a pity not to perform a song by Fei Wang. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Qin Man was momentarily taken aback. The title was somewhat unexpected. Naturally, she had anticipated a heartfelt ballad from Shen Jun, akin to the years we spent together, a title that immediately evoked a sense of melancholy. However, Red Bean? Qin Man found herself perplexed. Sensing her confusion, Shen Jun added, the poem goes, delicate dice resting on red beans. Does the pain of yearning penetrate to the bone? The imagery of red beans resonates deeply within the traditional culture of this world. And upon hearing Shen Jun recite this line, Qin Man experienced a moment of clarity. Once enlightened, she felt a surge of astonishment. Whose poem is this? How have I never heard of it before? The poem sounded exquisite, and its themes of longing struck a chord that felt profoundly ingrained and unforgettable. Yet, Qin Man was astonished to discover that she had never encountered it before. Shen Jun could not help but internally scoff. If you had heard of it, that would be truly bizarre. With an unwavering expression, he calmly addressed Qin Man. I was merely improvising. Qin Man's demeanor shifted slightly. Her red lips parted as she took a moment before softly exhaling. No wonder you are able to compose such exquisite songs. The two engaged in a brief conversation. And as noon approached, Shen Jun was preparing to rise and depart when Qin Man preemptively spoke. Don't leave for lunch. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Her intention for inviting Shen Jun to the company at this hour was to seize the opportunity to express her gratitude for his song from the previous night. After all, Qin Man felt compelled to show her appreciation, especially since there had been discussions within the company about signing Shen Jun. As he had just entered the industry and was currently without an agency, Qin Man shared this sentiment. She hoped to delve deeper into conversation over lunch, contemplating the possibility of securing his talent. However, Shen Jun shook his head. I'm sorry, Sister Qin, but I need to pick up Anya from school. Taken aback by Shen Jun's words, Qin Man occasionally found herself forgetting that he was already a father when she gazed at his face. After a brief pause, she quickly responded, It's perfectly fine. You can bring Anya along. I promised her last night that I would take her out to play. Qin Man smiled, recalling how adorable Anya was, with a delightful personality. Their interaction had been amiable, and she had indeed promised to take Anya out. They could arrange for Anya to take a break in the afternoon. They had even discussed Disneyland the previous night, and it was evident that she yearned to go. Upon hearing Qin Man's words, Shen Jun's smile faltered. It was no wonder that Anya, who had been accustomed to school, had protested this morning about not wanting to attend and wishing to go out instead. The root of her discontent seemed to lie here. Chapter 79. Director Lin Shen Jun knew he could not agree to this plan. If they indulged in play for another couple of days, that little rascal would surely become too wild. Thus, he quickly shook his head in refusal. There is no need for that, Sister Qin. She just started her transition to elementary school, and the teacher mentioned that she is already falling behind. She needs to focus on her studies for a few days. Qin Man, unfamiliar with child rearing, sensed the seriousness in Shen Jun's tone and hesitated. Is that so? Shen Jun nodded earnestly. Indeed, this transition is crucial. If she falls behind now, she will struggle in elementary school, and that would be quite distressing. We can arrange another time. Qin Man opened her mouth and sighed. Very well then. She had originally intended to seize the opportunity to secure Shen Jun's talent today, even having dressed up for the occasion. But it seemed that her plans had been thwarted before they even began. After bidding farewell to Shen Jun, as Qin Man passed by the secretary's office, she hesitated and asked, Xia, do I not look good today? As she spoke, she slightly turned her body. The ink-wash mermaid's skirt bloomed like a lotus, accentuating Qin Man's clear and radiant beauty. Xia, who was used to seeing Qin Man in formal attire, had never encountered her looking so vibrant. Moreover, the outfit highlighted her alluring figure, every curve beautifully defined. Xia's eyes widened in admiration. President Qin, you look stunning. Yet, Qin Man frowned, questioning, really? Then what about Shen Jun? Indeed, Qin Man was beautiful, but prioritizing picking up his daughter from school was far more important. After departing from Han Lion Company, Shen Jun swiftly took a taxi to the Ingwang kindergarten. Due to the peak hour traffic, he arrived a few minutes late. Fortunately, Anya was playing under the supervision of Teacher Li. Shen Jun exhaled in relief and promptly approached them. Upon hearing his footsteps, both Teacher Li and Anya looked up, with Teacher Li smilingly saying, Anya's father, you've arrived. Anya dashed towards Shen Jun, wrapping her arms around his leg, exclaiming, Daddy. Shen Jun squatted down to embrace Anya, then glanced apologetically at Teacher Li, saying, I'm sorry, Teacher Li. I was delayed by some matters. Teacher Li, smiling, replied, No worries, I understand. With your current popularity, you must be very busy. Shen Jun, smiling, encouraged Anya to wave goodbye to Teacher Li. Say goodbye to Teacher Li. Teacher Li waved back, cheerfully saying, Goodbye, Anya. Goodbye, Anya's father. After Shen Jun led the lively Anya away, a teacher standing beside Teacher Li inquired curiously, Teacher Li, is this the parent of one of your students? They seem somewhat familiar. Teacher Li raised an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, they are familiar. This parent is Shen Jun. The inquiring teacher looked puzzled for a moment before realization struck. Shen Jun? Wait a moment. Is he the Shen Jun? He is so handsome. Wow. This is the parent of your student. You must be so envious. The astonished teacher exclaimed. The excitement surrounding the previous night's peak singer competition continued to grow, leading more people to take an interest in Shen Jun. This was reflected in the increased number of onlookers he encountered today. Even An, puzzled, asked, "Daddy, why are all the teachers looking at you?" Shen Jun, aware of the reason, teased An, "It's because Daddy is handsome." An pouted slightly, expressing her discontent. "Humph, they're not trying to steal Daddy from An, are they?" With that, she wrapped her arms around Shen Jun's neck and buried her face in his shoulder. Shen Jun was taken aback by her sudden display of jealousy. After a lengthy effort to coax her, he eventually relented, allowing her to enjoy an ice cream treat. Watching her smile with delight, Shen Jun suspected that this clever little girl had been plotting against him since school let out. She is becoming increasingly astute. In the afternoon, after dropping An back at kindergarten, Shen Jun returned home to tidy up the house. When it was time for school dismissal, he went to pick up An and then took her to the market to buy some groceries. Upon returning home, Shen Jun cooked while An worked on her homework. She had assignments for her transition to primary school. Shen Jun found this perplexing, as he recalled that both in his past life and this world, there had been initiatives to reduce homework, yet here they were, still assigning it. Thankfully, An was quite self-sufficient and didn't require supervision while completing her assignments. Shen Jun firmly believed that An was a blessing, as she had never been a source of frustration for him since her birth. She was well-behaved and exceptionally bright. Naturally, this made him treat her with utmost care. Fearing she might melt away in his hands, life seemed to have seamlessly returned to the rhythm reminiscent of the time before Shen Jun's divorce. With some leisure time on his hands, Shen Jun contemplated his forthcoming arrangements. The next episode of The Peak Singer was set to air next Friday, just 6 days away. The release of Tomb Raider Notes magazine was scheduled for July 16th, a mere 5 days hence. The closest event was the new recording of Where Are We Going, Dad?, which was to commence in 2 days. However, what perplexed Shen Jun was the absence of any notification from the production team despite the imminent airing date. He messaged Linjia, but received no reply, which stirred a sense of unease within him. As fate would have it, a day later, Shen Jun received a call from Linjia. The voice on the other end was hoarse and heavy, and Linjia began with, "Jungo, I've had a falling out with Shantai." At these words, Shen Jun's expression stiffened, and with concern, he inquired, "Where are you now?" Linjia remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "I've just finished packing. I don't know where to go." Without hesitation, Shen Jun replied, "I'll buy you a ticket. Come to Hu City. An has been wanting to see you these days." There was another moment of silence on the line, followed by Linjia's voice, now even more hoarse and slightly trembling, saying, "All right." After hanging up, Shen Jun exhaled a sigh. He had felt a twinge of worry when he couldn't reach Linjia the previous day. He typically refrained from harboring the worst suspicions about others. Yet being in this industry compelled him to think deeply. He had witnessed far too many sordid and dark affairs in his past life. To his dismay, Linjia had indeed encountered such a situation. Linjia's flight was scheduled for that evening. Shen Jun first picked up An from school and then headed to the airport with her. An, bewildered by the destination, mistakenly thought her father was taking her out for a fun adventure, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "Daddy, where are you taking An to play?" Shen Jun, feeling a bit helpless, thought to himself that this little one's mind was entirely consumed by the idea of outings, all thanks to Sister Qin. Meanwhile, Qin Man, still working overtime at the company, suddenly sneezed, looking somewhat bewildered as she lifted her head. In the car, Shen Jun explained to An, "We are here to pick up Uncle Lin. Do you remember Uncle Lin?" Upon hearing that they were not going out to play, An's expression fell, and she pouted, murmuring, "I remember. Director Lin. During the previous week's filming of Where Are We Going, Dad?" An had heard the staff refer to Linjia as Director Lin, and she had mimicked them, now accustomed to the title. Shen Jun gently patted An's head and, with a hint of sadness and sympathy, stated, "Uncle Lin lost his job and has nowhere to go, so he asked coming to stay with Daddy. Will An welcome Uncle Lin?" Shen Jun's performance piqued An's interest, and she slightly lifted her head, asking, "Why did Uncle Lin lose his job?" Shen Jun replied, somewhat angrily, "Because bad people took Uncle Lin's job." Although Linjia had not elaborated on the matter, Shen Jun could easily infer the situation. Upon hearing his words, An's attention was fully captured, and she gasped in surprise, Uncle Lin is so pitiful." Chapter 80. Deal with them. Shen Jun continued to coax, "Indeed. Uncle Linjia is quite pitiable. Doesn't An welcome Uncle Linjia?" An tilted her head, her big eyes brimming with sympathy. An welcomes Uncle Linjia. Shen Jun gently replied, "Shall we go greet Uncle Linjia together?" An earnestly nodded, "Yes." Her grape-like eyes sparkled with contemplation, seemingly pondering how to console the sorrowful uncle upon his arrival. Seeing that an Anne's unhappiness had been deftly circumvented, Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief. This is how one must soothe a child. Little ones are forgetful. Diverting their attention is the most effective approach. The taxi driver in the front seat, noticing Shen Jun's relief, exchanged a smile with her in the rearview mirror. Is this your daughter? She's truly adorable. The driver, having children of his own, engaged Shen Jun in amiable conversation throughout the ride. However, upon alighting, the driver overcharged Shen Jun. Watching the taxi speed away, she inhaled deeply. Is this how I treat him as a good person, while he sees me as an easy mark? This incident only solidified Shen Jun's resolve to purchase a car. It was imperative to do so swiftly, lest such vexations drive her to despair. Moreover, the inconvenience was intolerable. With a sigh, Shen Jun guided in and into the airport. Not long after entering, she spotted Lin Jia emerging from the arrivals area, dragging a suitcase behind him. Lin Jia looked utterly transformed from the last week's filming. Though he was not as striking as Shen Jun, he was certainly a decent-looking young man, only 28 years old. However, the Lin Jia stepping out of the airport was disheveled, with unkempt hair and a stubbled face, his complexion dull and dark circles glaring beneath his eyes. He appeared as if he had aged a decade. Moreover, Lin Jia's aura had shifted dramatically during the filming last week, particularly in the latter stages. He exuded vigor and confidence, a youthful promise evident in his demeanor. Now, however, he seemed utterly deflated, as if vitality had been drained from him, resembling a weary wage slave who had endured years of exploitation. The sight was heart-wrenching. Shen Jun barely recognized Lin Jia at first glance. Upon seeing Lin Jia's state, Shen Jun furrowed her brow, concern etched across her face. Lin Jia was one of the few friends she had made since her arrival in this world, and their relationship was genuine, akin to true friendship. This swift recovery from her divorce was, in part, due to Lin Jia's support. Throughout the filming, he had tirelessly assisted her, despite being the director. Shen Jun held this in her heart, wishing sincerely for Lin Jia's well-being. Yet, she had not anticipated the toll this experience had taken on him. Feeling a tightness in her chest, Shen Jun exhaled and approached, calling out, "Uncle Lin Jia." Lin Jia stumbled out of the airport, lost in a haze. After the events of the past few days, he felt directionless, as though he had lost the very essence of living. Then he heard a crisp shout, and looked up to see Anya running towards him with her little legs pattering along, her face beaming with a smile. Anya, radiating joy, resembled a charming little princess. In that moment, Lin Jia's heart, once as cold as ashes, felt a jolt of life, and the numbness in his expression transformed into a flicker of vitality. He called out, Anya, his voice still hoarse. Shen Jun approached from behind, patting Lin Jia on the shoulder, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Jia looked up at Shen Jun, his eyes bloodshot, lips trembling, and finally managed to squeeze out a choked cry, "Brother Jun." On the way home, Anya had already dozed off in the car. After Shen Jun had tucked in and lulled her to sleep, he brought Lin Jia to a street-side eatery. A man may not shed tears easily, but he had yet to indulge in drink. By evening, with spirits high, Lin Jia wept uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing as he recounted the tribulations of recent days. Shen Jun's suspicions were confirmed. Lin Jia had indeed encountered the sordid affairs of the industry, a glitch yet all too real. As "Where are we going, Dad?" surged in popularity, Lin Jia, who had orchestrated and helmed the show, found himself demoted to assistant director. The director was now a senior leader parachuted in from the network. The rationale provided by the Xiang province television station claimed that the online discourse following the first episode indicated Lin Jia's inability to effectively manage the program. As the show gained traction, the station felt Lin Jia could not maintain control and thus dispatched an experienced director to assist him. With laughter mixed with tears, Lin Jia exclaimed, "They say I can't keep it together. If I can't manage it, how did this show become a hit?" After a hiccup, with eyes reddened, he shouted, "If I can't manage it, how did this program gain such popularity? Come to help me? Huh? Who needs these incompetent fools to assist me?" He ranted about how this group, despite years of experience, could not measure up to his single program. It was merely an attempt to steal his glory. Cloaked in grandiloquent pretenses, Lin Jia, now intoxicated, vented his frustrations without restraint. Shen Jun chose not to intervene. It was better for Lin Jia to express his feelings than to bottle them up, which could lead to greater troubles. Shen Jun, having no desire to re-enter this world, was disheartened by the myriad of sordid affairs that plagued the industry. To outsiders, Lin Jia's situation might seem outrageous, but for those within the circle, It was merely another tale, as this realm was the grandest stage of fame and fortune, filled with excess and temptations. Moreover, shadows often loom larger under the sun. However, he had not anticipated that such occurrences would arise so swiftly and with such urgency. Observing Linjia, whose heart was heavy with despair and fury, Shen Jun furrowed his brow, an air of coldness and suppressed anger evident in his demeanor. He had known Linjia for a long time and had witnessed his fervor for the industry, youthful ambition radiating from him. This was why Shen Jun enjoyed discussing the program with Linjia. It was impossible to dismiss someone whose eyes sparkled with passion. He had also seen the immense effort Linjia had devoted to joining the Xiang province television station, often working through the night. He remembered the exhilaration Linjia displayed upon being accepted, akin to Anand's joy at a theme park, exuberant as a child, a heart as pure as a child, brimming with fervor. Yet now, this fervor has been ruthlessly trampled into the mud by Xiangtai. Linjia, inebriated and barely coherent, swayed before collapsing onto the table, the bottle of alcohol slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. As Linjia lay there, trembling and voice choked with emotion, he cried out, "Jun Ge, I cannot accept this. I want to annihilate them, completely obliterate them. Let them perish. Let them see if I can seize this opportunity." Listening to Linjia's anguished cries, Shen Jun gently patted Linjia's shoulder, his voice cold and restrained. "Then we shall indeed obliterate them." Chapter 81. Custody the following day. Linjia remained in a state of stupor from the previous night's excess. Shen Jun returned with an tidied up a bit, and then sat down to ponder the events of the previous evening. His words from last night were not mere platitudes offered to placate Linjia. They stemmed from deep contemplation. He could not bear to witness Linjia's descent into despair. Furthermore, he understood Linjia's passion for this industry. If Linjia could regain his strength, he would undoubtedly choose to re-enter this field. Linjia could not tolerate this indignity, nor could Shen Jun. Eventually, they would inevitably confront Xiangtai, and indeed other television stations, in a battle for interests, where it would be a matter of survival. It would either be them who are obliterated, or they who destroy others. Given this reality, Shen Jun resolved to ensure that others were vanquished. With the foundation from his past life, Shen Jun possessed the confidence to make such a declaration. At that moment, he could effortlessly produce a few episodes of variety shows like Running Man, Mushroom House, Transformation, or dating shows, sufficient to leave these television stations in disarray. Thus, Shen Jun believed that revitalizing Linjia would not be a daunting task. Just as he contemplated this matter, his phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the caller ID, a landline. The court. Seeing the court's name, Shen Jun's brow furrowed. He swiftly answered the call, and an extremely official voice resonated from the other end, chilling Shen Jun's demeanor with every word. Indeed, it had come to pass. Jiawani had filed an appeal to alter the custody of their daughter. After ending the call, Shen Jun inhaled deeply. During this time, without any news from Jiawani, he had assumed she had given up. Yet she had not relented and had indeed sought legal counsel to appeal once more. Based on his understanding of Jiawani, she would not undertake such an uncertain endeavor. She was quite concerned about her reputation. The fact that she had refiled indicated her confidence. Moreover, given Jiawani's financial standing, hiring a competent attorney would pose no challenge. This revelation stirred an unusual restlessness within Shen Jun's typically composed demeanor. If there was one thing he cherished in this world, it was an Un. He would never permit anyone to take her away. Furrowing his brow, Shen Jun began to pace the living room, ultimately retrieving his phone to call Qin Man. His circle was limited, and few possessed the capability to assist him. Thus he had no choice but to seek Qin Man's aid once again. Qin Man swiftly connected the call with Shen Jun. Before Shen Jun could utter a word, Qin Man spoke first. "I had the team listen to Red Beans, and everyone found it delightful. Sister Huaying is quite fond of it, and has already begun rehearsing. This song is a classic from a past life. It's hard not to love it." Shen Jun casually replied, "That's good." Then, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "Sister Qin, I need to trouble you for another favor." Qin Man took Shen Jun's request seriously this time, fully aware of its significance. After assisting Shen Jun previously, which led to Song Huaying securing first place, Qin Man was eager to help Shen Jun as much as possible, hoping to forge a lasting connection. Qin Man asked, "What is it?" Shen Jun promptly responded, "Do you know any competent lawyers?" Qin Man was momentarily taken aback. "A lawyer? What do you need a lawyer for? Is there an issue with copyright, or are you negotiating a contract?" Coincidentally, Han Lion Company has a dedicated law firm that specializes in copyright litigation and contracts. I can get them to assist you. Without allowing Shen Jun to elaborate, Qin Man had already conveyed all the necessary information. Shen Jun hesitated briefly before softly stating, "I wish to consult regarding a custody lawsuit." Upon hearing this, Qin Man was momentarily stunned, repeating, "Custody?" She found herself at a loss for words. Having anticipated Shen Jun would inquire about copyright or contracts, this unexpected turn regarding custody caught her off guard. Nevertheless, she reassured herself, suppressing any absurdity, and sent Shen Jun the contact information for the cooperating law firm. After all, they both dealt with civil litigation. Jinlu Law Firm, one of the top firms in the city. At that moment, Chen Xian was organizing materials in the office when she suddenly sneezed. Just as she wiped her nose, her phone rang. It was a different card of hers, and those familiar with this number were all important clients. Chen Xian promptly answered the call. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, I am Shen Jun. I have some legal matters to discuss. President Qin from Han Lion mentioned that you are quite professional, so I would like to consult with you." This statement quickly registered in Chen Xian's mind, allowing her to extract key information. Han Lion, President Qin. Han Lion is a major client of the firm, and Chen Xian has been coordinating relevant matters, leading her to quickly form a judgment. A significant client. Otherwise, they wouldn't know President Qin. The consultation likely pertains to copyright, contracts, or other intellectual property legal issues in the entertainment industry, topics in which she excels. However, after confidently agreeing to assist, 3 minutes later, Chen Xian, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed in the office, "You said you want to consult about a custody issue?" Although both are civil litigations, these two areas are entirely different. However, just as Chen Xian was about to decline, a message unexpectedly popped up on his phone. It was from General Qin of Hanxi, stating, "Assist him in resolving this matter, and I shall prioritize recommending you after our legal consultant's contract expires next year." Upon reading this, the words that were about to escape Chen Xian's lips transformed, and he firmly responded to Shen Jun on the phone, "No problem. Leave it to me. I am an expert in this area. Please send me the relevant materials, and I will study them." With Chen Xian's assurance, Shen Jun felt a weight lift from his heart, and after checking, he realized that Jinlu Law Firm was one of the top law firms in the Shanghai market, which eased his mind further. At noon, Lin Jia was still asleep, so Shen Jun picked up an in for lunch. Upon learning that Uncle Lin Jia was still in slumber, and then playfully drew a pig's head on Lin Jia's hand, exclaiming, "Uncle Lin Jia is a lazy pig." Shen giggled and ran outside. After finishing lunch, Shen Jun received a notification from the production team of "Where are we going, Dad?" The notice informed him that due to a guest withdrawal, the second episode, originally scheduled to air on July 12th, would be postponed by a week. At the same time, the official account of "Where Are We Going, Dad?" announced the delay online. Currently, the most popular variety show is Peak Singer, followed closely by "Where Are We Going, Dad?" Both programs are sensational hits, attracting a large audience. Following the conclusion of the last episode, many viewers eagerly awaited the next installment, only to be met with the disappointing news of a postponed recording, which sparked considerable discussion. Meanwhile, in an office at Xiang Province Television, a leader appearing to be in his 50s or 60s sighed and expressed a hint of regret, saying, "I asked you to take over the program, not to completely push people out." What a talented individual. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing glasses, who immediately replied, "I didn't expect this lad to be so stubborn. However, Director Dong, rest assured, I have already grasped the nuances of this program. The overall framework is intact, and the staff remains unchanged. Whether Lin Jia is present or not makes no difference. Without him, I can actually have better control over the production team, and future episodes will undoubtedly become more popular." Director Dong nodded, smiling as he said, "With your assurance, I am at ease. You have been in the deputy director position for many years, haven't you? Work diligently, and I will help pave the way for you by the end of the year." The bespectacled middle-aged man responded excitedly, "I will certainly do my best." Chapter 82. The Golden Body Head. Does he think the program is so easy to manage? Lin Jia, who had just awakened, remarked coldly while sipping kanji. When Lin Jia came to, Shen Jun was reviewing the notification from the production team and the online announcement. So he shared the news with Lin Jia. After venting his frustrations the previous night, Lin Jia appeared to be in a much better state, with a spark returning to his eyes. Moreover, when discussing the show, the previous bitterness had dissipated, and he coldly remarked, "Without me, he is nothing but a pile of refuse." Lin Jia paused for a moment before inquiring, "Jun Good, do you recall our contract?" Shen Jun was taken aback. The contract had been drafted by Lin Jia, and he had merely glanced at the remuneration, neglecting the finer details. He trusted Lin Jia not to deceive him. Shen Jun queried, "What about the contract?" Lin Jia smirked slightly. "When we signed the contract, I left a loophole. I anticipated your imminent rise to fame. So the contract was not for an entire season, but merely for one episode. The intention was to enable you to negotiate a higher fee later." To his surprise, upon hearing Lin Jia's words, a look of delight crossed Shen Jun's face. After learning about Lin Jia's situation yesterday, he had been contemplating the future of the show. His participation was solely due to Lin Jia. Now that Lin Jia had been pushed aside, what was he to do there? Did he intend to waste his time? Naturally, Shen Jun had no desire to continue recording subsequent episodes, but having signed the contract, failing to participate would mean breaching it, and he could not afford the penalty. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, he unexpectedly received this good news from Lin Jia. Shen Jun grinned. "You clever lad." Lin Jia's lips curled into a cold smile. "I shall see how they managed to produce the show without us." In the last episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? The highest ratings were garnered by Shen Jun and Anya. It could even be said that the rapid rise and breakout success of Where Are We Going, Dad? Relied heavily on Shen Jun and Anya. If they were to withdraw from the show, the program's popularity would inevitably plummet. Not to mention that the second most popular figure, Song Xiao, had already fallen out of favor. Thus, Lin Jia harbored no concerns about whether the show could regain its previous glory after his departure. It was utterly impossible. If Xiang TV showed no mercy, they could not blame him for reciprocating in kind. With a fierce expression, Lin Jia finished the kanji in his bowl and then turned to Shen Jun earnestly. "Junge, I intend to create a new show to challenge Xiang TV. Will you assist me?" Last night, as Shen Jun had encouraged him, this idea had taken root in his mind, and upon awakening, particularly after witnessing the postponement of Where Are We Going, Dad? His resolve grew even stronger. Since he was capable of producing a wildly popular show, he could surely create a second one. He was still young, with plenty of time and energy. Moreover, he had Junge by his side. Whether it was Junji's talent or his current popularity, both would ensure that their efforts yielded maximum results. Observing Lin Jia's renewed vigor, Shen Jun's lingering worries finally dissipated, and he responded with a smile, "Of course. Now that we have decided to create a show, we must begin considering the subsequent arrangements. Perhaps we could reach out to Dragon TV?" Shen Jun was aware that Han Lion Company had a partnership with Dragon TV, and the board member of Han Lion had emerged from Dragon TV. Having Qin Man facilitate an introduction should pose no problem, although it would require troubling her again. If all else fails, they could always provide Han Lion with a few more songs. However, Lin Jia shook her head, stating that Eastern Satellite Television has now launched a program titled Peak Singer, and the network's resources will undoubtedly be prioritized towards it, making it challenging for her to gain recognition if she were to join. She decided not to trouble Junge and would seek opportunities on her own. Having navigated the industry for several years, she had cultivated some connections. Lin Jia wished to avoid burdening Junge with every matter, especially since she would need his assistance for future programs. Shen Jun patted Lin Jia on the shoulder, reassuring her that she should not hesitate to reach out if she required help. After spending a day in the city, Lin Jia departed with her suitcase. Shen Jun, however, remained occupied. Just as Lin Jia left, he received a call from lawyer Chen Xin, who briefed him on the current situation. With each detail, Shen Jun's expression grew increasingly serious. After listening to Chen's explanation, Shen Jun furrowed his brow and summarized, "So, what you're implying is that if the opposing party aims for victory, it will likely hinge on two aspects: financial circumstances and public opinion." Lawyer Chen nodded in affirmation. "Yes, based on the information you've provided, it appears you currently lack stable employment, with your income primarily derived from variety show fees and royalties from your novels. Neither of these can assure financial stability. Additionally, your income is rather strained when juxtaposed against the expenses of raising your daughter and daily living costs. It is very likely that they will accuse you of financial irresponsibility. Furthermore, regarding public sentiment, I have discovered that you have previously faced multiple instances of online harassment and public turmoil, some of which involved comments about your daughter. The opposing party may argue that you are unable to provide a nurturing environment for her growth. If they seize upon these 2 points, we will find ourselves in a precarious position." The Jean law firm, indeed a leading establishment, had managed to thoroughly assess the situation within 2 days and swiftly deduce the opposing party's intentions. Upon hearing Chen's elucidation, Shen Jun's brow tightened. Concerning his income, he was currently reliant solely on program fees and royalties from the Grave Robbers Chronicles. As for the publication of Harry Potter and the 1 million from Han Sure, Those funds had yet to materialize. Moreover, he had resolved to withdraw from Where Are We Going, Dad? Which would further eliminate his program fees. Adding to his woes, Shen Jun anxiously rubbed his temples and spoke in a low voice. Is there any way to resolve this? On the other end of the line, Shen replied earnestly, indeed. Since the issues lie in these two areas, we must address them. Although you have received a court notification, there are still 13 months until the formal hearing. This means you have at least a month to take action. Within this month, you must secure stable employment or generate a reliable income sufficient to support your daughter. Simultaneously, you should work to cultivate a positive online reputation and establish a favorable social image. Chun sighed as he concluded, while there are solutions. Achieving these two objectives is no simple task. Finding a job may be feasible, but creating a positive image within just a month is a formidable challenge. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun remained seated, gazing thoughtfully out the window. Creating a positive social image within a month is indeed a daunting task, yet it is not entirely unfeasible. It resembles the establishment of personas within one's circle. The simplest and most straightforward method of crafting a positive persona, especially one that is benevolent, is through charitable donations. This approach is not exclusive to the entertainment industry. It is employed across various fields and even by corporations. Although it may seem cliché, it proves to be effective. In the event of an incident, one can swiftly project an image of compassion and responsibility, thus establishing a commendable social persona. This is what is commonly referred to in the industry as forging a golden image. In his previous life, Shen Jun had engaged in such practices. After all, who wouldn't he desire a golden image? Everyone navigating this realm does so with trepidation, for one can never know when they might be sabotaged. Thus, having a backup plan is essential. Shen Jun was well acquainted with this. However, he found himself devoid of funds at the moment. He lacked the means to donate. With his assets barely amounting to a few $100,000, a donation of which would hardly make a ripple. Moreover, after donating, would he and Anya be left to fend for themselves? It was unfeasible. Shen Jun frowned, his mind racing as he recalled various methods and strategies from his past life. After pondering for a while, an idea suddenly struck him. Since he could not make a monetary donation, perhaps he could consider donating something else. For instance, a song. Shen Jun's eyes brightened. This idea was exceedingly viable. His mind brimmed with songs from his previous life, leaving him unconcerned about a lack of material. Furthermore, if executed properly, the influence derived from this could rival, if not surpass, that of monetary contributions. To put it simply, if Party A required a song, Shen Jun would provide one. Yet, naturally, it wouldn't be that simple. First and foremost, Party A could not be an ordinary individual. It must be someone capable of granting Shen Jun influence and positive public opinion. As for who would be suitable as Party A, Shen Jun promptly opened his phone to begin searching, entering only one phrase, establishing promotion. Which Party A could bestow upon Shen Jun both influence and positive sentiment? The first choice, of course, would be the 5-star Red Flag. Revolutionary songs would be the most fitting. Moreover, Shen Jun had a plethora of classic revolutionary songs in mind. Regrettably, although this year marked the centenary, with numerous grand promotional events and celebrations planned, they would not commence until September or October. 3 months would render the opportunity obsolete. Excluded. Shen Jun sighed. He urgently needed to find a project that could be launched and promoted swiftly, as the celebration events could be addressed later. Given the abundance of revolutionary songs in his mind, it would be a disservice not to involve himself in the planning. He continued his search, exploring military promotions and campaigns for marginalized communities, yet found no suitable timelines. Just as he began to feel disheartened, he suddenly stumbled upon a link. Inspiring through the culture of perseverance and invigorating spirits with the triumphant sounds of victory, the National Fire Rescue Administration has launched a campaign to solicit original fire-themed songs. Upon clicking the link, one is greeted by a somewhat serious and formal official page, where the content is dutifully articulated. Yet it sent a thrill through Shen Jun's heart. He swiftly perused the details. This song solicitation event does not offer substantial rewards, however. It clearly states that if a submitted song is selected, it will be included in the National Fire-Themed Song Collection and promoted alongside a newly produced fire safety promotional video. The timeline begins in August, making it an opportune moment for such an impactful initiative. Shen Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for the song to be submitted, upon seeing the term fire, a melody immediately resonated in his mind. To love you is to walk alone in the dark alleys. To love you. Who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? He hummed a couple of lines, and the more he contemplated, the more he felt this song was fitting. Heroes in the darkness, isn't that what firefighters embody? Although Lonely Hero was not originally penned for firefighters or other unsung heroes, its release prompted countless individuals to envision firefighters and a myriad of nameless heroes braving the odds. Moreover, it has increasingly been incorporated into mainstream promotional efforts. The heroes in Lonely Hero do not exclusively refer to firefighters, but rather to all unsung heroes who bear burdens and move against the tide. They all deserve to be celebrated. This song not only resonates with the theme, but is also imbued with a passionate and stirring melody. Furthermore, being a piece of popular music, it ensures greater dissemination and acceptance among the masses. The previous incarnation of Lonely Hero serves as a prime example. Upon its release, it swiftly ascended to the top of the charts and remained there for months, occasionally surging back into prominence even before Shen Jun's time. Nearly everyone could hum a line or two. Such phenomenon is no trivial matter, especially among the youth, where it has reached a level of fervor, earning the title of the divine song of elementary students. How can one evade the charm of children's songs? Regardless, this song undoubtedly stands out as the most suitable choice. Shen Jun quickly made up his mind, glancing at the competition's deadline, which was set for July 15th, just 2 days away. He had to act swiftly. Without hesitation, he began to pin down the lyrics and melody swirling in his mind. Once he picked up Anya from school, he took her to the Han Lion recording studio, having previously informed Qin Man, who welcomed him warmly. "Sister Qin, I apologize for the trouble," Shen Jun said with a hint of remorse for repeatedly imposing on her. Qin Man smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "No worries. If there is anything I can assist with, just let me know. Don't be so formal with me." With a playful grin, she added, "Otherwise, Grandma won't forgive me." Shen Jun chuckled softly, then retrieved the meticulously prepared dishes from the thermal box. In the haste of the evening, and had yet to dine. Considering that Qin Man might also have missed her meal, and wishing to alleviate any inconvenience for her, Shen Jun had taken the initiative to prepare several dishes for both Qin Man and Anya's supper. He had crafted a trio of dishes accompanied by a fragrant soup, and as he unveiled them from the thermal container, they remained steaming hot. Indeed, Qin Man had not dined that evening, and due to her recent busyness, she had merely nibbled on a hasty lunch at the office, leaving her quite famished. The moment she caught a whiff of the savory aroma wafting from the food, her stomach grumbled audibly, causing a slight blush to rise to her cheeks. Shen Jun, however, was unfazed. After arranging the dishes, he filled bowls with rice and called for Qin Man and Anya to join him. "Come, it's time to eat. Sister Man, dinner is ready." Anya tugged at Qin Man's hand, scampering over to take a seat. After serving a bowl of rice, Shen Jun handed it to Qin Man, who expressed her gratitude as she accepted it. The warmth of the rice seeped into her fingertips, while the melodious laughter of Anya filled her ears. Before her was Shen Jun's earnest face as he diligently served the meal. For many years, Qin Man had felt little emotional turbulence, but in that moment, something stirred within her, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, creating ripples that intensified the warmth in her fingertips, almost to the point of burning. Chapter 84. New song Sister Man. The food made by Dad is absolutely delicious. Better than what they serve in kindergarten. Anya's bright, crisp voice jolted Qin Man back to reality. A touch of flustered embarrassment washed over her as she hastily set down her bowl, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Stealing a glance at Shen Jun, she noticed him mixing rice for Anya in an small bowl. The pristine white rice was interspersed with greenish-brown and yellowish-brown flecks, piquing Qin Man's curiosity. "What is that?" Shen Jun looked up with a smile. "Oh, that? It's crushed seaweed and meat floss. Anya has loved mixing this with her rice since she was little." Anya bobbed her head in agreement, exclaiming, "Sister Man, it's so tasty, fragrant and crispy." As she spoke, she licked her lips in a greedy fashion, evoking a chuckle from Qin Man, who also found herself intrigued by the flavor of this rice mix. After finishing Anya's dish, Shen Jun suddenly turned to Qin Man and inquired, "Sister Qin, would you care for some?" Caught off guard by his perceptive gaze, Qin Man felt her cheeks flush and stammered, I would love to." Before she could gather her composure, Shen Jun had already taken her bowl, lowering his head to mix the rice with great care. Watching him work so diligently, Qin Man's initial anxiety gradually subsided. Once he had prepared their meals, Shen Jun instructed Anya, "After you finish eating, you may watch the tablet for half an hour. Then please start on your pinyin homework and memorize the ancient poems for me to check when I return." After relaying his instructions, Shen Jun turned to Qin Man. saying, "Sister Chin, I'm off to the recording studio. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Don't worry, I'll take care of her." Chin Man assured him with a reassuring glance. With that, Shen Jun departed from the office. On his way to the recording studio, he encountered numerous employees and artists from Han Lion, some of whom curiously sized him up while others, recognizing him, greeted him warmly. "Hello, Teacher Shen." Shen Jun entered the recording studio with a vague smile that concealed the past, striding purposefully. The recording engineer, the same one who had previously worked with Song Huaying, stood up excitedly upon seeing Shen Jun and exclaimed, "Teacher Shen, you have arrived." Shen Jun, slightly exasperated, replied, "You can just call me Shen Jun." The engineer responded, "Very well, Teacher Shen. Everything is ready. We can begin at any time." Shen Jun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work." Once inside the studio, Shen Jun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he commenced arranging and recording the song. The Lonely Warrior, a song he had cherished in his past life, had unfortunately devolved into a mere elementary school anthem, its essence tarnished by countless parodies. Now, as he revisited it, Shen Jun suppressed the memories of those jokes and began to conjure images of firefighters, soldiers, and other heroic figures who bravely charged into danger. In his previous life, Shen Jun had starred in a film related to firefighting. To better understand the characters and acquire knowledge about firefighting, he had spent some time in a certain city's fire department, delving into a wealth of materials on the subject. His character sketches had exceeded tens of thousands of words, and he had personally experienced the terrifying heat and suffocating atmosphere of a fire scene. This allowed him to immerse himself in the emotions of the song rapidly. Next, he meticulously adjusted the instrumental arrangements and harmonies, gradually restoring the essence of the Lonely Warrior. Moreover, his rendition of the song not only captured the original's tenacity and fervor, but also infused it with a touch of tragic grandeur and unwavering resolve. During his performance, he incorporated a raw, raspy quality to his voice. This was not a deliberate alteration of the arrangement. Rather, it was a natural expression of his emotional understanding that shaped his singing technique. After listening to the playback, he decided against making further changes. When the emotional resonance was achieved, sacrificing a bit of technical precision felt entirely appropriate. Finally, after completing the recording, Shen Jun glanced at the time, realizing he had spent over 3 hours in the studio and that it was already past 9 o'clock. With a gentle exhale, he opened the door to exit. As he did, a thunderous applause erupted outside, startling him. He looked up to find not only the recording engineer but also Song Huaying and her manager, who had arrived at some point, enthusiastically clapping. "Teacher Xiao Shun, is this your new song? It's absolutely beautiful. It moved me to the point of tears," they exclaimed, speaking over one another until they finally calmed down. Shen Jun, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Sister Huaying, what brings you here?" She replied, "I came to practice singing tonight and heard you were here, so I thought I would stop by. I never expected to witness the birth of a classic." Song Huaying gazed at Shen Jun with a mix of awe and admiration. She had indeed heard about his presence and had casually dropped by, only to arrive at a moment when the recording engineer's face was filled with excitement and gravitas, a sight that piqued her curiosity. She had put on the headphones to listen and was instantly captivated by what she heard. Song Huaying was filled with deep sentiments. Since her debut, many had remarked on her innate talent, attributing her success to the blessings of her ancestors. However, after witnessing Shen Jun's performance, she realized that there were indeed greater talents beyond her own. In comparison to Shen Jun, she felt like nothing more than a mere piece of wood. Shen Jun truly deserved the accolades, and one might even say that the ancestors had personally placed the opportunities in Shen Jun's hands. Setting aside Shen Jun's prowess in songwriting, the vocal skills were truly remarkable. Previously, during a session where Shen Jun had guided her, there had been some minor deficiencies in technique, particularly regarding high notes and transitions between vocal registers. Yet, upon observing Shen Jun today, it was evident that those shortcomings had been entirely rectified. Shen Jun's current vocal abilities now rival those of top-tier singers, and coupled with an emotional resonance that felt almost tangible, Song Huaying found herself momentarily believing that Shen Jun might surpass her talent. In a state of astonishment, Song Huaying gazed intently at Shen Jun before shifting the conversation. "What song is this?" "Oh, I stumbled upon a theme song solicitation online and was inspired to write this piece," Shen Jun replied. The three in the recording studio were once again taken aback. Impressive. While others struggle for days or even years to compose a single song, you found inspiration simply by noticing a solicitation, resulting in a work that could be deemed a classic. Such talent left them in awe. The trio desired to engage Shen Jun in further conversation. But concerned for Anin's well-being, Shen Jun excused himself and hurried back to Qin Man's office. Inside, Anin lay on the sofa, draped in a blanket, already sound asleep. Qin Man was diligently attending to documents on her computer, occasionally glancing at Anin with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Anin had been calm and well-behaved for 3 hours in the office. However, as sleep approached, the change in environment made her wish to wait for her father. Though her eyelids were heavy and her head bobbed gently, unable to bear the sight, Qin Man embraced Anin and sang a lullaby, soothing her to sleep. Having learned the lullaby from Shen Jun during their previous visit to Shen Yuqing's home, Qin Man now executed it with ease. After successfully lulling Anin to sleep, she returned to her tasks. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Qin Man felt that the office, typically quiet and desolate at night, seemed less so this evening. As she pondered this, Shen Jun entered the room, prompting Qin Man to signal for silence. He instinctively softened his footsteps, observing Anin asleep on the sofa. Shen Jun felt a pang of compassion. His initial reluctance to take on work stemmed from concerns about situations like this, with Zhao Wani off and away. He feared that no one would be available to care for Anin if he became too busy. Thus, he had chosen to dedicate himself to looking after her. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that it would turn out this way. With a sigh, Shen Jun quietly addressed Qin Man. "I appreciate your help, Qin Jie." "It's no trouble at all," Qin Man replied gently. "Anin is very well behaved." Shen Jun approached Anin, gently lifting her into her arms. Anin stirred awake, emitting a few soft, confused murmurs. Shen Jun quickly soothed her, saying, "Anin, it's time to get up. Let us go home and sleep." Upon hearing Shen Jun's voice, Anin struggled to open her large eyes, sleepily calling out, "Daddy." "I'm here," Shen Jun replied, softly touching Anin's little face. She continued, "Shall we go home to sleep?" Anin, with a drowsy nod, murmured, "Mm. "Then let us be on our way," Shen Jun said, draping a coat over Anin and before preparing to leave. Just as they were about to step out, Anin, clinging to Shen Jun's neck, sleepily added, "Sister, let us go home together." Shen Jun paused, momentarily taken aback. However, Qin Man, who followed closely behind, quickly grasped the situation. Anin had called her sister, a title that Qin Man had grown accustomed to. Upon hearing this, Qin Man felt a rush of fluster and her heart raced. "Ah, I haven't finished speaking." But Shen Jun, having caught on, reassured Anin, "Any Qin Man has her own home. She needs to return to it." Anin, displaying a hint of stubbornness, pouted. "I don't want that. I want Sister Man. Shen Jun's tone grew slightly firmer. "No throwing tantrums. Tomorrow, Daddy will bring you back. And you can play with any Qin Man then." Hearing Shen Jun's somewhat stern voice, along with the promise of returning the next day, Anin reluctantly acquiesced with a sniffle. Shen Jun cast an apologetic glance at Qin Man, saying, "Sorry, Qin Jie." Qin Man waved her hand dismissively, and Shen Jun, carrying Anin and holding a food container, descended the stairs. However, once Shen Jun entered the elevator, Qin Man's previously calm demeanor shifted abruptly. She kicked the door frame with her high heel and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Auntie, you are the aunt." In the following 2 days, Shen Jun practiced singing at the Hansher Company. During this time, Lin Jia messaged her, announcing that the upcoming work had been finalized. She was set to join Jiang in television. Currently, in the realm of domestic television stations, the foremost tier consists of the industry leaders, primarily CCTV. Following closely are the second tier, which includes Dongfang Television and Xiang Province Television, while Jiang in television ranks just below them, occupying the third position among provincial stations. It cannot surpass Dongfang and Xiang Province Television, yet it remains ahead of other provincial networks, embodying the classic scenario of being insufficient compared to the top, yet ample compared to the bottom. In recent years, with the surge of hit variety shows on provincial stations, many have been eager to break into the second tier. Jiang and television naturally harbored similar aspirations. Consequently, they had undertaken numerous initiatives over the past 2 years, launching several programs, although they had yet to produce a breakout hit. Thus, they remained in third place. Jiang in television possesses a solid foundation and a burgeoning ambition, making it an ideal fit for Lin Jia's development. Shen Jun finally exhaled in relief, smiling at Lin Jia as she said, "Once your new program is ready, make sure to save me a spot." Lin Jia, reinvigorated, replied, "Absolutely. When the time comes, our combined efforts will surely outshine Xiang Province." After resolving matters concerning Lin Jia, Shen Jun turned his attention to his own affairs. In addition to the endeavor of donating songs to enhance his reputation, he needed to address his financial situation. which entailed finding a stable job or a reliable source of income. However, seeking employment was not within Shen Jun's contemplation. The notion of working for someone else was utterly unacceptable to him. Shen Jun was acutely aware of the dehumanizing nature of being subservient during his previous career. The company he signed with treated its artists as mere commodities. His days were consumed with back-to-back engagements, leaving him no time to rest except in transit. He once endured 3 consecutive days without a moment's reprieve, to the extent that he dozed off while being made up backstage. Hence, in this lifetime, Shen Jun was determined not to be a beast of burden. He envisioned establishing his own studio and becoming his own boss, where he could dictate his own terms. Once he signed on 2 artists and nurtured their talents, he intended to fade into the background once the custody issues were settled, allowing him to return to his leisurely lifestyle. Perfect. Shen Jun was quite familiar with the procedures for setting up a studio, requiring no assistance from others. However, once the studio was established, he would need to hire a few individuals, particularly a manager. Since he had resolutely decided to step into this industry and needed to sustain himself within it, having a professional manager was essential. Although Shen Jun was well-versed in these matters, a competent manager could significantly enhance his prospects. Recruiting personnel would necessitate the expertise of Sister Qin. Of course, all of this was contingent upon Shen Jun first completing his current tasks. After 2 days of intense preparation, Shen Jun finally recorded and successfully submitted the song The Lone Brave just before the deadline. The date was now July 15th. With only 2 days remaining until the semifinals of Peak Singer aired and just 1 day before the release of Tomb Raider Notes. That afternoon, Shen Jun received a call from Wang Lei. During this period, Jiuzhou Publishing House had been besieged by numerous competitors, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. As the editor-in-chief of the publishing department, Wang Lei had been working tirelessly, to the point of losing considerable hair and appearing several years older. Fortunately, Jiuzhou magazine was about to be published. Amidst the downturn of various business operations at Jiuzhou, this particular issue of Jiuzhou magazine had become a crucial asset. Previously, Jiuzhou magazine was merely a minor label under Jiuzhou Publishing, akin to an overlooked illegitimate child, garnering little attention within the industry. However, the current issue was now imbued with high expectations, as Jiuzhou Publishing hoped it could carve a path through the tumultuous crisis, potentially elevating Jiuzhou to new heights. To this end, Jiuzhou Publishing even convened a company-wide meeting prior to the launch tomorrow. Wang Lei's call was regarding this matter. He aimed to underscore Jiuzhou's emphasis on Tomb Raider Notes while also seeking Shen Jun's assistance in promoting the magazine. Chapter 86. The tweet assisting with promotion was not an issue. However, Shen Jun was utterly unaware of the number of followers on his personal social media account. Previously, he had used an account associated with the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program, while his personal account was hastily registered when he first contacted Uncle Tang. Subsequently, he had neglected its management entirely. To be frank, Shen Jun had forgotten the password by now. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Shen Jun's nonchalance. After all, do celebrities not place great importance on their social media accounts nowadays? Many even hire dedicated personnel to manage them. Indeed, in Wang Lei's eyes, Shen Jun was currently a prominent star, and this sentiment was echoed among the general public. Discussions surrounding Shen Jun were rampant online, and snippets from the Where Are We Going, Dad? Show had become immensely popular. There was no need to worry, Jiuzhou would also make its mark. Moreover, with the quality of the work at hand, success was inevitable. Realizing he could not rely on Shen Jun, Wang Lei could only console himself. Shen Jun, on the other hand, felt helpless. He genuinely wished to assist, but found himself powerless. After hanging up the phone, he attempted to log into his social media account. As he had anticipated, he had indeed forgotten the password. After some effort, he managed to reset it through SMS verification and finally accessed his account. However, upon opening the account, Shen Jun was taken aback by the sheer volume of notifications. The message bar was inundated with red dots, and upon clicking, an overwhelming number of private messages erupted forth. His phone was nearly overwhelmed. Shen Jun was astonished. In addition to the explosive private messages, the number of followers had reached an astonishing figure, over 3 million. While this follower count was insignificant compared to the multitude he had amassed in his previous life, and even paled in comparison to that of an ordinary internet celebrity, it was crucial to note that Shen Jun had never actively managed this account. It had merely been a hastily registered profile, featuring only his name and an official verification badge, devoid of any biography or content. In essence, it was a neglected account. Furthermore, Since the conclusion of the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Shen Jun had not engaged in any public activities and had nearly vanished from the public eye. And yet, despite this, he had over 3 million followers. Was it truly so effortless to garner fans in this world? Shen Jun felt a flicker of surprise within him as he cleared the back-end messages and subsequently composed a promotional post for jobless magazine to share on his account. He then set aside his phone, preparing to meet in an unbeknownst to Shen Jun, as he overlooked the deluge of private messages. He had no idea how eagerly his fans had been waiting for his return. Since the conclusion of the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Shen Jun had remained absent from the public eye. Although he had gained renewed popularity with the airing of Peak Singer, he still refrained from making any public appearances, rendering him nearly invisible during this period. Shen Jun believed that with such a substantial following, if he were to re-engage with them, his fan base would undoubtedly expand even further. His 3 songs were still soaring on the Huayu Hot Song chart, attracting countless listeners. And these songs had also gained immense popularity on short video platforms. The cumulative viewership across the internet has surpassed 1 billion, captivating a multitude of fans. Beyond his musical endeavors, Shen Jun has also initiated a narrative reminiscent of Harry Potter, and countless fans who have already become enamored are eagerly awaiting the subsequent developments. His private messages are inundated with requests for updates, comprising nearly half of the correspondence. Furthermore, Shen Jun and Anya have garnered an immense following through their participation in the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Attracting fans from various demographics, admirers of his looks, devoted daughter fans, and even mothers. Many hope that Shen Jun will share glimpses of his daily life within it. The official account for Where Are We Going, Dad? Reveals that Shen Jun and Anya's premier account has amassed over 10 million followers. Thus, whenever Shen Jun engages with his audience, his fan base is bound to surge dramatically. Currently, many remain unaware that Shen Jun possesses a personal account, and with no content from him, fans lack the opportunity to promote or elevate his visibility. Amidst this backdrop, Shen Jun's tweet was released. Fans who follow him received a notification from the platform, and many instinctively wondered if it was yet another marketing account masquerading under Shen Jun's name, as numerous promotional accounts have been proliferating, causing considerable annoyance among fans. These marketing accounts often recycle old content, repeating the same narratives ad nauseum, which has become tiresome for many. However, just as fans were poised to dismiss the recommendation, their fingers hesitated. The notification read, "You are following Shen Jun, Shen Jun? My follow." This revelation ignited a wave of excitement among many, prompting them to swiftly check the social platform, and indeed, they discovered that Shen Jun's account had posted a message. Before delving into the content, many were quick to verify the authenticity of the account. The official verification was unmistakable. This was indeed Shen Jun. At last, Shen Jun had resurfaced. Many fans were overcome with emotion, tears welling in their eyes, their excitement indescribable. Since the conclusion of Where Are We Going, Dad? Shen Jun had seemingly vanished, leaving countless fans in anticipation, waiting endlessly for his return. Messages sent to him appeared to vanish into the void, leaving many feeling frustrated and disheartened. Shen Jun's abrupt disappearance after enticing them with his charm left fans feeling as though he had led them into a trap, only to disappear without a trace. Now, they finally had confirmation of his presence, and regardless of the content of the update, fans flooded the comments with enthusiasm. "Ah, a real person. My goodness. Did you finally remember your password? Front row for the spectacle. Shen Jun, do you know how long I have waited for you? I was ready to pass this account down to my grandchildren. Grandma, the person you chased back in the day has posted." Among the comments, some noticed the content of Shen Jun's message, expressing mild confusion. Tomb rating notes? Isn't that Harry Potter? By the way, has the publication date for Harry Potter been set yet? Regarding Shen Jun's announcement that his novel would be published in the jobless magazine, fans did not find this surprising. Whether it be Harry Potter or the classical literature later recognized by Professor Tang Shui of Capital University, the talents of Shen Jun are undeniably remarkable. Furthermore, longtime fans are well aware of Shen Jun's collaboration with jobless. The release of a novel through this partnership is hardly surprising, leading the audience to ponder briefly before dismissing the thought. The general public exhibited little interest in the promotional post. A significant portion of Shen Jun's followers comprises fans enamored with his looks and devoted mothers, who yearn for images or videos of Shen Jun and Anya. As for reading, such pursuits pale in comparison to gazing upon a handsome gentleman or an adorable presence. Another segment consists of Shen Jun's music enthusiasts, who are solely captivated by the songs he has penned, showing no inclination towards literature. The remaining few avid readers are eagerly awaiting the continuation of the Harry Potter saga, yearning to delve deeper into the enchanting world of magic. As for new ventures, preposterous, with old narratives left unresolved. How could one even entertain the thought of drawing them into new stories? Hence, after Shen Jun's promotional post was released, an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon emerged. While the post's popularity soared, the number of comments surged every minute. Yet a glance at the remarks revealed a near absence of discussions regarding the content of the post. One could say it was utterly cold. This situation persisted until past 10 o'clock at night. At that hour, Jiang Runin, having completed her night shoot, came across Shen Jun's post and promptly retweeted it. Accompanying her retweet was a message of support. Go big. Shen Jun's account, although boasting over 3 million followers, saw a steady but limited increase in engagement. Moreover, the discourse surrounding Shen Jun's post remained confined to his loyal fans, leaving those unaware of him completely in the dark. However, with Jiang Runin's retweet, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Shen Jun's post began to gain traction beyond its initial confines, its popularity skyrocketing. Jiang Runin, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, possesses an astounding following of over 10 million on her social media, amplifying the impact of her endorsement significantly. Her initial support for Shen Jun had already stirred considerable attention due to her immense fame, and the influence wrought was remarkable. Following Jiang Runin's retweet, it wasn't long before singer Song Huaying also shared Shen Jun's post on her personal account. As a super A-list singer, her fanbase rivals that of Jiang Runin. Furthermore, after her recent triumph in the last episode, Song Huaying's popularity surged once more, rendering her an unstoppable force. Jiang Runin had ignited the flames of attention on Shen Jun's post, and Song Huaying's endorsement further propelled him into the spotlight. The spontaneous promotion from two of the most esteemed figures in the film and music industries yielded an astonishing impact. Within a single evening, the entire internet had become aware of Shen Jun's promotional message. Even before the release of the Grave Robber's notes, it had already begun to exhibit signs of becoming a sensational hit. Despite the mixed opinions circulating online, some believe that Shen Jun is neglecting his craft in writing Harry Potter, flitting from one idea to another, which could lead to failure. Others advise him to focus on songwriting, asserting that it is the true path to success. Nonetheless, overnight, the name of JoJo magazine became known across the internet, and the imminent release of Shen Jun's new work captured widespread attention. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Wang Lei awoke in his office. With the magazine's release approaching, numerous matters required his attention, compounded by the company's precarious situation. To save time and be prepared for any unforeseen issues, he decided to spend the night in the office. Upon waking and returning to the office after brushing his teeth, still humming a tune, he was startled by an exuberant shout from outside. Brother Wang! Brother Wang! We're on fire! Our magazine is a hit! Just as the words left the speaker's lips, a figure burst into the office in a flurry. This sudden outburst startled Wang Lei, nearly causing him to drop his toothbrush. He looked up to see Xiao Xiao, a young employee from the publishing house, brimming with excitement. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lei responded, his expression turning slightly sour. What do you mean we're on fire? You nearly gave me a heart attack this early in the morning. However, Xiao Xiao remained undeterred, his excitement palpable as he grasped Wang Lei's arm and exclaimed, Brother Wang, our magazine is a sensation. It exploded last night. Finally comprehending Xiao Xiao's words, Wang Lei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? Our magazine? Yes. JoJo magazine. Xiao Xiao clapped his hands in affirmation. It went viral across the internet last night. Upon confirmation, Wang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Has our promotional department really accomplished such a feat? After the mobilization meeting yesterday, the entire JoJo publishing staff sprang into action, and the promotional team engaged in a fervent campaign to elevate JoJo magazine's profile. The leadership even allocated significant funds for this large-scale promotion. Could it truly have succeeded? Before Wang Lei could ponder further, Xiao Xiao interrupted, clarifying, It's not about our promotional department. Their efforts barely ignited a spark. It was Shen Jun. Didn't you meet with him yesterday? He helped us by posting a tweet that went viral, and it's still trending. Xiao Xiao was exuberantly animated. Today marked the magazine's release. Although the entire JoJo publishing team was filled with confidence regarding Tomb Raider notes, the lack of market validation left them somewhat anxious. Since last night, many within the company had been plagued by concerns and apprehensions. What if the magazine did not sell well? What if Tomb Raider notes failed to capture the audience's interest? It was crucial to remember that JoJo Publishing was currently facing formidable challenges, with market channels being fiercely contested and their market share rapidly diminishing, leading to a significant decline in profitability compared to the past. Should the current situation continue to unfold as it is likely that by the end of the year, JoJo will find itself relegated from the forefront of the industry. Thus, JoJo harbors immense hopes for the magazine, aspiring for it to emerge as a dark horse, an unexpected ace that could catch other publishers off guard and carve out a path of hope for JoJo. The greater the expectation, the more pronounced the anxiety. Take Xiao Xiao, for instance. Last night he was so troubled that he found it difficult to sleep, his mind incessantly consumed with concerns over the magazine's release. After all, we have reached a critical juncture for the publisher's survival. Should it falter amidst this commercial siege, his own job security would be in jeopardy. Not to mention the uncertainty surrounding his salary. Having only been employed for a year and cherishing this job, he naturally wishes for the company to thrive. Consequently, Xiao Xiao is deeply invested in this matter and harbors significant hopes that the magazine will salvage the publisher. To his astonishment, upon rising today, he discovered that JoJo magazine had ascended to the trending headlines. Furthermore, it has already surged into the top 5 of the trending list. This is an extraordinarily remarkable development. It is well known that news or discussions related to the literary world seldom stir significant waves, let alone penetrate the top 5 of the trending list. Such occurrences are a rarity in the entire literary sphere. Everyone is acutely aware of the exposure that comes with trending rankings. To reach the top 5 signifies that JoJo magazine and Tomb Raider notes have effectively captured nearly all online traffic. This influx is astonishing, and as time progresses, it is bound to continue growing. On his way to work, Xiao Xiao overheard multiple conversations on the subway regarding Shen Jun, with casual mentions of his new book. All this serves to illustrate that JoJo magazine and Shen Jun's new work have ignited a wildfire across the internet, even before their official release. Chapter 88. Suppression. How could Xiao Xiao remain calm in light of this? Thus, upon arriving at work, he nearly sprinted to the office to share this delightful news with Wang Lei. After hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Wang Lei remained somewhat dazed. This was largely due to Shen Jun having informed him the previous day that his personal account had very few followers, implying that the promotional efforts might yield minimal impact. Wang Lei had felt a sense of regret then and had subsequently tempered his expectations regarding Shen Jun's promotion, preparing himself for the possibility of relying on the company's marketing and the quality of the novel. To his surprise, upon awakening today, he was informed that Shen Jun's promotional post had actually made it to the trending list. How could this be described as having few followers? How could this be said to lack effectiveness? If this is what constitutes ineffectiveness, what does that render their company's promotional efforts? It's absurd. One must understand that even if JoJo Publishing were to marshal the full might of the company, they might not succeed in propelling their promotion to the trending list unless they were to spend lavishly. Even then, the promotional impact would likely be subpar. Firstly, they might not secure a prominent position, and secondly, if the content itself lacks allure, it would soon lose traction. Unlike Shen Jun's promotional post, which surged to the trending list overnight and continues to gain momentum, appearing to remain there for several days. This is truly a stroke of fortune for JoJo. After clarifying the situation, Wang Lei was filled with excitement, unable to remain still. He immediately approached the company's leadership, who were equally elated upon hearing the news. They promptly mobilized all personnel, urging everyone to exert their utmost efforts to seize this opportunity and ensure the magazine's release today without any errors. Today, they aim to propel the reputation of JoJo magazine to new heights. At this moment, it wasn't just the staff of JoJo Publishing House who were stirred into action. Nearly every company within the publishing industry was also mobilizing. Shen Jun's article had made it to the trending topics. This was an immense surprise for JoJo Publishing House. However, for other publishers, it was nothing short of a shock. Since the last time the literary world had singled out Shen Jun, several established publishing houses had banded together to target JoJo, gradually eroding its market share over the past fortnight, which had significantly diminished JoJo's influence and profits. Moreover, JoJo's core operations were now under constant surveillance by its competitors, who could react at a moment's notice to any developments, effectively stifling JoJo's resurgence. As JoJo appeared to be on a downward trajectory, with the prospect of falling from the top tier within mere months, the other established publishers breathed a sigh of relief, believing that everything was settled and that JoJo could no longer regain its footing. Yet, in this very context, JoJo Publishing House's magazine unexpectedly surged forth, quietly making a significant impact. Many in the industry were momentarily taken aback upon receiving the news, wondering what JoJo magazine was. Were it not for the Jiuzhou name, they might have overlooked it entirely. Upon investigation, they discovered it was a subsidiary of Jiuzhou Publishing House, relatively small in scale and barely surviving. During the period when several companies joined forces to target Jiuzhou magazine had not even been considered a threat, as attempting to undermine it would only waste resources and energy. They believed it would inevitably collapse once Jiuzhou Publishing House ceased operations. As Jiuzhou magazine lacked the resources and funding to endure without its parent company, rendering it a mere minor player. No one was inclined to squander time on such an insignificant entity. Yet, this seemingly insignificant entity had quietly delivered a staggering blow, catching them completely off guard. They were acutely aware of the implications of trending topics. With the heat reaching such heights, Jiuzhou magazine's explosive success had become a foregone conclusion, unstoppable. To put it bluntly, under such fervor, even a pig could soar. This was precisely the scenario they dreaded. They had painstakingly collaborated, sacrificing considerable interests to curtail Jiuzhou Publishing House's growth, even pushing it back. Now, they were confronted with the disheartening reality that all their previous efforts had been in vain. Jiuzhou's resurgence was a force to be reckoned with. How could the other publishing houses remain composed in the face of such turmoil? How could they maintain their calm? This morning, upon receiving the news, several other publishing houses hastily convened to discuss solutions. Once again, they gathered in the familiar tea room, accompanied by the same group of individuals. At this moment, the representatives of these venerable publishers sat together, their faces devoid of the previous calm and nonchalance, replaced by an air of gravity. They had not anticipated that a minor player would orchestrate such a significant upheaval. Who could have foreseen that such a seemingly inconsequential figure could pull off something so monumental? Why had they not eliminated this Shen Jun before? Given the urgency of the situation, it was imperative that they collaborate from multiple fronts. Otherwise, once the trending topic exploded, it would be impossible to contain the fallout. Indeed, we must unite, they agreed, with a collective sense of purpose. They recognized that they had long been locked in a relentless rivalry with Jiuzhou. If Jiuzhou were to rise, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. Thus, they began to strategize. I will reach out to my previous contacts and incite a wave of influence in the literary world to suppress Shen Jun. Yes, let's tarnish Shen Jun's reputation. I refuse to believe that a professor from the capital can shield him indefinitely, especially since Professor Tang has remained silent. Those with magazines contemplated launching promotional activities to further diminish Jiuzhou's market share. Jiuzhou's magazine had previously been on the verge of collapse, surely. One Shen Jun could not revive it. Moreover, the quality of Shen Jun's new work remained uncertain and was likely subpar. Indeed, let us enlist bloggers and online commentators to manipulate reviews. Regardless of the book's content, it must be perceived negatively, with the comments controlled. Simultaneously, they examined their own upcoming publications, ideally those of renowned authors, to organize a signing event or a writer's forum to reclaim the spotlight. Additionally, they considered stirring the pot within the literary community, seeking media leaks to muddy the waters. Present were seasoned business veterans who, in a short span, devised a plethora of ruthless strategies. Seizing the moment before Jiuzhou's magazine could launch, they swiftly set their plans into motion. In no time, the literary world and the magazine industry erupted with fervor as a cacophony of sensational and attention-grabbing topics flooded the network. Simultaneously, several acclaimed authors and magazines rolled out a myriad of promotional activities, diverting attention from Jiuzhou magazine. They were determined to extinguish the budding resurgence of Jiuzhou. Chapter 89. The magazine launch. Wang Lei learned of the news regarding the collaboration among other publishing houses, a development that had unfolded in mere moments that morning. By around 8 o'clock, the entire network, and indeed the literary world, was in an uproar, with public opinion swirling chaotically as various sensational and attention-seeking topics proliferated online. Gradually, Shen Jun's prominence and discourse were fragmented and diluted. Although his promotional posts remained trending, their growth rate had noticeably slowed, even coming to a halt for a period. The public's focus began to shift, distracted by the multitude of other narratives. Within the literary realm, numerous promotional activities began to emerge, rendering the launch of Jiuzhou magazine seemingly unremarkable. The Jiuzhou magazine was, by all accounts, an unremarkable publication. Prior to Shen Jun's promotional efforts, it languished at the bottom tier of the magazine industry. Were it not for the strong backing of Jiuzhou Publishing House, Jiuzhou magazine would likely have long since ceased to exist. Typically found tucked away in corners of newsstands or bookstores, it was often relegated to serving as a makeshift stand for computers, garnering little interest from readers. In fact, it had no significant reputation within the readership community. Following the explosive promotion by Shen Jun last night, curious netizens began to inquire, what is Jiuzhou magazine, and where can one purchase it? This question alone starkly illustrates the magazine's prior obscurity, prompting astonishment from other publishers, who recognized how inconsequential Jiuzhou publishing had been until now. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiuzhou magazine officially went on sale, with over 400,000 copies distributed nationwide, prominently displayed in newsstands and bookstores. While this figure may seem impressive, it pales in comparison to the highest-selling literary magazines in the country, which can achieve annual sales of up to 5 million copies. Jiuzhou's 400,000 copies do not even reach 1/10 of that benchmark. Nevertheless, for Jiuzhou magazine, 400,000 copies represent an ambitious target, especially considering its previous sales had never exceeded 100,000 copies. At its lowest point, it had sold a mere 20,000 copies, failing to even recoup its production costs. Thus, for Jiuzhou Publishing House, 400,000 copies is indeed an unprecedented and staggering figure, a number that the higher-ups have resolutely decided upon, akin to a bold gamble. Should they succeed, the profits would be substantial. However, a loss, resulting in tens of thousands of unsold copies, could plunge Jiuzhou into a dire abyss. In Hangzhou, at the newsstand outside line 1 of the subway station, the proprietor pulled out a small stack of new Jiuzhou magazines, only about a dozen copies. Despite Jiuzhou Publishing's grandiose claims and substantial discounts, the owner, drawing from past experiences, hesitated to stock too many copies. Previously, he had taken Jiuzhou magazine, but had struggled to sell them. He still had a considerable stock on hand, primarily used as filler at the bottom of boxes. So despite Jiuzhou's enticing offers, the owner remained skeptical. However, buoyed by Jiuzhou's discounts, he decided to take a few extra copies. Feeling somewhat reassured, the owner recalled seeing Jiuzhou magazine trending online during his morning commute, indicating it had garnered significant attention. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. The premier spot in his newsstand was the left-hand display, which received the highest foot traffic, serving as a crucial passageway for those entering the subway. Magazines placed on this stand would undoubtedly catch the eyes of passers-by, leading to better sales. However, this display was only capable of accommodating Western-style magazines. 2 slots were already reserved for entertainment magazines, which consistently outsell literary ones, particularly those with eye-catching covers. Given that entertainment publications constitute the primary source of revenue for the newsstand, the owner was reluctant to replace them. Thus, only 2 slots remain available for literary magazines. The proprietor initially intended to showcase the Jiuzhou magazine, especially given its considerable popularity this morning. After all, if someone were to notice its trending status, they might be compelled to take a look. However, prior to opening, he received notifications from various magazine companies. One announced a lottery event, another was promoting a book signing, and yet another offered substantial discounts across all sales channels, ensuring that every sale would yield additional profit for the kiosks. These enticing offers naturally piqued the kiosk owner's interest, leading him to contemplate featuring all these magazines. Yet, with only 2 positions available, he faced a dilemma. After a moment's hesitation, the proprietor ultimately selected 2 magazines to display, relegating Jiuzhou magazine to a lesser position nearby. Although it maintained a reasonable visibility, it paled in comparison to the prominent display. The decision against Jiuzhou magazine stemmed from the owner's lack of faith in its previous performance and the limited stock of merely a dozen copies. Even if sales were decent, the profit margin would be minimal, thus rendering any substantial earnings unlikely. Consequently, Jiuzhou magazine was forsaken. This scenario repeated itself in numerous kiosks and bookstores, as the collaborative efforts of other publishers and magazines effectively siphoned away considerable interest from Jiuzhou magazine, resulting in a significant impact on its sales launch. Coupled with Jiuzhou magazine's prior performance, which had eroded public confidence, it found itself frequently relegated to less favorable positions in various establishments. This undoubtedly hampered its sales prospects. For instance, in a kiosk at a subway station in Hangzhou, half an hour had passed since the magazine's release, yet only a handful of copies had sold, none of which were Jiuzhou magazine. The subway station's clientele consisted predominantly of hurried office workers, with passers-by barely pausing to glance at the kiosk, typically a mere 13 seconds. In this fleeting moment, Jiuzhou magazine was nearly overlooked, as attention gravitated towards the more eye-catching magazines on display. particularly the two vibrant entertainment magazines that captivated interest and sold rapidly. The other two literary magazines on the stand also managed to sell a few copies, which was commendable within that genre. As for Jiuzhou magazine, it was not entirely ignored. A few individuals did inquire about it, evidently having seen it trending online. However, most merely asked a question before departing, losing interest after a cursory glance, often drawn away by the allure of other magazines or their promotional events. As a result, Jiuzhou magazine remained unsold, much to the proprietor's dismay. He frowned, realizing that it was unwise to place too much hope in Jiuzhou magazine, as its fate seemed to mirror previous disappointments. The magazine was indeed languishing. Thus, he decided to reposition Jiuzhou magazine further down, clearing the window for other more promising titles. However, just as the newsstand owner picked up the magazine, he heard someone outside the stand inquiring, "Excuse me, do you have the Jiuzhou magazine?"